A bizarre invasion has transpired, heralding the emergence of the 10 evil kings, plunging the continent into a perilous crisis. Chen Fei, a mere freshman, acquires the sacred tome of slaughter, a relic that enables him to swiftly enhance the prowess, aptitude, and skill proficiency of his demon beasts through the act of killing. However, he is constrained to contract only assassin-type demon beasts. The attributes of the assassin type are not to be mistaken for a profession. Among these beasts is the Venom Gu, capable of unleashing a multitude of toxins to incite a calamity akin to that of insectoid disasters. Another is the Yu Meng Hun who, adept in the realms of soul, illusion, and dreams, capable of delivering death unseen. The Yin Kong Gu Shou Wang, a fusion of necromancy and spatial manipulation, strikes with untraceable precision. Amidst this turmoil, his classmates and friends expressed disbelief, questioning how he could vanquish the evil kings even before graduation, or how he has seemingly ascended beyond their reach. Chapter 1. A Merciless Resolve. In the realm of Yuling, at the Shanghai Academy, a voice calls out, "Chen Fei, regain your senses. I swear, if you come any closer, I shall render you powerless." In the next moment, Chen Fei finds himself thrust to the ground, his head colliding with the floor. As he regains consciousness, clarity begins to return. Was I not dead? Memories not belonging to this moment surge forth. The Yuling continent faces an uncanny invasion as the 10 evil kings emerge. Humans and demon beasts unite against their foes, struggling to endure. In a desperate bid for hope, several factions have trained death warriors to venture into the continent's 4 treacherous lands. Chen Fei is among these death warriors, having endured countless trials, with his team nearly decimated. Fortuitously, he fulfills his mission, retrieving a sacred artifact, the sacred tome of slaughter from the 9 nether abyss. He believed he had found hope. Yet, upon stepping out of the abyss, he discovers that the 6th evil king has long awaited their arrival, poised to strike. In a blinding flash of light, Chen Fei is obliterated. Under normal circumstances, survival in such a scenario would be impossible unless some incomprehensible event occurred. As Chen Fei surveys his surroundings, he notices a woman whose garments are in tatters. Despite her efforts to shield herself, her porcelain-like skin remains exposed. Wait, this scene feels eerily familiar. Isn't this Jiang Yi, a sophomore? Does this mean I returned to that welcome party 7 years ago? In a lounge with Jiang Yi? At that time, he had just become a beast master, yet to contract a companion beast. In that moment, Chen Fei's heart trembles, unable to find solace. As he marvels at the situation, a surge of malevolent fire ignites within him, rekindling his desire to approach Jiang Yi. Suddenly, it dawns on him 7 years prior. He and Jiang Yi had fallen victim to a drug known as Fu Shengming. Jiang Yi's plight is even more dire. She has been bound by constraint, unable to wield her spiritual power. In this wondrous world of beast masters, the inability to summon a companion beast or harness spiritual energy signifies grave danger. Following this incident, Chen Fei was nearly incapacitated, suffering severe harm to his spiritual sea. Taking 3 years to recover time he could ill afford to lose in his cultivation. Having returned to this moment, Chen Fei is determined to prevent such a fate from befalling him again. However, the ferocity of Fu Shengming is beyond his current capacity to resist. He must devise a strategy to break the cycle. Though he yearns to incapacitate Jiang Yi with a single blow, she is a high-level beast master. Her defense is formidable, while he has only just awakened his strength insufficient to breach her guard. What an awkward predicament. Suddenly, Chen Fei recalls an important detail when he was drugged. Alongside Fu Shengming, a demon beast known as Qiandu Gu was also involved. This Qiandu Gu, akin to a parasite, incessantly devoured his spiritual energy, explaining his prolonged recovery. If his assumptions are correct, the Qiandu Gu now resides within his heart rather than his spiritual sea, cleverly evading detection by any healer. Upon introspection, Chen Fei finally identifies a minuscule creature resembling a black segmented worm. I could see that moment. He seems to hear the sound of pages turning. A yellowed, semi-transparent sheet materializes before him. Qiandu Gu hermaphroditic. Strength, level 1. Attributes, assassin type, poison type. Aptitude, C. Potential, promising to ascend to SSS level. Skills 1. Parasitism, cannot parasitize being stronger than itself. Proficiency, novice. 2. Devour, capable of absorbing spiritual energy and poison, converting it into its own strength. Proficiency, novice, what in the world is this? Chen Fei initially suspects he is hallucinating, yet he cannot seem to dismiss the parchment from his sight. Wait, this paper bears a striking resemblance to the sacred tome of Slaughter, could it be? I have returned to this moment due to the tome's influence. However, time is of the essence, as the malevolent desires within him grow increasingly potent, leaving no time for thorough investigation. The Chen Gu is paramount. It is his sole means of breaking free from this predicament. Chen Gu, I trust you can comprehend my words. How about becoming my beast? Chen Fei communicates with the Chen Gu through his spiritual sense. The Chen Gu quivers, astonished at being discovered. Yet, it quickly regains its composure. Your body is a continuous source of spiritual energy. Why would I choose to serve you? You cannot control me. Remember, if I perish, so too shall you. How rebellious. Should the Chen Gu perish, its toxins would erupt, making Chen Fei's survival exceedingly unlikely. Extracting it once required considerable effort. Fortunately, this creature possesses a singular flaw. It values its own life immensely. Chen Fei refrains from further verbal exchanges, rising to his feet, gathering his strength. Seeing him stand, Jiang Yi becomes alarmed. She fears Chen Fei might lunge at her again, yet she is more terrified of losing control and rushing towards him herself. The consequences of such an action are unbearable for Jiang Yi. In her moment of despair, Chen Fei raises his fist, channeling the scant spiritual energy he possesses into it, and strikes his own chest. Instantly, a mouthful of blood escapes, and the intense pain seems to abate the malevolent fire within him. As Chen Fei's eyes regain clarity, Jiang Yi halts abruptly. He has awakened himself in such a manner. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yi's emotions are a tangled web. Yet, Chen Fei has no time to ponder her thoughts. He presses on with the Chen Gu. You are correct. If you die, I shall follow suit. But do not forget, you are merely a level 1 juvenile beast, likely newly born. If I seal your heart with my spiritual energy, you shall find it impossible to escape for a while, remaining in a parasitic state. In that case, if I die, you shall die too. Let us see who can outlast the other. At this juncture, the Chen Gu's parasitic skill is merely at the novice level. Should the parasitic bond remain unbroken, the demise of the host would also mean the end for the Chen Gu. Only upon reaching proficient skill level would their situation improve. The Chen Gu. What a shock. This human understands the characteristics of the Chen Gu so well. Amidst the astonishment, the Chen Gu remains steadfast. Do you think I am easily intimidated? Surely, you just would fear death? Just you? Chen Fei chuckles. In the next instant, he once more gathers his spiritual energy, striking himself anew. This time, the force is even more intense. Chen Fei collapses to the ground once more. The Chen Gu. Jiang Yi. Simultaneously, both the man and the beast share a singular thought. This individual is truly merciless to himself. Chapter 2. The Contract of Chen Gu. Chen Gu felt a surge of panic. This human was certainly unpredictable. He seemed utterly indifferent to his own well-being, as if he did not value his life at all. Are you trying to throw your life away? The voice of Chen Gu trembled with anxiety. Life? Ha ha ha. Chen Fei's laughter echoed with a maddening intensity, causing Chen Gu to momentarily lose focus. Wait a minute. I am supposed to be the villain. Why do I now feel more like the victim? Something was amiss. Then, Chen Fei rasped. I have already faced death once. What is there to fear? You have 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2. As Chen Fei counted down, Chen Gu noticed him raising his fist once more. Chen Gu felt itself cracking under the pressure. What are you doing? Can you not act like such a brute? Surely, I deserve more time to contemplate. What do 3 seconds even mean? Hey, your hand. Bang. Chen Fei struck his own chest again. The sound reverberated, causing Jiang Yi, who lay on the bed, to tremble anew. How could Chen Fei push himself to such extremes? It was overwhelming. Jiang Yi was teetering on the brink of losing control. Her eyes misty and filled with an alluring aura as she slowly leaned toward Chen Fei. Realizing the impending danger, Chen Fei shouted in alarm. He could still hold his ground, but if Jiang Yi threw herself at him, who could withstand that? No, he must not engage with her in that manner. Women would only hinder his speed in drawing his blade. Chen Fei's resolve was unwavering as he declared, Damn it, Chen Gu, you refuse to comply, do you? With that, he lifted his fist once again. Panic struck Chen Gu utterly. It could sense Chen Fei's life force waning continuously. If this continued, 2 more punches would send it to its demise. Chen Fei might wish for death, but Chen Gu certainly did not. No. Let us discuss this rationally. Chen Gu was on the verge of tears, never having imagined it would be pushed to such an extent. I ask you, will you agree or not? As Jiang Yi drew nearer, Chen Fei's voice grew increasingly menacing, devoid of any warmth. Seeing Chen Gu remain silent, Chen Fei's fist was poised to descend. Stop! Stop! I agree. Chen Gu finally capitulated. Chen Fei swiftly halted his fist and exhaled in relief. Finally, he had successfully deceived it. Hurry, let us finalize the contract. Chen Fei, drawing upon knowledge from his previous life, rapidly formed the agreement. A pale blue hexagram materialized before Chen Gu. Equal contract, once established. Neither party may harm the other. Furthermore, the contract is irrevocable unless the beast companion perishes, allowing for a replacement. However, the beast master will also suffer corresponding backlash. A minor setback may result in a reduction of strength, while a severe one could lead to death. With no options left, the contract was established. Gu. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Gu. Chen Fei quickly summoned Xiao Gu from within himself into the Beast Master Space. Upon its first encounter with the Beast Master Space, Xiao Gu noticed a pool for beast companions. Upon entering, it felt the water's healing properties, which could gradually enhance its cultivation, albeit at a slow rate. Yet, uncontrollable events unfolded once more. Suddenly, an ancient tome emerged from the pool, exuding an overwhelming pressure that left Xiao Gu trembling in fear. It felt as if an ancient ferocious beast was ready to devour it. Any movement would lead to irreparable doom. How could this human's Beast Master Space harbor such a thing? Xiao Gu was driven to madness. To make matters worse, the Slaughter Cannon had even allocated a territory for itself. It was but a fraction of what Xiao Gu deserved. Tears streamed down Xiao Gu's face. This is intolerable. Chen Fei, too, sensed the stirrings within the Beast Master Space. The Slaughter Cannon indeed still existed, although its presence in the Beast Master Space left him with a sense of inexplicable relief. However, the Slaughter Cannon proved unresponsive to his commands, leaving him powerless. Xiao Gu, let's proceed with this for now. Absorb the floating dreams from my body. We must focus on the task at hand. Outside, Jiang Yi had drawn closer to Chen Fei. Hurry, Xiao Gu. Chen Fei was sweating profusely. The moment Xiao Gu appeared, it witnessed the two entangled figures. How scandalous. Chen Fei cursed vehemently. Scandalous? Hurry up. Xiao Gu, unable to comprehend, retorted, do you wish to shame my sister? I have no sister. Besides, you're so large, while our Chen Gu clan is so small. Chen Fei found himself laughing in exasperation. How could Xiao Gu's thoughts be so twisted? Are you out of your mind? If you do not act quickly, I will let the cannon punish you. At the mention of this, Xiao Gu trembled in fear. All right, I'll get to work. Devour, release. The floating dreams enveloping Chen Fei and Jiang Yi were gradually absorbed by Xiao Gu. However, being merely a first-tier beast, its devouring skill was at an entry level, resulting in painfully slow absorption rates. It could barely keep one person awake, while the other remained in a stupor. As Jiang Yi began to tug at Chen Fei's clothing, he felt the urgency mount. Think, is there any other way? For a moment, Chen Fei's mind went blank. Wait, the Slaughter Cannon. The only force he could rely on was the Slaughter Cannon. Enveloping his consciousness within it, Chen Fei finally discerned the emerging information. Yet, the interface was so transparent, it was nearly invisible. Slaughter Cannon. Quality, sacred object. Material. Potential. Abilities. 1. Eye of Appraisal. Can identify the beasts, spiritual plants, and spiritual items recorded in the cannon. 2. Storage space. Currently possesses 10,000 cubic kilometers. Note, both living and dead entities may be stored. 3. Slaughter value conversion. Any life taken can be converted into slaughter value. This can be used to enhance the strength, aptitude, and skill proficiency of humans and beasts. Entry-level skills require 1,000 slaughter values to advance to proficiency. Proficient skills require 10,000 slaughter values for mastery. Mastered skills require 100,000 slaughter values for peak performance. Each level of aptitude requires 1,000 to 1,000,000 slaughter values respectively. A novice beast master requires 1,000 slaughter values to advance a tier. A novice beast master to intermediate requires 10,000 slaughter values. Current slaughter value balance, 23,000. Accumulated from previous killings in the perilous lands. Note, special spiritual items, environments, and bloodlines may reduce the consumption of slaughter values. Upon seeing this information, Chen Fei's spirit soared. He finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 3, Xiao Gu's Evolution. Gazing at the 23,000 slaughter values, Chen Fei felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After acquiring the Slaughter Cannon, he had slain countless skeletal monsters to escape the perilous lands. Little did he know these slaughter values would come into play today. Utilizing slaughter values, the only information returned to Chen Fei was, upon using this cannon, The skills employed and the contracted beasts can only be of the assassin type. This is an essential attribute of the contract, but it does not necessitate following the assassin path. This revelation caused Chen Fei to hesitate for several seconds. If all contracted beasts belong to the assassin type, it would mean a purely offensive strategy. It could be immensely powerful or exceedingly weak. It all depended on how the Beastmaster managed them. Nevertheless, the potential for advancement through slaughter values piqued Chen Fei's interest. If wielded effectively, the speed of strength enhancement might surpass the various evolutionary methods provided to beast companions, such as bloodline evolution, spiritual item evolution, and combat evolution. When it is time to sever ties, Chen Fei conveyed the information for utilizing the killing scripture. In an instant, the killing scripture radiated a brilliant red light, and an enigmatic hexagram pattern materialized within the Beastmaster space. Chen Fei was taken aback. Did the killing scripture, akin to demonic beasts, also require a contract? Without further contemplation, he proceeded to establish the contract. At that moment, Chen Fei distinctly sensed that he could summon and utilize the killing scripture at will, and even the summoning of the scripture was visible only to him. With a mere thought, Chen Fei extracted 1,000 points of killing value to bestow upon Xiao Gu. The skill of Devour advanced from beginner to proficient. Xiao Gu was bewildered, questioning the nature of the incoming red light. Something was amiss. Why had his devouring speed increased so significantly, at least doubling? Nevertheless, he relished the experience and welcomed more of the red light. Given sufficient time, Xiao Gu could completely cleanse both their toxins. The issue, however, was the lack of time. A glance revealed that the moment when the others would break in was not far off. It was imperative to conclude everything swiftly. Observing the remaining 22,000 points of killing value, Chen Fei hesitated. While it was sufficient for him to advance to intermediate Beastmaster, there were not enough points left for Xiao Gu to follow suit. It was more prudent to enhance his skills further. No, improving his aptitude could also be beneficial. He extracted another 10,000 points to invest in Xiao Gu. The skill of Devour upgraded from proficient to mastery, enhancing its effects. 1. The efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy and toxins has been significantly improved. 2. Excluding peculiar toxins such as those related to the soul, time, space, and reincarnation, all others are absorbable. The formidable effects of the mastery-level skill were indeed impressive. This implied that, apart from peculiar toxins, Chen Fei had no fear of being poisoned. Enhancing aptitude. The killing scripture began to flip through pages, revealing the evolution path of the 1,000 poison Gu, categorized into 8 major types: poison, devour, Gu, reproduction, insect dominance, physical enhancement, speed, and perception. The evolution could only select 5 from these 8 categories, and due to the complex combinations, the outcome remained uncertain. Choosing 5 from 8, that certainly held promise. The essence of the 1,000 poison Gu lies in absorbing and releasing toxins, so retaining poison is essential. Reproduction could yield an army of 1,000 poison Gu, which is a viable option. The future direction of Devour is to absorb and retain. At this stage, insect dominance would be of little use to Xiao Gu, given its low strength. However, in the later stages, it could prove invaluable, potentially becoming a formidable insect army. As for the final direction, Chen Fei was somewhat hesitant. Xiao Gu's perception was not strong, inferior to perceptive-type demonic beasts, so it was excluded. Moreover, its speed was lacking, and enhancing it would yield minimal improvement. Physical enhancement was quite decent, yet the Gu characteristic appeared more intriguing. Gu could not only lurk within living beings, but could even control them, which was a fascinating avenue to explore. The red light once again penetrated Xiao Gu's body, but this time the sensation was entirely different. Xiao Gu felt as though it had undergone a transcendence, from flesh to soul. Its minuscule form rapidly expanded, ultimately reaching the size of a finger. Armor-like material sprouted from its joints, indicating a significant boost in vitality and resistance. Furthermore, a vertically curved horn resembling a scimitar emerged from its head, exuding a sharp, dark glow, presumably to better penetrate the flesh of demonic beasts for the purpose of parasitism. Aptitude enhancement evolved from level aptitude to level aptitude. The 1,000 poison Gu evolved into the 10,000 poison Gu. Comparative advantages. 1. All skill effects have been significantly enhanced. 2. The speed of toxin absorption has dramatically increased, augmenting toxin attacks. 3. In a parasitic state, even if the host perishes, the 10,000 poison Gu will only suffer minimal backlash and will not die. 4. Reproduction and hatching speeds are accelerated. Upon seeing the third point, Chen Fei felt a wave of relief. If the one parasitizing him were the 10,000 poison Gu, then his earlier threat would have been utterly ludicrous. Xiao Gu drowsily opened its eyes, astonished at its own size. It marveled at its newfound armor, feeling quite impressive. Stop admiring yourself and absorb the toxins. Chen Fei interrupted Xiao Gu's self-congratulation. Gu activated the Devour skill once more, and after the dual enhancements, its toxin absorption speed had increased 8-fold compared to the initial stage. Was this the benefit of enhancing aptitude? The skill's ceiling had risen substantially. No wonder every time a high-level beast appeared, families would go to great lengths to invest. It was indeed justified. 2 minutes later, as the dream of floating life dissipated, the previous fervor vanished, and both regained clarity. Senior, it's all right now. The toxins in your body have been extracted. Zhang Yi attempted to feign unconsciousness, but upon Chen Fei's revelation, she had no choice but to quickly rise and adjust her clothing. When she turned back, the flush on her face had yet to fade, still blooming. To others, Zhang Yi at that moment undoubtedly possessed a captivating allure. However, for Chen Fei, who foresaw the future, he simply overlooked it. With life at stake, what was there to discuss regarding beauty? Chen Fei gradually propped himself up. The 3 punches he received were indeed painful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fool Gu. On the other hand, Zhang Yi felt that Chen Fei had transformed into a different person. His facial contours were clean and sharp, his features distinct, still exuding youthful charm. Yet, his deep, dark, and profound eyes lent him an air of seriousness, imbued with a maturity beyond his years. Noticing Chen Fei's somewhat pale complexion, she couldn't help but express concern. Are you all right? Do you need me to fetch the school doctor? Wait a moment, senior. Chen Fei stopped Zhang Yi. She paused, puzzled. Don't you find this matter rather suspicious? We both fell victim to the floating dream, and were placed in the same room. It is evident someone orchestrated this. Yet, I am merely a newcomer, not a prodigy. Who would target me? You, on the other hand, are a different story. At just 20 years old, you are already a high-level Beastmaster. A star of your sophomore year, belonging to the realm of geniuses. The ranking of Beastmasters is as follows: Beginner Beastmaster, Intermediate Beastmaster, High-level Beastmaster, Master-level Beastmaster, and King-level Beastmaster. The ranking of demonic beasts ranges from levels 1 to 5, with level 3 being a commander, level 4 a demon general, and level 5 a demon king, perfectly corresponding to the king-level Beastmaster. Zhang Yi's father is a king-level Beastmaster, with talent and resources at her disposal. Zhang Yi's ascension to master level, or even king level, is merely a matter of time. However, the perpetrator remains elusive, despite extensive investigations in her previous life. The culprit could never be identified. Even now, it remains a thorn in Chen Fei's heart. Given a second chance, he could sidestep the detours and begin his inquiries from a different group. Zhang Yi, not being naive, quickly grasped the implications of Chen Fei's insights. This was a trap specifically aimed at her. No, to put it more seriously, it was likely directed at her father, Jiang Nan. The more she thought about it, the more fearful she became. If the perpetrator succeeded, how could her father possibly remain indifferent? A furious ace Beastmaster would be terrifying, shaking the entire city. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi turned to Chen Fei. So, do you have a suspect? Chapter 4. When one is cowardly, they are indeed very cowardly. Seeing Zhang Yi finally align her thoughts with his, Chen Fei began to summarize the investigative direction from his previous life. Senior's competitor is Xia Zhujun from the Xia family. She is also the daughter of a king-level Beastmaster. Although she has faced defeat at your hands multiple times, she possesses her own pride and integrity, making her unlikely to engage in such actions. The elder sister's family has a long-standing enmity with the Nailan family. It is understandable that Nailan Wu would resort to violence against you. However, Nailan Wu is a battle maniac. Does he possess the intellect to scheme? Does he have the time to procure forbidden drugs? In a previous life, the Chen family's target of investigation was Xia Zhujun, while the Jiang family focused on Nailan Wu. Ultimately, both inquiries reached a dead end, until the emergence of the 10 great evil kings rendered the matter forgotten and unresolved. Having endured the dark times of his past life, Chen Fei's perspective has broadened. Who says the perpetrator must be a student? Must they be an adversary? Could it not possibly be a teacher or an inconsequential individual? When Chen Fei dismissed these two possibilities, Zhang Yi appeared even more perplexed. She rubbed her temples in frustration. So what? Chen Fei remained silent for a while before solemnly uttering, Teacher Song Gong or Teacher Shuelei. Zhang Yi was taken aback. Were these not the very teachers responsible for the freshman gala alongside her? They indeed had the opportunity and capability to orchestrate such a scheme. But what could their motive be? Zhang Yi's voice was heavy and hoarse, unable to accept Chen Fei's conjecture. Motive? Heh. Chen Fei chuckled ominously. Does eliminating a genius count as a motive? Zhang Yi was shocked. How could one harbor such dark thoughts? Dark? Chen Fei could not be bothered to respond. He did not wish it to be this way, yet the past was fraught with far darker events. Sharing this with Zhang Yi was merely to enlist the Jiang family's aid in investigating these two individuals. As for whether Zhang Yi believed him, it was of no concern to him. As time drew near, Chen Fei discarded his bloodied coat into the trash and prepared to leave. Just before departing, he paused and offered a final piece of advice. There is 1,000 poison goo lurking in your heart. With that, Chen Fei dragged his weary body away. Eager to escape, not far along, he encountered Bai Yang, who was hurrying to the lounge. Bai Yang, a sophomore ranked third in strength, had been pursuing Jiang Yi. If he were to find Chen Fei and Jiang Yi alone together in such a suggestive atmosphere, it would undoubtedly set his sights on Chen Fei. Presently, Chen Fei was merely a novice beast master, incapable of defending himself. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. If he possessed sufficient power, he would not need to flee in such a disheveled manner today, to distance himself from the volatile Jiang Yi. Chen Fei left the Beastmaster Academy under the cover of night without a moment's delay. What good is attending school? I have already mastered what is necessary. My life is of utmost importance. The little beast, Xiao Gu, who was perched on Chen Fei's shoulder, muttered to himself, "When you're ruthless, you are truly ruthless. When you're cowardly, you are genuinely cowardly." Chen Fei lifted Xiao Gu before him. "Thank you for the compliment. Cowardice is my virtue." Xiao Gu was momentarily at a loss for words to retort. Chen Fei flicked Xiao Gu lightly, feeling its body was as hard as stone. Let us call it a more refined term. Tactical concealment, understand? Xiao Gu, feeling a twinge of pain, indignantly responded, "Only you could elevate cowardice to such an exquisite level." Thus, the duo engaged in their playful banter, each attempting to understand the other through this unique exchange. During this time, Chen Fei also spent the remaining 2,000 points of his slaughter value. He invested 1,000 points to enhance his parasitic skill to a proficient level, using the remaining 1,000 to bolster his strength. Chen Fei, now a novice tier 2 Beastmaster, and Xiao Gu, at level 2. Upon returning home, Chen Fei's hands trembled slightly. In his previous life, his parents were murdered by the 9th Evil King, and he feared that upon opening the door, he would find everything had been a mere dream. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Chen Xingyun, with his unkempt beard, and the composed Xia Zhishua looked puzzled. "Didn't you just go to school a few days ago? Why are you back so soon?" Seeing them alive and well eased the tension in Chen Fei's heart. "I'm injured." Chen Fei did not conceal the truth. Although the Chen family was not a prominent clan, Chen Xingyun was a master-level beastmaster with some influence. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishua hurried forward to inspect him. He had sustained internal injuries from a blow to his chest, without prompt treatment. It would jeopardize his foundation. Chen Xingyun's eyes widened, filled with a fierce intensity. Xia Zhishua, more emotionally reserved, had reddened eyes but quickly summoned a magical plant with 4 flowers, each adorned with a youthful face. Chen Fei followed her gaze. Human-faced spirit flower. Strength, level 4. Tier 3. Attributes, healing, elemental, life. Potential, expected to advance in quality. Skills, healing, peak, entanglement, proficient, sonic attack, proficient. The human-faced spirit flower was currently at the level of a magical general, indicating that his mother was also a master-level powerhouse, not inferior to his father. "Speak. What happened?" Chen Xingyun interrupted his thoughts. Chen Fei did not hesitate to recount the entire incident, including his suspects. Currently, he lacked the strength to act independently and could only leverage their influence. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishua exchanged glances, astonished that such a tumultuous event could arise from a mere gala. Clearly, after the invasion of the sinister forces, even the rear was not at peace. "I need to have a serious discussion with Jiangnan. You've effectively restored his daughter's honor. Surely, you should gain something in return," Chen Xingyun muttered, though he was more inclined to investigate the underlying issues alongside Jiangnan. When someone threatened their child, how could they remain passive? "What are your plans moving forward?" Chen Xingyun realized that Chen Fei had returned home overnight, indicating he wished to leave school. After a moment of silence, Chen Fei resolutely declared, "I want to go to the front lines. To rapidly enhance my strength, I must engage in continuous combat. The front lines are undoubtedly the most suitable place for me." "No way. The front lines are far too perilous. This is not a game. It is not something a novice beastmaster should undertake." Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishua firmly rejected. Chen Fei understood that persuading them would be challenging, but he pressed on. "Mom, Dad, I survived this ordeal because I contracted a poison-type beast. To expedite its growth, it requires a continuous supply of toxins. The front lines, particularly Zone 8, are abundant with poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, perfect for its development. I am aware of my limited strength, but I can join the medical department to specialize in detoxifying patients while simultaneously improving my skill proficiency." As he spoke, Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishua's expressions softened slightly, indicating they were somewhat swayed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fei continued, "Moreover, the school is fraught with dangers. Even the daughter of a king-level beast master has been poisoned. Who can assure that no other incidents will occur? It would be wiser to assign me to a medical team you trust. That way, I would be safer. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhishuer exchanged glances, both somewhat convinced. Indeed, as Chen Fei pointed out, given Jiang Yi's status, others would dare to act. What else might they be capable of? However, even a medical team carries its share of risks, and absolute safety is not guaranteed. After much deliberation, they found no perfect solution, leaving them in a quandary. Let us consider this further. By the way, summon your beast companion for me to see. Chapter 5, On the Front Lines. Isn't this the level 1000 poison Gu? Such a subpar beast. In Chen Qingyun's view, a level 1000 qualification was still too low and would hinder Chen Fei's training speed. Unfortunately, once contracted, it was irreversible. Otherwise, Chen Qingyun would have preferred Chen Fei to switch to a beast with a higher qualification. Xiao Gu, perched on Chen Fei's palm, bared its teeth. Is that polite? I ask you, is that polite? Yet Chen Fei shook his head. Dad, take a closer look. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Chen Qingyun moved closer and discovered that Xiao Gu appeared larger than other Qiandu bodies, adorned with additional armor. He couldn't help but exclaim, No. This is not a Qiandu Gu. Rather, it is a Wandu Gu, which is several hundred times rarer. The revelation left Xia Zhishuer equally astonished. A Wandu Gu of this caliber is nearly 1 in 10,000. With proper nurturing, reaching the next level would pose no challenge. The existence of a beast at this level was somewhat understandable, which alleviated the concerns of both Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhishuer. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Xiao Gu had already acquired a proficient level skill and a skilled level skill, which would have further amazed them. The following day, Baiyang, upon learning that Jiang Yi had spent time alone with Chen Fei, began to take notice of him. He ordered an investigation into Chen Fei's background and insisted that no one allow him to approach Jiang Yi. Many followed Baiyang, drawn by the powerful figure behind him. With a mere command, numerous individuals were ready to act on his behalf. Meanwhile, Chen Fei, having left the school, remained oblivious to the many eyes fixed upon him. At that moment, he was en route to the front lines, having departed from Tianqing City. Those in a hurry opted for flying beasts for their swiftness, while others chose more leisurely transportation. Throughout the journey, Chen Fei clutched several volumes, skill analysis of Wandu Gu, possible evolutionary paths for Wandu Gu, and mastering Wandu Gu, a nightmare awaits. These tomes, all focused on the growth trajectory and potential skills of Xiao Gu, contained elements that greatly intrigued Chen Fei. Among them was the skill Toxic Kiss. This ability would allow Xiao Gu to leverage its innate capacity to absorb toxins, subsequently accumulating them to forge even more potent venoms. The greater the variety of toxins absorbed, the more formidable the resulting poison would be. Attacks could then manifest through venomous sprays, toxic mists, or poisonous stings, causing either single target or area damage, rendering adversaries defenseless. Poison, by its very nature, serves as a formidable weapon, favoring stealth and sudden, unforeseen assassination tactics. Skillfully wielded, it could rival explosive fire or volatile lightning elemental attacks. Additionally, Xiao Gu had already mastered the parasitism skill. Upon advancing to a skilled level, Xiao Gu could deploy parasitic eggs, currently capable of splitting into 2 at each use. These eggs would hatch in a lower tier, Wandu Gu, to infest enemies, thus sparing Xiao Gu from perilous engagements. The energies absorbed would then partially be transmitted back to the maternal Gu. As skill proficiency increased, so too would the strength of the parasitic offspring and their resemblance to the maternal Gu. The maternal Gu could continually impart insights gained from its experience, enabling its progeny to enhance their skill proficiency further. Once sufficient strength was amassed, a formidable legion of Wandu Gu would emerge, a thought that thrilled Chen Fei. Moreover, there was the Devour skill, which could currently absorb spiritual and toxic energies. As proficiency grew, the range of absorbable entities would expand, potentially including blood. What kind of terrifying experience would it be to drain the blood from a beast or human within a minute? Furthermore, the Wandu Gu, being both a beast and a Gu worm, possessed a unique trait. After parasitism, it could control its host under certain conditions. Should the Wandu Gu acquire the foundational corpse control skill, there would be a tangible success rate. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the likelihood of success. Countless bizarre maneuvers dazzled Chen Fei, and it was these revelations that elucidated the immense potential of the Wandu Gu. After dedicating an entire day, Chen Fei crystallized the future development path for Wandu Gu. Toxic Kiss and corpse control were deemed essential, while parasitism and Devour would be prioritized for skill enhancement. Skills associated with assassination, such as stealth and concealed presence, were also indispensable. Just as Chen Fei intended to grant his mind a respite, the vehicle suddenly halted. Uncle Deng, what is the matter? Chen Fei inquired as he opened the car door and stepped out. Before him stood the imposing city wall, the front lines. Constructed rapidly by hundreds of level 4 beasts and 2 level 5 beast kings utilizing Earth-based skills, the wall marked the military's encampment in Baiwa City. However, a few level 1 and 2 beasts had fled, necessitating some cleanup. The speaker was Deng Ying, Chen Xingyun's assistant. This time, Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishui had been reassigned from the front lines to handle urgent matters, thus entrusting Deng Ying with the task of escorting Chen Fei. Deng Ying summoned his primary companion, the illusory crystal mantis, a level 3, 9th-tier creature, only a hair's breadth away from level 4. The illusory crystal mantis, enveloped in a hard white crystalline shell, posed a significant challenge for similarly ranked beasts to penetrate its defenses. Its most terrifying attribute was its incredible speed, marking it as a lethal weapon. Its drawback lay in its relatively weak attack power and singular attack method, which limited its qualification to a mere level. Upon perceiving the illusory crystal mantis, the surrounding beasts charged fearlessly. Such was the nature of beasts altered by strange invasions, fearless in the face of death. Under normal circumstances, they would have fled long ago. The illusory crystal mantis executed a swift strike, cleaving a level 2 blood claw spider in half. At that moment, Deng Ying cautioned, Chen Fei, do not underestimate the beasts affected by strange invasions, even if they are already deceased. Just as Deng Ying finished speaking, the blood claw spider's innards erupted, releasing a mass the size of a fist, black and viscous, reminiscent of a slug. It then lunged, seeking an opening to infiltrate the illusory crystal mantis's body and seize control. This entity, known as a black slime worm, was a product of strange invasions, capable of burrowing into beasts or humans through their mouths, noses, eyes, or ears to exert control. Despite being merely a level 1 black slime worm, it could control level 2 beasts, a terrifying reality. Conventional physical attacks proved ineffective against it. Even if bisected, both halves would remain alive, exhibiting extraordinary vitality. Just as the black slime worm approached the illusory crystal mantis, it was swatted away. Against black slime worms, swatting was more effective than slicing. Subsequently, the illusory crystal mantis employed its crystal column skill, securely trapping the black slime worm within the crystal. Once the crystal column shattered, the black slime worm disintegrated into shimmering particles, signaling its complete demise. Such experiences were born from the sacrifices of lives. Hence Deng Ying cautioned Chen Fei to remain particularly vigilant at the front lines. Chen Fei nodded gravely, understood, Uncle Deng. His concern was not solely for the black slime worm. He was aware of how to confront such early-stage, anomalous creatures. However, what lay ahead would undoubtedly be more horrifying and troublesome. Even if one discerned their weaknesses, defeating them was not guaranteed. Uncle Deng, leave 2 of the half-dead creatures for me to experiment with. Chapter 6, Acquiring Slaughter Points. Deng Ying paused, taken aback by Chen Fei's request. Chen Fei, are you certain? You have only recently formed a contract with your beast companion, and your combat abilities are still developing. Even if these level 1 and 2 beasts stood still for you to strike, you may not succeed in defeating them. Although the truth was somewhat disheartening, it was the reality of the situation. Chen Fei remained undeterred. Uncle Deng, with you by my side, my safety is assured. I merely wish to test my capabilities and gauge the gap between myself and these beasts. Seeing Chen Fei's determination, Deng Ying felt it futile to dissuade him further. His concern was not for safety, but for the potential blow to Chen Fei's confidence. Frankly, a level 2 Wandu Gu might struggle to break through the defenses of a beast, let alone slay one. Nonetheless, Deng Ying instructed the illusory crystal mantis to severely injure the blood claw spider, removing 4 of its legs to significantly diminish its speed. Observing this, Chen Fei signaled for the Wandu Gu to take action. It was at this moment that Deng Ying, vigilant at Chen Fei's side, witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. Descending from Chen Fei, it was not merely a single Wandu Gu, but rather dozens of them. They emerged from the storage space of the sacred text, resembling creatures summoned from the Beastmaster's domain. These numerous level 1 Wandu Gu had been continuously hatched by Xiao Gu over the past few days, a feat not achieved in a mere moment. Given Xiao Gu's infinite hatching characteristic akin to that of the insect race, why not utilize it to its fullest potential? Their sizes were merely half that of Xiao Gu. Akin to fleas, bounding forward with surprising speed, swiftly surrounding a severely injured level 7 bloodclaw spider. Some attempted to infiltrate through its mouth, while others sought entry through its wounds. If it were a novice skill, success in parasitism would be uncertain. However, now employing a proficient skill, both the ability to breach defenses and other attributes had been significantly enhanced. Remarkably, 10 successfully parasitized, journeying through its innards in search of the concealed Hei Nianchong. By the time the Hei Nianchong reacted, it was already too late, as the swarm had encircled it. The small Wandu Gu continued their invasion, aiming to parasitize the Hei Nianchong as well. However, the He Nianchong remained unharmed, boasting formidable defenses far beyond the capacity of the small Wandu Gu to breach. One that ventured too close was instantly enveloped by the He Nianchong's viscous secretions, severing all connections. Xiao Gu, maintain distance. First, absorb spiritual energy with devouring, then unleash poison attacks. At this moment, what Chen Fei lacked most was power. Absorbing the spiritual energy from them would serve as a commendable path to enhancement. As for the effectiveness of the venom upon the He Nianchong, it proved minimal, as its poison resistance exceeded expectations. Moreover, the variety of toxins accumulated by Xiao Gu was too limited to form a potent lethal substance. Xiao Gu, detonate. Under Chen Fei's command, Xiao Gu directed the small Wandu Gu to self-destruct. Kill level 1 Bloodclaw Spider, gain 5 points of kill value. Kill level 1 He Nianchong, gain 5 points of kill value. Chen Fei exclaimed, wow, only 5 points. At this moment, he realized that acquiring kill value was far more challenging than anticipated. Had it not been for his previous life's mastery at level 2, how could he have amassed 23,000 kill value in the short span of half a day from obtaining the sacred text of killings to death? It seems that future allocations of kill value must be more judicious. Beside him, Deng Ying was astonished as he witnessed the Bloodclaw Spider explode into a gory spectacle. Wasn't it just a level 1 juvenile beast? How could it possess such offensive capabilities? Xiao Fei, what exactly did you just do? Chen Fei shrugged. Oh, nothing much. Just had the 9 small Wandu Gu parasitize the Bloodclaw Spider and self-destruct. Deng Ying was taken aback. My teeth are aching just hearing this. Whether it be the Bloodclaw Spider or the He Nianchong, even if they were level 6 or 7 entities, they are merely at level 1. How could they possibly withstand the self-detonation of 9 level 1 beasts? Typically, self-detonation is a last resort, a move for mutual destruction. Yet you, on the other hand, resorted to it against a severely injured beast, and 9 of them at that? Is that not a bit excessive? Should we call this little fellow ruthless or steady? Deng Ying silently retracted his earlier thoughts. Wandu Gu not only breach defenses, but are also mobile explosives. He envisioned Chen Fei's future combat style, wherever he goes. Self-detonation will follow. What a scene that would be. Uncle Deng, why not give that level 2 rock-armored scorpion a try? The rock-armored scorpion, a creature embodying earth, metal, and poison elements, was entirely enveloped in rugged stone armor. As its strength and aptitude improved, so too did the resilience of its armor. Of course, its drawback lay in its relatively slow movement speed, rendering it inferior to Deng Ying's illusory crystal mantis. This time, Deng Ying refrained from immediate skepticism, cautious of being embarrassed should he be proven wrong. He was also curious to see how Chen Fei would tackle the immobilized rock-armored scorpion, trapped beneath a crystal pillar. Chen Fei quickly commanded, Xiao Gu, attack the flanks of the rock-armored scorpion. The areas of thinner armor on its sides were precisely its vulnerabilities. Yet, even at its weakest, it was not something the small Wandu Gu could easily tamper with. Thus, self-detonation was once again enacted. 5 small Wandu Gu formed a circle and detonated closely against the sides, creating a minuscule breach. For the small Wandu Gu, this tiny opening was more than sufficient, prompting a swarm of Wandu Gu to rush in and repeat the process. Deng Ying observed this scene with a look of confirmation. This combat style was undeniably shameless. Xiao Gu quickly relayed information. Chen Fei, the He Nianchong inside is level 9, not yet level 2. Call me master. I refuse. Chen Fei felt a headache coming on, while others beasts called their masters master. Xiao Gu was decidedly rebellious. Control the number of self-detonations, and ensure the He Nianchong is not killed outright. Xiao Gu instructed the remaining small Wandu Gu to withdraw, leaving only 6 behind. Following another self-detonation, the He Nianchong remained alive but gravely injured. The external armor of the rock-armored scorpion remained unscathed, a testament to its formidable hardness. Nevertheless, despite the exterior's resilience, its internal organs lay in tatters, teetering on the brink of death. Xiao Gu, parasitize the He Nianchong, then employ corpse control. The proficiency in corpse control was not high, barely reaching novice levels. Still in the exploratory phase. On the first attempt, it quickly failed. No worries, Xiao Gu. There is still plenty of spiritual energy from the devouring. If it fails, we shall wait until the energy is sufficient before continuing. After numerous attempts, success finally arrived on the 24th try. This had originally been an experiment for Chen Fei. He wished to see if the peculiar He Nianchong, after invasion, could be controlled. It now seemed feasible. Kill level 2 rock-armored scorpion. Gain 20 points of kill value. Only 20 points for a level 2 beast? To elevate the parasitism skill to mastery level, 10,000 kill value was required, equivalent to slaying 500 level 2 beasts. Xiao Gu's ability to defeat the rock-armored scorpion was due to Deng Ying's assistance. Otherwise, it would likely have perished. The road ahead was indeed long. Deng Ying gazed at Xiao Gu in Chen Fei's hands, astonished. Did he truly accomplish this? Even with his help? It was a genuine instance of a level 1 taking down a level 2. If any other level 1 beast had faced the rock-armored scorpion, they would have been helpless. In this moment, Deng Ying comprehended the terrifying nature of Xiao Gu. After clearing the battlefield, Deng Ying escorted Chen Fei to report to the medical team. However, unbeknownst to Deng Ying, a Hein Yanchong was swiftly making its way toward the mist in a corner. Chapter 7, Medical Team Number 49. Deng Ying did not take Chen Fei directly to the medical department, but rather led him atop the city wall, pointing toward the dense forest shrouded in gray mist ahead. Beyond this lies the Baiyu mountain range. 5 years ago, the western part of the continent began to be engulfed by mist, leading to the demise of many humans. Some perished, while others fled. The mist has spread uncontrollably, with no one able to halt it. Even king-level experts who ventured in returned severely injured. Thankfully, after a certain extent, the mist ceased its advance, yet it birthed numerous peculiar and bizarre life forms, frequently inciting beast tides. Along the mist's periphery, humanity established 12 war zones, with the Baiyu mountain range being the 8th. Therefore, Xiao Fei, do not be too curious about what lies within the mist. Especially before you have matured, do not step even a foot inside. This much was clear to Chen Fei, even without Deng Ying's admonishment. The dangers within the mist were perhaps more familiar to Chen Fei than Deng Ying. This is the medical team. I will have them assist you with the paperwork. Remember, nothing is more important than your personal safety. After issuing a few reminders, Deng Ying departed the medical department. You are Chen Fei? Sitting before Chen Fei was a woman of exquisite features and a cold, elegant demeanor. The black-framed glasses on her face rendered her appearance even more graceful and mature. In a previous life, Chen Fei had encountered this individual, named Cheng Jingjing, the head of the medical department, a master-level beast tamer not yet 30 years old. Reporting to the officer, I am Chen Fei. Chen Fei's imposing demeanor, posture, and manner of response were far from what one would expect from a newcomer to the military, prompting Cheng Jingjing to regard him with newfound respect. Initially, she had assumed he was merely another scion of military lineage coerced by his parents into service, but his attitude was commendable, at least superior to those lackadaisical individuals. After his recovery, Chen Fei had also joined the military, and he was well versed in the ways of soldiers. Now, tell me, what abilities does your beast possess? I need to make arrangements for your placement. Since Deng Ying had already given instructions, Cheng Jingjing was disinclined to inquire further. My beast can absorb various toxins. Cheng Jingjing's attention peaked. The medical team primarily consisted of healing-type beasts of the wood and light attributes, which were relatively effective for significant wounds or severed limbs. However, this was the Baiyu mountain range, a haven for various poisonous beasts, and poison beasts were not uncommon among soldiers. Some toxins could not be resolved by the wood and light attributes, which posed considerable challenges. Baiyu City had a total of 50 medical teams, each with 20 members. Yet there were only 48 poison-type healers, underscoring their rarity. After all, poison-type beasts were typically used for lethal purposes rather than for saving lives. With Chen Fei's arrival, a position could be filled. All right, report to medical team number 49. Cheng Jingjing waved her hand, signaling that Chen Fei could leave. Chen Fei saluted and departed, subsequently locating the team. Reporting, Minister Cheng has assigned me to medical team number 49. Contrary to his expectations, the captain of medical team No. 49 was a bald young man, not a beauty, who was currently engrossed in writing a report. Abilities. Zhou Yan, like Cheng Jingjing, immediately inquired about the beast's capabilities. Here, abilities overshadowed all else. Chen Fei succinctly replied, Poison-type healer, Chen Fei. With a loud thud, Zhou Yan slammed his pen down on the desk. Damn it. I was just about to request personnel from Minister Cheng, and then you show up. What a twist of fate. Chen Fei, is it? Welcome to medical team number 49. His coarse voice and foul language were a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Zhou Yan stood up, and Chen Fei, at a height of 1.8 meters, barely reached Zhou Yan's shoulder. Zhou Yan then patted Chen Fei's shoulder with his massive hand, leaving Chen Fei feeling a weighty pressure, as though his shoulder might dislocate. Captain, are you certain you were not part of a combat unit before? Zhou Yan, stroking his bald head, curiously asked, How do you know? I was indeed part of a combat unit. I specialized in defense and strength-type beasts, but by a stroke of luck, my third beast contracted a healing type, which is why I was reassigned here. While healing, I can also take on the responsibility of protecting the medical team. So rest assured, I will safeguard you all. Whether in a medical team or reconnaissance unit, one typically needed to be a high-level beast tamer to assume the captaincy. Thank you, Captain. Chen Fei sighed in relief. He preferred Zhou Yan's straightforward personality, as it would make interactions less taxing. Come, I will introduce you to the other members. The two quickly arrived at medical room No. 49. Each medical team had its own designated medical room, with a distance of 5 kilometers between rooms. Captain, I was just coming to find you. We've just received a soldier stung by a Yuhan ant. As Zhou Yin stepped into the medical room, he was halted by a female physician. Chen Fei glanced over. Lin Qi was attractive, sporting a bun, and exuded an air of competence. Yuan ant. Zhou Yin's expression turned serious. Lin Qi nodded emphatically. Yuan ant is a low-level beast with limited combat strength, but its cold toxin is exceedingly potent. The afflicted individual will gradually feel their body grow colder until they are frozen to death. Normally, a fire-type healer would be more effective, but we lack one. The wood and light types have minimal effect on cold toxins, so we can only transfer the patient to another medical room. I say, can you save him or not? Can you provide a definitive answer? Is it true that such a common toxin cannot be treated? Sitting beside the patient was Su Kuei, the captain of the 21st Reconnaissance Team, a high-level beast tamer, visibly anxious. Once again, they had underestimated him. Yet Lin Qi was already immune. As their team was lacking in all respects, Zhou Yin pushed Chen Fei forward. Allow me to introduce our new poison-type healer, Chen Fei, who will be joining our No. 49 team. Chen Fei, why don't you give it a try? Lin Qi had noticed Chen Fei earlier, but had not given it much thought, never imagining he would be the long-awaited poison-type healer. However, he appeared rather young. Had he even graduated from university? Observing Chen Fei approach the patient, Lin Qi leaned closer to Zhou Yin and whispered, Captain, do you think he can do it? At that moment, the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Chen Fei clearly indicated he was merely a novice level 2 beast tamer, which explained Lin Qi's skepticism. Zhou Yin shrugged, to be honest. I do not know either. Whether he can succeed is not for me to decide, but rather contingent on whether Chen Fei possesses the requisite skills. Lin Qi pondered for a moment before advising, Captain, I suggest you prepare a vehicle. If it doesn't work out, we should transfer the patient quickly. It would be troublesome if something were to happen here. My vehicle is parked not far away, ready to be driven over at any moment. Not only Lin Qi, but even Zhou Yin felt a sense of unease. After all, a novice level 2 beast tamer. How powerful could their beast possibly be? Zhou Yin retrieved the car keys. Chen Fei, can you treat him? If not, we will need to switch medical teams. It's already done. Chen Fei replied calmly, currently assessing the condition of the patient. It's done? All right, I will go fetch the car. Zhou Yin was about to leave when he suddenly paused. Wait, what did you just say? Did I hear you correctly? Chen Fei turned his head curiously. Yes, it's done. Mastering the advanced skill of Devour, absorbing this cold toxin, is a matter of mere moments. Zhou Yin and Lin Qi froze, both reading confusion in each other's eyes. We have only been conversing for 2 or 3 minutes, and you have already completed the treatment? Lin Qi rushed forward to re-examine the patient. After a considerable time, Lin Qi exclaimed, yes, fine. Really fine. This is astonishingly fast. Zhou Yin, listening to Lin Qi's self-talk, also felt bewildered. Had he struck gold? Lin Qi, curious, inquired, how did you achieve this? This clearly exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary novice level 2 beast tamer. Chen Fei knew he would eventually have to address this question and had long prepared a response. There are many types of toxins, categorized as follows. First, skin toxins. Second, blood toxins. Third, nerve toxins. Fourth, elemental toxins. Fifth, soul toxins. Sixth, special toxins. Each category is further divided into 4 levels. Level 1 is low toxicity. Level 2 is high toxicity. Level 3 is lethal toxicity. And level 4 is incurable toxicity. My beast can treat toxins from categories 1 to 4. Specifically those at level 3 and below, with a proficiency level of adept. Lin Qi instantly understood. The toxin from the Yuhan ant belonged to the elemental category and was classified as level 2, which explained why Chen Fei could treat it. Furthermore, with adept level skills, a faster treatment speed was reasonable. Wait, a novice level 2 beast tamer already possesses adept level skills? What a prodigy. Both Zhou Yin and Su Kuei recognized this fact. Typically, a beast would need to be at least level 2 to learn adept level skills, but prodigies often defy such norms. Chen Fei smiled without elaborating. He could hardly reveal that Gu already possessed the advanced skill of Devour. Such a disclosure would evoke not surprise, but terror. Well done, Chen Fei. Zhou Yin was in high spirits, for they now had a formidable poison-based healer among them, relieving them from the constant need to push patients away. It was high time to establish the reputation of Team 49. As Su Kuei departed with his comrades, Zhou Yin playfully draped his arm over Chen Fei's shoulder, urging him to join the evening feast and introducing him to the team. Chen Fei did not decline. Familiarizing himself with the members and their beast companions was a crucial step that would significantly enhance his survival chances on the battlefield. This is Vice Captain Lin Qi, whom you have already met. And here is our strongest healer, Nangong Sha, as long as you have a breath left. She can keep you hanging on for quite some time. This is Yang Xin, the only healer in the team without beast mastery. However, he has devoted considerable effort to martial arts, mastering the art of rejuvenation. Upon hearing about martial arts, Chen Fei regarded Yang Xin with renewed interest. While beast masters indeed held prominence in the Ling continent, not everyone possessed that gift. Hence, martial arts emerged as a substitute, requiring spiritual energy as its foundation to enhance one's own capabilities. The Ling continent also boasted several formidable martial kings, with a single stroke. Even an ordinary demon king might falter. The limitation was that martial arts had a constrained lineage, lacking the systematic structure of beast mastery. Contemplating thoughtfully, Chen Fei realized that he could also pursue martial arts. Others were so engrossed in beast mastery that they lacked the resources and energy to study martial arts further. Yet, he was different. He did not need to spend money on various evolution materials, enhancement materials, or bloodline materials for Xiao Gu. Moreover, with the accumulation of slaying points, his practice techniques could also improve in proficiency. Although beast mastery was powerful, many beast masters were inherently fragile. Acquiring martial arts for self-defense was indeed a prudent choice. However, martial arts were relatively scarce and not easily obtainable, requiring contribution points to exchange for scrolls. Contribution points, of course, were earned by making significant contributions on the front lines, such as fending off beast tides, capturing live specimens of bizarre creatures for military research, or conducting reconnaissance in the miasma zone to monitor for any unusual movements of beasts. Even healing soldiers earned contribution points, albeit in lesser amounts. Currently, Chen Fei had accumulated 2 contribution points, yet even the most basic level 1 martial art required 200 points, making the journey ahead daunting. Besides that, contribution points had numerous other uses. They could be exchanged for spiritual fruits, spiritual materials, high-quality beast blood, and even beast eggs. However, the higher the quality, the more contribution points were required. As night fell, Chen Fei was assigned to share a room with Yang Xin. To avoid disturbing Chen Fei's slumber, Yang Xin retreated to the training room to practice martial arts. Chen Fei, not idle himself, summoned Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, share your vision and let us see how Gu Yi is progressing. Gu Yi was the little Wandu Gu that had successfully parasitized the black sticky worm earlier that day. As vision merged, Chen Fei observed the black sticky worm infiltrating a level 1, stage 9 blood-sucking black serpent. In terms of offensive capability, the black sticky worm was far inferior to the blood-sucking black serpent. However, once the black sticky worm entered the serpent's body, everything would change. Soon, the black sticky worm successfully gained control over the blood-sucking black serpent. Impressive. Gu Yi was gradually becoming adept at understanding the characteristics of the black sticky worm. The hunt was about to commence. The Bayou mountain range was divided into outer, middle, and inner zones. The outer zone predominantly housed level 1 and 2 beasts, while the middle zone was primarily inhabited by level 3 beasts. The inner zone was home to level 4 beast generals and level 5 beast kings. As long as the controlled blood-sucking black serpent remained active in the outer zone, it was likely to be safe. Slain a level 1 cold ant, slaying points 5. Slain a level 1 bloodclaw spider, slaying points 5. Slain a level 1 black sticky worm, slaying points 5. Indeed, Gu Yi was not engaging in senseless slaughter. Instead, it was utilizing the properties of the black sticky worm to sense the presence of other black sticky worms before executing them. When encountering weaker foes, it would attack without hesitation, but when facing stronger adversaries, it would retreat as far as possible. Thus, even while Chen Fei remained in Bayou City, Gu Yi was on a rampage. Slaying points were steadily accumulating. Turning his attention to the other Xiao Gu, aside from Gu Yi, dozens of little Wandu Gu had been released to earn extra points. However, those little Wandu Gu were still rather weak, with many meeting their demise and only a few surviving. One, however, was fortunate enough to stumble upon 2 level 2, stage 3 beasts battling over a red Zhu fruit. Seizing the opportunity while they were both injured, the little Wandu Gu successfully parasitized one of them. Although it failed to control the corpse, it could hide within the body of this thunder-eyed ape. Chen Fei was pleasantly surprised. The thunder-eyed ape was a beast of higher caliber, wielding the power of electricity. This little Wandu Gu would henceforth be known as Gu'er. Gu'er must seize this opportunity to grow rapidly. It was imperative to enhance the corpse control skills proficiency. If Gu'er could successfully control the corpse, the beast slain by the thunder-eyed ape would count towards Xiao Gu's tally, leading to a substantial increase in slaying points. At that moment, Chen Fei felt that contracting Xiao Gu was an exceedingly wise decision. As slaying points continued to accumulate, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 9. The Devious One. The following day, the first thing Chen Fei did upon awakening was check his slaying points. Current slaying points balance, 480. Quite impressive. Overnight, He had dispatched 96 level 1 beasts. At this rate, accumulating points over a few days would elevate both his and Xiao Gu's strengths by several tiers. Chen Fei increasingly regarded slaying points as a cheat tool, worthy of its reputation as a sacred text, not disappointing in the least. Good morning, Vice Captain. Good morning. Lin Chi glanced over, somewhat speechless. You two share the same room, yet one appears invigorated while the other looks half asleep. Yang Xian pouted. He returned from training late into the night, while someone else was sound asleep like a pig. How could it compare? By the way, I almost forgot to mention. Lin Chi turned his gaze to Chen Fei. The medical room is generally quite relaxed, except when there are patients or special circumstances. So, you should train when you can and work on enhancing your beast companions. You are currently only at the novice level 2, far too weak to ensure your own safety. Even if you are to follow the team into the miasma, you should at least be a mid-level beast master. It was evident that Lin Chi intended to urge Chen Fei to train harder, almost directly implying, look how hard Yang Xian is working, and then look at you. Chen Fei awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Understood, Vice Captain. I will definitely strive to improve. The entire morning was rather uneventful. With time to spare, Chen Fei visited the library in Bayou City to borrow several books. Encyclopedia of Poisonous Insects and Beasts. Common Poisonous Insects and Beasts of the Bayou Mountain Range. Compendium of Toxic Combinations. On the possibility of mental toxins mutating into soul toxins. He was reading these texts to prepare for the skill toxic kiss. For instance, one book mentioned the hellish platypus, a beast containing 101 types of toxins within its body, capable of combining them at will to form neurotoxins, elemental toxins, and more. It was truly fascinating. However, not all toxins could be freely combined. Some toxins were antagonistic. Forcing them together could yield detoxifying effects, which would be rather awkward. Once Chen Fei learned about the poisonous beasts inhabiting the Bayou Mountain Range, he could send Gu Yi to consume them, and then relay a portion of the results back to Xiao Gu. Moreover, while slaying, he could also accumulate toxins. Xiao Gu puffed up in indignation. Chen Fei, are you abusing my offspring? They are tougher than cattle. To this, Chen Fei could not refute. Xiao Gu, if someone threatened your life, would you not do everything possible to grow stronger? Xiao Gu did not understand why Chen Fei suddenly shifted the topic, but still earnestly responded. Of course, I would want to grow stronger and take them down. Chen Fei nodded in satisfaction. Well said, Xiao Gu. You have the right mindset. I am currently faced with a crisis involving the Demon King and must rapidly increase my strength, even if it requires questionable means. Xiao Gu was left speechless by this statement. As a novice beast master, which Demon King would even consider targeting you? You don't believe me, do you? Chen Fei asked with a smile. Of course. Xiao Gu responded without hesitation. Chen Fei solemnly declared, then let us wager. In 2 months, the medical team will encounter a significant crisis. In 6 months, a minor beast tide will emerge in the Baihui Mountains. In 1 year, a major beast tide will occur in the same region. If what I say does not come to pass, I shall no longer be harsh with your descendants. However, if my predictions hold true, you should understand the gravity of the situation, correct? Xiao Gu fell silent. If Chen Fei's predictions were accurate and issues arose at those specific times, it would indeed indicate Chen Fei possessed prophetic abilities. Therefore, the threat of the Demon King was likely genuine. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Gu replied, all right, I accept your wager. Chen Fei was confident he would win this bet. The occurrences in Baihui City coincided precisely with his own injury and subsequent retreat for recovery. Chen Fei had already begun preparations, utilizing this opportunity to amass a substantial amount of slaughter value. When Lin Chi had some free time, she occasionally observed the newcomers. She noted that Chen Fei genuinely disliked training, yet he was not without merit. His sense of safety was exceptionally strong. The books, in Lin Chi's view, were indeed necessary to read. She even believed that it was not just Chen Fei who needed to read them, but all team members should. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle. While lost in thought, a patient approached. To her surprise, it was Su Kuei from the previous day. What brings you back? Lin Chi asked, somewhat exasperated. Su Kuei responded with a wry smile. I wish it were not so. But our reconnaissance team was surrounded by a swarm of frost ants as soon as we entered the outskirts of the Baihui Mountains. I cannot fathom who would disturb the lair of the frost ants for no good reason. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei quietly closed the book, feeling a twinge of guilt. If he guessed correctly, it should be the doing of Gu Yi. Frost ants, you say? Come to me for treatment. Chen Fei beckoned them over. Some had their pets bitten, while others were bitten themselves, but with Xiao Gu present, these cold toxins posed no problem. After treatment, Chen Fei produced a small Wandu Gu, which he referred to as Gu-san. Wait, take this with you. Su Kuei and the others halted, gazing at Gu-san in Chen Fei's palm. Is this your pet? Chen Fei nodded, acknowledging it as a descendant of my pet. Carrying it should make ordinary toxins less of an issue for you. Su Kuei's eyes brightened instantly. As reconnaissance soldiers, they ventured into the mountains daily. And even on the outskirts, the likelihood of encountering poisonous insects or beasts was significant. Having such a little companion capable of detoxifying at any moment would greatly enhance their safety. Thank you. I previously criticized your medical team for being ineffective. I was mistaken. Your team is truly remarkable. Su Kuei gave Chen Fei a thumbs up. I have not yet finished speaking. My assistance comes with conditions. Chen Fei's words caused Su Kuei's smile to slowly fade. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What conditions do you have? If we can accommodate them, we will consider it. Su Kuei reluctantly returned Gu-san. Chen Fei waved his hand, urging them not to feel too pressured. Here is a list of poisonous plants and flowers, complete with their characteristics and images. If you encounter these plants during your reconnaissance missions, simply let Gu-san take a bite or two. It won't waste time. Of course, if you can bring them back, that would be even better. Chen Fei held a deep admiration for these reconnaissance soldiers who often traversed the fog. Their survival thus far was indeed a testament to their resilience. Any assistance he could provide would be worthwhile. As expected, upon hearing Chen Fei's request, Su Kuei thought he had misheard. Just like that? Chen Fei was puzzled by their reaction. Yes, what else do you expect? Su Kuei and the reconnaissance soldiers exchanged glances, each seeing relief in the other's eyes. Frankly, your request is hardly a request. For us, it's merely a simple task. Rest assured, we will take care of it. Lin Shi and Yang Xin felt a sense of comfort, at least based on current behavior. Chen Fei's character appeared to be impeccable, even somewhat noble. To them, Gu-san seemed no different from a free antidote offered to Su Kuei. Watching Su Kuei and the others depart, Chen Fei rubbed his chin in contemplation. Thus, Gu-san remains safe with Su Kuei and can accumulate toxins, charting a commendable growth path. What should be the next step? Chapter 10, Sanyi. Half a month later. With the accumulation of slaughter value, Chen Fei had elevated his strength to a junior level 7 Beastmaster, while Xiao Gu remained at level 7. Notably, Chen Fei had not invested slaughter value into Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu's advancement was entirely reliant on the slaughter caused by Gu Yi and the consumption of spiritual power from the Lei Tong Yuan by Gu Air. Were it not for the limitation that a pet's strength could not surpass that of its Beastmaster, Xiao Gu's growth rate might have been even swifter. Current slaughter value balance, 2045. Over the past half-month, both the skill of Venomous Kiss and Corpse Control had reached the novice level. Chen Fei decided to invest the final 2,000 slaughter value into enhancing the proficiency of these two skills. Venomous Kiss, upgraded from novice to proficient. The number of toxins that can be released has increased from 3 to 5, and the lethality of the toxins has significantly improved. Corpse Control, upgraded from novice to proficient. The success rate of controlling beings weaker than oneself reaches 70. For those within 3 tiers above oneself, the success rate is 20. For those exceeding 5 tiers, the success rate is extremely low. The Lei Tong Yuan at level 2, tier 3, might become controllable when Gu Air's strength rises to level 1, tier 9. Additionally, Chen Fei was particularly excited about the bloodthirsty black snake, which Gu Yi had controlled. After days of slaughter, whether in combat or otherwise, it had reached its peak and was poised for a breakthrough. A level 2, tier 1 bloodthirsty black snake could now take on many more victims. Occasionally slaying a few level 2 beasts would yield considerable slaughter value. Xiao Gu released this batch of little Gu. A group of level 5 and 6 Wandu Gu now possessed a certain level of self-defense in the outskirts of the Baiwa Mountains. At that point, whether through parasitism or corpse control, as long as their safety was ensured, it would lead to a continuous influx of slaughter value. Baiwa Mountains. Su Kuei was leading his team swiftly through the outskirts. Captain, there's a Yinming ice fruit ahead that greatly aids ice-type beasts. Su Kuei raised his fist, signaling everyone to halt. Does anyone need it? Everyone shook their heads, indicating no need. Then let us take it back for contribution points. Be cautious. Spiritual plants typically have guardian beasts. As soon as Su Kuei finished speaking, a team member was bitten and instantly collapsed. Captain, it's a level 2. Tier 5 Ghost Ice Centipede. After successfully attacking, the Ghost Ice Centipede burrowed back underground, ready to ambush again. Su Kuei quickly signaled everyone to retreat. The venom of the Ghost Ice Centipede is stronger than that of the Frost Ants. Prioritizing the rescue of Xiao Yu is critical. Summon Sanyi. Gu-san, who had been sleeping, was abruptly pulled from the specialized pet box. Sanyi, please assist and save Xiao Yu. At that moment, Gu-san had become the indispensable healer for Team 21, having saved them countless times, and was respectfully referred to as Sanyi. Gu-san leaped forward and bit down on the palm of Xiao Yu's hand, immediately commencing the process of eradicating the toxin. Within 2 minutes, the poison was almost entirely expelled. Both Su Kuei and the other members expressed their astonishment, exclaiming how remarkable Gu-san was to be able to neutralize even the toxin from a level 2 beast. They mused that traversing the outskirts of Baiwa Mountain would now be a walk in the park. One could not help but feel that Gu-san's abilities exceeded mere proficiency. Was it conceivable that a level 1 beast possessed mastery-level skills? Such a notion was unprecedented. Since Gu-san showed no fear of the ghostly ice centipede's toxin, the acquisition of the Yuming Bingwa seemed inevitable. That day, Team 21 returned with bountiful rewards, their backpacks overflowing, which left the other teams both incredulous and envious. Wang Ji, the captain of Team 25, who had a good rapport with Su Kuei, approached. Old Su, has your team struck it rich lately? You always seem to return fully loaded. And weren't you frequenting the medical room just a few days ago? It's been over half a month and not a scratch on you. Su Kuei and his team chuckled, acknowledging their good fortune. He beckoned Wang Ji closer and said, Old Wang, this is just between us. There's a little genius who recently joined the 49th medical room. His beast can counter all ordinary toxins. Wang Ji glanced at Su Kuei's team. Noting their expressions confirmed the truth in Su Kuei's words. All right, I'll check it out. But what exactly is this beast? Oh, it's this. Su Kuei revealed Goose and nestled in his palm. Wang Ji squinted. Isn't that just a level 1/6 tier Wandu Gu? How formidable can it be? He sensed Su Kuei might be exaggerating. Noticing Wang Ji's skeptical expression, Su Kuei was unsurprised. He had initially shared the same doubts. Old Wang, it's only because we have a good relationship that I'm telling you this. Don't underestimate Gu-san. It can neutralize even the poison from a level 2 5-tier ghostly ice centipede. Can you believe it? Really? Wang Ji was taken aback. Su Kuei countered. Do I have any reason to deceive you? All right then, I'll make some time to visit right away. Wang Ji, an action-oriented person, promptly headed to the 49th medical room. Hello, may I ask who therapist Chen Fei is? Yang Xin, the receptionist, paused for a moment before pointing to Chen Fei, who was buried in a pile of books. Hello, Chen Fei. I'm Wang Ji, captain of Team 25. I'm here to request a Wandu Gu. Chen Fei closed his book and looked at Wang Ji in confusion. What is this Wandu Gu? Wang Ji gestured, just a tiny Wandu Gu. Chen Fei then comprehended. Oh, you mean Gu-san? Yes. Su Kuei must have sent you. Wang Ji nodded affirmatively, leaning back in his chair. Chen Fei rubbed his chin and mused, lending one out isn't a big issue, but what isn't it for me? With Su Kuei's assistance, Gu-san had already cleared the surrounding poisonous plants, making redundant efforts unnecessary. After some contemplation, Chen Fei rose and stated, Captain Wang, I can lend you a small Wandu Gu, but Wang Ji anticipated a condition. Go on. Chen Fei, no longer holding back, continued. You know that once I lend out a small Wandu Gu, I can't feed it any spiritual fruits to enhance its strength. My request is simple. While you nourish your own beast, please leave a bite or two for it as well, within your means. Alternatively, if you happen to slay any beasts, it would be great if it could absorb some of the spiritual energy from their remains. Chen Fei's aim was straightforward, to absorb spiritual energy through a safer, more stable method rather than through slaughter. Upon hearing Chen Fei's request, Wang Ji felt no discomfort. Rather, it seemed entirely reasonable to him. Taking someone's beast without providing sustenance was simply unacceptable. He thumped his chest, assuring Chen Fei, rest assured. As long as I have enough to share, I will definitely leave some for it. With Wang Ji's promise, Chen Fei agreed to lend out a small Wandu Gu and then returned to his books. As he approached the rank of Intermediate Beastmaster, it was time to contemplate a second beast companion. Chapter 11, An Unconventional Path to Fame. Since the strategy was to pursue an extreme offensive approach, the second beast must compensate for the shortcomings of Xiao Gu. If its skills and attributes overlapped with those of Xiao Gu, it would lack significance. For assassin-type beasts, commonly encountered skills include concealment. Like a ghost, the beast can stealthily approach its enemy for a decisive strike. With increased proficiency, it might even attain invisibility. Shadow manipulation, controlling shadows to execute stealthy assassinations, eerily silent and bizarre. Illusion, before closing in on the enemy, it can use illusions to confuse them, immobilizing them for a brief moment to strike, which is also a viable tactic. As for rarer skills, they are even more peculiar, attacking directly from the soul, cursing from afar, or freezing time. The more tyrannical the skill, the higher the qualifications of the beast required to learn it. For instance, expecting a beast without time attributes to master time freezing would be utterly impossible. Conversely, beasts with time attributes are at least level or above. After all, time reigns supreme. Space holds dominion, and fate remains unyielding, while causality reigns supreme. However, beasts are diverse and finding one that suits one's needs and resonates is no easy feat. Taking it one step at a time. As midnight approached, Chen Fei felt some discomfort in his waist and back and decided to retire to his room for rest. Lying in bed, he instinctively summoned the Slaughter Codex. Current slaughter value balance, 10-25. This revelation jolted Chen Fei upright. If memory served, he had used his slaughter value down to merely 45 points. Yet, after just one day, his slaughter value had surged by 980, a rather terrifying rate. Investigating the source of this slaughter value, he found that Gu contributed over 400 points, while the recently dispatched small Wandu Gus accounted for less than 200 points. The remaining 300 points astonishingly came from the Leitong Yuan. Did Gu finally succeed in controlling the corpse after numerous attempts? Xiao Gu, share your vision. Upon sharing vision, the perspective shifted to that of the Leitong Yuan, confirming Gu success in controlling the corpse. The Leitong Yuan was currently engaged with a level 2 1-tier bloodthorn snake, brutally tearing it in half. That was exceedingly savage. Shortly thereafter, a level 1 9-tier black sticky worm leaped from the bloodthorn snake's carcass, and without a moment's hesitation, the Leitong Yuan unleashed a thunderous assault, obliterating it. The Lei-type beast was indeed highly effective against the black sticky worm. Killed a level 2 1-tier bloodthorn snake. Slaughter value, 20. Killed a level 1 black sticky worm. Slaughter value, 5. Another 25 points of slaughter value accrued. The Leitong Yuan was remarkable. Without further thought, Chen Fei extracted 1,000 points of slaughter value to enhance his own strength. As a novice 8-tier beastmaster, he needed only 11,000 points to reach the intermediate level. Tonight, he could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Old Wang, where did you get this Wandu Gu? It's incredibly effective. Team 60 encountered a misfortune while on a mission, becoming surrounded. In the midst of the fog, the most terrifying threats were sometimes not the venomous creatures, but rather the plants themselves. Team 60 confronted a plant known as the Jiuhuanhua. Originally, this plant would release hallucinogenic toxins to protect itself from nearby beings. However, after the fog invasion, the Jiuhuanhua had transformed. The mist it exhaled not only possessed hallucinogenic properties, but also exhibited corrosive effects. One unfortunate soldier fell victim to it, tragically transforming into a pool of blood. The members of the 60th Reconnaissance Team no longer dared to approach, yet they found themselves unable to escape, remaining stranded in place for an entire day. Fortunately, they encountered the patrolling Wang Ji. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Ji immediately summoned Siyi. Chen Fei had named it Gu Si, yet Wang Ji, like Su Kuei, referred to it as Yi. The hallucinogenic effects were classified as neurotoxic, while the corrosive effects fell under the category of dermal toxins, both within the realm of the Wandu Gu's devouring capabilities. Not only were these toxins thoroughly absorbed by Gu Si, but even the Jiuhuanhua encircling the 60th Reconnaissance Team had been completely consumed. How could Yi Kaixiong, the captain of the 60th Team, remain uninterested? He began to inquire about the Wandu Gu from Wang Ji. Realizing that Siyi had already been exposed, Wang Ji felt it futile to conceal its origins any longer and divulged its background. Thus, in the ensuing days, a rather alarming event transpired. The threshold of the 49th treatment room was trampled into ruin. Hello, I am searching for Brother Chen Fei. Hello, I seek therapist Chen Fei. Who might that be? Greetings, we from the 12th Reconnaissance Team wish to invite Brother Chen Fei to dinner. Yang Xin observed the incessant influx of individuals rushing towards the medical room, feeling a sense of unease. However, upon clarifying the situation, he discovered that they were not there for medical treatment, but rather to seek out Chen Fei. This left him perplexed. Had Chen Fei not remained in the medical room all this time? How could he possibly know so many people? Lin Shi, standing nearby, regarded the situation with a scrutinizing gaze. Did he possess some special status? Or perhaps his parents were remarkable figures whose identities had been revealed, prompting so many to seek his acquaintance? Since Zhou Yin took over the medical room, he had never witnessed such a crowd. He too wore an expression of uncertainty. Could his parents truly be significant figures? Perhaps it was possible. Lin Shi and Yang Xin were not entirely convinced either. Wait, I just recalled something. Lin Shi clapped his left hand into his right fist, a look of sudden realization washing over his face. Do you remember when Chen Fei once produced a small Wandu Gu? Ever since, the Su Kuei team has ceased their visits. Yet numerous other reconnaissance teams have continued to arrive. Yang Xin, prompted by this recollection, immediately understood. Are you suggesting that the small Wandu Gu's effect was substantial enough to draw these reconnaissance teams seeking it? It must be so. Lin Shi believed his speculation was quite close to the truth. Zhou Yin, having heard the entire story, found it somewhat incredible. A first-level Wandu Gu could garner such admiration from so many? Chen Fei's method of gaining fame was rather unconventional. Indeed, Lin Shi and Yang Xin exchanged astonished glances. Wait, Captain, look at the fluctuation of spiritual energy around Chen Fei. It appears to be. What is it? Zhou Yin inquired, curious. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Chen Fei's spiritual energy had astonishingly reached the initial level of the 9th tier. Since Chen Fei's arrival, it had only been a mere 25 days. In less than a month, he had ascended a remarkable 7 tiers. Such speed was indeed alarming. Zhou Yin remarked, "Lin Qi, you were right. This fellow is truly a prodigy." The fastest record of strength enhancement on the Yuling continent was that of a Beastmaster who ascended from initial level 1 to intermediate level in just 22 days. Although Chen Fei could not quite match that, his rate of improvement remained extraordinarily formidable, far exceeding that of the average individual. Many others took 4 to 5 months, or even more than a year, to reach intermediate Beastmaster status. Even those who relied on resources for advancement required over 2 months. In light of this comparison, Chen Fei's rate of improvement was indeed impressive. The most difficult to accept was Yang Xian. Wasn't this guy supposed to be sleeping every time he returned home? What did his own diligent efforts amount to? Could it be that effort truly cannot surpass innate talent? Chapter 12, Minister of the Reconnaissance Department. Once Xiao Gu's strength reached the 9th tier, Chen Fei began to alter his combat strategies. The level 7 black sticky worms no longer sufficed for Gu Yi's needs. They were too weak. However, he could not allow them to go to waste, so he instructed Gu Yi to return to the city for a while. "Captain Zhou, I have an urgent matter to address." In the nearly month since his arrival, Chen Fei had not made any requests to Zhou Yin. Yet the 49th team had gained significant notoriety due to Chen Fei's presence. Now that he had finally spoken up, Zhou Yin was eager to hear what he had to say. "Captain Zhou, my beast pet has parasitized a living black sticky worm. I wish to provide it for military research, but I am uncertain if there is an appropriate containment vessel available." Zhou Yin was taken aback by Chen Fei's words. "You captured a black sticky worm alive?" Chen Fei nodded affirmatively. Zhou Yin was incredulous. He habitually pinched his brow. As far as he knew, black sticky worms possessed tenacious life forces and an indomitable nature. Upon encountering humans, they became bloodthirsty. Furthermore, they did not bleed and exhibited extreme resistance to toxins, rendering even anesthetic skills of magical beasts ineffective. Of course, there were counteractive attributes such as sleep, hallucination, spirit, and crystal types that could barely manage to contain them. The fact that Chen Fei, a mere beginner beastmaster, had managed to capture one alive was the most astonishing aspect for Zhou Yin. With that in mind, Zhou Yin patted Chen Fei's shoulder, saying, "Well done. However, the black sticky worm has been captured before, so the contribution value you receive will not be as high as previously. Prepare yourself for that. As for the containment vessel, I will request one from the minister. Such items are still available." A faint smile appeared on Chen Fei's lips. "Thank you, Captain. The contribution value is of little concern. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat." Indeed, Zhou Yin chuckled heartily before heading off to find Minister Chen Jingjing. "Knock, knock. Come in." Zhou Yin opened the door only to find another individual in the room alongside Chen Jingjing. This person was tall and had a full beard, resembling a multitude of silver needles in various orientations, appearing rather stern. However, Zhou Yin knew that he was quite amiable. He was none other than the Minister of the Reconnaissance Department, Xie Sun. Minister Cheng, Minister Xie. Chen Jingjing and Xie Sun paused their conversation to glance at Zhou Yin. "What brings you here?" Zhou Yin straightforwardly articulated his purpose. Chen Jingjing rhythmically tapped her fingers on the tabletop. "So, it is this Chen Fei again. A beginner beastmaster can cause such a stir?" She had been here for 3 to 4 years and had never summoned the Minister of the Reconnaissance Department for a beginner beastmaster before. Moreover, she had never heard of a beginner beastmaster successfully capturing a black sticky worm. "Very well, Zhou Yin, you may apply for a crystal box in my name. Constructed from the minerals of a 4th-tier magical beast, a first-level black sticky worm will certainly not be able to break free. Also, have that Chen Fei come here as well." "Understood, Minister." Zhou Yin saluted before stepping out. Once he had left, Xie Sun spoke up again. "Old Cheng, it seems your medical department has truly stumbled upon a treasure." Chen Jingjing's expression darkened. "You're the old one. Your entire family is old. I have yet to marry. So how could I be considered old?" Xie Sun replied, "Listen to what you just said. Isn't that contradictory? As for Chen Fei's talent, it remains to be seen." Before long, Chen Fei entered the room. Chen Jingjing's attention was solely focused on Chen Fei's cultivation. With her master-level prowess, discerning Chen Fei's strength was relatively easy. However, upon examination, she was genuinely taken aback. At that moment, Chen Fei had already reached the initial 9th tier, and he appeared remarkably robust. It seemed that his breakthrough to intermediate beastmaster status was just days away. When he first arrived, Chen Jingjing distinctly remembered him being at the initial 2nd tier, calculating that this little fellow's talent might even surpass her own. Chen Jingjing spent 2 months to become an intermediate beastmaster, and her family already hailed her as a prodigy. Hence, Chen Fei must surely be a paragon among geniuses. After a considerable pause, Chen Jingjing managed to suppress her astonishment and spoke. Chen Fei. This is Minister Xie Sun from the Reconnaissance Department. He has matters to discuss with you. Greetings, Minister Xie. Chen Fei recognized the man, who shared a close relationship with his parents and possessed formidable strength, having once reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Unfortunately, he had also perished at the hands of the ninth evil king. Xie Sun smiled heartily. I am a straightforward person, so I will speak plainly. To my knowledge, out of my 120 reconnaissance teams, 23 are already equipped with your Venom Gu. It seems your Venom Gu indeed possesses some remarkable abilities. Otherwise, they would not prioritize it so highly. May I and Minister Chung have the opportunity to witness it? Uncertain of their intentions, Chen Fei knew he could not expose Xiao Gu entirely under their watchful eyes. Seeing Chen Fei hesitate, Xie Sun continued, rest assured, we are not here to pry into the details of your beasts. We merely wish to observe its detoxification capabilities. If it proves suitable, I would like each reconnaissance team to be equipped with a Venom Gu. In that moment, Chen Fei comprehended Xie Sun's purpose. The next instant, he summoned Gui. In this context, Gui would suffice. With the enhancement of his powers, Gui's physique had visibly grown stronger. Xie Sun and Cheng Jingjing could distinctly sense a subtle, yet ominous aura emanating from him, likely due to a recent history of bloodshed. Xie Sun signaled for the entrance of two poisonous beasts. The first was a level 2, stage 7 red lotus flame butterfly, a common beast found in the central region of the Baiyue mountain range. The second was a level 3, stage 1 ghost-faced poison spider, located at the boundary between the central region and the inner perimeter of the same range. After the introductions, Xie Sun turned to Chen Fei. If your Venom Gu can neutralize the toxins from these two creatures, it would be an invaluable asset for our reconnaissance division. Feigning hesitation, Chen Fei finally spoke. Let us give it a try. I too wish to discover the limits of Xiao Gu. Excellent. Xie Sun's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as he hoped Chen Fei would not back down. Under the control of other soldiers, the red lotus flame butterfly flapped its wings, releasing fine particles resembling pollen. These particles contained the butterfly's venom, which, if inhaled by either beasts or humans, would induce an intense burning sensation in the internal organs, leading to dehydration and death if not treated promptly. It was classified as a level 2 toxin. Gui began to devour the flame toxin, albeit at a slow pace. Feigning difficulty, Chen Fei was still unaware of Gui's true limits, but he understood that this level 2 elemental toxin posed little challenge for Gui, who excelled in devouring. Nevertheless, Chen Fei felt it prudent to have Gui pretend to struggle, as an overly effortless display might seem exaggerated. After a full 10 minutes, Gui finally consumed the minuscule amount of flame toxin. Frankly, this efficiency was not fast and aligned with what Xie Sun and Cheng Jingjing had expected. After all, this was a level 1 beast. How strong could it really be? Shall we try the toxin from the level 3 ghost-faced poison spider? Chen Fei quickly waved his hands and replied with a wry smile. No thanks, Minister Xie. Just now, Xiao Gu informed me that the red lotus flame butterfly was already its limit. It would be best to avoid the toxin from a level 3 beast, as that crosses two major tiers. Upon hearing this, both Xie Sun and Cheng Jingjing finally grasped the implications. Indeed, if the Venom Gu could neutralize toxins from level 3 beasts, it could only be described as terrifying. Chapter 13, Performing in the Hall of the King of Hell. Even if the toxin from the level 3 beast could not be neutralized, it still brought great joy to Xie Sun. Remarkable. This Venom Gu can already neutralize level 2 beast toxins at level 1. Once it reaches level 2, will it be capable of neutralizing level 3 toxins? This way, my soldiers can venture deeper into the central region without constantly circling the periphery. Some reconnaissance teams could also penetrate the central region, provided they had a poison healer. However, those healers also needed to cultivate, making it impractical for them to accompany the teams every day. Now, Chen Fei's beast had opened up new possibilities for Xie Sun. Chen Fei, your Venom Gu should possess the ability to split or reproduce, right? I would like to reserve a batch. When it levels up to level 2, remember to equip a Venom Gu for my team. Before Chen Fei could respond, Cheng Jingjing interjected forcefully. Minister Xie, this is rather excessive. You want my people to work for you without offering anything in return? It turned out Cheng Jingjing was advocating for Chen Fei's interests. While Chen Fei found it awkward to voice such demands, she was not one to coddle Xie Sun. Xie Sun raised his hand to signal for Cheng Jingjing to calm down. How could I not come prepared? However, I still need to see what supplies Chen Fei requires. Such a favorable proposition was one Chen Fei could hardly refuse. I wish to accumulate contribution points to exchange for martial arts. Gui's growth had provided sufficient kill points for now, and martial arts represented an important avenue for Chen Fei to enhance and protect himself, thus taking precedence. Xie Sun and Cheng Jingjing exchanged surprised glances, not expecting this young lad to aspire to cultivate both beast mastery and martial arts. Many attempted this path, Yet most ended up achieving little. Cheng Jingjing, concerned for his future, gently cautioned, Chen Fei, a person's energy is finite. If you pursue too many things, the road ahead will become arduous. As his own soldier and a talent of extraordinary potential, Cheng Jingjing did not wish for him to stray from his path. Chen Fei recognized her good intentions but remained resolute in his plans. I understand, Minister, but I still wish to give it a try. Cheng Jingjing opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. Forget it. After all, he is Chen Qingyun's son. It is none of my business. Since Chen Fei had a request, Xie was more than willing to accommodate. I have two proposals. One is to rent a level 2 Venom Gu, calculated at 5 contribution points per month. If the insect's strength increases, so will the contribution points. The second option, aside from the above, is that I can use my personal authority to allow you to directly select a level 2 martial art. Keep in mind that a level 2 martial art requires at least 1,000 contribution points. The only condition is that you must transfer to the reconnaissance department. Given that Chen Fei's Venom Gu could neutralize level 2 toxins, it was highly likely it could also defeat level 2 beasts. What officer would not wish to cultivate such a formidable talent? Cheng Jingjing's expression darkened considerably, even carrying an air of menace, as if ready to pounce. You, Xie, are stealing my soldiers right in front of me. You are the best at putting on a show in the hall of the King of Hell. Xie awkwardly rubbed his nose, acknowledging the impropriety of the situation. However, should Chen Fei join the reconnaissance department, the convenience of having the Venom Gu cooperate would be undeniable. One could not restrict his freedom. He had to choose. Cheng Jingjing exploded. Choose what? My soldiers are of no concern to your reconnaissance department. If you say one more word, I will throw you out. Now, old Cheng, can we discuss this reasonably? The two began to bicker, leaving Chen Fei in a state of bewilderment. Especially Cheng Jingjing, who appeared gentle on the surface. When angered, even the fiercest of men would feel intimidated. Chen Fei longed to interject, realizing that his kill points had unexpectedly risen to 10,000. He was eager to allocate them. Both Cheng Jingjing and Xie looked at him, curious to hear his response. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei expressed, I am grateful for Minister Xie's interest in me, but I prefer the healing department, so I will choose the first proposal. While the reconnaissance department was indeed a desirable place to frequently enter and exit the Baiwen mountain range for easy acquisition of kill points, the numerous regulations, fixed reconnaissance areas, and set times for deployment and return proved too confining for Chen Fei's ambitions. Chen Fei, even if he truly wishes to venture into the Baiwen mountains later, does not want to be constrained by such regulations. Cheng Jingjing's expression brightened significantly, finally feeling her efforts to persuade him were not in vain. Xie could only lament the unfortunate turn of events. Given this, he decided to proceed with the first plan. Shortly thereafter, Xie took his leave, leaving only Cheng Jingjing and Chen Fei together. Chen Fei, are you certain you wish to concurrently pursue martial arts? Cheng Jingjing inquired once more in a serious tone, hoping that Chen Fei would reconsider with caution. Chen Fei did not hesitate and decisively replied, I want to study it for self-defense. Cheng Jingjing fell silent, habitually tapping the table as she pondered the situation. After a while, she spoke. Since Xie has utilized a second-level martial art to recruit you, I shall not be too stingy. Thus, with my personal authorization, you may select a second-level martial art. Should you find that martial arts hinder your progress, I hope you can cut your losses promptly. Chen Fei was overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, Minister. Such an unexpected benefit was certainly not to be dismissed. Soon after, Chen Fei entered the martial arts repository, beginning to search for a suitable martial art. Explosive Flame Finger, a second-level fire attribute technique, with mastery raised to perfection, can pierce through a level 4 demon beast with a single finger, and even contend with a demon king. Note, only those possessing fire attributes may learn this. Thunder Battle Armor, a second-level thunder attribute technique, when fully mastered, grants a complete thunder armor that even ordinary demon kings cannot breach. Note, requires thunder attributes to learn. A cursory glance revealed significant restrictions on the martial arts. Few humans possess thunder attributes, making thunder battle armor rarely studied. Moreover, even if one were to study it, they would need to reach perfection to contend with a demon king. This is exceedingly challenging. Some individuals devote their entire lives and still cannot cultivate it to perfection. Furthermore, for Chen Fei, these martial arts all bore a string of limitations. Non-assassin type techniques, properties not possessed by contract holders, cannot use killing value enhancements. It was already troublesome that his beast companions required assassin type abilities. He himself also needed to learn assassin type techniques. Sometimes it was quite vexing. Helpless, Chen Fei could only diligently search for assassin type techniques. Shadow Step, a second-level assassin type martial art, allows one to traverse shadows, approaching adversaries with incredible speed for a lethal strike. Illusory Sound Technique, capable of emitting mesmerizing sound waves that momentarily ensnare foes in illusions, followed by ambush. Mist concealment technique. Utilizing the moisture between heaven and earth to coalesce into mist, obscuring one's form and presence. Hidden essence technique. Through this cultivation, one can conceal their own realm and strength, leading adversaries to misjudge them. Those who achieve minor mastery can hide their own and their beast companion's auras, sense, and killing intent. At major mastery, one can even obscure their own and their beast companion's physical forms. These four were the second-level assassin-type techniques that Chen Fei found appealing and did not overlap with Xiao Gu's abilities. The first one relied on shadows, presenting significant limitations and drawbacks, and was quickly discarded without much consideration. Future endeavors would necessitate entering the peculiar mist before learning mist concealment technique. Thus, it was deemed unnecessary. What troubled Chen Fei were the second and fourth techniques. Chapter 14, Intermediate Beastmaster. Illusory sound technique predominantly focuses on illusion techniques, which are applicable in various situations, making it a commendable choice. Hidden essence technique is also commendable, whether concealing one's realm or hiding killing intent and form. It is exceptionally suited for a competent assassin. Compared to illusory sound technique, the entry point for hidden essence technique is simpler, although advancing further proves challenging. Others may reach minor mastery and find themselves unable to progress. But Chen Fei does not face such limitations. Moreover, attaining the ability to conceal one's form, despite numerous restrictions, equates to invisibility. Who could resist the allure of invisibility? Thus, he chose it. After selecting hidden essence technique, Chen Fei casually spent 200 contribution points to exchange for a most ordinary spatial ring. Compared to the holy relic, it was virtually worthless, with a mere 10 cubic meters of space, and it cannot accommodate living beings. Nonetheless, it was necessary to maintain appearances, otherwise, it would be unreasonable for so many items to materialize out of thin air. He swiftly returned to his dormitory. Current killing value balance, 10,200. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fei directly extracted 10,000 killing value for his own use. The instant the red light enveloped his body, he felt his vision sharpen, as if his sight extended further. Chen Fei, Realm Upgrade, from Junior Level 9 Beastmaster to Intermediate Level 1 Beastmaster. Comparative advantages. 1. A new Beast Companion slot unlocked. 2. Significant enhancement in body resistance, speed, strength, etc. Note: Intermediate Beastmasters require 5,000 killing value for each level upgrade. Upgrading from Intermediate Level 9 Beastmaster to Advanced Level 1 Beastmaster requires 50,000 killing value. Chen Fei clenched his fist, feeling a substantial increase in strength compared to before. However, he is not a body cultivator. With his current physical strength, he can only engage in direct combat with level 5 demon beasts or lower. At the same level, demon beasts could easily overpower Chen Fei. For the second beast companion slot, Chen Fei needed to select wisely, preferring those with higher qualifications to avoid wasting killing value on upgrades. However, the immediate priority was to elevate Xiao Gu to a second-level beast. Releasing Gui back into the city, he sought out Gu Air. Gu Air, controlling the Thunder Eye Monkey, had now reached level 2 stage 5, coupled with formidable thunder skills, making it a dominant force in the periphery. It possessed the strength to assist Gu Yi in finding a more suitable parasitic host. Chen Fei desired this host not to be overly large, but sufficiently strong, allowing for easy transport and serving as a reliable bodyguard when necessary. Eureka! A level 2 stage 7 Baiguang Mantis. By night, its abdomen emits a ghostly green glow, forming a ghastly visage to intimidate foes. In reality, the Baiguang Mantis is a rare light attribute wielder in the Baihui Mountains. It can employ light for offense, defense, and even healing, making it exceptionally versatile. However, this versatility implies it lacks a particularly outstanding trait. Thus, its qualifications are slightly inferior to those of the Thunder Eye Monkey. Before the Thunder Eye Monkey could approach, a bolt of thunder struck from afar, nearly incinerating the Baiguang Mantis. However, the Baiguang Mantis reacted swiftly, healing itself and deploying multiple layers of defensive light shields. Upon witnessing the imposing form of the Thunder Eye Monkey, the Baiguang Mantis did not cower, launching a light blade in retaliation. The Thunder Eye Monkey's tough flesh bore a wound from the slash. Roar! The Thunder Eye Monkey was incensed, pounding its chest in displeasure. Then commenced a relentless barrage. Wherever the two beasts roamed, countless weaker demon beasts suffered. Killed level 1 stage 5 rock armored scorpion, killing value 5. Killed level 1 stage 6 thorn spider, killing value 5. This works. Observing the continuously rising killing value, Chen Fei was filled with emotion. Had the Baiguang Mantis not been 2 levels higher than the Thunder Eye Monkey, it would likely have already succumbed to the latter. Now, with comparable combat strength, The outcome depended solely on endurance, until one side could no longer withstand the pressure. But let us not forget that, aside from the Thunder Eye Monkey, Gu was also lurking nearby. Just as the light shield of the Baiguang mantis shattered, revealing its bodily wounds, Gu seized the opportunity to expel a stream of venom. This venom is no ordinary substance. Following Chen Fei's research, it has integrated the hallucinogenic qualities of the dream grass, the paralyzing toxin of the phantom moon worm, along with various other toxins, forming a unique neurotoxin. Although it is merely a level 2 toxin with limited potency, it can paralyze the body while inducing certain illusions, effectively controlling the opponent for a period. The drawback is that it must come into contact with a wound or be ingested through the mouth. This poison bears a striking resemblance to the toxins found in certain mushrooms, which led Chen Fei to dub it Mushroom Number 1. The Baiguang mantis was entirely oblivious to the presence of Gu and inadvertently fell into its trap. The moment its body became paralyzed, it understood its impending doom. As expected, the Leitong monkey leapt forward and delivered a powerful blow, rendering the Baiguang mantis unconscious. Gu seized this opportunity to implant itself, relentlessly employing its corpse-controlling abilities. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between the two parties was insurmountable, even after exhausting its spiritual energy. Gu failed to seize control of the corpse. Chen Fei remained unperturbed. After all, being parasitized within the Baiguang mantis allowed for a greater siphoning of spiritual energy than from the Leitong monkey. Thus, Chen Fei repeated this strategy, instructing the Leitong monkey to seek out stronger demonic beasts and Hang Yin worms. Whether through parasitism or corpse control, the efficiency of power enhancement was maximized. Eventually, a significant portion of the second-level beasts patrolling Su Kuei's team's reconnaissance area had been either parasitized or controlled. It was at this moment that Xiao Gu truly recognized the terrifying capabilities of Chen Fei. Based on your strategy, I believe that in due time, you could even initiate a minor beast tide. Upon hearing Xiao Gu's words, a twinkle of starlight flickered in Chen Fei's eyes, followed by an enigmatic smile. Do you not find this rather amusing? If someone wishes to confront me, I shall unleash an army of demonic beasts upon them and witness their panic. Unashamed, insidious, Xiao Gu sighed in admiration, yet such a master was indeed to his taste. Why engage in one-on-one combat when one could orchestrate a group assault? Chen Fei's strategy completely compensated for the Wandu-Gu's shortcomings in solitary combat. Furthermore, the Wandu-Gu clan had always embraced a shameless approach. Why cultivate oneself when one could simply parasitize? In that moment, the Wandu-Gu began to understand Chen Fei better. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Fei smiled in acceptance of Xiao Gu's disdain. In his past life, such remarks would have incensed him, but now, he perceived them as praise. What was wrong with being insidious? What was wrong with being shameless? If it enabled him to rapidly enhance his power, he would resort to even more despicable methods. Seizing the opportunity for the Wandu-Gu to reassess its opinion of him, Chen Fei continued to engage in profound discussions, fostering mutual understanding. As night fell, Chen Fei began to delve into the Yin Yuan Ju. In his previous life, he had practiced a defensive martial art and understood that cultivating martial skills required first channeling spiritual energy into the dantian, subsequently circulating it throughout the limbs and body. Some specific techniques even necessitated unlocking the body's acupoints, rendering the process exceedingly complex. Lacking significant martial talent, he had failed to achieve even a proficient level of skill. Now, with the Slaughter Codex, the process had been simplified. Entry-level mastery sufficed, with the remainder left to the accumulation of slaughter points. This allowed him more time to nurture Xiao Gu. Just as Chen Fei meticulously deciphered the Yin Yuan Ju, a phone call interrupted him. Chapter 15, Urgent Return. The culprit is identified. Xiao Fei, we have found a lead on the matter you asked us to investigate. It was Chen Qingyun on the other end of the line. Chen Fei immediately straightened his posture. The inquiries he had tasked Chen Qingyun with were merely three: the origins of the Wandu-Gu, the channels for acquiring floating life, dream, and finally, the location of the first betrayal of humanity in his previous life, an upscale establishment known as Ting Yu Wu. Although uncertain of the connection between Ting Yu Wu and the Jiang Yi incident, Chen Fei deemed it prudent to consider them together, even if they were unrelated. Preemptively investigating Ting Yu Wu would not be amiss. Father, what have you discovered? Chen Fei's tone was tinged with seriousness. Chen Qingyun relayed the limited findings. Xiao Fei, we have not uncovered much. After all, floating life, dream was banned over a decade ago and cannot circulate in the market. The only potential source left is the black market. My operatives have indeed encountered a peculiar entity in the black market who calls himself the Sower, and he seems to possess a variety of contraband. Sower? Chen Fei inquired, puzzled. He had not heard of this individual in his previous life. However, it was understandable, as he had been in the military since his injury and had lost track of such matters. Furthermore, Chen Qingyun added, the Tingyu Wu is quite intricate. It hosts numerous dignitaries and even some military personnel as members. The individuals behind such an exclusive establishment are certainly not to be trifled with. I intended to withdraw my people, but I unexpectedly discovered that the sower disguised himself and entered Tingyu Wu through the back door. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss. Chen Fei exhaled heavily. Indeed, it ultimately tied back to Tingyu Wu. If he intended to immerse himself in the murky waters and become a traitor, what would be the primary course of action? Certainly, it would be to sow destruction, stifle genius, and create chaos. Following this line of reasoning, the assassination of Jiang Yi became an inevitability. Meanwhile, he, Chen Fei, was merely the most unfortunate and inconspicuous victim in this scheme. A subtle, cold smile crept onto Chen Fei's lips as he pondered. Let me guess. Did a teacher of mine ever visit this Tingyu Wu? Indeed. Chen Qingyun confirmed from the other end of the line. Chen Fei's gaze sharpened. Was it Song Gong or Shuelei? Neither. This revelation left Chen Fei's expression stiff. Had he misjudged? If not those two, then who? Those who could coax Jiang Yi into drinking floating life, dream without suspicion were few. What vital information had he overlooked? Chen Fei's brows knitted tightly, his face betraying an indescribable sense of frustration and repression. Sensing Chen Fei's distress, Chen Qingyun reassured him. Xiao Fei, rest assured, this sower has been under our surveillance, and he will eventually reveal his true colors. Besides sharing this information, I have good news for you. Jiang Nen is not only a king-level beast master, but also the president of the Chongqing Chamber of Commerce. By aiding Jiang Yi in escaping a crisis, you have done a favor for the Jiang family. Therefore, he has agreed to let you choose a beast pet egg from the Chongqing Chamber of Commerce at your leisure. A beast pet egg? Such a fortunate development? Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's countenance brightened considerably. Since his second beast pet slot had been unlocked, it would be worthwhile to take a look. Even if it did not meet his requirements, it would make a splendid gift for his parents. If all else failed, selling it for some spiritual stones would also be beneficial. In the spirit beast continent, the circulating currency was spiritual stones. After all, whether one was a beast master, a demonic beast, or a martial artist, all required spiritual energy drawn from spiritual stones. Spiritual stones were classified into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, along with premium spiritual stones. A middle-grade spiritual stone could be exchanged for 10 lower-grade stones, and so forth. A beast pet of the first grade could fetch 100,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, while a beast pet of the upper grade could command 1,000,000 middle-grade stones. As for beasts of premium grade, they typically traded in upper or premium spiritual stones, often being scarce and highly valued. Now that the Jiang family was offering a premium beast pet egg, only a fool would refuse. I understand, father. I will return in a few days. All right, stay safe. After hanging up, Chen Fei pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. When circumstances veered off the anticipated path, it always caught one off guard. Alas, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. He needed to focus on enhancing his strength, for only this would allow him to adapt to any changes. After assigning a task to Xiao Gu, Chen Fei resumed his study of the Yin Yuan Ju. September 16th. The train has arrived at its destination. Please exercise caution while transferring. As the doors opened, Chen Fei stepped into the carriage and found his seat. Half a month had passed since Chen Qingyun's phone call, and now he was prepared for his journey home. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this carriage was predominantly filled with students. My fellow classmates, as we embark on this inter-school exchange competition, our primary adversary remains Tianqing Shuyuan. Let us first assimilate the information regarding our opponents. Among this year's freshmen, there are indeed a few formidable talents. Shangguan Shihua, an intermediate 3rd-level beast master, possesses 2 formidable beast companions, making her a challenging opponent in both offense and defense. Chu Lai, also an intermediate 3rd-level beast master, commands 2 beast companions as well, one of which is a lightning attribute monster with devastating power. The top first-year student, Su Kan, is an intermediate 5th-level beast master, and thus far, he has triumphed over all his peers using only one of his beast companions. No one is privy to the identity of his second beast, but it is confirmed that his primary companion is a Class A Eagle-Tiger beast. The Eagle-Tiger beast possesses the physique and head of a tiger, yet wields the sharp claws and wings of an eagle, amalgamating elemental prowess, flight, and sound waves into one. Its aerial supremacy renders it particularly troublesome. The instructor further elaborated, stating that while most individuals awaken their powers at the age of 18, there are exceptions. Su can awaken 2 months prior to his 18th birthday. Early awakening provides beast masters with an advantage, as their training duration surpasses that of others. It is plausible that the Eagle-Tiger beast is merely his secondary companion, not his primary. Thus, during the exchange competition, one must refrain from engaging in direct confrontation with him. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei lost interest in continuing the conversation. He had long surpassed the age of petty squabbles. However, he gained insight into the capabilities of his contemporaries, realizing that the strongest among them had already achieved intermediate 5th level. This pace was undeniably swift. With his constant elevation through slaughter points, he had only managed to reach intermediate 3rd level. Without the sacred codex, it was uncertain whether he could even aspire to intermediate beastmaster status. Upon opening his phone, Chen Fei discovered a new message. Return to Shanghai Shuiyuan immediately. We have leads on the perpetrator. Chapter 16. I just happened to pass by. Upon reading the message from Chen Qingyun, Chen Fei abruptly straightened his posture. Had they found the culprit? This was rather unexpected. He initially intended to head home, but it seemed a visit to Tianqing Shuiyuan was now imperative. Half an hour later, the train arrived at its destination. Chen Fei disembarked with the crowd and began his journey towards Shanghai Shuiyuan. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Wait, that person isn't one of our Qianfeng Shuiyuan students. He must have overheard our plans. Lu Xiaohu exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Chen Fei. The others quickly caught on and surrounded Chen Fei. Classmate, are you a student of Shanghai Shuiyuan? Chen Fei paused momentarily. I suppose so. Except for the few days since the semester began, I've spent the rest of my time at the front lines, so my growth has little to do with Shanghai Shuiyuan. Lu Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and inquired. We are students from Qianfeng Shuiyuan. May I ask which year you are in? Could you guide us? Chen Fei, unsuspecting of their intentions, replied, I'm a first year. The place you seek is located in the Western District's combat arena. Upon entering, turn left and you'll find a lake. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohu and his companions exchanged knowing glances. You must be an undercover agent sent by Shanghai Shuiyuan to gather intelligence about our strategies, is that so? Truly, Shanghai Shuiyuan is quite calculating. Indeed, you cannot afford to lose. They added. The winning team in this inter-school exchange competition will represent Tianqing City in the 100 Cities tournament, so you are resorting to all possible means. Chen Fei was bewildered. What is this nonsense? Inter-school exchange competition? 100 Cities tournament? How convoluted, and what does it have to do with me? You have misunderstood. I merely happened to be passing by and had no intention of eavesdropping. With that, Chen Fei turned to leave, showing no intention of lingering. Xiaoqi, restrain him. Lu Xiaohu, still fuming, insisted that Chen Fei provide an explanation, unwilling to let the matter rest. He commanded a wood-type 7-star vine monster to use its binding skill to detain Chen Fei. Suddenly, a radiant green light enveloped Chen Fei. It was the protective shield of the Baiguang mantis. Chen Fei's expression darkened. Were they truly pushing their luck? At that moment, a Baiguang mantis materialized on Chen Fei's shoulder. Its emergence brought a palpable scent of blood, causing Lu Xiaohu and his companions to freeze in place. This aura of slaughter was a testament to the countless lives it had claimed, far beyond what mere students like Lu Xiaohu could withstand. Without requiring Chen Fei's command, the Baiguang mantis unleashed a light cage, swiftly followed by a barrage of light blades. The Baiguang mantis had now reached level 2, stage 8, rendering it far superior to the adversary's level 2, stage 3 7-star vine monster. The latter could barely evade the light cage, let alone the faster light blades. Chen Fei had instructed the Baiguang mantis to hold back. Otherwise, that strike alone would have severely wounded the 7-star vine monster. All transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Lu Xiaohu and his companions recovered from their shock, Chen Fei had already vanished from sight. Xiaoqi, are you all right? Lu Xiaohu knelt to inspect the injuries of the 7-star vine monster, only to find traces of light-type healing magic. This surely indicated the handiwork of the Baiguang mantis. Lu Xiaohu felt a mix of helplessness and relief. What are you all doing here? Taoho, the supervising teacher, arrived with a second-year student, only to find this group huddled together. Silence greeted him, prompting Taoho's irritation to rise. What could possibly be so difficult to articulate? Seeing no one speak, Lu Xiaohu steeled himself. Teacher Taoho, we happened to encounter a first-year student from Shanghai Shuiyuan in our carriage. We feared he overheard our plans, so we intended to detain him. However, he summoned a level 2, stage 8 Baiguang mantis. Taoho overlooked the preceding details, but the mention of a level 2, stage 8 beast drew his attention, causing his gaze to flicker with surprise. Are you certain it was level 2, stage 8? Absolutely. The group replied in unison. And what is this individual's strength? Unknown. Taoho's exasperation peaked. You engaged in battle, yet remain ignorant of his strength? You imbeciles. Yet, this was hardly their fault. Chen Fei had already perfected the Yin Yuan Ju to a proficient level. Even advanced beast masters would struggle to discern Chen Fei's true capabilities, let alone these intermediate beast masters. Though this incident was but a minor episode, it cast a shadow over the first-year students of Qianfeng Shuiyuan. The prowess of intermediate 5th level Su Can had already troubled them, and now they were faced with intermediate 8th level Chen Fei. Was it even worthwhile to continue this exchange competition? Chen Fei, however, had no time to concern himself with these individuals. He hastened to the reception room of the school. Chen Qingyun and his wife, Jiang Yi, along with her father Jiang Nan, were already present. As Chen Fei entered, all eyes turned towards him. Although the Yin Yuan Ju was merely at a proficient level and could evade the scrutiny of advanced beastmasters, it was insufficient to deceive a master-level beastmaster like Jiang Nan. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue exchanged glances. Is Xiao Fei already an intermediate beastmaster? His progress is impressive. The higher Chen Fei's talent, the more pleased they were. Jiang Nan scrutinized Chen Fei from a distance, intrigued by this young man. After all, there were few individuals who could elicit such admiration from Jiang Yi, particularly when Jiang Yi relayed Chen Fei's words accurately. Jiang Nan recognized that Chen Fei exhibited a maturity far beyond his peers. Jiang Yi, upon seeing Chen Fei again, felt a sense of resignation. This guy has finally made his appearance. Now that everyone is present, could you kindly elucidate your intentions? The principal of Shanghai Shuyuan, Su Shanhai, presided at the head of the table. With graying hair and a demeanor that was both kind and commanding, he awaited their response. Shanghai College is named after him. Initially, he had no intention of making an appearance, but since Jiang Nan had arrived, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to remain absent. This matter is rather lengthy, so let Chen Laodi explain it. Jiang Nan cast his gaze towards Chen Qingyun. Chen Qingyun, not one to be remiss, inquired, "Are you aware of the place known as Tingyu Wu?" Su Shanhai squinted, recalling, then gently shook his head, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Noticing this, Chen Qingyun refrained from elaborating further and shifted to another topic, revealing the details of the incident involving Fuxing Yiming. Su Shanhai was taken aback, utterly astonished. The fact that someone could scheme against their own students within the confines of his institution left him feeling utterly humiliated. Had it not been for the parents approaching him, he would have remained oblivious to these events. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shanhai sighed softly. "Since you have sought us out after more than a month, I presume you have made some progress?" Chapter 17, Soul Interrogation. Chen Qingyun stated gravely, "Given that student Jiang Yi possesses a formidable strength at the advanced 5th tier, there are few peers her age who can rival her. Those capable of executing such deeds beyond her perception are certainly not ordinary individuals. Hence, our suspects are the teachers of Shanghai College. Furthermore, we specifically investigated the origins of Fuxing Yiming and discovered it to have been produced by a merchant known as the Spreader." At this juncture, Chen Qingyun paused deliberately, gauging Su Shanhai's reaction for any sign of recognition. As Su Shanhai remained impassive, his brow furrowed in thought. Chen Qingyun continued, "This Spreader is rather unique, having gained access to a high-end establishment like Tingyu Wu. To my knowledge, several teachers from Shanghai College are also members of Tingyu Wu." With this revelation, the connections began to form in Su Shanhai's mind. The teachers of Shanghai College had procured Fuxing Yiming from the Spreader at Tingyu Wu, subsequently using it to scheme against Jiang Yi. Enraged, Su Shanhai slammed his hand on the table. "Which teacher is responsible for this? It's an utter disgrace to Shanghai College. Chen Laodi, speak plainly. Regardless of who it is, I shall not shield them." However, Chen Qingyun countered, "On that night, the only teachers who interacted with Miss Jiang were Song Gong and Shui Lei. Yet, neither of them entered Tingyu Wu. I had their interpersonal connections investigated, and it appears none of their acquaintances have any ties to Tingyu Wu." Su Shanhai's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Wait a moment, the more I listen, the more bewildered I become. Are you suggesting that this incident was not perpetrated by the teachers of Shanghai College? Were it not for the numerous witnesses present, Su Shanhai would have certainly expressed his frustration more vocally. It dawned on him that despite all this deliberation, the matter bore no relation to the teachers of Shanghai College. Why had they wasted so much time? At this moment, Chen Fei perked up, aware that the crux of the matter was about to be revealed. Indeed, the following moment confirmed his suspicion. Chen Qingyun paused before continuing. "Although Teacher Song has no connection to Tingyu Wu, he is indeed the one responsible." This statement left both Chen Fei and Su Shanhai utterly perplexed. Observing their bewildered expressions, Chen Qingyun simply remarked, "Let Teacher Song clarify the situation." Su Shanhai promptly made a phone call to summon Song Gong. A slightly balding and somewhat plump Song Gong entered the reception room, greeted by Chen Qingyun, Jiang Nan, and others. He paused momentarily, then approached Su Shanhai with a broad smile. "I wonder what the principal requires of me?" Su Shanhai exerted his authority. "Song Gong, what exactly were you doing on the night of the welcome party?" Song Gong maintained his smile. "That night, I was naturally busy preparing for the event. Shui Lei can vouch for me." Su Shanhai pressed further. "Was Shui Lei by your side the entire time?" "Not at all," Song Gong candidly admitted. "So you took advantage of Shui Lei's absence to administer drugs to student Jiang Yi?" Song Gong's pupils widened in shock. "Impossible. I am always upright in my conduct. How could I engage in such despicable acts?" Su Shanhai glanced at Qin Qingyun, signaling that the subsequent inquiries were now theirs to handle. This time, it was Xia Zhixue who stepped forward. She summoned a fourth-tier, third-stage deer-like demon beast. Its size resembled that of an ordinary deer, adorned with intricate patterns, and most notably, its antlers were entwined with greenery, blooming with vibrant flowers. This was the most exquisite demon beast Chen Fei had ever seen, capturing Jiang Yi's attention irresistibly. Xia Zhixue gently stroked her beast's head. This is the flower fairy deer, capable of discerning human hearts. If you tell a lie, it will sense it. Chen Fei couldn't help but give Xia Zhixue a thumbs up internally, thinking, Mom, you are incredible. A skill that discerns human hearts belongs to the auxiliary category. While it may not hold significant power in ordinary circumstances, it is undoubtedly the most suitable skill for this situation. Surprisingly, Song Gong remained remarkably calm. If I have nothing to hide, I fear no scrutiny. Please, ask your questions. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Xia Zhixue furrowed her brow, yet felt compelled to proceed. Let me ask you, on the night of the welcome party, did you administer drugs to Jiang Yi? No. Did you place any restrictions on Jiang Yi? No. After a series of questions, the flower fairy deer shook its head each time, confirming that he had spoken no falsehoods. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. Chen Fei's expression turned grave. The direction of the inquiry was veering off course. Just as he was becoming perplexed, Jiang Nan rose. Allow me to take over. Seeing Jiang Nan stepping forward, Xia Zhixue withdrew the flower fairy deer. Jiang Nan summoned a tiger-like demon beast. Its exterior engulfed in azure flames, obscuring its true form. If Chen Fei was not mistaken, it was Soulfire. How fortunate to have such close proximity to a fifth-tier demon king. Chen Fei hastily opened the sacred tome. Splendid soul beast. Strength, 5th tier, 2nd stage. Attributes, illusion, soul, assassin. Qualifications, potential for advancement. Skills, 1. Soul interrogation. Humans may lie, memories may deceive, but the soul cannot. Proficiency, pinnacle level. This skill inflicts irreversible damage on the user. Please use it judiciously. 2. Soul shackles. Utilizes invisible shackles to bind another's soul, rendering them immobile and tormented. Proficiency, pinnacle level. Chen Fei inwardly gasped. The initial impression this information left was astonishingly powerful to an outrageous degree. Each skill was an insurmountable existence. This is what it means to be a king-level powerhouse. The apex of combat strength on the continent. The second feeling was a yearning to possess such power. A skill set that encompasses both soul and assassin attributes perfectly aligns with Chen Fei's contractual standards. While Chen Fei was still in admiration, Jiang Nan had already employed soul interrogation on Song Gong. Song Gong, I ask you, on the night of the welcome party, did you poison Jiang Yi? Yes. The soul of Song Gong finally relayed useful information, igniting excitement in both Chen Fei and Jiang Yi. Would the truth finally be unveiled? Jiang Nan pressed further. Why did you target Jiang Yi and Chen Fei? The fragmented words relayed from the soul were, to sever the path of a genius. Our target is Jiang Yi. Chen Fei was merely collateral. Any male student would suffice. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei felt a pang of bitterness. I always knew I was just collateral damage, but did you really need to articulate it? Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was plunged into a state of profound shock. The information transmitted by Song Gong bore a striking resemblance to what Chen Fei had previously mentioned. Chapter 18. Heeding the teachings of the ancient deity. Even Jiang Nan cast several glances at Chen Fei, genuinely surprised by the accuracy of the young man's deductions. With motivation in place, the next step is to explore the origins of Fu Shengyi Meng. How did you acquire Fu Shengyi Meng? At this inquiry, Song Gong's expression turned painfully contorted, as if something were tearing at his facial features. It seems that the negative repercussions of a soul interrogation had emerged. Fu Shengyi Meng was given to me by someone. Who? The chef. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. This revelation was utterly unexpected. Jiang Nan's brow furrowed in response. Pressing further, which chef? I don't know. It was my first encounter too. Then why did he give you Fu Shengyi Meng? And who bestowed upon you the Qian Gu? Furthermore, what organization are you part of, and who else is involved? At that moment, Song Gong's soul seemed to malfunction like a computer crash, failing to articulate any response. Suddenly, his spirit wavered, and, astonishingly, he severed the control of the vibrant soul beast. A bizarre smile appeared on Song Gong's face. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. We reside in the interstice of black and white, congregating amidst chaos and order. We worship here, listening to the teachings of the ancient gods. The gods declare that humanity is inherently wicked and in need of arbitration. Ha ha ha. An ominous laughter echoed through the air. Do you believe I am merely spouting nonsense? At that instant, a ghostly azure flame erupted from Song Gong's being. It was his soul igniting in self-consumption. Yet, he appeared oblivious to any pain, continuing to laugh eerily. Jiang Nan's expression darkened, followed by a deep sigh. He is already dead. Upon hearing this, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of power could control Song Gong's soul, severing his connection with the vibrant soul beast, and even slay him before Jiang Nan's eyes, leaving him unable to intervene? It was a terrifying contemplation. No one wore a pleasant expression. It is not the strength of an adversary that instills fear, but the uncertainty of the unknown. In that moment, Chen Fei felt as though he had stepped into a dense fog. Everything felt utterly helpless. After a considerable time, Jiang Nan managed to gather his thoughts. Song Gong was indeed the murderer, yet it was quite probable that he was unaware of his actions. There exist certain peculiar demonic beasts capable of controlling human memories. Song Gong might have been hypnotized and subsequently affected by the skill of memory weaving, rendering the flower fairy deer incapable of discerning right from wrong. In Song Gong's memory, he had never committed such acts. Thus, he could assert his innocence with such conviction. Su Shanhai approached Song Gong, closing his eyes, and had his body transported home. At the very least, his family deserved to know the circumstances. After the body was taken away, Su Shanhai's expression remained grim. After all, such an event occurring on his territory left him restless. Everyone, this force is exceedingly formidable. Even a first-tier master like Song Gong has fallen victim. There must be a king-level beast master behind this. I suggest we eliminate it promptly to prevent even more unpredictable occurrences. Just as Su Shanhai concluded his remarks, a phone call came through. Chen Qingyun answered and activated the speakerphone. Report, we have breached Ting Yu Wu. Apart from a few inebriated clan members, several officials, and some employees, there is no one else present. Once Song Gong's soul admitted to being the murderer, Chen Qingyun had ordered the action. The outcome was evident. It had been in vain. Su Shanhai fell silent. His proposal had not even begun before it was already nullified. Noticing the atmosphere had grown oppressively tense, Chen Fei attempted to speak. Mom and Dad, how can you be so certain that the poisoner is Song Gong and not someone else? I can answer that. Jiang Yi stepped forward. Do you remember the Chen Gu hidden within our hearts? Of course. Chen Fei recalled inquiring about Xiao Gu, but at that time it was still an egg, devoid of any external impressions. Could the other be different? The Chen Gu at that time was only at level 6. Its soul was still feeble, incapable of enduring the soul interrogation of the vibrant soul beast, leading to its immediate demise. Hence, over the past month, I continuously nurtured the Chen Gu until it reached level 2 before conducting a soul interrogation. The results pointed to Teacher Song. Indeed, the strength of the insect used against Jiang Yi was vastly superior, and by then, it had already developed self-awareness. This Chen Gu became a flaw, or rather, the second flaw. The first flaw was that, fortunately, the Chen Gu existed, allowing Chen Fei to form a contract. Otherwise, the two families could not possibly sit together to investigate these matters. Many of Chen Fei's lingering questions were resolved. He should have felt relieved, yet his heart remained heavy. With the death of Song Gong, a more terrifying organization had been unearthed. This ignited a desire and impulse within Chen Fei to hasten the enhancement of his own strength. Jiang Nan waved his hand. All right, let's conclude today's discussion here. You two youngsters should just listen and refrain from making this public. Take Chen Fei to select a pet egg. It was a clear dismissal. The subsequent conversation was likely not suitable for Chen Fei and Jiang Yi to hear. On the way, the two walked in separate directions, one unsure of how to initiate dialogue, the other burdened with thoughts. Why haven't you come to school lately? Ultimately, it was Jiang Yi who broke the silence. I went to the front lines. The front lines? Jiang Yi turned abruptly to face Chen Fei, astonished. As a high-level beast master, she had been blocked from going there. How could he, someone who had only recently awakened, dare to venture to the front lines? You wouldn't be going to the 8th district, would you? Chen Fei looked puzzled. Why do you guess that? It's simple, because of the Chen Gu. Only the Baiyu mountain range could possibly harbor such a creature. So you are investigating the appearance of the Chen Gu in Tianqing City? Chen Fei fell silent. He indeed overlooked this aspect. Had it not been for Jiang Yi's reminder, he might not have considered it. This meant that the Chen Gu was very likely provided by individuals from Baiyu City. In other words, there were traders in Baiyu City as well. This revelation heightened Chen Fei's vigilance. It was evident that nowhere was absolutely secure, only strength reigned supreme. Chapter 19. When did I become a big shot? As they walked, the two happened to pass by the battle zone. Hey, isn't that Jiang Shuijia? Who is that beside her? He is Chen Fei from our class. He took leave just a few days after school started. So that's Chen Fei? No way. Has Jiang Shuijia already been taken? Don't scare me. She is my goddess. Upon hearing this name, the majority turned their gazes towards them. There was no avoiding it. Everyone remembered Jiang Yi's previous visit to Class 2 to find Chen Fei. Now, seeing the two engaged in cheerful conversation, it was only natural for them to speculate. The students from Chen Fei Academy also looked over, and once they did, they were taken aback. Lu Xiaohu blurted out, "Isn't that the one with the level 8 by Guang Mantis? Students from Shanghai Academy. Are you mistaken? Chen Fei is just a freshman. How could he possibly have such a high-level demonic beast? Even Su Kindalao isn't that exaggerated." Lu Xiaohu shot a glare at the other. "What do you know? I fought him at the school gate. How could I not know? To be precise, I was utterly beaten." As Lu Xiaohu's words fell, everyone began to view Chen Fei in a different light. Is he truly at level 8? It feels so unreal. This is absurd. If this holds true, he surpasses even Su Kindalao. Who exactly is Chen Fei? Lu Xiaohu. Students from Chen Fei Academy. We might not know at Chen Fei Academy, but why are you from Shanghai Academy so astonished? At this moment, even Shangwan Shihua and Chu Lai, the prodigies of their generation, turned their gazes towards Chen Fei, only to realize they could not fathom the depths of his cultivation. This peculiar situation could arise from two possibilities. Either Chen Fei's cultivation surpassed theirs, or he was employing a concealed technique. However, how could a beastmaster afford the time to delve into martial arts? The former hypothesis seemed more plausible. Thus, what Lu Xiaohu had asserted might indeed carry a grain of truth. This revelation caused the pupils of Shangwan Shihua and her companions to constrict. Could it be that there was a hidden powerhouse among the first-year students? No wonder senior sister Jiang sought only Chen Fei. They were both geniuses among geniuses. Everything suddenly made sense. Unbeknownst to Chen Fei, he had been mistakenly identified as a formidable figure merely for walking alongside Jiang Yi. Was there anything more absurd than this? Indeed, the most lethal of misconceptions often lay in the unseen. As they deliberated on Chen Fei, another round of gasps erupted. Su Can's Eagle Tiger Beast had been vanquished. This was Su Can, a mid-level 5th-tier practitioner, who possessed such prowess. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't from Chen Fei Academy, but rather from another institution known as Elemental Academy. This academy exclusively trained elemental beasts, making it somewhat specialized and thus looked down upon by Chen Fei Academy. Yet now, they had unexpectedly risen to prominence, even overcoming Su Can's usual beast companion. The opposing beastmaster was actually mid-level 6th tier, when had their school acquired such strength. What was happening? It seemed that in these 2 years, the number of geniuses had become rather excessive, bordering on absurdity. I have heard a saying, the greater the number of geniuses, the more dire the calamity, for they are born to face adversity. Away with such alarmist rhetoric. The students of Shanghai Academy and Elemental Academy continued to spectate, while only Chen Fei Academy suffered injuries. Lu Xiaohu wore a pained expression. Are we truly the weakest? Our strongest is merely mid-level 4th tier. At this rate, we are doomed. On the arena, Su Can remained undeterred by the defeat of his Eagle Tiger Beast, wearing a calm demeanor, for he still held a trump card. Before him appeared a dragon-like beast, white with blue accents, adorned with fleshy wings and encased in icy armor, eliciting another wave of astonishment from the crowd. Its height exceeded 3 meters, capturing even the attention of Chen Fei and Jiang Yi. Frost Giant Dragon, Subdragon Species. Strength, Level 5 Tier 2. Attributes, Elemental, Flying. Qualification, Potential for Advancement. Skills, 1. Arrow Rain. Ice arrows composed of extreme cold, raining down like meteors. Proficiency, Mastered. 2. Pure Ice Barrier, an ice shield formed from condensed moisture in the air, particularly effective against fire-based attacks. Proficiency, Mastered. Even as a subdragon, it was still a dragon. Its minimum qualification was surely at least Tier 1. This Su Can was certainly not raised in an ordinary household. Coincidentally, the opposing beast was a fire type. Severely disadvantaged and swiftly defeated. How intriguing. This was indeed captivating. Tang Jian laughed heartily, relishing the thrill of encountering a worthy opponent. The students of Elemental Academy below the arena also joined in laughter. When Brother Tang smiles, life and death become unpredictable. It seems he is taking this seriously. Among his peers, Brother Tang had never tasted defeat. Then, Tang Jian summoned a bird-like creature with blue-purple feathers and 3 long, beautiful tail feathers. Chen Fei glanced over once more. Purple Thunder Phoenix, possessing rare Phoenix bloodline. Strength, Level 6 Tier 2. Attributes, Elemental, Flying. Qualification, Potential for Advancement. Skills, 1. Thunder Cage, constructs a cage woven from lightning, trapping the enemy within. Proficiency, Mastered. 2. Lightning Serpent Entanglement, unleashes the elemental lightning throughout its body, forming several colossal serpents of pure lightning to attack the adversary. Proficiency, Mastered. This strength was no less than that of the Frost Giant Dragon. It appeared a fierce battle was imminent. The dragon and Phoenix commenced their aerial duel. As 6 blue lightning serpents approached, They were frozen by the cold emanating from the frost giant dragon's mouth. However, the purple thunder phoenix cunningly condensed a small, inconspicuous white lightning serpent, whose lethality exceeded that of the 6 lightning serpents combined. This white serpent snaked around the frost giant dragon's rear and struck its fleshy wing. Instantly, purple lightning coiled around the giant dragon, especially darkening its fleshy wing, causing it to plummet from the sky. Just when victory seemed to tilt towards the purple thunder phoenix, a translucent ice silk net descended from above, ensnaring the phoenix. This was the unique skill of the frost giant dragon, Frostweave Net. Though nearly transparent, the net contained an immense chilling power, suppressing the purple thunder phoenix. Both titans crashed to the ground, instantaneously raising a cloud of dust. It was initially assumed they would mutually perish. However, contrary to expectations, the purple thunder phoenix emerged unscathed, having merely approached the giant dragon to activate its lightning electromagnetic field. Even as the Frostweave Net descended, the purple thunder phoenix had already formed a white lightning cage, resulting in a collision. Its descent was merely a consequence of the shockwave from the clash. Thus, leveraging the momentum, it swiftly closed the distance to the dragon. Once the lightning electromagnetic field was activated, the frost giant dragon's defeat became apparent. Yet, no one anticipated that the frost giant dragon had feigned its fall. While the dragon's fleshy wing was indeed struck, in that fleeting moment, it had generated layers of ice shields, mitigating substantial damage. The residual lightning power was insufficient to inflict severe injury. Therefore, as the purple thunder phoenix descended, the frost giant dragon lunged forward, relying on its sturdy ice armor to engage in close combat. To its surprise, the purple thunder phoenix possessed close combat skills. Consequently, the frost giant dragon bit into the phoenix's neck, unleashing a torrent of chilling energy, while the lightning electromagnetic field continuously exerted its influence upon the frost giant dragon. Neither side yielded an inch. The spectacle was truly riveting, a roller coaster of twists and turns. Both cunning contenders feigned injury, and now, instead of flying, they were forced into close quarters. It remained to be seen which would endure longer. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than the frost giant dragon collapsed. In a scenario where qualifications and skills were nearly equal, the advantage lay in who gained the initiative. Should both parties lack a decisive edge, raw strength would determine the victor. The frost giant dragon was level 5 tier 2, while the purple thunder phoenix was level 6 tier 2. The single-tier advantage in such a context was an overwhelming benefit. Sukin opened his mouth, but uttered not a word, ultimately recalling the frost giant dragon into his Beastmaster space to recuperate. He felt somewhat disheartened, leaving only a desolate figure in the corner. Meanwhile, the purple thunder phoenix circled above, calling out in triumph, a ritual befitting the victor. The students of Shanghai Academy were not entirely resigned. So close, just a hair's breadth from defeating the purple thunder phoenix. Even a draw would have alleviated the pressure on both Shangwan Shihua and Chu Lai against their opponents. Indeed, who could contend with this Tang Jian now? Wait, do we not have the formidable Chen Fei? Why the long faces? Ah yes, is not the illustrious Chen Fei among us? Chen Fei, step forth and crush that purple thunder phoenix. Yes, all eyes are on you, Chen Fei. Chen Fei? When did I become illustrious? I am completely unaware. Zhang Yi turned to glance as well. It seems our junior has gained significant renown among the newcomers. Chapter 20. Chen Fei takes action. Chen Fei shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. This is all a misunderstanding. How could the Qian Poison Gu possibly stand against the level 6 tier 2 purple thunder phoenix? Zhang Yi pondered and realized that the Qian Poison Gu could not have grown significantly in such a short span. After all, she had nurtured it for over a month and understood its qualifications and potential. Thus, she stepped forward to extricate Chen Fei from the predicament. Have you perhaps mistaken your man? Yet, everyone shook their heads in unison. Indeed, it was Chen Fei. There was no need for concealment. Summon forth your tier 8 by Guang Mantis. It had already been seen, so why hide it? Chen Fei felt a pang of helplessness. Had it not been for Lu Xiaohu's ambush, the Bai Guang Mantis would not have been exposed in its effort to protect itself. At that moment, Su Shanhai happened to stroll over, exclaiming, "Oh, how lively it is! The second-year students have claimed the final victory. If we can secure a win in the first-year battle, we will seize the opportunity." Chen Fei cast a glance at the second-year students behind him. Surprisingly, they had managed to win even without Jiang Yi's participation. It seemed that these upperclassmen were indeed formidable. As Chen Fei pondered this, Su Shanhai shifted the conversation. So, Chen Fei, if you can secure a victory, go ahead. I will support you, so fear not. If all else fails, there is still the Jiang family. Su Shanhai's words were deliberately vague. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fei declined. I'm afraid I cannot, Principal. I truly cannot compete. He had no interest in such trivial skirmishes, as they felt akin to adults bullying students. Su Shanhai was unperturbed, smiling as he continued. 1 Tier 2 Bodhi Fruit. While Bodhi fruits cannot enhance a beast's cultivation or skill proficiency, they can significantly improve comprehension. A skill that has long eluded mastery could have a greater chance of success with a Bodhi fruit. The Tier 2 variety indicates a 50-year-old fruit, while Tier 3 represents a 100-year-old fruit. The older the fruit, the greater the effect. Chen Fei still shook his head, but surreptitiously extended 5 fingers. He was indeed tempted. Firstly, there were limited means to enhance his strength. Acquiring another avenue was certainly beneficial. Secondly, since the Baiguang mantis had already been exposed, hiding it further held little merit. Thus, it would be wise to first acquire the Bodhi fruit and bolster his strength. Su Shanhai's expression darkened. No, that's excessive. Do you think Bodhi fruits are sold in bulk? 2 at most, only 2. Chen Fei remained silent, silently raising 4 fingers. Zhang Yi facepalmed in disbelief. Were they truly bargaining in front of everyone, showing such disregard for their opponent? After all, this was a purple thunder phoenix of notable talent. Could Chen Fei be so certain of victory? You little rascal, you truly need to see results before believing. Su Shanhai relented. All right, 3 it is, but only if you win against the Element Academy. Otherwise, you shall have none. Su Shanhai feigned reluctance, yet he was secretly delighted. When Chen Xingyun and Jiang Nen approached, Su Shanhai promptly ordered an investigation into Chen Fei. They discovered he was thriving in Baiwa City, even defeating opponents from Qianfeng Academy that morning. No, it was more accurate to say he had utterly crushed them. With such a prodigious talent in their academy, how could he not be pleased? As for the 3 Tier 2 Bodhi fruits, they were hardly a concern for those who could afford to attend Shanghai Academy. Rest assured, since I have promised, I shall ensure it is secured. Chen Fei was confident, for within the sacred text, a group of Tier 2 beasts was snoring peacefully. Tang Jian regarded Chen Fei with a hint of wariness. He had overheard that this fellow's Baiguang mantis was formidable and warranted caution. Although it was merely a tier qualification, its strength surpassed by 2 tiers. Assessing the outcome was indeed challenging. Chen Fei inquired, would you prefer to let the purple thunder phoenix recuperate, or shall we commence immediately? Rest. Tang Jian replied decisively. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could triumph over all talents without preparation. Since ample time for rest was available, why squander it? Very well. Then proceed swiftly. Chen Fei, resigned, sat down and retrieved a tome entitled Compendium of Soul-Type Beasts to peruse. After the incident with Song Gong, Chen Fei had come to deeply appreciate the significance of the soul and the necessity for vigilance. He even felt compelled to rear a soul-type beast, lest he find himself unaware of his own demise in the future. Others watching Chen Fei's actions momentarily paused in astonishment. Was this the self-cultivation of a genius? Individuals endowed with extraordinary talent may not be intimidating, but when such talent is coupled with relentless diligence, it becomes a formidable force. When would such an ability to learn at any moment transfer to me? Even Tang Jian, his opponent, was taken aback. He had never encountered someone so grounded. 10 minutes later, with the assistance of the Element Academy's healer, the Purple Thunder Phoenix had nearly fully recovered. Everyone was invigorated. Was the match finally about to commence? Tang Jian ascended the platform. Do you choose to fight solo or together? Chen Fei slowly closed his book. Let us go together. It saves time and effort. Upon hearing this, Tang Jian promptly summoned both the Purple Thunder Phoenix and the Xuanqi Fire Bat. Chen Fei directly extracted 2 beasts from the sacred text. The crowd gasped. Indeed, it was the Tier 2, Stage 8 Baiguang Mantis, accompanied by a Tier 2, Stage 6 Leitong Yuan. Though Leitong Yuan also possessed a tier qualification, its aura was surprisingly comparable to that of the Purple Thunder Phoenix. After all, the Leitong Yuan had matured amidst life and death struggles. Upon seeing the Leitong Yuan, Tang Jian's complexion turned pale. His greatest beast companion was none other than the Purple Thunder Phoenix. Yet the Leitong Yuan was also a lightning attribute beast, possessing formidable resistance to lightning. If not exceptionally strong, at least not weak. Tang Jian had initially intended to swiftly eliminate the Leitong Yuan before focusing on the Baiguang Mantis, but it now appeared that this would prove challenging. Baiguang Mantis, initiate a dazzling explosion. Just as Chen Fei was about to command the Baiguang Mantis to engage, he was interrupted. Wait, the leaders of Qianfeng Academy, Tao Zhou and Element Academy, Du Shengjia, arrived together. Both were masters of their craft, rendering Chen Fei's Yin Yuan Ju utterly ineffective in their presence. Tao Zhou turned to Su Shanhai. I have always harbored a question. How does a mid-level Tier 3 Beastmaster control a Tier 2, Stage 8 Baiguang Mantis? Or is this Baiguang Mantis not truly his? Upon Tao Zhou's remark, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Chen Fei only possesses mid-level Tier 3 strength? How can that be? It was a fundamental principle that a beast's strength could not exceed that of its master. Even if it did, It would ultimately reflect back on the Beastmaster, maintaining parity. There would never be a case of a beast surpassing its master. What then was the explanation for this? Everyone turned to Chen Fei, eager to hear his explanation. Chen Fei remained unfazed. He had anticipated this moment from the instant he stepped onto the stage. I have long stated that I am no great figure, truly only a mid-level tier 3, which you all refuse to believe. As for the Bai Guang Mantis and Lei Tong Yuan, they are indeed not mine. They are merely the dependents of my beast companions. With that, Chen Fei summoned the Bai Guang Mantis to his side. Immediately, the crowd witnessed a small goo worm emerge from the flesh of the Bai Guang Mantis. This was Gui. This is my beast companion. They are merely parasitized. In that moment, everyone experienced a collective epiphany. A Tier 2. Stage 3 goo worm parasitizing a Tier 2. Stage 8 Bai Guang Mantis? What a significant investment. Indeed, was this not a sheer waste? The Bai Guang Mantis's qualifications were far superior to that of the goo worm. Originally, I had thought Chen Fei was a great figure. But it turns out he was resorting to underhanded tactics. In this light, Chen Fei's future potential seems to pale in comparison to Su Can's. As people grasped Chen Fei's scheme, their interest in him waned abruptly. His strength was merely fleeting. As everyone's abilities continued to rise, the gap would inevitably widen. Tao Zhou scoffed a few times before deriding. I had thought Shanghai Academy had truly produced a remarkable genius. Instead, it is merely a clever trickster. You all will stop at nothing to win. Su Shanhai continued to smile in response. Chen Fei's ability to parasitize the Bai Guang Mantis and Lei Tong Yuan is entirely legitimate. I believe there is no rule prohibiting such actions. Rationally utilizing the rules is indeed a manifestation of strength, is it not? Su Shanhai relished the sight of them grinding their teeth, powerless to retaliate. Tao Zhou's complexion darkened. Although he had not violated any rules, one must question the significance of such actions. When the grand competition of 100 cities commences next spring, do you truly believe he can keep pace with Tang Jian or Su Qian? After speaking, Tao Zhou bowed to the heavens, beseeching the city lord to adjudicate. The inter-school exchange event concerning Tianqing City was being closely monitored by City Lord Huangfu Mingfei. Following the conclusion of Tao Zhou's words, Huangfu Mingfei descended upon the arena. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority. His strength was evidently superior to Jiang Nan's. Chen Fei also directed his gaze towards Huangfu Mingfei, who, despite being merely middle-aged, bore an air of profound experience, his right eyebrow notably severed, earning him the moniker of the Broken Eyebrow City Lord. Huangfu Mingfei spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. Since it falls within the rules, there is no issue. When the time comes for the grand competition, will others not employ similar tactics? Will you concede without a fight? Tao Zhou opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, while such tactics may be unsavory, who could guarantee their absence during the competition? Huangfu Mingfei continued. Today's events serve as a reminder. Not every beast pet with high qualifications and cultivation is formidable. It depends on how the beast masters manage them. There are numerous instances of lower-tier beasts defeating those of higher tiers. Explore the world beyond, broaden your horizons. Tianqing City is still too small. With that, Huangfu Mingfei vanished from sight. Tianqing City, being a second-tier city, indeed paled in comparison to first-tier cities. Su Shanhai remained all smiles. Since the city lord had spoken, the competition shall proceed. What could Tao Zhou possibly say in response? However, the glances exchanged between the Elemental Academy and the Qianfeng Academy directed at Chen Fei were laden with animosity, as if they wished to eliminate him. If gazes could kill, Chen Fei would have perished countless times. The students from Shanghai Academy exchanged looks of bewilderment. This situation was indeed difficult to assess. Fortunately, Chen Fei was one of them. Otherwise, he would surely be subjected to scathing criticism. While these tactics were indeed underhanded, at this moment, I still supported him. It was far better than being trounced by the Elemental Academy. In the midst of everyone's discussions, the arena was once more returned to Chen Fei and Tang Jian. The match officially commenced. With the referee's command, silence fell upon the crowd. However, at this moment, Chen Fei spoke up. Wait a moment, since my hand has been revealed. I have nothing left to hide. Come forth, my comrades. As Chen Fei's voice echoed, the spectators beheld the sudden emergence of over a dozen beast pets upon the arena. Level 2, Rank 4 Rock Armored Scorpions. Level 2, Rank 5 Cloud Swallowing Locusts. Level 2, Rank 6 Bitter Dread Birds. Level 2, Rank 5 Illusory Sound Leopards. Level 2, Rank 7 Purple Lightning 9 Heavens Lions. Alongside the Thunder-Eyed Ape and the Azure Light Mantis, a total of 16 Level 2 beasts stood before Tang Jian. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Freshmen and sophomores alike gaped in astonishment. The impact of 16 beast pets was overwhelmingly intense. Su Can, Tang Jian. and Shangwan Shihua felt a shiver run down their spines. Could one truly play this way? How could they possibly fight against this? Surrender seemed the only option. Who could remain unshaken in the presence of these 16 beasts? Goodness, why did this sight ignite such fervor within me? I share your sentiments. Yet my desire lies with those 16 beasts. The weakest among them is still a rank 6. Is it not infuriating? This cannot merely be labeled as underhanded. Rather, it is the elevation of the sea of beast strategy. The student's perceptions of Chen Fei shifted once more. He remained a formidable figure, a financial powerhouse, indeed. When an individual excels in a particular endeavor, it invariably elicits admiration. Jiang Yi gazed at Chen Fei in a daze. She recalled that just a month and a half prior, Chen Fei's beast pet had merely been a level 1, rank 2 Qian poison bug. How had he amassed such an impressive array? This transformation was utterly astonishing. Tao Zhou and Du Xingjie wore expressions as dark as charcoal, opting to turn away. Choosing not to witness this spectacle, Su Shanhai's smile grew ever more radiant. He increasingly appreciated this young man. Even Huangfu Mingfei in the sky stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. After a lengthy pause, he managed to utter, "What a remarkable talent." In the arena, Chen Fei waved his hand. "We may now continue." Tang Jian's heart was already raging with curses. This is outrageous. I may not even be able to contend with the Azure Light Mantis and Thunder-Eyed Ape. Now you expect me to face 16? Was I struck by a door or what? Tang Jian cast a resentful glance at Tao Zhou. Were it not for his unwelcome intervention, he would not be in such a predicament. After a prolonged silence, Tang Jian let out a long sigh. "I concede." Thus, the match concluded in this dramatic fashion. This was not a reflection of Tang Jian's lack of strength, but rather a testament to Chen Fei's financial prowess. I mourned silently for 3 seconds on behalf of Tang Jian, as it seemed any mid-tier beastmaster would face a similar fate against Chen Fei. At this stage, he was an invincible entity. In the minds of many, Chen Fei was indeed currently unmatched. However, once Tang Jian and Su can advance to high-tier beastmasters, Chen Fei's sea of beast strategy would lose its efficacy. What would an abundance of level 2 beasts matter? A few level 3 beasts would easily overpower them. Unless his cultivation speed could rival that of Tang Jian and Su Can, while maintaining his level 3 sea of beast strategy. But is that feasible? Setting aside the issue of financial resources, could a level 3 Qian poison bug possibly match the cultivation speed of a level 6 purple thunder phoenix? The very thought is preposterous. In the hearts of many, Chen Fei's potential still paled in comparison to Tang Jian and Su Can. I shall take my leave. You all continue. After retrieving his 16 beast pets, Chen Fei leaped down from the arena and approached Su Shanhai, pilfering 3 Bodhi fruits before departing contentedly with Jiang Yi. The onlookers gazed at his retreating figure, filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 22. The Heart of the Gu King. By the way, this is for you. Thank you for saving me that day. Jiang Yi handed over a box. Chen Fei turned his head. What is this? The heart of the level 4 Gu King. Upon hearing the words Gu King, Chen Fei froze, a look of surprise crossing his face. In this world, there exists a profession dedicated to cultivating Gu insects. By placing hundreds of poisonous insects within a vessel and allowing them to battle one another, the victor becomes the Gu King. Such Gu Kings possess a minimum qualification of level 6 or higher. The level 4 Gu King's heart is left behind by a deceased Gu King of the Beast General level. Should it be a level 5 Gu King's heart, it would signify the utmost pinnacle, far exceeding the worth of a level 6 beast pet, beyond the value of slaughter for evolution. The level 4 Gu King's heart could undoubtedly elevate Xiao Gu to new heights. This is extraordinarily valuable. The worth of this Gu King's heart even surpasses that of a level 6 beast pet egg. After all, a beast pet egg has yet to hatch. Who can predict its form upon hatching? Whether it can grow to the level of a beast general remains uncertain. However, this Gu King's heart is undeniably the heart of a genuine beast general. Initially, Jiang Yi had hesitated over whether to present the Gu King's heart. However, following the Song Gong incident and Chen Fei's display of strength, she transformed her uncertainty into conviction. Leaving aside other considerations, this investment is certainly worthwhile. Jiang Yi flashed a sly smile. Did you not contract the Qian poison bug? This is precisely what it needs for its evolution. Are you certain you do not require it? Moreover, while the level 4 Gu King's heart may seem precious to you, to my family, it is merely a decorative trinket. Chen Fei, listen to yourself. Is this even a coherent statement? This is nothing short of ostentatious bragging. Or do you believe my reputation is not worth a Gu King's heart? The lengthy discourse ultimately serves the purpose of persuading Chen Fei to accept. That was not my intention. Chen Fei, somewhat flustered, responded. Of course, I am aware that was not your intention. Therefore, you may rest assured to accept it. This way, we shall have no further debts between us. No further debts, you say? Very well. This arrangement ensures that there will be no excessive entanglements with her henceforth. In Chen Fei's mind, Jiang Yi remains a ticking time bomb. Having evaded this crisis, he remains uncertain about the next one that may arise. He has accepted the Gu Wang Ji Xian, and once again, the sacred text materializes before him. Gu Wang Ji Xian. Quality, level 4. Source, Emoju Gu. Effect, has a certain chance of allowing Wan Du Gu to evolve. Note, when combined with 20,000 killing points to make up for deficiencies, evolution can reach flawless level. The requirement for 100,000 killing points to ascend from level quality has now been reduced to 20,000 due to the emergence of the level 4 Gu Wang Ji Xian. Such fortuitous events deserve to be abundant. Thus, I extend my gratitude. Chen Fei's expression was tinged with excitement. Then, feigning to place it into his spatial ring, he actually deposited it directly into the sacred text. Such a precious item is best kept secured within the sacred text. The Chongqing Merchant Association. Chen Fei's visit is merely to this association's establishment in Tianqing City. In other cities, there are numerous branches. Miss, you have arrived. An elderly man, slightly hunched but impeccably dressed, came forth to greet her. Fu Bo, I have brought you some Lihua cakes. Jiang Yi handed him a bag. Thank you, miss. Fu Bo smiled as he accepted it. Let us proceed to the third floor. With that, Fu Bo led the way. As Chen Fei observed, the first floor was filled with various demonic beasts, with the lowest quality being level 3, and numerous level 4 beasts as well. This was merely what he could see. There were many more hidden from view. The second floor primarily housed spiritual flowers and herbs for the evolution of demonic beasts, along with high-level bloodlines, all of considerable value. Upon seeing this, Chen Fei thought of the killing sacred text. This method of accumulating killing points not only saves effort, but also conserves resources. He silently commended the killing sacred text in his heart. The third floor showcased an array of pet eggs, categorized by quality, each stored in specialized incubation boxes. Jiang Yi pointed towards the second area, explaining that it contained level 4 pet eggs, asking if he wished to select himself or have Fu Bo introduce some to him. Chen Fei looked over and noticed that there were around 50 to 60 pet eggs in that area, which was quite substantial. In contrast, the first area contained merely 3 eggs. Curious, Chen Fei inquired, could those possibly be level 4 pet eggs? Jiang Yi did not deny it, saying, indeed, they are level 4 eggs, but they are all auxiliary-type demonic beast eggs. Instantly understanding, he realized why they had not yet sold. Their battle capability would be low, even with level 4 quality, and their prices were exorbitant. In a world where one is devoured without a trace, combat prowess reigns supreme. Very well. I shall select one myself. Such matters are best approached personally. Quality is one aspect, while personal affinity is another. After Jiang Yi and Fu Bo retreated to the side for tea, Chen Fei began his meticulous selection. By Yin Feng Niao, demonic beast egg. Attribute, elemental, flight. Quality, potential, expected to evolve to level quality. Note, possesses a trace of phoenix bloodline, capable of evolving towards phoenix or Xian Niao. This by Yin Feng Niao could be considered a potential asset, but regrettably, as an elemental type, it does not align with Chen Fei's contract requirements. He gently set it aside and diligently sought out options aligned with the assassin type. Jiao Yuhuan Meng, demonic beast egg. Attribute, poison, illusion, assassin. Quality, potential, expected to evolve to level quality. Note, proficient in poison and illusions, yet possesses a rather large body. A large physique can often be a significant drawback. To excel in the assassin category, one must be nimble and agile, capable of hiding and launching surprise attacks at any moment. Moreover, its poison attribute overlaps with Xiao Gu's abilities. Next, Shen Yuan Yi Dai, demonic beast egg. Attribute, poison, illusion, assassin. Quality, potential, expected to evolve to level quality. Note, proficient in poison and illusions, but quite fragile in constitution. It seems that butterfly-type demonic beasts are inherently fragile, and their flight speed cannot compete with that of birds, which is a disadvantage. After scrutinizing for quite some time, Chen Fei discovered that these assassin-type demonic beast eggs either overlapped with Xiao Gu's abilities or possessed inherent flaws. After contemplating, he asked, are there any others apart from those displayed here? Chapter 23, Yuming Hun Hu. Jiang Yi set her teacup down. Have you not found what you desire? Chen Fei chuckled wryly. Indeed, I have not. Your standards are quite high. Jiang Yi rose and beckoned Chen Fei to follow her. Come with me. This time, Jiang Yi did not lead Chen Fei up, but rather to the basement. Rather than a basement, it resembled a storage room. She illuminated the space, explaining that they receive a batch of demonic beast eggs daily, but they had not yet been organized. Level 3 to level 4 eggs were mixed together. It is highly probable that the egg you select could simply be a level 3 egg. Are you still interested? Chen Fei did not refuse. I will take a look first. If I cannot find anything good, I can return to the third floor later. Another considerable amount of time passed, yet he still failed to find anything satisfactory. After all, some demonic beasts are born live, without the existence of eggs. The eggs available are mainly birds, turtles, and various poisonous insects and serpents, many of which conflict with Xiao Gu's abilities. Suddenly, a blue and black demonic beast egg in the corner caught Chen Fei's attention. He rushed over, cradling it in his arms, and discovered that it was unusually heavy, heavier than a regular egg. The shell's surface was coarse, resembling stone rather than an egg, adorned with unique patterns that appeared quite mysterious. Chen Fei summoned the sacred text to check for any records on this item. Yuming Hun Hu Fossil. Attribute: illusion, soul, dream. Assassin. Quality: potential. Expected to evolve to level quality. Note: Yuming Hun Hu is an ancient, exceptionally rare soul beast. The weakest Yuming Hun Hu should be level 4. This beast, due to congenital deficiencies, is thus of level 3 quality, leading to a shorter lifespan. Subsequently sealed by a great sealing technique, time and life were suspended, transforming it into a fossil amidst the currents of time. However, if the seal can be broken, this creature may awaken once more. Special note: it requires 100,000 killing points to unlock the seal and compensate for its congenital deficiencies to ascend to level 4. Chen Fei's jaw dropped in astonishment at the extensive notes. This was the longest he had ever seen. It turned out to be a fossil formed after being sealed, but its exterior resembled an egg, thus it ended up here. Two aspects stirred Chen Fei's interest. First, the attributes of the Yuming Hun Hu. The fusion of illusion, soul, dream, and assassin attributes is unparalleled. None of Zhang Nan's colorful soul beasts possess such an extravagant combination. The greater the number of attributes, the more skills it can learn. A single Yuming Hun Hu could fulfill the skill requirements for illusion, soul, and dream attributes, making it extraordinarily formidable. Secondly, the level 3 quality requires 1 million killing points. However, awakening the Yuming Hun Hu and elevating it to level 4 quality only necessitates 100,000 killing points. By such calculations, this is an incredible bargain. Upon examining the illustration in the sacred text, he noted that the Yuming Hun Hu's size is comparable to that of an ordinary fox demonic beast. Initially, he thought, akin to the colorful soul beast, it would be engulfed in azure flames, obscuring its appearance. However, it was instead adorned with white fur, a long white tail, and only its face and paw fur were dark. Unlike other foxes, it possesses 2 horns of the same hue as its face, with peculiar patterns flowing down the horns, resembling those on the fossil Chen Fei held. Impressive indeed. It is decided. You shall be mine. The appearance of the Yuming HNH exceeded all of Chen Fei's fantasies regarding soul-type demon beasts, surpassing even his expectations. Senior, this is the one. When Chen Fei found Jiang Yi, he did not display exuberance. Rather, he bore a hint of dejection. If she were to perceive any signs of his reluctance, things would take a turn for the worse. Jiang Yi took the fossil, examined it briefly, and then handed it over to Uncle Fu, an expert in this field, to assist him. At that moment, Chen Fei's heart sank. This was not a good sign. Uncle Fu summoned a diminutive, monkey-like demon beast, roughly the size of a squirrel monkey. Jiang Yi introduced, this is the Lingxian monkey, an auxiliary-type demon beast. While it is certainly not adept in combat, it possesses a unique skill, the Eye of Life. This ability allows it to sense the life force within a demon beast egg, creating a resonance that can help determine its general attributes and potential. Chen Fei was astonished to learn of such an extraordinary skill, feeling a wave of sentimentality wash over him. A faint green light enveloped the eyes of the Lingxian monkey, and it shared its vision with Uncle Fu. I can see that it is likely a fox-shaped demon beast. As for its potential, it fluctuates around the level of spirit and illusion types, Uncle Fu stated, leaving Chen Fei in utter amazement, as this aligned almost perfectly with the descriptions in the sacred texts. Indeed, there are countless exceptional individuals in this world. One must not underestimate anyone. The fox demon's potential seemed acceptable, but, hearing Uncle Fu hesitate, Chen Fei's gaze snapped to him. Could it be that Uncle Fu discerned the origins of the Yuming HNH? However, it seemed the little fox demon's vitality appeared somewhat weak. Even if it hatched, it might be inherently deficient. Upon reaching this point, the Lingxian monkey withdrew its ability, and Uncle Fu covered his eyes with a warm towel. While this skill was indeed useful, it required considerable focus, and prolonged use could strain the eyes. At this juncture, Chen Fei finally felt a sense of relief. Uncle Fu's assessment was largely accurate. The only thing missing was the discovery of the Yuming HNH's origins. If they were to learn it was an ancient demon beast, they would likely not relinquish it so easily. Jiang Yi turned to Chen Fei. Junior, are you certain about this choice? Inherent deficiencies are challenging to compensate for later. Chen Fei nodded earnestly. This is the one. I will find a way to address the inherent deficiency. However, it was indeed rare to find a demon beast that combined both soul and illusion types. Certainly, Zhang Yi did not dispute this point, for her father's colorful soul beast possessed only those attributes. Very well, it is yours. If you have the opportunity to return to the Chongqing Merchant Guild, I will offer you a discount of 12. A 12 discount was already the price for ordinary members. And given their shared experiences of life and death, this concession was quite generous. All right, thank you, senior. Without lingering, Chen Fei departed from the Chongqing Merchant Guild, eager to return and enhance Gu. However, as he ventured into a more secluded area, he found himself surrounded by several individuals. Are you Chen Fei? The speaker, a rascal named Ma Zi, asked. Upon seeing their demeanor, Chen Fei realized they were not friendly. And you are? The group did not respond, but directly summoned their beast companions. 8 second-tier beasts and 3 third-tier, second-stage leader-level demon beasts emerged. Ma Zi spoke again. Knowing that you can summon 16 second-tier beasts, we have not underestimated you. We have called upon high-level beast tamers. 3 third-tier beasts will easily handle you. Chen Fei grasped the situation. These individuals did not intend to take his life, which made things easier to manage. He quickly exclaimed, wait, if you can share some information, I might even refrain from summoning my beasts and allow you to strike me. While speaking, Chen Fei discreetly released a batch of little Venom Gu. Ma Zi, growing impatient, retorted, here's a piece of advice. Do not meddle with women you should not. After saying this, Ma Zi ceased his chatter and ordered his companions to attack. Considering Ma Zi's words, Chen Fei deduced the likely target was Zhang Yi. Setting aside these distractions, he calmly stated, unfortunately for you, you know nothing of my true strength. With a snap of his fingers, 36 second-tier demon beasts materialized before him. Indeed, not 16, but 36. Chen Fei valued his life. So he had moved half of the successfully controlled second-tier beasts into the sacred space. While they may not be extraordinarily powerful, their sheer number provided a sense of security. At the moment these 36 demon beasts appeared, they simultaneously activated their shield skill. Even 3 third-tier beasts would find it challenging to approach Chen Fei. Ma Zi was left dumbfounded. What the hell? We agreed on 16. His expression revealed that the information they had was faulty. Even the high-level beast tamers stood there, stunned. 3 third-tier beasts were strong, but facing 36 would require considerable effort. In the end, exhausting their beasts just to deal with an intermediate beast tamer seemed hardly worth it. However, Chen Fei had not exhausted his contingencies. While they were still fixated on the second-tier beasts, over 100 little Venom Gu had already leaped forward. Having reached the second tier, Gu could now hatch 5 eggs simultaneously. Hatching around 10 times a day was not an insurmountable task. Thus, this 100+ was merely a fraction of the Venom Gu army. Their target was not the demon beasts, but the beast tamers. Demon beasts might possess some resistance to poison, but beast tamers would not. Over 100 Venom Gu released their toxic gas simultaneously. The most terrifying aspect of this toxin was its invisibility. Once one sensed something amiss in the air, congratulations, they had already fallen victim. Chen Fei named it colorless poison number 1. Caught off guard, several individuals succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Only the high-level beast tamer managed to lean against a wall, barely holding on. You actually resorted to poison. How dirty. Oh, your poison resistance is decent. You should be grateful that this colorless poison number 1 is not fully developed, or else your plight would be far more severe. Chen Fei began to retreat, showing no signs of stopping. Before leaving, he added, allow me to present you a few parting gifts. After saying this, he released some toxins. While not lethal, they would ensure the recipients endured a month or 2 of discomfort, plagued by incessant itching. Then, the little Venom Gu burrowed into the bodies of these individuals and their beasts, parasitizing and even controlling them. As long as they remained unaware of the little Venom Gu's presence, they and their beasts would become Gu's perpetual source of spiritual energy. Upon returning home, Chen Fei summoned Gu. Why do you always disturb me when I'm trying to sleep? Gu grumbled angrily. Oh, are you having a case of morning grouchiness? Chen Fei playfully flicked it, only to end up hurting his own finger. Damn it, you're getting harder. Gu bared its teeth. It's all your fault. You make me hatch and hatch, and of course, I'm exhausted and sleepy. Gu could hardly tolerate this exhausting life. Chen Fei understood its struggles and comforted it in his palm. Our strength is still weak, so we must rely on you for now. Look, I brought you something wonderful. With that, Chen Fei produced the heart of the 4th-tier Gu King. Upon seeing the Gu King's heart, Gu's eyes sparkled, and it lunged at it. Unwilling to let go. I want to eat it. It's mine, all mine. Seeing Gu's eager demeanor, Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. It's all yours. I couldn't possibly consume it myself. Following this, Chen Fei summoned the Slaughter Sacred Text. Current slaughter value balance, 25,010. With so many second-tier beasts, the slaughter value was increasing by 2 to 3,000 daily, which was quite formidable. With a sacrifice of 20,000 slaughter points, it was directly infused into Xiao Gu's body, followed by an urgent command. Quickly consume the Gu Wang's heart. Chen Fei resolutely chose the 5 paths of poison, devour, Gu, reproduction, and dominion over the insect race. Xiao Gu, akin to Zhu Beiji indulging in a ginseng fruit, swallowed it in a few bites, barely savoring the flavor. The next moment, a brilliant red light enveloped Xiao Gu, as a mysterious pattern began to extend across its body. It felt unbearably hot and uncomfortable, causing Xiao Gu to roll restlessly on the table. Witnessing Xiao Gu's distress, Chen Fei grew anxious. Wasn't this supposed to be flawless evolution? Why was it like this? Chen Fei wished to intervene, but found himself utterly helpless. After a minute, the situation began to improve. Xiao Gu underwent another transformation. Its size remained unchanged. As it belonged to the Gu insect, growing too large would defeat the purpose of stealthy parasitism. Its entire body was now covered with a layer of jet black armor, adorned with mysterious patterns that gleamed with dark golden light. It exuded an imposing presence, truly befitting its evolution to Gu Wang. Qualification upgrade. Evolved from level qualification to level qualification. Wandu Gu evolved into Wandu Gu Wang. Comparative advantages. 1. All skill effects significantly enhanced. 2. The absorption rate of toxins and spiritual energy greatly increased, enhancing toxin attacks. 3. Reproduction and hatching speed accelerated, with increased numbers. 4. Capable of hatching 10 special Gu, ensuring the progeny of Wandu Gu Wang. The energy required for reproduction, supplied by parasitism and devouring, or by utilizing the energy of spirit stones. 5. Exhibits a degree of dominion over insect races weaker than itself. 6. Due to the fusion with the Gu Wang's heart of the demon spider Gu, it acquires the skill of silver thread entanglement, beginner level. Upon reviewing Xiao Gu's data, Chen Fei felt an exhilarating rush. This enhancement was remarkably powerful. With the ability to hatch 10 Gu, Xiao Gu was liberated from the daily struggle of reproduction. Furthermore, this new silver thread entanglement skill was a unique ability of spider-type demon beasts, serving as an excellent control skill. The sequence of control, followed by toxin application, and then parasitism and corpse control, unfolded seamlessly. Thus, Xiao Gu's evolution now included a 9th direction, control. This evolution was of paramount importance for Xiao Gu. A glance at Xiao Gu's information revealed, parasitism, devouring, corpse control, toxic kiss, were all at mastery level. To advance further would require at least 100,000 slaughter points, while progressing from level to level qualification necessitated 1,000,000 slaughter points. Such quantities were not easily amassed in a short time. Indeed, slaughter points remained the most pressing need. Chen Fei sighed, and then retrieved the Yumeng Huanhu fossil, placing it on the table. Next, the priority would be to elevate his strength tier. Additionally, he aimed to accumulate 100,000 slaughter points to resurrect Yumeng Huanhu. The enigmatic abilities associated with the soul and dreams had long instilled a sense of trepidation in Chen Fei. Chapter 25. Dream Crisis in the Stillness of the Deep Night. The world lay in silence. The pale crimson full moon in the sky appeared somewhat enchanting. In the sparsely populated regions of Tianqing City, graves stood solemnly beneath the moonlight. The black soil and dark trees rendered the atmosphere even more profound. This darkness persisted until reaching a church. Its white walls imparted an aura of sanctity, while the stained glass windows, arranged in intricate patterns, seemed to embody certain beliefs. The intersection of the graveyard and the church starkly delineated the contrast between black and white. Should Chen Fei find himself here, he would recall the phrase, "We dwell in the realm where black and white intertwine." Inside the church, a round table had been deliberately set, around which 5 individuals gathered. Occupying the seat of honor was a figure draped in a black cloak, their body wrapped in bandages, revealing only a single eye. This individual was referred to as the High Priest. "Arbiter, why did your execution fail?" His voice was hoarse yet sharp. The Arbiter, as referred to by the High Priest, wore a grim Reaper mask, exuding a heavy, dark aura of death, as if a demon from the depths of hell. He too seemed perplexed. Everything proceeded according to plan. I am unsure which aspect faltered. His voice carried no warmth. Squatting in a chair, a figure wearing a jester's mask raised a hand. "I can testify that we, the Watchers, detected no issues in any phase." Is it possible that Jiang Nen has a trump card hidden within Jiang Yi? The room fell silent once more. The High Priest tapped the table, deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he spoke again. If the scheme aimed at Jiang Yi had succeeded, Tian Yuwu would not have been dismantled so soon. Very well. We shall initiate another. Sower, how progresses your research on the potion? All eyes turned to the sower, the only one without a mask. However, everyone knew that his face was a facade, likely to change at any moment. Were it not for his presence at that moment, he would be indistinguishable in a sea of faces. The sower produced 4 red pills and tossed them forth. This pill is named Gathering Spirit Pill. It aids beast tamers in consolidating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during cultivation, thus accelerating their strength enhancement. However, it can be addictive. Moreover, the energies gathered may not solely be spiritual, they could also include foreign malevolent forces. Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals raised their thumbs in approval. Excellent. Let us proceed with mass production and spread the Gathering Spirit Pill throughout the continent. The high priest then turned to the last individual wearing a weeping mask. Weaver, here are the soul fragments bestowed upon you by the Lord. I hope you can soon ascend to the rank of king-level beast tamer. The Weaver was already a 6th-tier master-level beast tamer, not far from king-level, and now the opportunity had arrived. Thank you for the Lord's gift. The Weaver replied. High priest, I shall enter seclusion immediately. However, before I do, may I utilize the power of dreams to eliminate those prodigies? With Tian Yuwu's fall, the high priest harbored a trace of anger, and dream-based killings had always been so enigmatic that even if Jiang Nen sensed it, identifying the culprit would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, employing a master level against a high-level beast tamer and 2 mid-level beast tamers was a sufficiently stable maneuver. The high priest hesitated no longer. Very well. The targets shall be Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and Su Kan. At this moment, the high priest interjected. Add Chen Fei to the list. The Weaver looked at the high priest, perplexed. The high priest elucidated. Chen Fei is indeed a cog in the scheme against Jiang Yi. However, that plan failed, allowing Chen Fei to escape unscathed. Hence, is it not plausible that it was Chen Fei who aided Jiang Yi in breaking the scheme, rather than Jiang Nan? The others deemed this somewhat exaggerated. After all, how could a mere initial-stage novice possibly counteract the toxicity of a dream? Yet, they could not entirely dismiss the possibility either. The high priest continued, even if there is a 0.00001 chance, it must be eradicated. Caution is paramount in the eyes of the others. The high priest was the epitome of prudence. With the high priest's approval, the Weaver began to take action. A shadow of gray-black, ghostly and indistinct, emerged behind him, resembling a wolf, yet not quite a wolf. He then tossed the 4 strands of hair provided by the Watcher to his beast companion, the Tianju Meng beast, using the essence within the hair to infiltrate the dream realm. Chen Fei, still in slumber, was abruptly drawn into the realm of dreams. He remained blissfully unaware of this intrusion, instinctively believing it to be merely an ordinary dream. Within the dream, Chen Fei found himself in a desolate gray expanse. Aside from the ceaseless ash drifting through the sky, countless skeletons littered the ground. This place, he knew, would forever remain etched in his memory. It was the 9 Nether Fiendland, one of the 4 great cursed grounds. So this is a nightmare, Chen Fei murmured. The Jiao Xiongdi indeed haunted him throughout his existence, as it was here that he met his demise in a past life. While Chen Fei lingered in contemplation, a colossal skeletal figure approached him. Its feet dwarfed his entire being, and although this was merely a dream, Chen Fei had no desire to be crushed beneath it. After tumbling several times, he barely managed to escape. Why was this dream so prolonged and vivid? At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that his dream was being manipulated by an external force. Following the appearance of the giant skeleton, the bones scattered across the ground began to tremble, gradually assembling into various skeletal monsters, bone tigers, bone bulls, and bone serpents. Thousands of these skeletal beasts surged towards Chen Fei, reminiscent of the harrowing experience he endured in his previous life. There was no time to hesitate. He had to flee. How absurd it was to relive such a desperate escape in a mere dream. He recalled that over 1,000 individuals had entered Jiao Xiongdi, only to be decimated by these bone demons shortly thereafter. The weakest among them possessed strength equivalent to a Tier 3 beast, and their sheer numbers were overwhelming and impossible to count. After what felt like an eternity of fleeing, the pursuing skeletal beasts finally ceased their chase. Gasping for breath, he began to survey his surroundings. The ground was littered with the remains of beasts, yet amidst the bones bloomed vibrant blood-red, Bianhu. This marked the second perilous zone of the cursed land. Suddenly, Chen Fei noticed blood trickling down his arm, likely a remnant from his frantic escape. Remarkably, the dream felt so authentic that he could sense the metallic tang of blood. Wait, a jolt of realization coursed through him. He finally recognized something amiss. Wake up! Wake up! In reality, Chen Fei trembled violently, unable to rouse himself from this nightmare. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he found himself in a precarious predicament, suspecting that someone sought to obliterate him through the dreamscape. Beside him, Xiao Gu sensed Chen Fei's distress and urgently called out, Chen Fei, what is wrong? Respond to me. However, Chen Fei offered no reply, leaving Xiao Gu in a state of frantic anxiety. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Gu bit down hard on the flesh of Chen Fei's arm, but found no trace of poison. Chen Fei, you cannot meet with disaster. Despite Chen Fei's somewhat reckless nature, Xiao Gu respected his determination. Upon realizing Chen Fei was in danger, Xiao Gu felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Chapter 26, The Farewell Letter. The art of dream assassination can manifest in various forms. Under conditions of moderate proficiency, one can merely intervene in a dream, blurring the lines between reality and delusion, leading to genuine death within the dream. When one's skill reaches a sufficient level, the ability to alter the dreamscape becomes a reality. The most terrifying ability, however, is to trap the dreamer in an endless loop, causing their consciousness to fracture and rendering them unable to return to their physical form, becoming a living corpse. Such power, however, requires at least flawless proficiency. At present, this crisis seemed to belong to the former category. Intervention was possible, but alteration was not. This indicated that the caster was unaware of the dream's contents, or else Chen Fei would have long since perished within it. Nevertheless, this dream remained exceedingly perilous, as Chen Fei was unable to summon his beast companions or invoke the sacred codex of slaughter. What should he do? Since his rebirth, Chen Fei had once again experienced an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The blood on his arm caused the Venom Gu to tremble, releasing a multitude of spores that surged forth like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Flee. He had no time for frivolous thoughts. Following the escape route from his previous life, Chen Fei dashed towards the inner sanctum of Juyo Xiondi. Aside from the spores of the Venom Gu, he could not touch any thorny vines on the ground. A single brush with them would awaken these nightmarish flora, entrapping even a tier 4 beast instantaneously and draining its life force. By the time Chen Fei burst into the inner sanctum, he was already battered and bruised. Even as the spores approached, he could only do his utmost to evade them, wary of a nearby bone temple. For within that temple lay a powerful guardian beast, the Yinxiong Skull King, a being of space, death, and assassin attributes. Despite being merely a tier 4 skeletal king, it was invincible among its peers. When they had ventured this far in the past, a 1,000-strong party had dwindled to just 61, with each individual commanding 4 beasts that amounted to 244. Yet only 9 remained after the onslaught of the Skull King. From 61 to 3, such a terrifying reality loomed. Chen Fei utilized the Yin Yuan Zhu to suppress his presence, fearing discovery by the Skull King. This situation was untenable. Chen Fei's expression turned grave. Should he remain trapped here, his consciousness would never return to his physical form, and the issue would remain paramount. What should he do? What could he do? Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and Su Can found themselves in crisis as well. Jiang Yi, being a high-level beast master, managed to hold her ground, albeit barely. Tang Jian and Su Can were less fortunate, blood trickling from their 7 orifices. If this continued, their lives would be forfeit. A loud crash echoed through the air. Jiang Nin jolted awake, sensing the spiritual mark he had placed upon Jiang Yi. Should she encounter peril, the mark would shatter. He rushed to her room, discovering her drenched in cold sweat. Dream manipulation. Who is responsible? If I find you, I shall reduce you to ashes. Jiang Nan swiftly made a phone call. While the soul was his forte, dreams were not, necessitating external assistance. The church. The high priest glanced at the clock. 10 minutes had elapsed. Weaver. Haste is of the essence. Jiang Nan's party was no slouches. They must not allow our stronghold to be compromised. Let me handle this. The Watcher moved beside the Weaver and summoned a black unicorn. With the body of a horse, a single horn, dog-like ears, a lion's tail, and the feet of a Qilin, the Dizu unicorn possessed elite qualities, harboring a trace of the divine beast's bloodline, allowing it to discern truth from falsehood. Thus, only the beast master of the Dizu unicorn could serve as a watcher in this organization. In addition to its monitoring abilities, the Dizu unicorn possessed a special skill enhancement. As a gray light enveloped the Weaver and the heavenly dream beast, he felt a significant boost to his skill of dream manipulation, even enabling his beast companion to alter fragments of the dream's content. This thrilled the Weaver, for after this experience, the heavenly dream beast would undoubtedly approach the pinnacle of dream mastery. At that moment, Chen Fei perceived turbulence within his dreamscape. The ground began to quake violently, fissures opening and swallowing everything into the abyss. This was utterly outrageous, leaving no path for survival. Should he fall into such depths, the outcome was all too clear. Chen Fei scanned his surroundings, noting that only the Bone Temple seemed to harbor some mysterious protective force, remaining steadfast. Beyond that, the entire cursed land was collapsing. In this dire predicament, despair was the only palpable emotion. Would he face Yama once more, barely 2 months into his rebirth? Chen Fei felt not only helplessness, but also a fiery rage. He had never sought conflict nor committed heinous deeds. Why did fate choose to torment him so? Gazing at the immovable bone temple, Chen Fei leapt forth. Even in death, he wished to do so with dignity. The moment he stepped into the bone temple, the Inxiong Skull King stirred awake. Rising with intent, it swiftly appeared before Chen Fei, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. With a sardonic chuckle, Chen Fei closed his eyes, resolved not to resist, for he knew resistance was futile. After a considerable amount of time, Chen Fei felt no discomfort. He opened his eyes and saw the visage of the Skeleton King looming close to him, exuding the scent of its master. Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why had it not killed him? He attempted to inquire, "Your master?" "My master is the owner of the sacred codex of slaughter," the Skeleton King stated simply before turning away and slowly approaching a chair beside the altar of the bone temple. Seated upon the chair was a human skeleton. The Skeleton King retrieved an exquisite box from the hands of the corpse and presented it to Chen Fei. In that moment, Chen Fei comprehended the intention behind this gesture and opened the box. Inside lay a letter. "I, the Shadow Emperor, was betrayed by those closest to me. All my beast companions perished in battle, save for Shao Kahn. Thanks to the hidden space Skeleton King's use of the grand spatial teleportation technique, I have barely managed to survive. However, I know my time is short, hence I write this letter. If you are reading this, I would like to ask you to do two things. First, take good care of Shao Kahn. It has regressed to level 4 due to crossing boundaries with the grand spatial teleportation technique. Nevertheless, its innate talent is formidable and can serve as your ally. Second, if you gain sufficient power in the future, please assist me in eliminating the Xianyu Emperor. As for the sacred codex of slaughter on my person, it can aid you greatly. The assassin class is merely a necessary attribute of the contract. Whether it is enhancing power, talent, or proficiency, it all relies on slaughter. Once you utilize the codex, you will need to endure a continuous cycle of killing. You must also bear the consequences that come with it. There is no gain without loss. This is the law of the universe. As he reached the end, the handwriting became increasingly illegible and lacked vigor, likely due to the impending end of his life. As for the remains of the Shadow Emperor, the codex had long been claimed by Chen Fei. It was no wonder the hidden space Skeleton King remarked on the familiar scent it detected. Indeed, it was the codex. Chen Fei felt a surge of emotion, unexpectedly. It was the codex that had saved him once again, just as Chen Fei contemplated sitting down to rest. The soul tablet on the altar of the bone temple suddenly trembled, followed by a thunderous voice resonating from the depths of the earth. Get lost. In an instant, the dream shattered, and Chen Fei's consciousness returned to reality. Chapter 27. Back to the front lines. Chen Fei jolted upright from his bed, gasping for breath. It was perilous, too perilous. To describe it as hanging by a thread would not be an exaggeration. A wild, murderous intent spread across Chen Fei's face, every inch of his skin brimming with a chilling aura of slaughter. The recent encounter with Jiang Yi had already cost him half his life, and this time, they sought to sever his escape route entirely. This was no mere skirmish. It was rooted in deep-seated enmity. Should the opportunity arise, he would uproot this organization and scatter their remains. Chen Fei's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. He had never considered himself a good person, for in such an environment, the virtuous seldom survive. Previously, Xiao Gu would be frightened by Chen Fei in such a state. However, since their contract, Xiao Gu had ceased to fear him, knowing that Chen Fei's bloodlust was directed toward others, not himself. Chen Fei, what has happened to you? What was that just now? You scared me to death. Quick, check yourself. Chen Fei was warmed by Xiao Gu's concern, feeling the murderous aura slowly recede. Do not worry, I am fine. Once he had calmed down, Chen Fei intended to wipe the sweat from his brow, only to realize he seemed to be holding something. Upon inspection, it was the letter from the dream. Wait a moment. Could this have been more than just a dream? What was with that final roar? Did the Nine Nether Abyss have no connection to the Shadow Emperor? What realms lie beyond that of a king-level beastmaster? A cascade of questions filled Chen Fei's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. The only clarity he possessed was the determination to avoid sleep for the remainder of the night, even if he had to endure it. The church. The weaver felt as if her head had been struck by a hammer. Blood flowed from beneath her mask, soaking her garments. The figure of the heavenly dream beast also seemed to fade, evidently suffering severe damage. The high priest could no longer remain seated and stood abruptly. What is happening? The spreader swiftly produced a dark yellow pill, removed the weaver's mask, and placed it in her mouth. Indeed, she was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s. After some time, the weaver wearily leaned against the chair. This is the first time I have encountered a dream being forcefully shattered. It is either due to touching some taboo or the presence of a dream-related spiritual artifact. How infuriating. I have managed to eliminate none. While Chen Fei and Jiang Yi had suffered no significant injuries, Tang Jian and Su Kan were gravely wounded. Taboo? Spiritual artifact? These four little things have hardly ventured beyond the gates. What taboos could they have encountered? The high priest dismissed the notion of taboos. It must have been Jiang Nan or Su Shanhai who had wielded some dream-related artifact. Su Kan was indeed the grandson of Su Shanhai. The Su family was vast and prosperous, so possessing spiritual artifacts was not surprising. Furthermore, Jiang Nan was a king-level beast master, so any extraordinary encounter was plausible. The usually silent arbiter finally spoke. The actions of a master-level individual should have been sufficiently stable, yet they still failed. It seems these youngsters possess remarkably tenacious lives. The group immediately thought of Jiang Yi. Both attempts to eliminate her had failed, indicating that a more meticulous plan would be required to remove this prodigy. Weaver, do not show your face for a while. Rest and recuperate, striving to advance to king-level beast master as soon as possible. This way, our organization's strength will further increase. Understood, High Priest. After speaking, the church's lights extinguished, and the round table vanished as if it had never existed, leaving only a few drops of blood upon the ground yet to dry. But in the next moment, a peculiar entity resembling a vine or an octopus tentacle emerged from the painting on the wall, erasing the blood. September 17th, morning. Chen Fei bid farewell to his parents and set off once more for Bayou City. Initially, he had intended to rest for a couple more days at home, but the events of the previous night left him in a state of unease. He now had but one thought: to become stronger. Only by attaining a certain level of power could he extricate himself from these dangers. Before leaving, he borrowed a large stack of books, ready to continue his studies. Complete compendium of dream-related skills on the peculiarity of dream systems, mastering dream techniques, a silent assassin's weapon. The most common dream-related skill is dream interference. It allows one to control dreams and manipulate the environment, characters, and beasts within them to achieve lethal outcomes. There are even more peculiar skills, such as dream interrogation, which can extract information from enemies when they prove unyielding in reality or during soul interrogation. By reconstructing the dream environment and characters to elicit confessions, Nightmare Whispers subtly influences the target's real life through persistent suggestions within their dreams. The dream projection skill enables one to momentarily project terrifying dreams into the real world for intimidation purposes. With sufficient proficiency, it may even allow for the temporary materialization of beings from the dream realm. However, if the original entity is too powerful, it may sense the projection. Upon reaching this point, Chen Fei pondered deeply. Was that roar from the previous night a response from the taboo creature beneath the bone temple, which sensed the dream and shattered it? If this were the case, it was indeed plausible, though fraught with risks. It must be said that the dream projection skill was exceptionally useful. If utilized in battle, projecting the hidden space skeleton king would surely lead to indiscriminate slaughter. Yes, this skill must be learned. The ethereal dream fox had yet to emerge from its seal when Chen Fei had already devised an extensive array of skills for it, complemented by 3 Bodhi fruits, rendering the task manageable. Xiao Gu clicked his tongue, sensing that once it was released, it would be burdened with laborious tasks. Chen Fei shrugged his shoulders in resignation, expressing his yearning to form a contract with them and traverse the continent, savoring a life of unbridled freedom. Yet, he lamented, did others grant them such opportunities? With a bold flourish, Xiao Gu proclaimed that he would hatch a legion of Venom Gu, a formidable army of venomous creatures, to crush their enemies beneath the earth. Chen Fei's lips twitched. Had Xiao Gu become arrogant upon attaining the title of Venom Gu king? What would his army accomplish if he were to be slain in the dream realm? Xiao Gu froze, realizing the validity of this concern. It was best to hasten the emergence of the little fox to safeguard his soul and dreams, ensuring his invincibility. Chen Fei interjected once more, posing a dire scenario. What if the hidden void skeleton king dragged him into another realm and caused his demise? Xiao Gu responded with dismay, urging Chen Fei to be less disheartening. Chen Fei, with a hint of mockery, asserted that a divine beast possessing time manipulation could traverse the annals of history and obliterate his parents, leaving him to ponder his own existence. Or perhaps a life-forging entity might truncate his lifespan to a mere month, evoking tears. Furthermore, an entity of the dark arts could strip him of all perception, plunging him into eternal solitude and terror. Would he not feel dread? Chen Fei's enthusiasm in recounting these grim scenarios rendered Xiao Gu pale. He implored Chen Fei to cease, acknowledging his folly. In a flurry of exclamations, Xiao Gu lamented the myriad life forms capable of ending his existence. He urged Chen Fei to expedite his acquisition of slaughter value, seeking to grow stronger to attain greater power. With Xiao Gu's antics, Chen Fei's spirits lifted considerably. With such a lively companion, life would not be dull. When Chen Fei arrived at Bayou City, it was already afternoon. As he approached the 49th medical room, he found it teeming with people, blood pooling on the floor. Quickly, light-based healers staunched the bleeding. Wood-based healers, see if you can reattach severed limbs. My Venom Gu. absorb the toxins, move swiftly. The scene descended into chaos. Outside, Su Kuei and Wang Ji squatted on the ground, frowning as they smoked. Chen Fei hurried over, inquiring about the situation. The two men looked up, recognized him, tossed aside their cigarettes, and stood up. Xiao Fei is back, with Sanyi around. We dared to venture into the central zone, but we are puzzled by the recent events. The beasts over there seem frenzied, attacking without hesitation upon sighting humans. This was not unusual for us, but this time was different. Su Kuei paused, a tinge of trepidation on his face. Wang Ji continued, besides the rampaging beasts. We felt the ground trembling, and something suddenly erupted from beneath, dragging both our teammates and their beasts underground. Chapter 28, The Earthrending Worm. It was only later, using Earth-based skills to force it back to the surface, that we discovered it was a colossal worm, nearly 20 meters long and over a meter in diameter, possessing immense strength. Although it was also a level 3 beast, its physical and elemental resistances were extraordinarily formidable. Even the usually effective lightning attacks merely left a mark, which healed rapidly. Neither of our two teams could devise a strategy against it, and we were compelled to retreat. Wang Ji's remarks provided Chen Fei with a clearer picture. He further inquired, aside from resembling a worm, does it possess any other characteristics? Wang Ji pondered for a moment. Its head has 3 pairs of eyes, and its mouth can split into 4 sections, each resembling a hook. Once it captures its prey, it will not relent, dragging it straight into the earth. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei deduced its identity. It was the earth-rending worm, a spawn of the 9th evil king. Realizing this, Chen Fei cautioned, for beasts that dwell underground, the 3 pairs of eyes are mere decoration. Typically, such creatures rely on breath, sound, movement, and heat to sense their surroundings. If we can lure it to an open area and seal its escape routes, we should be able to contend with it. Chen Fei paused, refraining from elaborating further. Everyone present was astute enough to grasp the implication. Since the earth-rending worm lacked sight, they could exploit this vulnerability for hunting. Su Kuei, patting Chen Fei on the shoulder, mused, if only we had brought you along, we wouldn't have been in such a predicament. Old Wang, it seems we should read more. Wang Ji wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed. I suppose I should also borrow some books in my leisure time. The two men attributed Chen Fei's insight to knowledge gleaned from books, which made things considerably easier for him. He gazed towards the misty Baihui mountain range, a shadow of gloom settling over his heart. In his previous life, he had only heard of the earth-rending worm 3 years later, by which time it had already evolved into a beast of kingly stature, spanning 100 meters and obliterating a city. This was merely a spawn of the 9th evil king, and one could only imagine the true power of the evil king himself. It was astonishing that it had appeared so early. Did this imply that other spawns, or the evil king, had already emerged? Perhaps they were merely biding their time, their strength not yet at its zenith. With this thought, Chen Fei felt a renewed sense of urgency. After exchanging a few more words with the two men, he headed to the medical room to lend a hand. Though he could do little, any assistance would be welcome. By nightfall, Chen Fei secretly released 36 level 2 beasts from the city. Initially reluctant, he had only targeted the beasts controlled by the He Nian Chong for slaughter. However, after the crisis in the dream realm and the sudden emergence of the earth-rending worm, his perspective shifted. Since those beasts were ensconced in the mist, they posed a potential threat, capable of exploding at any moment. Even if they were not under the control of the He Nian Chong, they might fall prey to other evil beasts. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to exterminate them early. Who knows, some of them might become renowned beast kings in the future. For the sake of survival, Chen Fei resolved to take a harsher stance. Xiao Gu, issue the command. Let the little Wan Dugu no longer focus solely on the He Nian Chong. All within the mist are fair game. Oh, by the way, what about the 10 hatching worms? Chen Fei had them placed in a designated area within the sacred space. Xiao Gu sensed their status. Each hatching worm can produce 100 small Wan Dugu kings daily, meaning a total of 1,000 per day. Since they are hatched by the hatching worms, their power remains at level 2, stage 1. 1,000. This figure left Chen Fei utterly astonished. If he were to accumulate them over 10 days, wouldn't that amount to 10,000? With that many small Wan Dugu kings surrounding the earth-rending worm, even if they couldn't slay it, they should at least manage to inflict a wound, right? Such staggering numbers. Such exhilarating prospects. Xiao Gu, release this batch today. Do not rush into slaughter, but instead seek out stronger beasts for parasitism. If these 1,000 small Wan Dugu kings could be transformed into 100 level 2, stage 5 beasts, that would be immensely valuable. Moreover, the hatching worms will continuously produce more. As their strength and skill proficiency increase, the hatching numbers will only rise, becoming even more fearsome. Kill level 2, stage 2, lion scorpion beast, slaughter value 20. Kill level 2, stage 3, purple-eyed silver snake, slaughter value 20. Kill level 2. Stage 5 Frost Demon Bull, slaughter value 30. This was the first time Chen Fei had seen a slaughter value exceeding 20. This indicated that the higher the level, the greater the slaughter value obtained. Upon careful consideration, it becomes evident that within a mere hour, the tally of slaughter points surged by nearly 800, a figure that is undeniably alarming. Once the Gu Wang army hatches to a certain extent, this statistic will incessantly accumulate. The following day, Su Kuei, accompanied by his team, embarked on a routine reconnaissance. As they entered the outermost fringes of the mountain range, an intense and pungent scent of blood greeted them, causing their brows to furrow with concern. Countless corpses of demon beasts lay scattered, and even Su Kuei felt a sense of suffocation and discomfort. Captain, it appears as though a frenzied massacre has taken place here, with bodies strewn across the landscape. Even the usually avoided cold ant nests have been thoroughly destroyed. What manner of monster could perpetrate such a savage slaughter? Su Kuei found himself unable to answer his team member's query, as this was a scenario he had never encountered before. He instructed his team to remain on standby while he led the agile demon beasts to swiftly traverse the periphery and survey the entire area. Indeed, as his team had indicated, the ground was littered with carcasses. This filled Su Kuei with grave apprehension. The situation was markedly different from the usual onslaught of beast tides. During a beast tide, the periphery would be eerily silent, so quiet that even the sound of birds taking flight would be imperceptible. Most demon beasts would concentrate in one area, poised for an imminent assault. However, the current circumstances resembled a demon beast engaging in a massacre to bolster its own strength. It was difficult to fathom the extent to which this beast had grown. Clearly, as a high-level beast master, Su Kuei could never achieve such a feat. This strongly suggested the possible presence of a fourth-level demon beast. Upon returning to his companions, Su Kuei swiftly issued commands. Report immediately to the reconnaissance department. There are likely traces of a substantial number of third and fourth-level beasts in the area. All reconnaissance teams must exercise utmost caution. Additionally, alert the border defense units of Baiwa City to remain vigilant and monitor any activity in the Baiwa mountain range. Let us hope that no significant incidents arise. On that day, the reconnaissance department dispatched information in rapid succession, mobilizing everyone in fear of impending calamity. Meanwhile, the instigator of the chaos had only just awakened, stretching lazily. Current slaughter point balance, 12,600. Not bad. An increase of 12,000 slaughter points in a single night, quite impressive. Subsequently, Chen Fei extracted 10,000 slaughter points for himself and Xiao Guam, resulting in a rapid breakthrough in cultivation. He pondered the potential drawbacks of such swift enhancement, as it could easily draw unwanted attention. The prospect of being subjected to dissection for research loomed ominously. Clearly, he must elevate his proficiency in the Yin-Yuan Ju to a level undetectable by master-level beast masters. Chen Fei, only 12 days remain until the 2-month period you mentioned. Xiao Gu poked Chen Fei's cheek as a reminder. Of course I remember. How could I possibly forget the wager with Xiao Gu? The 2-month deadline coincided with the bloodshed incident in the medical room. In his previous life, Chen Fei was not present at the scene, but he knew that in room 16, the entire medical team had perished. Furthermore, several reconnaissance teams had also suffered casualties. In total, 7 or 8 teams had lost members during that harrowing event. We should investigate room 16. Resolute in his decision, Chen Fei aimed to uncover the truth. However, just as he was about to exit the medical room, he fortuitously encountered Su Kuei and Wang Ji. Old Wang, did your reconnaissance area really encounter no issues? None at all. Why would I lie to you? Wang Ji replied, exasperated, as Su Kuei had already posed this question countless times. Su Kuei scratched his head. Then what on earth happened? In our reconnaissance area, there were large-scale demon beast fatalities, prompting me to urgently report it. Chen Fei turned his head away, hoping to hide his embarrassment. If his assumptions were correct, this incident was likely the handiwork of the Gu Wang. Nevertheless, their conversation provided Chen Fei with crucial intel. Large-scale demon beast deaths would indeed attract the attention of the reconnaissance teams. If he were to cleanse the surrounding demon beasts of room 16, perhaps he could avert the impending bloodshed. Without hesitation, he instructed Xiao Gu to relay the message to its offspring, directing them toward room 16. As they proceeded, they left a trail of slaughter in their wake. Chen Fei, Minister Xie has sent us to inquire about the status of the Gu. The purpose of Su Kuei and Wang Ji's visit was to follow up on Chen Fei's promise of 122nd level Gu. Here, treat them well. When the 122nd level Gu appeared before Su Kuei and Wang Ji, both men's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, Chen Fei, have you ascended to the rank of intermediate beastmaster? Their exclamations did not attract the attention of Zhou Yin, Lin Qi, or others, as they had already expressed their astonishment. Particularly, Yang Xian wore an expression akin to seeing a ghost, affirming at that moment that talent indeed outweighs effort. Let us keep a low profile. Chen Fei waved his hand dismissively. After exchanging a few words, they headed toward room 16. Upon arrival, Chen Fei discovered that only 2 medical practitioners occupied the entire area. He approached one of the curly-haired youths and inquired, "Hello, where's your team leader? Why are there only the 2 of you?" Ji Tyrone replied lazily, "The team leader went into the mountains." "Are you here for treatment, or what? Into the mountains?" At this time, that raises some peculiar thoughts, Chen Fei mused. "No, I need to speak to your team leader. Did he mention when he would return?" Ji Tyrone shook his head, not specifically. He only said he went to find evolution materials for beast pets. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei felt something was amiss. It was one thing for a medical team leader to venture into the mountains for evolution materials, but why would he bring team members along? After some contemplation, Chen Fei discreetly handed several low-grade spirit stones to Ji Tyrone, inquiring, "What evolution materials are they seeking that requires such secrecy?" Ji Tyrone unobtrusively accepted them, then whispered, "I heard that the 5-color divine stone flower has appeared in the mountains. As you know, this flower is incredibly precious, and many medical and reconnaissance teams are vying for it." The 5-color divine stone flower? Chen Fei had no recollection of such a spiritual flower, prompting him to summon his sacred tome. 5-color divine stone flower. Quality, grade spirit plant. Description, this flower only blooms atop 5-color earth. The 5 petals represent the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Purpose, when combined with corresponding materials, there is a chance to facilitate the evolution of elemental demon beasts. Post-evolution, these beasts may awaken new elemental attributes. Additionally, there exists 6-color and 7-color flowers. With each additional petal, the quality increases by 1 level, significantly enhancing the chances of awakening new elemental attributes. Note, 5-color earth is also a rare spiritual soil, so do not waste it. After perusing the information about the 5-color divine stone flower, even Chen Fei felt a surge of excitement. Elemental demon beasts were quite common, typically possessing single or dual attributes, with very few boasting tri-elemental or higher capabilities. If the 5-color divine stone flower could indeed elevate a beast to possess 3 elemental attributes, it would be remarkable. Even if it did not reach grade quality, it would be exceedingly close. Given its rarity, it was understandable that even the medical team would get involved. If it is so precious, why aren't you going? Ji Tyrone looked at Chen Fei with exasperation. The authenticity of the 5-color divine stone flower is still uncertain. Why should I go and risk my life for something that may not even exist? Besides, look at me. I'm a mid-level 7th grade healer. What would I be doing in the mountains? Seeking death? Chen Fei regarded Ji Tyrone with renewed interest. At least he possessed self-awareness and would not be easily swayed by the allure of the 5-color divine stone flower. Finally, Chen Fei posed one last question. Where did the news of the 5-color divine stone flower originate? This matter remains unclear to Ji Tyrone. All I know is that this news emerged unexpectedly, and the source remains unknown. Soon after, Chen Fei departed, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Firstly, the 5-color divine stone flower is exceedingly rare and precious, requiring 5-colored soil for its cultivation. However, where could such soil be found in the Baiwa mountain range? Secondly, the timing is suspiciously close to the outbreak of the bloodshed incident. Thirdly, the information arrived abruptly and was rather limited. Only a few teams were aware of it, while others remained oblivious. There is undoubtedly something amiss. Xiao Gu. Select several speed-type corpse-controlling beasts to swiftly head to the area of Medical Room 16 and search for traces of these teams. Share any developments immediately. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chen Fei would not remain idle. However, the search extended over several days. Chapter 30. Delving Deeper? September 23rd. After failing to locate the Medical Team 16, Chen Fei had no choice but to focus on enhancing his own abilities, to conceal his cultivation level as much as possible. He prioritized allocating his kill points to the Yin Yuan Ju. The proficiency of Yin Yuan Ju advanced from proficient to expert, yielding the following advantages. 1. In addition to concealing cultivation, it also masks 1's aura and killing intent. 2. It can hide not only oneself, but also 1's beast companions. Note, masters below level 5 cannot detect concealed cultivation levels. Indeed, level 5 is a watershed moment. Sheng Jingjing remains at level 3, while Xie Sun stands at level 4. By showcasing his strength at intermediate level 3, he could evade many prying eyes. He then elevated his strength to intermediate level 9, depleting his kill points once again. At this juncture, Chen Fei had no intention of further enhancing his cultivation. He planned to wait for Xiao Gu to reach level 9 and amass 100,000 kill points, as it was time for the Yuming Huanhu to emerge. Chen Fei. Our main force has arrived at the area overseen by Medical Team 16. Xiao Gu dove into a low-grade spirit stone, relishing the abundant spiritual energy. After several days of movement, the Wandu Guwang's main force had swept through and finally reached this area. Chen Fei nodded. Continue the slaughter, do not pause. Let us see if we can alert the Medical Team 16 and Recon Teams 86 and 87 responsible for this area. 5 days have passed, and Medical Team 16 has yet to return. If someone reports this, there will certainly be consequences for dereliction of duty. With such negligence, it is no wonder that the bloodshed incident first erupted here. Suddenly, Xiao Gu emerged from the spirit stone. Chen Fei, the advanced team has discovered a group of individuals. This advanced team consisted of the speed-type beasts that Chen Fei had dispatched to locate Medical Team 16. Chen Fei straightened in his seat. Share the visuals. The connection was established. Chen Fei beheld a group of people fleeing in a frenzy. Some were missing an arm, others were in tatters, and some had broken legs. Relying on their teammates for support, these individuals were covered in dirt, their hair disheveled, and their clothing in rags, presenting a pitiful sight. Chen Fei noticed their badges, Medical Teams 15 and 16, as well as Recon Teams 86, 87, and 88. Ideally, there should have been over 50 personnel, yet now only about 20 remained. More than half of the soldiers had perished among them. Upon examining their surroundings, it became evident that they were situated at the junction between the middle zone and the inner perimeter. How daring they were to venture so deep. Even masters like Cheng Jingjing and Xie Sun would not dare set foot. Even a royal beast master would tread cautiously. Chen Fei finally comprehended the severity of the bloodshed incident. The outer perimeter harbored black sticky worms. The middle zone contained fisher earth-destroying insects. And who knows what bizarre entities lurked in the inner perimeter. Without hesitation, Chen Fei rapped on Cheng Jingjing's office door. Given the gravity of the situation, it was beyond the discretion of a mere intermediate beast master. Come in. What brings you here? Cheng Jingjing was rather pleased with Chen Fei's rapid cultivation, as he had not been hindered by martial distractions. However, this fellow was typically unflappable. Why the urgency today? Minister, my beast possesses the ability to hatch. You are aware of this. Recently, I released a batch outside the city to grow in the Baiwa mountain range. Just now, my beast discovered a group of teams fleeing from the inner perimeter. Chen Fei swiftly recounted the events and mentioned the 5-colored divine stone flower. Cheng Jingjing frowned, her expression darkening. Who gave them the audacity to venture into the inner perimeter? Are they willing to risk their lives for the 5-colored divine stone flower? She took Chen Fei and hurried towards Medical Room 16, her incessant tirade causing Chen Fei's ears to feel almost raw. Ji Tairong, witnessing Cheng Jingjing's furious approach, was immediately flustered. Minister, what awaited them was Cheng Jingjing's scathing rebuke. Minister, my foot, do you all regard me at all? Have I not established rules stating that no medical team member may venture beyond the middle zone? And if any team member is away for more than 2 days, they must request leave. Yet you have been gone for 5 full days without a word? If not for Chen Fei informing me, I would have remained unaware. You all deserve whatever fate befalls you out there. Ji Tairong nearly buried his head in the ground. They were indeed at fault and could not justify their actions. Cheng Jingjing grew increasingly incensed, slamming her fist on the table, creating a hole in its surface. This caused both Chen Fei and Ji Tairong to swallow nervously. How fierce! Cheng Jingjing must possess a strength-type beast that enhances her human attributes. Over time, she had developed considerable physical strength. Were that fist to strike him, he would surely expel copious amounts of blood. After venting her frustration, Cheng Jingjing regained her composure. Chen Fei, where are they now? Chen Fei promptly reported their location. They have just crossed the middle zone and have now entered the outer perimeter. Good. Cheng Jingjing immediately seized her phone and made a call. Hello, Lao Xing. Instruct your men to close the city gates. Several teams will be returning shortly. Ensure they do not enter the city, but instead direct them to the temporary observation facility. Additionally, instruct your personnel to keep their distance to avoid contamination or parasitism by any unclean entities. On the other end of the line was Xing Xiaoshan, the minister of the city defense department in Baiwa City, whose cultivation reached level 8. He was the foremost line of defense for Baiwa City. In ordinary circumstances, royal beast masters do not take charge, only appearing during significant incidents or beast tides. Xing Xiaoshan was taken aback by Cheng Jingjing's serious tone. What is going on? Is it that serious? Cheng Jingjing, already agitated, retorted. Damn it, these little brats have dared to delve into the inner perimeter. How can this not be serious? Xing Xiaoshan, accustomed to Cheng Jingjing's scolding, was unperturbed. However, the matter of venturing into the inner perimeter left him horrified. His left eye had been lost upon entering the inner perimeter, and he was now forced to wear an eye patch. If a master-level beast master faced such dangers, what fate awaited these teams? Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. You and CS Sun should also come over. The situation was more dire than anticipated. Preparations must be made. Once the call ended, Cheng Jingjing prepared to head to the temporary observation facility, but was stopped by Chen Fei. Minister, take me with you. He quickly elaborated. I can allow my beast to enter the temporary observation facility and share the visuals with everyone. This measure can prevent anyone from making direct contact with them. Chen Fei's proposal was exceedingly difficult for Cheng Jingjing to refuse. All right, you come along too. Chapter 31, The Eerie Moss. Before long, Team 16 finally escaped from the Baiwa Mountains. Open the gate. Quickly open the city gate. We have injured team members who need urgent rescue. The captain of the medical team, Chu Chengsheng, was in a state of panic. Not only were his team members injured, but even his beloved had been poisoned by the annihilation ant. With the resources available to their team, they were utterly incapable of counteracting this toxin, requiring a higher-level poison specialist. The guards at the city gate did not open the door, sternly stating, "Sorry, we have received orders. Please move to the temporary observation room." The temporary observation room was located outside the city, nestled between the city wall and the Baiwa Mountains, constantly at risk of an attack from monstrous beasts. Chu Chengsheng felt as if struck by lightning. He indignantly exclaimed, "Are you abandoning us? What have we done wrong?" Many were sent to the temporary observation room. Yet those who emerged alive had all suffered grievously. The guard, with a stoic expression, reiterated, "I'm sorry, this is Minister Xing's order, and we must comply." Chu Chengsheng contemplated arguing further, but was pulled back by those around him. Let it go. Perhaps they discovered we entered the inner perimeter, which is why they are so on edge. However, Chu Chengsheng opened his mouth, only to swallow his words. With no other choice, he implored, "We can go to the safe house, but please send a poison specialist who can cure the annihilation ant's toxin." The guard replied once more, "One is already on the way, they will arrive shortly." Reluctantly, Chu Chengsheng led his companions to the temporary observation room. Rather than a room, it resembled an enlarged crystal box, still constructed from 4th-level crystal skills. This large crystal box was divided into 3 layers. The innermost layer separated rooms. The middle layer served to reinforce, and the outer layer blocked light and ensured privacy. Cheng Jingjing, CS Sun, Xing Xiaoshan, and Chen Fei had long been waiting in the monitoring room, watching as Chu Chengsheng and his team entered. However, due to the barrier of the screen, they could not confirm their breaths, symptoms, or toxins. Cheng Jingjing turned to Chen Fei and inquired, "Your beast pet could dispel level 2 toxins when it was at level 1. Now that it has become a level 2 beast, can it dispel the level 3 annihilation ant toxin?" Chen Fei feigned contemplation before providing a vague answer. "Let us give it a try. I'm not certain if it will work. Go ahead, and have your beast share its vision." Cheng Jingjing commanded. Following her orders, several hundred small Wang poison Gu kings sprang forth from Chen Fei, inducing a sense of claustrophobia among the onlookers. CS Sun could not help but ask, "Chen Fei, how many offspring has your Wang poison Gu hatched?" "Oh, approximately 10,000, Chen Fei replied, quite perplexed by the question, as he truly did not know the exact number. Only that it was an immense quantity. Upon hearing this figure, the 3 esteemed masters were left astonished. With 10,000 rushing forth, any intermediate beast master would surely be overwhelmed. Your hatching speed is somewhat extraordinary. This surpassed the normal hatching rate of beasts. CS Sun could not help but question. Chen Fei merely responded nonchalantly, "Some opportunities arise. My beast pet is a level 1 poison Gu king." He wished to conceal the rapid advancement of his cultivation. Yet he had no intention of hiding his talent. Revealing his potential to these esteemed figures sooner rather than later was not a bad thing. He required a certain tilt and resources. Upon learning it was a Gu king, CS Sun ceased his inquiries, merely lamenting internally about the missed opportunity of having such talent under his command. Cheng Jingjing also took note of this matter, deciding to keep a closer watch lest this old fellow, CS Sun, abscond with him one day. Chen Fei had no time to dwell on their thoughts. His heart was focused on Chu Chengsheng and his team. In his past life, Chu Chengsheng did not perish in the Baiwa Mountains, but rather in the medical room, indicating that some horrifying events transpired. As the small Gu entered, their visions were shared. The first task Chen Fei undertook was to have the small Gu assist in detoxifying Chu Chengsheng and his team. Even the weakest annihilation ant possessed level qualifications, and the queen ant boasted even higher. Chu Chengsheng and his companions had encountered a swarm of level 3 annihilation ants, ranks 5 to 7. Just one was sufficient to pose a threat, let alone a horde. Even a level 4 monster general would not dare to confront this swarm head-on. Not to mention, these annihilation ants possessed extremely potent blood toxins classified as level 3. They could cause blood degeneration, necrosis, and paralysis of the cardiovascular and respiratory centers, among other dire consequences. Without timely treatment, death was inevitable. Unfamiliar with the small Wan poison Gu king, Chu Chengsheng summoned his beast pet, preparing for battle. After spending several days in the Baiwa Mountains, he felt an air of unease. The reconnaissance team halted him, stating that this was a beast pet sent by the poison specialist Chen Fei, one of their own. Only then did Chu Chongsheng breathe a sigh of relief. Yet he still did not dismiss his beast pet. The poison from the annihilation ant was not too challenging for the small Gu. However, Chen Fei still instructed it to slow its healing pace. While treatment was underway, Cheng Jingjing's voice came through the monitor. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? Why did you venture into the inner perimeter? The group exchanged glances, unsure of how to explain. Allow me to elucidate. Chu Chongsheng withdrew his beast pet and sat down despondently. After organizing his thoughts, he began. We heard that 5-color divine stone flowers had appeared in the central region of the Baiwa Mountains, and our 5 teams could not resist the temptation to seek treasure. We only brought core members and thought it would be manageable to navigate the central area. On the first day, we searched by day and found a safe area to rest at night. Everything was quite normal. On the second day, we indeed discovered the 5-colored divine stone flowers. In that moment, everything changed. As he recounted this, the faces of the group were still filled with trepidation. Cheng Jingjing and the others did not interrupt, allowing them to finish their tale. We found a total of 5-color divine stone flowers, which brought us great joy. Each team could take one, preventing any conflict. However, as we cautiously approached the flowers, the surrounding environment began to shift. It was then we realized this was merely a mirage. Originally, a natural geographical refraction phenomenon. Some beasts can inherently manipulate such occurrences. This type of skill is a form of illusion, with lower lethality, yet the environment is more realistic, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood. Chu Chongsheng continued. Once we discovered it was a deception, we immediately attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The moss on the ground seemed to come alive, beginning to writhe and spread rapidly towards us. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, being the closest, accidentally came into contact with the moss. Within mere seconds, he began to roll on the ground, screaming. Our medical team employed various light and wood skills, but to no avail. Yet before he could cry out again, Xiao Yuan was silenced, as he had merged with the moss, seemingly becoming sustenance for it, which proliferated from his body. None of us had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. We could only flee for our lives. Chapter 32. The 8th Evil King, the Suturing Skill. I have encountered this moss before, spoke Xing Xiaoshan. Cheng Jingjing and the others turned to listen as Xing Xiaoshan continued. Once, I was pursuing a fugitive and ventured alone into the Baiwa Mountains. However, before reaching the inner perimeter, I encountered this moss. I witnessed a high-level 9th-tier beast master being devoured by the moss, with no ability to resist whatsoever. The words of Xing Xiaoshan cast a somber pall over those present. The ability to devour even a formidable level 9 creature left no doubt that Chu Chongsheng and his companions stood little chance of survival against such an entity. Indeed, the greatest fear does not stem from the strength of one's adversary, but rather from the uncertainty posed by an unknown foe. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Jingjing gestured for Chu Chongsheng to continue. The eerie, bloodthirsty moss obstructed our retreat, leaving us no choice but to evade toward areas devoid of it. However, we soon encountered a perilous dilemma. We had lost our sense of direction. It was as if we had inadvertently stumbled into an illusion. For no matter how far we ran, the surroundings remained unchanged. At that moment, we realized we were ensnared in a ghost wall. The appearance of a mirage was not surprising. Encountering a ghost wall seemed rather fitting. Yet, Chen Fei felt an unsettling coincidence. It was uncanny that where the 5-colored divine stone flower thrived, so too did the moss. And where the moss flourished, there existed the ghost wall. It all sounded like a trap. Time became an abstraction as we finally escaped the ghost wall, only to find ourselves unwittingly within the inner sanctum. There, level 4 demon beasts roamed freely, and the roars of level 5 demon kings could be heard intermittently. Most terrifying were the numerous unknown creatures inhabiting that space. There were beings with human bodies but heads adorned with red lanterns. Walking tree spirits with trunks covered in human faces, and the most horrifying of all, those faces bore an uncanny resemblance to our own, each contorted in grotesque agony. Additionally, there was a seemingly normal Capricorn lion, yet beside it, a leopard's head and a monkey's head were grotesquely fused. A storm demon serpent possessed bat-like flesh wings and a scorpion-like tail. Everything appeared disturbingly surreal. In our terror, we fled without a moment's pause, only to realize that our numbers were dwindling. From a total of 42, only 18 of us remained, each of us bearing various injuries. As Chu Chongsheng recounted this, his face was marked with lingering shock and despair. Cheng Jingjing and Xie Sun turned to Xing Xiaoshan, who simply shook his head. The last time I ventured into the inner sanctum was a year ago. I am unaware of what changes have transpired since. Xing Xiaoshan might be uncertain, yet Chen Fei was deep in thought. In his past life, He had heard whispers of the 8th evil king among the 10 evil kings, notorious for his ability to stitch together demon beasts. This villain could merge 2 or more unrelated demon beasts, resulting in a mutated creature of significantly enhanced power, retaining the characteristics of each original beast. It was all quite bizarre. Based on Chu Chongqing's description, it was highly probable that the strange beings they encountered were experiments of this evil king. The rapid emergence of such a malevolent force was alarming, as it indicated that he was likely amassing strength. The thought weighed heavily on Chen Fei's heart. He yearned to impart his knowledge to Cheng Jingjing, Xing Xiaoshan, and the others, to heighten their vigilance. However, he was at a loss for how to articulate his insights, for how could he explain that he had been reborn? After much deliberation, Chen Fei ultimately swallowed his words. But wait, if the Xiao Gu could delve deeper into the inner sanctum and share their vision, wouldn't their first-hand observations serve as the most compelling evidence? Strength. What he lacked was strength. To enable the Xiao Gu to venture into the inner sanctum, they would need at least level 3 advanced power, accompanied by a being like the Yuming Huanhu, capable of piercing illusions. Otherwise, no matter how formidable their power, it would be futile if they remained trapped in a mirage. As the group pondered this, the Xiao Gu had already cleansed the toxins of the annihilation ant. They began to examine the remaining members for any signs of distress. Through the shared vision of Xiao Gu, it became evident that the spirits of the 18 individuals were notably diminished. One girl named Lingling had succumbed to unconsciousness, with no indication of when she might awaken. Beyond that, nothing else appeared amiss. Cheng Jingjing approached the microphone, stating, "You all understand the necessity of remaining in the temporary observation room for at least half a month. I will ensure that provisions are provided daily. If, after this period, you are all well, I shall release you." With matters reaching this juncture, Chu Chongsheng and his companions resigned themselves to their fate, hoping that no further incidents would occur in the interim. Then Cheng Jingjing turned her gaze to Chen Fei, asserting, "This time, you are deserving of a third-class merit award. Had you not detected the threat in time, the consequences would have been dire once this group entered the city." Her words were directed towards Xiesun and Xing Xiaoshan, both of whom shook their heads in agreement, acknowledging Chen Fei's contribution. Their fear lay not in the complete annihilation of these individuals, but rather in the potential return of insidious artifacts that could exact a toll on lives. Chen Fei did not revel in the prospect of a third-class merit award. He sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Upon returning to his dormitory, sleep eluded him, the specter of the 8th evil king haunting his thoughts. With no hope of rest, he summoned Xiao Gu to share their vision. At that moment, an advance unit had already set forth toward the central zone. The central zone was teeming with level 3 beasts, yet opportunities for success were not entirely absent. Gu Yi commanded the Baiguang Mantis, leading a group of Xiao Gu into the shadows, where their smaller stature would afford them a greater advantage for stealthy strikes. The level 3, Stage 1 Rage Lotus Flame Butterfly was an evolved version of the Red Lotus Flame Butterfly, possessing distinguished qualities. Its fiery toxin escalated from level 2 to level 3. Even without inhalation, mere contact with its skin would induce excruciating burns, penetrating to the very marrow. The Rage Lotus Flame Butterfly also possessed an array of fire-based skills, often traveling in packs of 3 to 5, making them a notably dangerous presence in the central zone. However, their greatest weakness lay in their frail constitution, which became Gu Yi's singular opportunity. Thousands of Little Wan Poison Gu Kings stood ready, awaiting Chen Fei's command. As the Rage Lotus Flame Butterfly approached, a directive resonated from Xiao Gu. "Little ones, unleash the silver thread's entrapment." As the thousands of spider webs soared through the air, the spectacle was both magnificent and spine-chilling. Even if Tang Jian's Purple Thunder Phoenix faced this multitude of webs, it would find itself at a loss. Sometimes, a quantitative accumulation can lead to a qualitative transformation. Moreover, the Silver Thread's entrapment skill had reached a level of mastery. Level 2 beasts found it difficult to break free, while level 3 beasts required some time to escape. However, with over 1,000 webs ensnaring the Rage Lotus Flame Butterfly simultaneously, how could it hope to extricate itself swiftly? Chapter 33, The Emergence of Anomalies. Soon, 3 large cocoons appeared on the ground. The Rage Lotus Flame Butterfly would not remain idle, utilizing its skill, Red Lotus Bloom, to conjure a blazing red lotus around itself, exuding intense heat. This lotus not only provided a degree of defense, but could incinerate everything in its vicinity. Within half a minute, it would likely break free, leaving Gu Yi with little time. Gu Yi's sole purpose was to swiftly transport these 3 cocoons to the periphery. Engaging in combat on the spot would risk attracting more Rage Lotus Flame Butterflies. The Little Wan Poison Gu Kings would not cease their assault, swiftly launching a second wave of attack on the cocoons. Poison was their forte, and Mushroom Number 1 initiated the attack. The paralysis and illusion combo aimed to buy every possible second. Following that came the second wave of poison, dubbed Poison Bug No. 1. This concoction amalgamated the venom of all the poisonous insects, scorpions, snakes, and spiders that Xiao Gu had encountered, blended together with precision. Not merely a haphazard mix. It was carefully curated, ensuring compatibility without conflict. Ultimately, 49 varieties of toxins were selected to form this Poison Bug No. 1, which emerged as a level 3 blood toxin. Neurotoxin. The victim's body was ensnared by countless threads, akin to the intricate webs of venomous spiders, rendering them immobile. Subsequently, the toxins would gradually erode bodily functions, inflicting excruciating agony upon both humans and beast alike, ultimately leading to demise through impaired respiration and heartbeat. The Anger Lotus Flame Butterfly, adorned with crimson lotuses, may not necessarily be slain, yet Chen Fei sought merely the effect of entrapment to prolong time. Following this, there was also Nightmare No. 1. This poison, derived from various rare plants, would plunge the afflicted into an endless abyss of nightmares. The fears and anguish experienced within these dreams would gradually corrode their sanity until consciousness collapsed, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. With the continuous accumulation of toxins, Xiao Gu's Kiss of Venom became increasingly formidable. Coupled with the prior, colorless No. 1, unleashing 4 types of toxins would spell disaster for any unprepared beast. Moreover, by the time these toxins waned, Xiao Gu's team would have already prepared a second wave of webs, ready to strike anew. Thus, after this meticulous process, 3 Anger Lotus Flame Butterflies were reduced to questioning their existence. Previously, Xiao Gu had relied on secondary beasts like the Bai Guang Mantis and Lei Tong Yuan for such dominance. Now, however, Xiao Gu's forces had evolved into their own entity, capable of overpowering foes of higher ranks without issue. After all, how many could cultivate 5 adept-level skills among secondary beasts? Upon the arrival of the 3 Anger Lotus Flame Butterflies in the territory of the Lei Tong Yuan and Bai Guang Mantis, they were met with a barrage of attacks. Consequently, 2 Anger Lotus Flame Butterflies were captured alive, while 1 succumbed to poison mid-encounter. Eliminating a level 3 Anger Lotus Flame Butterfly grants 100 points of slaughter value. Instantly, 100 points were added, and a level 3 beast was indeed a delectable prize. Should one manage to slay 1,000, that would yield a staggering 100,000 points of slaughter value, thus summoning the Yu Meng Soul Fox. However, Chen Fei would refrain from such actions. Directly killing these Anger Lotus Flame Butterflies was far less advantageous than parasitizing them. In their moment of vulnerability, he would control their corpses. By commandeering them, it would be tantamount to acquiring the battle prowess of 2 level 3 beasts. Subsequently, utilizing their strength alongside Xiao Gu's formidable forces, waves of level 3 beasts could be drawn in. Although the process was immensely intricate, it would soon culminate in an army of level 3 beasts. With this battalion, exterminating level 3 beasts would be accomplished with unparalleled efficiency. What Chen Fei sought was merely time. Given sufficient time, even with just Xiao Gu, he could command half of the Bayou mountain range. Days passed, and soon it was the end of September. The temporary observation station remained unperturbed, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. Not only did Chu Chongxing breathe a sigh of relief, but Cheng Jingjing and Xing Xiaoshan were equally relieved. Naturally, any positive development was welcome. Yet, the most unwelcome mishap transpired. Boom, boom. A series of resounding explosions echoed from the vicinity of the temporary observation station. Cheng Jingjing and the others rushed to the city wall, only to discover that the entire observation station had been dislodged from its original position. The outermost crystal shield lay shattered, with the remaining 2 layers cracked. The occupants inside were temporarily unharmed, but were gripped by sheer terror. It appeared that the location of the observation station had been left with a gaping hole. Judging by its size, it was likely created by a rupture earth demon worm. Xing Xiaoshan instructed the beast master of earth-type beasts to swiftly seal the hole, while he summoned his own beast. Chen Fei, unfamiliar with Xing Xiaoshan, cast a curious glance. 9-turn Crystal Serpent. Strength, level 4, stage 8. Attributes, Crystal type, Flesh tank type, Power type. Qualification, potential for promotion. Skills 1. Crystal Manipulation, can control mineral substances within the earth, forming large-scale destructive crystal skills. Proficiency, Pinnacle level. 2. Crystal Traversal, can utilize crystal materials for teleportation or instant movement. Proficiency, Master level. Due to insufficient proficiency, currently usable 3 times a day. Upon witnessing the crystal traversal ability, Chen Fei understood how Xing Xiaoshan managed to escape from within the Bayou mountain range. When utilized effectively, it was akin to a typical spatial traversal skill, rendering escape virtually unbeatable. Following this, the 9-turn Crystal Serpent controlled the subterranean crystal mines, forming pillars of crystal to first seal the opening and subsequently protect the area surrounding the observation station. This was to prevent further destruction by burrowing beasts like the Rupture Earth Demon Worm. Chen Jingjing also summoned her beast, Qingmu Spirit Monkey. Strength, Level 4, Stage 3. Attributes, Elemental Type, Support Type, Healing Type. Qualification, Potential for promotion. Skills, 1. Life Restoration. Can draw upon the life force of wood-type beings to heal others. Proficiency, Pinnacle Level. 2. Nature Affinity. Can communicate with plants within a certain range. Proficiency, Master Level. As the Qingmu Spirit Monkey performed a throwing gesture, a handful of seeds were cast around the temporary observation station. Almost immediately, these seeds sprouted into green shoots, rapidly growing into small trees over 2 meters tall. The trees swayed gently, and green orbs of light floated up, entering the observation station and enveloping Chu Chongsheng and the others. In an instant, their minds were calmed, and their injuries healed significantly. This exemplified the distinction between levels. The Qingmu Spirit Monkey could heal groups from a distance, whereas his mother's human face spirit flower could only provide localized healing. Just as it seemed the situation had reached a resolution, an unexpected twist arose. Chapter 34, The Evolved Black Sticky Worm. With the Rupture Earth Demon Worm no longer posing a threat, the temporary station was momentarily secure. Chu Chongsheng and the others released a collective sigh of relief. Lingling, what is wrong with you? Don't scare me. A frantic call startled the recently relaxed Chu Chongsheng. He hurried over to find Lingling, who had been lying still, suddenly awakened. Yet, her first action upon regaining consciousness was not to inquire about her surroundings or her condition, but to clutch her abdomen and writhe in agony. It hurt so much. Oh, there's something inside me. Please stop wriggling. Witnessing Lingling weep uncontrollably and even bang her head against the floor, Chu Chongsheng felt an indescribable discomfort. He hastily summoned his beast for treatment. However, he had forgotten that the Qingmu Spirit Monkey was still outside, and its healing abilities were superior to his own. If the Qingmu Spirit Monkey could not heal her, what hope did he have? Chu Chongsheng, what is happening? Chen Jingjing inquired urgently upon seeing the chaos in the temporary station. Yet, before Chu Chongsheng could respond, a horrifying incident unfolded. Lingling's body suddenly stiffened, and then her abdomen ruptured. Blood, dismembered flesh, and shattered organs splattered across everything around. On the bed, the floor, the clothing of others, and even on Chu Chongsheng's face. The girls present could no longer contain their screams, their terrified voices echoing as if they could tear the very fabric of the temporary station apart. Even those who remained relatively composed stepped back in fear, unable to approach. Gagging, even Chu Chongsheng leaned against the wall and retched several times. Such a gruesome scene. Even as the captain of a medical team, he had never witnessed before. From the perspectives of Chen Fei, Chen Jingjing, and the others, they observed a section of the transparent temporary station suddenly turning crimson. Subsequently, the blood flowed down the crystal walls. A sudden chill gripped their hearts. Something was amiss. Chen Fei promptly instructed Xiao Gu to share their vision, allowing everyone to witness the horrific scene unfolding inside. Upon witnessing such a bloody tableau, nausea washed over them. Something is crawling out of Lingling. The girl speaking, Ding Si, who was closest to the scene, stifled the tremors within her heart and fled in haste upon witnessing the horrifying sight. Upon looking over, Chu Zhongxing discovered that it was a black sticky worm. No wonder Ling had met such a tragic end. This creature was the culprit behind it all. In a fit of rage, Chu Zhongxing commanded his beast companion to attack. However, the black sticky worm proved to be even more fragile than anticipated. Shattering upon impact, as if it were porcelain dropped from a great height. Astonishingly, it fragmented in a highly organized manner, transforming into numerous tiny black sticky worms the size of sesame seeds, which then floated in the air, gradually filling the entire room. The first to react was Ding Si, who pushed open the door and dashed outside, frantically banging on the door of the temporary shelter, pleading, "Let me out, Minister. Please let me out. There are countless black sticky worms inside. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to meet the same fate as Ling." Others soon joined her, exclaiming, "Minister, open the door quickly. Those black sticky worms are coming this way. Please, we implore you. Do you truly want to witness us being killed by the black sticky worms?" At that moment, Chen Jingjing wore a gloomy expression. She yearned to save them, but felt powerless to act. If they were merely ordinary black sticky worms, it would be one thing. But this time they had provoked the evolved form known as the Black Sticky Worm King. Chen Fei opened the sacred tome and uncovered relevant information. Black Sticky Worm King, non-entity. Strength, Level 3, Stage 8. Attributes, Poison, Life, Assassin. Qualification, Potential for upgrade. Skills 1. Spore diffusion. The body can split into countless spores. As long as one spore survives, it will not truly die. This can be used for escape or parasitism. Proficiency, mastery level 2. No wonder when Chu Zhongxing attacked the Black Sticky Worm King, it shattered into thousands of spores. It was indeed its unique ability. These spores drifted like dandelions in the wind, and once the temporary shelter was opened, they would disperse. They need not even enter through the mouth. Merely landing on the skin would allow them to parasitize. After a period of fermentation, they would form a complete entity, emerging in a manner akin to Ling Ling's demise. Thus, Chen Jingjing dared not take chances. She was uncertain whether these spores would drift into the city. Even a single spore could lead to catastrophic consequences. It was at this moment that Chen Fei truly grasped the severity of the bloodshed incident from his previous life. It was no wonder that 7 or 8 teams had perished. Even more terrifying was the revelation that the Black Sticky Worm King before them had merely grown from a single spore. Its main body was likely still deep within the Baiwa Mountains. This realization calmed Chen Fei somewhat. While Xiao Gu of the same rank was formidable, he was not yet a match for the Black Sticky Worm King. At least, beneath the same rank, this spore diffusion was something Xiao Gu could not resolve. If given the opportunity, he must elevate Xiao Gu's level. While Chen Jingjing and Xing Xiaoshan hesitated, Ding Si and the others had already succumbed to infection. Their eyes lost their light, turning black, including the whites. Suddenly, Ding Si eerily raised her head, fixating her gaze on Chen Jingjing. You humans are truly heartless. Clearly, you could save your comrades, yet you choose not to, watching them be slaughtered before your eyes. She sneered. Ha. It was evident that besides the Black Sticky Worm King, a terrifying monster lurked, capable of manipulating human emotions. Under its influence, Chen Fei noticed the soldiers around him looking at Chen Jingjing, Xing Xiaoshan, and the others with unmistakable shifts in their expressions, disappointment, anger, and hatred. It was a complex amalgamation of emotions. Indeed, if they did not save Ding Si and the others this time, they could easily disregard them next time. After all, they were merely the lowest-ranking soldiers. They wished for their deaths to be glorious, not such a wretched demise. As he contemplated this, Chen Fei felt cold sweat begin to bead on his forehead. This was a blatant ploy. If Chen Jingjing and the others did not rescue Ding Si or Chu Zhongxing, the soldiers would surely harbor grievances against them, earning them the infamous reputation of being unwilling to assist. Yet, if they intervened, the danger would only escalate. Should calamity befall the city, Chen Jingjing and the others would still face scorn. They were being set ablaze on a pyre. If they were successfully manipulated, the morale of Baiwa City would suffer grievously. Xing Xiaoshan could have commanded the Jiuzhuan Crystal Serpent to crush the temporary observation shelter in an instant. However, the issue was that the Black Sticky Worm King deliberately chose not to parasitize Chu Zhongxing, ensuring he struggled, allowing all the guards on the wall to witness his plight. Act now. Xie Sun ground his teeth. If we delay, the consequences will only worsen. Xing Xiaoshan shared this sentiment, preparing to let the Jiuzhuan Crystal Serpent deliver a fatal blow. However, before he could act, he observed the temporary observation shelter being engulfed by a grayish-purple mist, with the infected individuals succumbing one after another. The source of the toxin was the Xiao Gu who had remained in the temporary shelter. They suddenly looked to Chen Fei, who met their gaze. Being parasitized by the spores of the Black Sticky Worm King, they were beyond salvation. As for Chu Zhongxing, he was to be kept alive. He still held value. Xing Xiaoshan, what have you discovered? Chapter 35, Human Puppet. Chen Fei focused on Chu Zhongxing and spoke slowly. This purple toxic mist contains level 3 neurotoxin and blood toxin. He emphasized the term human. Xing Xiaoshan, Chen Jingjing, and the others exchanged glances, each perceiving the unusual meaning therein. Without further inquiry, Xing Xiaoshan commanded the Jiuzhuan Crystal Serpent to detain Chu Zhongxing, confining him to another crystal box. Subsequently, he crystallized the entire temporary observation shelter, shattering the crystal. Whether it was the spores of the Black Sticky Worm King or Ding Si and the others, they all transformed into scintillating starlight. However, some blackish powder remained, which the Xiao Gu diligently collected. Chu Zhongxing pounded on the crystal box in fury, exclaiming, "Minister, why are you so cruel? Among them are my beloved, my brothers, my comrades. You do not even consider if they have a chance to be saved, but instead opt for immediate annihilation? Are you also going to erase me? Come on, erase me. Then I can reunite with them." His trembling shoulders and helpless expression revealed his profound sorrow, his voice nearly shattering with grief. The soldiers on the wall felt sympathy for Chu Zhongxing's plight, while growing increasingly disillusioned with Xing Xiaoshan and the others. He is lying. A sudden voice drew Chen Jingjing and the others' attention. It was none other than the long-absent Chen Qingyun and his wife, who had left the front lines. Beside Xia Zhixue was the flower fairy deer, capable of discerning human hearts. Chen Fei merely nodded at them, offering little else. He did not wish to expose their relationship. "Old Xia, you have finally returned." Chen Jingjing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although Xia Zhishua's combat ability was not high, her supportive beast companions were exceptionally effective, serving as both logistics and interrogation department heads. It was crucial to remember that in warfare, logistics often played a decisive role. Let's deal with this fellow first. Xia Zhishua recognized that this was not the time for reminiscence. Chu Zhongxing, I must ask you, why do you weep on the surface while smiling within? With these words, Xia Zhishua left Chu Zhongxing momentarily speechless. You killed my comrades, and now you question my integrity? Chu Zhongxing was filled with grief and indignation. The guards empathized deeply with his plight. This was truly excessive. They had slaughtered his team. Yet now they sought to tarnish his reputation. Was this the game of those in power? Upon hearing this, Qin Qingyun frowned. Immediately summoning a bat-like beast with 6 ears and strikingly blue eyes, a unique sight indeed. 6-eared clear sound bat. Strength, level 4, stage 5. Attributes, soundwave system. Flight system. Qualifications, potential for promotion. Skills, 1. Sonic boom. Capable of emitting specialized sonic wave attacks that disrupt or harm the enemy's nervous system. Proficiency, mastery level. 2. Sonic barrier. Able to create a sonic shield that deflects sonic attacks and mitigates a portion of physical and elemental damage. Proficiency, mastery level. In addition to utilizing sonic attacks, the Lu Er Qingyin bat possesses remarkably acute hearing, capable of detecting even the faintest sounds, including the heartbeat and breath of its prey. This exceptional ability is why Qin Qingyun belongs to the tracking department, embodying functions of tracking and surveillance. Upon the emergence of the Lu Er Qingyin bat, a sonic barrier was immediately constructed to prevent the cries of Chu Chongxing from affecting the guards once more. Subsequently, it employed sonic resonance to eliminate the sonic influence on the guards, restoring their mental clarity. It turned out that these guards had unknowingly fallen victim to the sonic attack. They touched their faces in bewilderment. What just happened to me? Hearing Chu Chongxing's cries made me feel a profound sense of unease, a desire to comfort him. But now that feeling has vanished. They realized they had been unwittingly subjected to a sonic skill attack. So who exactly is this Chu Chongxing? As the guards regained their mental composure, Chu Chongxing ceased to feign. The information I received indicated that the two were not in Baiwest City, yet you returned so promptly? Xia Zhishua interjected sharply. You are not Chu Chongxing. Who exactly are you? Guess, if you can figure it out, ha ha ha. As the laughter echoed, Chu Chongxing suddenly became rigid, indeed frozen. He was transformed into a human doll, yet his face retained an eerie smile. This smile was all too familiar to Chen Fei and Qin Qingyun, resembling the strange grin of Song Gong just before his demise. Chen Fei sent a small Wan Du Gu Wang to investigate, only to be astounded by the revelation that inside was empty, implying that the entity communicating with them was merely a facade. No wonder the spore of the He Nian Chong Wang could not take hold. No wonder the poisonous smoke had no effect on him. Such bizarre occurrences left Chen Fei unnerved. Had Chu Chongxing always been a human doll? Or did this transformation occur after the appearance of the He Nian Chong Wang? A myriad of questions swirled in Chen Fei's mind. Chen Qingyun, Chen Jingjing, and the others also wore grave expressions. Despite the presence of 5 master-level beast tamers, they had failed to detect the unusual nature of the opponent. In the world following the arrival of the mist, many phenomena were beyond comprehension. The atmosphere was saturated with strangeness, and common sense could no longer guide their path. Everyone disperse, return to your duties. Xing Xiaoshan waved his hand, signaling the others to resume their posts. The guards were no longer engulfed in the disappointment they had felt earlier. Rather, they were now chilled by the implications of Chu Chongxing's human doll situation. Their thoughts converged on a singular notion: to avoid entering the Baiwa mountain range at all costs. In the conference room, the 5 ministers and Chen Fei were engulfed in silence. Although the incident had concluded, it had birthed a plethora of issues. After a prolonged pause, Chen Jingjing finally spoke. Old Xia, didn't you say you would return in a couple of days? How did you arrive today? Xia Zhishua turned to Chen Fei. My son urged me to come early, stating that something had transpired. Your son is also in Baiwa City. Xing Xiaoshan and Xie Sun exchanged puzzled glances. Only Chen Jingjing crossed her legs, smirking. He is not only in Baiwa City, but he is right before you. Xie Sun and Xing Xiaoshan suddenly turned their gaze to Chen Fei. So it is Chen Fei and Qin Qingyun. Chen Fei merely scratched his head, remaining silent. Chen Jingjing continued to observe. This time, Chen Fei has indeed achieved great merit. Initially, he was to receive a 3rd-class award, but it seems insufficient now. At least a 2nd-class award is warranted. Xing Xiaoshan concurred. Indeed, had he not discovered the threat in time, Chu Chongxing's group would have infiltrated the city, allowing the spores of the He Nian Chong Wang to spread unchecked. It would have been far more challenging to resolve, and they likely would have planted a spy like Chu Chongxing. Dangerous, exceedingly dangerous. Chen Qingyun had not anticipated Chen Fei's involvement in this matter. While feeling happy for him, he could not help but state, "This second-class award can be granted, but it must remain confidential." The others quickly grasped Chen Qingyun's intent. To avoid drawing attention, they wished to keep Chen Fei inconspicuous. "Very well, it is decided. Now let us discuss the second matter." Xing Xiaoshan rose and activated the projector in the conference room. The screen displayed photographs from the recent incident. "What do you all think about the truth behind Chu Chongxing's alleged intrusion into the inner circle? How much of it is true and how much is false?" Chapter 36, Sale of Monster Beasts. Xie Sun voiced his speculation, a mixture of truth and falsehood. Otherwise Ding Si and the others would have refuted it long ago. Cheng Jingjing continued, "What we fear most is this ambiguous information. Regardless, it is undeniable that significant changes have occurred within the inner circle. The Hei Nian Chong Wang, and that unknown entity capable of turning humans into dolls. These changes are certainly not auspicious. Thus, esteemed colleagues, the days ahead will be increasingly arduous." The meeting revolved around this incident for an extended period, during which several new regulations were established, primarily aimed at preventing sudden accidents in the Baihui mountain range and reducing soldier mortality rates. After leaving the conference room, Xiao Gu leaped onto Chen Fei's shoulder, gravely stating, "You were indeed correct. Something significant has transpired. I never imagined that Chu Chongsheng and his group would ultimately meet their demise." At this moment, Xiao Gu began to believe in Chen Fei's claims of being pursued by the Demon King. It seemed that only by striving to grow stronger could they escape such perilous circumstances. Chen Fei, too, felt a tinge of melancholy. Indeed, not a single person was brought back. I had already informed Cheng Jingjing in advance, and even called my parents back early, yet it did not alter the outcome. The inner circle was no different from hell. Moreover, the final smile reminded Chen Fei of the episode where he nearly met his end in a dream. He had long suspected that the matter of the five-color divine stone flower was not so simple. And now it appeared that this incident might also bear the traces of that organization. A group of beasts that regard human life as trifling. "Let me catch you." Chen Fei's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Hatred does not arise without cause. It is rooted in grievances that demand resolution. "By the way, Xiao Gu, bring out what you found." It turned out that when the Jiu Zhuan Jing, she shattered the spores of the Hei Nian Chong Wang. Some remnants were collected by Xiao Gu. Spore crystal powder. Among tens of thousands of spores, only 1 or 2 crystals can be produced. Due to insufficient quantity, it cannot enable the Gu worm to learn the spore diffusion skill. Oh, this skill. Chen Fei felt a surge of excitement upon seeing it for the first time. This meant that when the quantity was sufficient, Xiao Gu could learn this skill. An absolute life-saving artifact. Excellent, excellent. This incident did yield some rewards. This discovery alone justified all the effort Chen Fei had invested. As for acquiring more crystal powder, he had already devised a plan. Subsequently, Chen Fei continued to relentlessly enhance his power. Over the course of more than a week, his kill count had accumulated to 90,000. For the final 10,000, he was determined to work tirelessly until it was achieved. Xiao Gu's cultivation gradually caught up, reaching the strength of level 2, stage 7. The qualifications and potential of the Bai Guang Mantis and Lei Tong Yuan were decent, yet they evidently could no longer keep pace with Chen Fei. Through their recent interactions, Chen Fei had developed a certain bond with them. He would never harm them, but he also would not return them to the Baihui mountain range. If they were allowed to remain there, they would eventually perish. After some contemplation, Chen Fei sought out Su Kuei and Wang Ji, both of whom were old acquaintances with whom he could speak freely. "Chen Fei, my dear brother, what brings you to us today?" The two men, grateful for Chen Fei's assistance regarding the matters of San Yi and Si Yi, were always ready to respond to his call. Chen Fei got straight to the point. "Su Gu, Wang Gu, I have a batch of demon beasts available for sale. Would you care to take a look?" Su Kuei and Wang Ji exchanged glances, both puzzled as to what Chen Fei was truly offering. However, they refrained from making hasty conclusions. For anything concerning this little fellow often yielded unexpected surprises. Chen Fei promptly revealed several demon beasts from the Shengdian space. Having been under the control of Xiao Gu and having spent some time with Chen Fei, their wildness had been significantly subdued. They no longer attacked on sight, but had begun to show affection towards humans. Su Kuei and Wang Ji, who had been jovial moments earlier, were now rendered speechless upon witnessing the sight before them. A level 2, grade 8 Bai Guang Mantis. A level 2, grade 6 Lei Tong Ape. The two inhaled sharply. Astonished, did our brother just empty out a merchant guild? Of the 20 demon beasts Chen Fei presented, 12 possessed high-grade qualifications, which explained their astonishment. "Have you two found anything of interest?" Chen Fei inquired. Su Kuei and Wang Ji's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet they remained silent. "What concerns do you have, my brothers?" Su Kuei scratched his head before reluctantly admitting, "To be honest, I am quite fond of that Lei Tong ape, but my pockets are rather light. Wang Ji nodded in agreement. Unlike Chen Fei, who possessed the slaughtering scripture and could enhance his strength with slaughter points, they required not only spirit stones for their own cultivation, but also various evolutionary materials for their beasts, making the subsequent training costs far exceed the initial purchase price. The level 2 beasts Chen Fei had presented were certainly priced much higher. In the market, each would surely exceed 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei understood their hesitation. Yet his primary intent was not the spirit stones. My dear brothers, I am merely acting on behalf of someone else. What he truly hopes is for these beasts to find suitable owners who will cherish and protect them. As for the price, you need not worry. I can offer you an 80 discount, and payment can be made using contribution points, with the option for installment payments. Roughly, 600 contribution points could secure a level beast, while 2,000 contribution points would be required for a grade beast. Of course, this is just the initial price. Given our close relationship, I can offer an even better deal. Chen Fei never intended to give them away for free. Firstly, he required resources, particularly contribution points, which were incredibly useful. Secondly, Xiao Gu had exerted considerable effort to obtain these beasts, and even if it was a no-cost transaction, there should at least be compensation for labor. Lastly, a free gift was often not appreciated, as others might hesitate to utilize what they had not purchased themselves. Rather than giving them away, he might as well earn some extra income. For individuals of their caliber, gathering 2,000 contribution points was still feasible. After some contemplation, they concluded that the price was indeed reasonable. To say they were not tempted would be disingenuous. Su Kuei patted his chest. All right, brother, your offer is quite generous. So I shall not be overly coy. I have 1,200 contribution points along with 500 mid-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Calculating, that amounted to precisely 800 mid-grade spirit stones, which Chen Fei readily accepted. However, he returned 20 mid-grade spirit stones, saying, Su Gu, please have someone inspect this 20 to ensure there are no issues. If there are any problems, do not hesitate to contact me. Given that the beasts had been under Xiao Gu's control for so long, it was prudent to check for any potential cognitive or spiritual impairments. Even if Chen Fei had not mentioned it, Su Kuei would have arranged for an inspection. Ultimately, the findings revealed only minor soul damage, which was not concerning and would heal quickly. Thus, with assurances regarding quality and price, Su Kuei and Wang Ji were willing to recommend the beasts to their teammates or other squads. Before long, all the demon beasts in the Shengdian space had been sold out. Chen Fei, having amassed such wealth for the first time, found himself somewhat bewildered. He now possessed a total of 3,800 contribution points and over 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there remained a portion of contribution points from the military that had yet to be settled. This was merely at an 80 sale price. It was difficult to fathom how much profit those large merchant guilds must have made. With 3,800 contribution points in hand, Chen Fei eagerly rushed into the exchange area, hoping to procure some exceptional items. Chapter 37. The Emergence of the Yu Ming Hu and Hu. Upon arriving at the exchange area, Chen Fei first sought materials that would allow Xiao Gu to evolve. Having consumed a Gu Wang's heart, a second one would yield negligible benefits and would be a pure waste. Queen Bee Crystal, quality, level 5. Source, Heart Crystal of the level 5 Demon King. Yunwu Bee Queen. Effect, has a certain probability of allowing the Wan Du Gu Wang to evolve. Note, when supplemented with 600 slaughter points, evolution can reach flawless quality. The Yunwu Bee Queen, while a level 5 Demon King in her lifetime, was merely close to a level 6 existence, and thus, more substantial resources were required for Xiao Gu's evolution, necessitating the use of 600 slaughter points. Furthermore, this single Queen Bee heart demanded 4,000 contribution points, making it less than essential for Chen Fei and Xiao Gu at this time. Tianjing Bloodline. Quality, level 5. Source, Bloodline of the level 4 Demon General. Tianjing Ant King. Effect, has a certain probability of allowing the Wan Du Gu Wang to evolve. Note, when supplemented with 400 slaughter points, evolution can reach flawless quality. Although the Tianjing Ant King was merely a level 4 Demon General, its high-grade qualification was more beneficial for Xiao Gu's evolution. However, the 5,000 contribution points required were somewhat prohibitive. Even with his newfound wealth, Chen Fei found himself financially constrained. Never mind. I shall list it as a future goal in return when I have accrued more contribution points. Having found no evolution materials, he turned his attention to martial arts techniques. Due to the underdeveloped martial system on the continent, techniques were simply categorized into 4 levels. Level 4 martial arts were exceedingly rare, with only a handful available. Level 3 martial arts represented the highest tier accessible to ordinary individuals, each priced around 3,000 contribution points. However, Perusing the selection revealed only 2 assassin-type martial techniques, one poison-based and one illusion-based, which overlapped with the abilities of Xiao Gu and the Yumeng Huanhu, rendering them unappetizing. After an extensive search, he ultimately spent 600 contribution points to exchange for a mushroom. Enlargement mushroom. Quality, level 4. Description, a wondrous plant of the natural world, capable of freely altering its size. Effect, has a certain probability of granting Xiao Gu the enlargement skill, or allowing the silver silk binding skill to achieve enlargement. Note, when supplemented with 100,000 slaughter points, it can grant Xiao Guam the enlargement skill. When supplemented with 10,000 slaughter points, it can allow the silver silk binding skill to achieve enlargement. Granting Xiao Gu the enlargement skill did not seem particularly necessary, as it was inherently fragile. Enlarging it would merely expose its vulnerabilities further. Moreover, after enlarging, the idea of parasitizing felt inherently flawed, straying from the essence of an assassin-type demon beast. However, enlarging the silver silk binding skill appeared to be quite beneficial. Xiao Gu consume it. As Xiao Gu munched on the mushroom, Chen Fei extracted 10,000 slaughter points to compensate for the mushroom's deficiencies. Silver silk binding, mutated. Skill proficiency, mastery level. Increased skill effect. After shooting spider silk, one can freely control the size of the web. Current maximum enlargement factor, 4 times. Note, once the enlargement factor is chosen, it cannot be reduced. And this process is irreversible. The factor can increase with proficiency. When Xiao Gu launched a web of silk towards his adversary, the opponent believed he could evade it. However, the web unexpectedly expanded fourfold, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success. The current Xiao Gu is undoubtedly more formidable than ever before. Equipped with the mutated silk entanglement skill, he can effortlessly hunt higher-level demon beasts. During a moment of shared vision, Chen Fei discovered a level 3, Tier 3 Ghost King duck. While possessing the potential of a high-quality lineage, it excelled in one particular aspect: poison resistance. Its survival in the Bayou Mountain range is attributed to its exceptional resistance to toxins, feeding on venomous insects, snakes, and ants, making it a natural nemesis for such creatures. Yet today, it faced the extraordinary Xiao Gu and his numerous webs. The Ghost King duck initially dismissed the webs and attempted to evade using the forest's terrain and its agility. The sudden enlargement of the webs startled the Ghost King duck. Each web now spanned 4 meters in diameter, grotesquely oversized. Confused about where to escape, it realized it had underestimated its opponent, but it was too late. Surrounded by other controlled level 3, Tier 1 demon beasts, even the Ghost King duck's formidable poison resistance was rendered ineffective. As it succumbed to unconsciousness, Gu-E swiftly infiltrated its body. Due to the significant power disparity, he could only parasitize without controlling the corpse, yet this still marked substantial progress. Gu-Er, ever fortunate, had successfully taken control of a level 3, Tier 2 ghostly phantom bee. While ordinary ghostly phantom bees possess only a standard lineage, the queen boasts a superior lineage. Yet this Tier 2 variant sufficed for dominance in the mid-tier realm, owing to its remarkable speed. Few demon beasts in that domain could match its swiftness. The only downside was that its enhanced speed came at the cost of diminished defense and attack. Had its offensive power been stronger, it would not merely rank as Tier 2. Thus, under the surprise attack of the mutated silk entanglement, a total of 68 low-tier, level 3 demon beasts were controlled. This substantial number was sufficient for a frenzied hunt of higher-tier demon beasts. The accumulation of slaughter value surged far beyond initial expectations, bringing Chen Fei considerable satisfaction. Days later, he finally amassed a total of 100,000 slaughter points. Chen Fei promptly ventured into the storage space of the Holy Codex. Inside, the illumination was starkly white, devoid of any other hue. Given that the sealing technique of the Yumeng Huanhu was an ancient relic, Chen Fei dared not recklessly unseal it in a corner of the city, fearing the potential uproar it might cause. Channeling the 100,000 slaughter points, the brightest red light in history struck the sealed fossil. In an instant, the fossil began to tremble, revealing several fissures. Crimson light burst forth from these crevices, flooding the storage space in a brilliant hue. Chen Fei silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the unsealing occurred here. Otherwise, a mishap could have ensued. After a brief wait, the cracks widened further, ultimately shattering into fragments, leaving behind an intricately mysterious pattern resembling the Big Dipper. Subsequently, this pattern began to disintegrate inch by inch, revealing the Yumeng Huanhu, a creature with snow-white fur, twin horns on its head, and the size of an ordinary cat. Between its 2 eyes, there appeared a vertical pupil. Chen Fei's gaze was instantly captivated by the Yumeng Huanhu, finding it even more stunning than in the illustrations. Yumeng Huanhu. Strength, level 2, Tier 1. Attributes, soul, illusion, dream, assassin. Quality, potential, hopeful for advancement to a higher quality. Skills 1. Soul extraction, temporarily displaces the target's soul from its body, causing a loss of control. Proficiency, mastered. Due to low proficiency, the current extraction effect lasts only 0.2 seconds. 2. Phantom clone, creates an identical clone through illusion, possessing 50 of the original's lethality. Proficiency, mastered. Due to low proficiency, currently only one clone can be created. Higher proficiency allows for more clones, closer to the original strength. 3. Dream projection, temporarily projects dream entities into the real world. Proficiency, mastered. Due to low proficiency, can currently only project beings no stronger than Tier 3, lasting 30 seconds. Gazing at the information regarding the Yumeng Huinhu, Chen Fei was left speechless. Truly, it exemplified an ancient marvel, its capabilities extraordinary. Each skill surpassed his expectations. He had studied dream projection, recognizing it as a potent ability. Yet very few demon beasts could learn it. Phantom clone diverged from conventional illusions. However, one certainty remained. The rarity of this skill was not significantly inferior to that of dream projection, especially when mastery increased. The appearance of 7 or 8 Yumeng Hunhus would pose a dilemma for any adversary. As for soul extraction, it was the most formidable skill Chen Fei had encountered thus far. To forcibly expel an enemy's soul from their body? Utterly outrageous. If he could also acquire a soul-binding skill to restrain the displaced soul, preventing it from returning to its body for a minute or two, what would ensue? Or perhaps a more aggressive soul technique to obliterate the expelled soul, leading to the collapse of the body? The mere thought was preposterous. The more he observed the Yumeng Huinhu, the more he felt an affinity for it. As he approached to embrace it, the Yumeng Huinhu coincidentally opened its eyes. Chapter 38. Soul Extraction. Upon seeing Chen Fei, the Yumeng Huinhu attempted to rise, but retreated a few steps instead. Years of sealing had rendered it temporarily incapable of fully controlling its body. Chen Fei, perceiving the Yumeng Huinhu's wariness, refrained from advancing further, opting instead to communicate through thought. Little one, your seal has been lifted, and your innate deficiencies have been remedied. The world outside is vast. Shall I carry you to explore it? The Yumeng Huinhu remained cautious, but did not sense any malice from Chen Fei. Rather, it detected a comforting aura emanating from him. Having been healed by the Holy Codex, the Yumeng Huinhu bore its mark. Since Chen Fei had previously bonded with the Holy Codex, it instilled a sense of closeness in the Yumeng Huinhu. With a thought, both Chen Fei and the Yumeng Huinhu found themselves in the dormitory. The Yumeng Huinhu glanced around, disappointed to find it was not the familiar environment it longed for. How long has it been since my sealing? This question was challenging for Chen Fei to answer. After all, the ancient era was so distant that no one could ascertain the exact number of years. The best he could provide was a rough estimate. It should have been around 1,000,000 years. Upon hearing this, the Yumeng Huinhu's pupils widened in astonishment. 1,000,000 years? Does my clan still exist? After the initial shock, its expression turned melancholic. Chen Fei could surmise its thoughts and offered reassurance. Your Yumeng Huinhu clan still exists in the world, albeit in greatly diminished numbers. If you choose to accompany me, once we grow stronger together, we can search for your kin. However, we currently face a substantial crisis, and whether we can survive this calamity remains uncertain. The prerequisite is that we both must endure. Chen Fei did not wish to deceive the Yumeng Huinhu. Honesty was crucial in building their relationship. The Yumeng Huinhu sensed Chen Fei's goodwill, but still needed time to ponder. You are unable to move yet. Shall I carry you outside to see? The Yumeng Huinhu gazed into Chen Fei's eyes and eventually nodded gently. Chen Fei gently cradled the Yumeng Huinhu, holding it close to his chest and tenderly stroking its fur. The Yumeng Huinhu felt an overwhelming warmth in Chen Fei's embrace, instilling a sense of security within it. Upon reaching the city wall, the Yumeng Huinhu gazed at the mist-shrouded Baiwe mountain range and the distant Baiwe city, where soldiers laughed and engaged in combat drills with their beast companions, amidst unfamiliar vehicles. Everything around it evoked an unparalleled sense of estrangement, as if it were an outsider in this world. The only semblance of familiarity was the human that held it. Will you truly take me to find my kin? Chen Fei lowered his head and chuckled softly. If we both survive the great calamity, I will accompany you to seek your kin. After speaking, he bit his finger, gathering spiritual energy to inscribe a mysterious purple 3-star spirit array in the void, within which was the character, Oath. This was the Oath array, similar to the contract array, and a necessary course in their school. Once the Oath array was established, heaven and earth bore witness. Any who reneged would face divine retribution, marking it as the only trustworthy promise in existence. Upon witnessing the emergence of this Oath array, the Yumeng Huinhu's heart trembled. This human did not deceive it. He would indeed accompany it on the quest for its kin. Without further hesitation, the Yuming Huanhu extended its claw and placed it upon the oath array. In an instant, a brilliant purple light erupted, and the oath was sealed. Following this, Chen Fei inscribed the contract array anew. From that moment forth, the Yuming Huanhu became Chen Fei's second beast companion. I shall call you Mengbai for your dreamlike white fur. The Yuming Huanhu responded with disdain. I have my own name, Chiyu. Furthermore, I am female. Mengbai sounds utterly unappealing. A profound embarrassment washed over Chen Fei. All right. You should have mentioned you have your own name. Chiyu shot him a glance. You never asked. Fine. Chiyu is indeed a lovely name. Quite fitting for you. Chiyu, having lived with her kin since childhood, found it natural to have her own name, unlike Xiao Gu, who emerged from an egg into Chen Fei's possession. Chiyu, you should return to the Beast Space to recuperate. It will assist you in regaining control of your body. All right. Originally, once Chen Fei advanced to an intermediate beast master, an additional portal would appear. Each beast would have its own designated resting area. However, for reasons unknown, the Shala Xingdian had forcibly shattered the second portal, merging the two pools into one. Chiyu could see the Shala Xingdian and Xiao Gu submerged in the pool. Oh, Chiyu, that little bug is my first beast companion. Named Xiao Gu, you should get acquainted. Chiyu glanced at Xiao Gu and then managed to utter, so ugly. Xiao Gu retorted, what did I do to deserve this? It quickly countered, we belong to different races, naturally our tastes differ. I am quite formidable within the Qian Du Gu clan. Yet, Chiyu remained steadfast in her opinion, ugly. Xiao Gu, this conversation is futile. Nearby, the Shengdian trembled with laughter, and even Chen Fei could no longer suppress his mirth. Xiao Gu appeared morose. This is too much. Chiyu, I can forgive your bluntness as a newcomer, but Chen Fei and brother Shengdian, what are you two implying? Chen Fei quickly stifled his laughter. Chiyu, after all, Xiao Gu is my first beast. Refrain from launching a bug attack right away. Besides, Xiao Gu is correct. You are of a different race, thus your values and aesthetics will naturally differ. Moreover, you will need to rely on Xiao Gu in many ways moving forward. We are a team. We must learn to coexist. Xiao Gu eagerly nodded. Exactly. Chiyu, from now on, you may call me Big Brother. Chiyu protested. Why should I? Although you are the first beast, it does not imply you possess the greatest strength. With a wave, Xiao Gu summoned dozens of miniature versions of itself. Just because I have many descendants. Chiyu maintained an impassive demeanor, yet a surge of light coursed through the patterns on her horns, sending Xiao Gu's soul flying. Xiao Gu found itself adrift above the pool, gazing at its own body, only to be yanked back in an instant. Although the experience lasted a mere 2 seconds, Xiao Gu grasped the essence of helplessness. So this is the ancient beast, Yuming Huanhu, that Chen Fei has chosen. Xiao Gu abandoned its previous underestimation, realizing that mere numbers could not dictate dominance. Furthermore, Chiyu's soul separation was only at the adept level, and her strength was merely at the second tier, first stage. What would happen if both were to ascend? Chen Fei, who had been attentively observing Chiyu, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Chiyu's formidable nature, capable of sending even Xiao Gu's second tier, 7th stage soul flying. Was this level of aptitude truly so enigmatic? As he observed Chiyu again, he noticed her slumped within the pool. Her expression pained. Chen Fei hurriedly inquired, Chiyu, are you alright? A weak voice responded, I am fine. Soul separation is a racial secret technique of the Yuming Huanhu. Other races cannot learn it. Currently, I can use it across 7 stages, but it incurs a certain backlash. Do not worry, I will recover in a while. Racial secret techniques? Such terminology was unfamiliar to Chen Fei. After soothing both Chiyu and Xiao Gu, he rushed to the Baiwest City's library to seek information regarding racial secret techniques. Chapter 39, Chiyu's Skill Selection. Racial secret techniques can only be acquired by powerful races. Legend has it that racial secret techniques are linked to the first generation. Some races are born with unique abilities, requiring no postnatal training. These are known as racial skills. After extensive research, the information regarding racial secret techniques amounted to mere fragments. None of the findings explicitly detailed how to cultivate such techniques or their origins. With no alternatives, Chen Fei had to temporarily set this aside. Subsequently, he borrowed books on the realms of souls, dreams, and illusions, intending to complement Chiyu's existing skills and refine their tactical combinations. In regard to soul separation, Chen Fei discovered the skill, Soul Prison Seal. This technique allows one to expel the soul from the body swiftly and then use the Soul Prison Seal to confine the opponent's soul within a dark, alternate spatial prison. The higher the proficiency, the longer the confinement duration. Another skill, Soul Cutting, enables one to slice the expelled soul, inflicting significant damage even if the original host remains alive. With increased proficiency, one can simultaneously unleash multiple cuts. Additionally, learning the skill, Soul Guardian, is imperative to shield Chen Fei or Xiao Gu from soul attacks, allowing for timely activation to mitigate damage. This soul interrogation, demonstrated by the colorful soul beast, also intrigued Chen Fei. As for dream-related skills, he would first learn the basic dream interference and dream barrier, focusing on protection. In the realm of illusions, the essential skill, mirage, must be mastered. It creates lifelike illusions, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, beautiful yet ephemeral, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The higher the proficiency, the more realistic the environment becomes, making it increasingly difficult to discern truth from deception. If one can create illusions, naturally, one must also learn the skill, illusion-breaking cycle, to dispel them. Some illusions are not merely composed of a single layer, but may consist of 2, 3, or even 6 layers. In such cases, this skill is required to analyze the fundamental constructs of the original illusion, thereby dismantling it. As for the assassin category, Qiyu cannot employ poison, parasitism, or corpse control like Xiao Gu. Therefore, she must learn skills from the assassin category such as lurking, disguise, and concealment to facilitate smoother ambushes. Contemplating these 10 or so skills left Chen Fei with a headache. The future expenditure of slaughter points would be nothing short of staggering. The only source of solace for Chen Fei was the innate talent of Qiyu. With the acquisition of multiple skills, Qiyu had only utilized 2 Bodhi fruits. The rest were self-understood and cultivated. In this regard, Qiyu surpassed Xiao Gu, as he possessed superior aptitude. However, when it came to the advancement of realms, Qiyu lagged far behind Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu could continuously elevate himself through parasitic consumption, while Qiyu's talents seemed confined to these 3 systems, resulting in a sluggish progression. Indeed, nothing in this world is flawless. Fortunately, Chen Fei had the sacred codex of slaughter to compensate for Qiyu's shortcomings. Without it, not only would the realm be an issue, but merely possessing those 10-odd skills would be quite daunting. In Tianqing City, the black market. Old Jia, I finally found you. My phone drew closer and whispered, is the gathering spirit pill in stock today? Old Jia revealed a toothy grin and replied, yes, of course. My phone rubbed his hands in excitement. Quick, give me 10. He had become utterly addicted to the gathering spirit pill. After being stuck at the senior level 9 Beastmaster for 3 to 4 years without any signs of breakthrough, he had recently heard about this pill, which was said to possess miraculous effects. Driven by curiosity, he purchased some to try, and to his astonishment, he felt a loosening in his realm, which thrilled him immensely. However, the gathering spirit pill was rather expensive, costing 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones for one. A bottle containing 10 was slightly cheaper at 29,800 mid-grade spirit stones. Having already bought 3 bottles, feeling on the verge of a breakthrough, he hurried back to purchase another. Once I break through to the master-level Beastmaster, my future days will be much better, he thought. Yet old Jia chuckled. You know the efficacy of the gathering spirit pill. Everyone is clamoring for it. Moreover, this pill has not received official approval, and the scrutiny is severe, leading to a serious supply shortage. So you understand. My phone, being quite astute, could easily discern old Jia's implications, and with a darkened expression, he replied, so, how much has the price increased this time? Old Jia, still grinning, said not much. Just a 3-fold increase. Upon hearing this, my phone was dismayed, exclaiming, with business practices like yours, why don't you just rob people? Old Jia, unfazed, continued to smile. I am indeed robbing you. If you don't want to buy, there are plenty who will. His directness left no room for subtlety. Fuming, my phone felt powerless. He couldn't forcefully take it, especially after witnessing a second-tier master-level Beastmaster attempt to rob old Jia, only to have their 4 beasts defeated by a single creature. The disparity in strength was terrifying. What could he, a senior Beastmaster, do against such power? Yet, the price was exorbitant. 1 bottle of Gathering Spirit Pill was equivalent to purchasing a high-grade monster egg. Reluctantly, for the sake of breaking through, my phone gritted his teeth and made the purchase. After he left, old Jia packed up his stall, and upon reaching a secluded area, he lightly brushed his face, transforming it entirely. Even the prominent teeth vanished. On the long street of the black market, a new vendor with a full beard soon appeared. Chapter 40, The Drum Master. In mid-October, my phone confined himself within his room, welding the door shut. Although he had ascended to the master-level Beastmaster, he dared not step outside. For an eerie, indistinct aura had begun to manifest around him. Should a stronger individual take notice, they would find this aura akin to that of the monsters lurking in the fog. This realization struck my phone with dread, yet he felt helpless, unwilling to reveal his condition. He feared being exterminated as a malevolent entity upon stepping outside. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized in his room. The silhouette appeared to possess 2 peculiar orbs. With a soft thud, the sound of a drum resonated, revealing that these orbs were indeed drum shadows. Who are you? My phone summoned his beast companion, fully alert. Another thud resounded, but the figure remained silent. You up a Guangshou? Use light's illumination. Since the figure appeared in shadow form, he aimed to dispel it with a light-based skill. To his astonishment, the shadow persisted even under the light's illumination. This indicated that it was not merely a shadow-based skill. It suggested the possibility that he had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. The shadow was merely a fragment of the illusion, which the light-based skill could not penetrate. With no other option, he commanded his Xian Yuhuan die to create multiple layers of illusory barriers. Disappointed, he found that the drumbeats continued unabated. My Feng sensed that his strength and beast-controlling ability were thoroughly understood by the unseen entity. Then came a rapid succession of beats, increasing in tempo. He became acutely aware of something amiss within himself. The malevolent energy that had been scattered across his body now converged at his heart. He had reason to believe that if the drumming persisted, his heart would surely be overwhelmed by the vile energy. Stop. What do you want? My Feng no longer cared who the entity was. He simply wished for it to cease. Yet, the drumming continued, unrelenting. In that moment, the sinister energy began to surge, gnawing at his heart like 1,000 ants. My Feng was powerless against this bizarre, invisible assault, rolling on the floor while clutching his chest. The malevolent energy suddenly expanded, enveloping him from head to toe. Every bone, every inch of skin, every drop of blood, every cell, all endured immense suffering. His body twisted in agony. Please stop. I will agree to any conditions you set. As soon as he uttered these words, all pain vanished instantaneously. My Feng, as if emerging from water, was soaked through. His mind was blank, reduced to a mechanical rhythm of heavy breathing. At this moment, the figure finally spoke, its voice raspy. Remember this feeling and this promise. Your body and soul now belong to me. Do not entertain thoughts of betrayal, or you shall endure the tortures of hell. Strive to cultivate. I will return for you. Remember, I am the drum master. With that, the shadow gradually faded until it completely vanished. Were it not for the lingering pain in his body, he might have thought it was all an illusion. After a considerable time, my Feng leaned against the wall, picking up a fruit knife and aiming it at his heart. Yet found himself unable to proceed. Death was the simplest escape. Yet, the fear of death proved to be the most inescapable. Ultimately, he cast the knife aside and wept. Holding his head, failing to overcome this hurdle meant that in the days to come, he would be at the mercy of others and would betray humanity. It was not just my Feng, nor solely Tianqing City. Similar incidents occurred in multiple locations, yet remained undisclosed. Individuals were either controlled or met their demise. Most terrifyingly, those who perished were left hollow, merely skins of their former selves. Yet they continued to exist bizarrely, as if nothing had transpired. Some were invaded by cerulean, leech-like softworms. Subsequently, the lifeless bodies opened their eyes. In Baiwest City, after more than a month of effort, Chen Fei finally accumulated enough slaughter points. He extracted 50,000 slaughter points for himself. Chen Fei, cultivation improved, advancing from intermediate level 9 Beastmaster to senior level 1 Beastmaster. Comparative advantages. 1. A new beast slot unlocked. 2. Significant enhancements in physical resistance, speed, strength, and absorption rate of spiritual energy. Note: Senior Beastmasters require 50,000 slaughter points for each level increase. From Senior Level 9 Beastmaster to Master Level 1 Beastmaster requires 500,000 slaughter points. Subsequently, Xiao Gu and Chi Yu's powers were also elevated to Level 3. Tier 1. These days had been the most bewildering for Chi Yu. With minimal effort, one's prowess can ascend remarkably, as effortlessly as drinking water. Is it possible that in 1,000,000 years, everyone will train in such a manner? Chapter 41. Into the Mist. Chen Fei felt invigorated as he beheld 2 level 3 beasts before him. Since his awakening, scarcely 4 months had elapsed. Yet both he and his beast companion had made tremendous strides in strength. This progress far surpassed his past life, a thought that brought him great satisfaction. Clenching his fists, Chen Fei began to contemplate his future path of development and the selection of a third companion. He considered the various attributes: poison, parasitism, hatching, soul, illusion, and dream. Which beast should he contract to remedy his deficiencies? Naturally, he was tempted by time and space beasts, though they were exceedingly rare on the continent, nearly unattainable. Sealing-type beasts also held allure, capable of restraining speed, movement, and even souls. If he could master the grand sealing technique, he could traverse with ease among his peers. However, such aspirations were beautiful in theory, yet starkly contrasting with reality. The rarity of sealing-type beasts was more pronounced than that of pure-blood dragons. What a headache! After perusing the beast shop in Baiwest City, he found no suitable companions. Alas, he resolved to rely on fate. Some matters are dictated by destiny. Having reached the status of a high-level Beastmaster, it was time to take Shiryu into actual combat. The most suitable locale was the Baiwe mountain range, shrouded in mist. Yet, before entering the mountains, preparations were essential: sufficient food, drinks, and protective gear. He went directly to the contribution point exchange area. Holding a second-class merit not only elevated a soldier's sense of honor, but also bore numerous advantages. The most tangible was earning 600 contribution points, which after several days of processing, finally came into Chen Fei's possession, bringing his total to 800 points. Furthermore, with this second-class merit, he would have priority in applying for the captaincy upon becoming a high-level Beastmaster. However, after some contemplation, Chen Fei chose to forego the application. He desired to immerse himself fully in training his beasts. Additionally, with all his companions classified as assassins, it indicated that he was better suited to operate as a lone wolf. Only in this manner could he maximize the assassin attributes and mobility. Why engage in a frontal confrontation when ambush is an option? Why expend energy on poison when he could conserve it? Chen Fei's goal was clear. He sought only the means to preserve his life. Following the Dream Crisis incident, Chen Xingyun had purchased some life-preserving items from Jiangnan. Guardian items for dreams and souls, although one-time use, at least alleviated immediate safety concerns. Next, he needed to prepare items for direct damage resistance. Crystal Shield, worth 200 contribution points. Created from a level 4, 8th tier 9 transformation crystal serpent. When danger arises, shattering the crystal key forms a protective crystal shield, capable of resisting the majority of physical and elemental attacks from level 4 beasts for 30 seconds. Note, one-time consumable. The 9 transformation crystal serpent? Isn't that the pet of Xing Xiaoshan? So this is how he earns his contribution points. Every time someone exchanges for a crystal shield, he gains a certain amount of contribution points. How astute. Could he replicate this? Shiryu possessed attributes of soul, dream, and illusion, all of which had great potential. Xiao Gu earns slaughter points, while Shiryu earns contribution points. What a perfect match. Soundwave Barrier, worth 200 contribution points. Created from a level 4, 5th tier 6-eared clear sound bat. When activated, it can block attacks from sound-type beasts below level 4, 7th tier. Note, one-time use. Oh, the 6-eared clear sound bat? Isn't that his father's beast? Why purchase it when he could simply ask his father for one? Ultimately, Chen Fei exchanged for a crystal shield, a thunder shield, and an ice shield, spending 600 contribution points. He also acquired 3 soundwave barriers from Chen Xingyun and some life-saving and healing potions from Xiaji Xue. With ample preparations made, Chen Fei discreetly activated the Yin Yuan Ju to conceal his presence and ventured into the Baiwe mountain range. The Yin Yuan Ju proved effective, though advancing to its peak required a hefty sum of 100,000 slaughter points, a bit steep. Upon entering the outskirts, Chen Fei summoned Xiao Gu and Shiryu, gradually making his way toward the central area. The beasts in the periphery were too weak, unworthy even of providing practice for Shiryu. Concurrently, Chen Fei commanded Xiao Gu to summon the corpse control army. With the mutated silver threads entangling, they could ensnare more formidable beasts. Currently under control were 2 level 3, 5th tier beasts, 12 level 3, 4th tier beasts, and 36 level 3, 3rd tier beasts. The number of level 3, 2nd tier and 1st tier beasts was even greater. But Chen Fei couldn't be bothered to count. This legion of beasts could easily sweep away a large number of high-level beastmasters. As for genius figures like Jiang Yi, Chen Fei was not yet confident he could defeat them. Considering Jiang Yi's lineage, her beast companions were likely at least of high caliber. The most daunting were those possessing rare skills. Sometimes quantity did not equate to superiority. Capture the leader first. If Xiao Gu were to be controlled, it would spell disaster. Upon reaching the border between the inner and central regions, Chen Fei merely circled cautiously, wary of making deeper incursions. The events surrounding Chu Chongsheng were still fresh in his mind. He needed to proceed with caution. As he walked, Chen Fei suddenly halted. The ground ahead felt soft. Upon closer inspection, the soil was quite damp, with several puddles present. If he guessed correctly, this was likely a marshy terrain. In this world, one should never tread lightly in any marsh. Aside from the constantly sinking ground, the terrifying beasts hidden beneath were fraught with uncertainty. Xiao Gu, instruct Gu'er to control the Phantom Bee to scout ahead. With its speed, even if something lurked in the marsh, it should have time to escape. The Phantom Bee, while typically capable of silencing its wings, deliberately generated noise, circling the marsh several times before coming to a halt. After waiting a moment, it appeared there was no significant movement. Hold on. Ripples appeared on the surface of the puddle. Then, the marsh quaked, and a colossal creature leaped forth from the depths. It was a crocodile-like beast adorned with spikes on its back and head. Chapter 42. Shiryu, the Poisonous Scaled Giant Crocodile. Poisonous Scaled Giant Crocodile. Strength, Level 3, 6th tier. Attributes: Poison, Meat Tank, Power. Qualification: Potential for advancement. Skills: 1. Rampant Charge. Enters a charging state. Difficult to interrupt, increasing both speed and attack power. Proficiency: Mastery level. 2. Energy Amplification. Absorbs a portion of the enemy's physical and elemental damage, converting it into its own energy. Proficiency: Mastery level. 3. Giantization. Can undergo a physical enlargement by a significant multiple. Proficiency: Skilled level. The poisonous scaled giant crocodile was already known for its thick skin and tough flesh, capable of absorbing its opponent's damage. Once it entered a giantized state and charged, both Chen Fei and Shiryu would be sent flying. There would be no other outcome. Yet, how could Chen Fei allow the poisonous scaled giant crocodile such an opportunity? Striking first was paramount. Shiryu, it is your moment to shine. Shiryu nodded solemnly and then executed a soul separation technique, forcing the soul of the poisonous scaled giant crocodile out of its body. At this moment, soul separation had reached mastery level. The control duration was 0.20.05. This skill could be utilized against beings below level 8, but it came with a corresponding weakening backlash. There were no restrictions when used on beings of lower strength, but if used against higher tiers, it could only be employed 3 times a day. Exceeding this limit would harm one's own soul. This world is inherently just. The more formidable one's powers, the greater the constraints that accompany them. The poison-scaled giant crocodile's form stiffened abruptly as it fell from its leaping state, crashing into the swamp. Subsequently, Chiyu unleashed 3 formidable skills: Soul Prison Seal, Soul Cutting, and Mirage. The soul of the poison-scaled giant crocodile was first ensnared within a dimly lit cage, only to be subsequently sliced multiple times. Its essence visibly weakened, and it was swiftly drawn into an illusion. Even when the soul of the poison-scaled giant crocodile returned to its corporeal form, it could not immediately regain its senses. Unbeknownst to it, Chiyu continued without pause. Employing dream projection, Chiyu's greatest advantage lay in its identity as an ancient beast whose capabilities were beyond comprehension. Thus, it projected a third-tier subtype crystalline dragon. This represented the pinnacle of proficient dream projection, allowing it to manifest entities exceeding its own strength by 2 tiers. If Chen Fei was not mistaken, this was a being of exceptional quality. He had only witnessed such potential in the inconspicuous Skeleton King. The crystalline dragon displayed no mercy, relentlessly attacking the poison-scaled giant crocodile. Crystal Spear, conjuring a multitude of massive, sharp crystalline needles that descended from above to strike the poison-scaled giant crocodile. Thunder Crystal, encasing the poison-scaled giant crocodile in crystal before unleashing a surge of thunder. Throughout this entire sequence, Chen Fei could even detect a whiff of roasted meat. Then came an even more terrifying skill, Blood Crystal Seal. This skill could directly crystallize the blood of the poison-scaled giant crocodile, preventing circulation and leading to its demise. However, as the crystalline dragon was merely a projection, it dissipated due to insufficient spiritual energy right after executing this skill. Otherwise, the poison-scaled giant crocodile could have very well met its end at the hands of the crystalline dragon. Truly worthy of its exceptional quality, each skill was exceedingly domineering. By the time the poison-scaled giant crocodile regained consciousness, its first thought was to flee. How terrifying! The overwhelmingly powerful soul-based skills and the crushing might of the crystalline dragon left it nearly paralyzed with fear. Having roamed the swamps for a lifetime, it had never anticipated encountering such a dreadful creature. Little Gu would never allow it to escape, even without Chen Fei's arrangements. It had long since devised its own strategies, complete with countless webs, ensuring the poison-scaled giant crocodile would be ensnared. Chen Fei's attention, however, was fixated on Chiyu. At that moment, it was nearly devoid of spiritual energy and had suffered the backlash from soul separation, lying in Chen Fei's embrace, utterly unwilling to move. Chen Fei gently tapped Chiyu's head, solemnly stating, "Do you now understand what it means to be exhausted? I summoned you to fight, not to expend all your trump cards. If you fail to subdue the enemy at the first opportunity, it will be your own life at stake." Chiyu offered no rebuttal, nor could it, without Chen Fei. Even with little Gu's presence, the poison-scaled giant crocodile could easily ravage its weakened self once it regained its wits. A low, disappointed sound escaped Chiyu. "Am I both foolish and weak?" Sensing Chiyu's mood, Chen Fei tenderly stroked its head, reassuringly saying, "I did not remind you earlier because I wanted to observe your battle style and combat prowess. It appears you are indeed formidable. You engaged in combat beyond your tier, leaping 5 ranks, and managed to control the poison-scaled giant crocodile for such an extended period, instilling fear within it. That is quite an accomplishment. However, in future battles, you must be mindful of your methods. Trump cards are meant for decisive strikes and should only be utilized at the opportune moment. This is the essence of our practical training, to enable you to wield your abilities with greater finesse and to recognize the limits of each skill. For instance, dream projection. You projected the crystalline dragon this time. Will you be able to do so again in the future? If you were to suddenly project a weaker entity, wouldn't that jeopardize your position? Each of Chiyu's skills possessed proficient level lethality, yet it lacked the adeptness in combat application. Thus, Chen Fei needed to focus on this aspect for rigorous training. Chiyu, in addition to familiarizing yourself with the limits of each skill, you must also learn to cooperate. Little Gu's skills may not be as overwhelming as yours, but they excel in quantity. There are hundreds of third-tier beasts at your disposal. Why put yourself in such a precarious situation? Little Gu's silver thread binding skill can control beyond its tier, but it merely requires a second or two to establish that control. Your soul-based and illusion skills can disrupt the poison scale giant crocodile in the shortest time possible. Wouldn't that grant Little Gu a crucial window? Then, wouldn't it be utterly delightful to launch a collective attack at that moment? Under the influence of Chen Fei and Little Gu's cunning and roguish combat style, Chiyu nodded thoughtfully, truly absorbing the lesson. Soon, it would put these insights into action. Thus, Chen Fei would linger for 2 days each time he entered the Baiwe mountain range before returning to the city on the 3rd day. After a day of rest, he would venture back into the mountains with Chiyu. While training Chiyu, Chen Fei also pondered how to enhance the synergy between the two beasts. The camaraderie between him and the two beasts was rapidly increasing, as was their strength. Boom. As Chen Fei stepped into the outskirts of the Baiwe mountain range, he heard the unmistakable sound of trees collapsing, definitely more than one. It was evident that some large beast was engaged in combat. He hastily donned his mask, concealing his aura, and stealthily approached. It is noteworthy that during these past few days, Chen Fei had invested the accumulated 100,000 kill points in enhancing Yin Ju. Chapter 43. First Encounter with the Rift, Earth Demon Worm. The proficiency of Yin Ju has risen to the pinnacle of mastery. Advantages of this enhancement. 1. Conceal cultivation, aura, and killing intent, significantly reducing presence. 2. Upon activation, a micro-boundary forms around the user. This boundary can blend with the surrounding environment. Standing still can create a certain degree of invisibility. Note, beings below level 5 cannot detect skills at the pinnacle of mastery. Currently, the invisibility effect resembled that of a chameleon, utilizing the rich pigment cells within the skin, controlled by the nervous system to contract and expand, thereby altering skin color. While Chen Fei lacked the abilities of a chameleon, this micro-boundary achieved a similar effect. The caveat was that movement would reveal one's presence. Presently, it seemed somewhat impractical, yet in specific circumstances, it could be deemed a godly skill. Following the direction of the battle, Chen Fei discovered they had traversed from the forest into an open area. 3, 2, 1. The demon worm revealed itself. Strike now. With Su Kuei's command, the once loose soil abruptly hardened into stone. This was the earth-type beast utilizing the skill, Mystic Stone Dungeon, to petrify the soil momentarily. Moreover, Wang Ji's team of ice-type beasts added a layer of frost over the petrified soil, followed by a crystalline seal. Under such reinforcement, even an entity like the Rift Earth Demon Worm could not easily escape. Perched on a tree, Chen Fei finally had the opportunity to observe the appearance of the Rift Earth Demon Worm. Though a worm, it was armored like a rock. Each eye was as large as a basin but appeared somewhat vacant, a consequence of its prolonged subterranean existence. Its mouth could split into 4 sections, oozing a viscous, pale green liquid that was somewhat nauseating. Rift Earth Demon Worm, 2nd generation worm. Strength, level 3, tier 8. Attributes, elemental, flesh tank, poison life. Quality, potential for advancement to elite quality. Skills. 1. Rampaging charge, enters a charging state, difficult to interrupt, enhancing speed and attack power. Proficiency, mastery level. In the realm of rebirth, it possesses an extraordinary vitality akin to that of an earthworm, even when severed into 2 parts. Both segments can give rise to new life. Proficiency level, mastery. The higher the proficiency, the swifter the recovery. Upon perceiving the information regarding the Chen Fei was astounded. The colossal creature before him was merely a 2nd-generation insect, yet it already boasted superior qualifications and possessed attributes across 4 elemental domains. What then, one might wonder, is the nature of a 1st-generation insect? No wonder, in his previous life, a single fully grown could lay waste to an entire city, endowed with such formidable attributes. Illusions. By his time, he commanded. Everyone else, attack the immobilized parts of the. Last time, a lack of preparation had caught Su Kuei and Wang Ji off guard. This time, however, they were well prepared, launching fiery and electric attacks to create an opening. Subsequently, they employed the skill, Withering, to significantly hamper this recovery rate. Concurrently, they utilized ice abilities to freeze the flowing blood. Then, they unleashed their sharpest skills to continually widen the wound. With thorough preparation, even the most commonplace elemental skills could deliver a severe blow to the exposed portion of its body was cleaved in two, green blood spilling across the ground. As they beheld the motionless, cheers erupted from all around. Finally, Weevee vanquished it. Xiao Jin exclaimed. Look, Weevee avenged you. Nonetheless, it was evident that this creature was remarkably strong, necessitating two small teams to bring it down. Chen Fei nodded in appreciation, observing their coordinated maneuvers. Did you see? Qiyu? This is teamwork. Each beast companion contributed just one or two attacks, and under the synergy of the 5 elements, the effect was exceptional. Moreover, each beast consumed only a modicum of spiritual energy, leaving ample reserves to respond to unforeseen circumstances, thus avoiding putting themselves in peril. This was precisely why Chen Fei had chosen to avoid repetitive attributes among his beast companions. It allowed for more effective teamwork and heightened combat prowess. Just as Chen Fei intended to depart, he noticed 2 members from Su Kuei's team approaching the body of the, seemingly eager to examine it up close for any crystals or valuables. Guer swiftly controlled the ghostly honeybee. This ability for regeneration means that this severed segment is merely a discarded part. It does not signify that it poses no threat. It is not yet fully dead. The ghostly honeybee dashed toward the 2 individuals at great speed, colliding with them. Realizing the danger, Su Kuei and Wang Ji quickly entered a state of alert, commanding their beast companions to prepare for an assault on the ghostly honeybee. Before they could act, the ghostly honeybee unleashed multiple wind blades toward this mouthparts. Aware that it could not withstand the onslaught, the severed segment attempted to evade. Seeing the stir, Chen Fei called the ghostly honeybee back, believing that a mere warning would suffice. In this manner, he was confident that Su Kuei and his team would soon grasp the capabilities of the. Su Kuei and Wang Ji then realized that the ghostly honeybee was not attacking them, but rather attempting to save them. He is still alive. Everyone, prepare for battle. It's tenacious indeed. Let us reduce it to a puddle of mud. I refuse to believe it can endure. As they geared up for a second wave of assault, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ground began to tremble, and another emerged, dragging the severed segment underground before concealing itself, poised for a surprise attack. Su Kuei and his companions, now familiar with this combat style, were not overly anxious. What truly sent shivers down their spines was a creature suspended in the sky. It was not merely a beast, it was an amalgamation of bizarre life forms. With the body of a lion, it bore a lioness head, a leopard's head, and a monkey's head, accompanied by a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Additionally, it sported 2 tails, one resembling a scorpion's and the other a serpent's head. This hodgepodge of features appeared grotesque beyond measure. The fallen 3-headed beast, Sown Entity. Strength, level 3. Rank 9. Attributes, elemental, wind, flight, poison, sound wave, support. Qualification, originally level 6, forcibly elevated to level 8 post-suturing. Potential, the Sown Entity cannot enhance its qualification unless further elements are integrated. Note, the lifespan of Sown Entities is typically short, and their strength increases more slowly than in a normal state. However, they retain 1 skill from each of the original Sown beasts, and this entity possesses 3 times the original spiritual energy. Skills. Upon absorbing this information, Chen Fei trembled, involuntarily gasping in horror. Chapter 44. The Terrifying Sown Entity. Predictably, the fallen 3-headed beast was indeed a Sown Entity. It appeared that the 8th evil king had emerged, now practicing on a level 3 beast. Furthermore, the fallen 3-headed beast characteristics closely mirrored what Chu Chongsheng had described in his past. This indicated that Chu Chongsheng had not only breached the inner circle, but had likely encountered other entities that led to unprecedented calamity. Even more astonishing to Chen Fei was the attributes following the fusion. Not only had it been forcibly elevated from level 6 to level 8, but it also possessed 6 elemental attributes and 3-fold spiritual energy. Moreover, it not only retained its original skills, but also acquired 5 additional ones. This was truly terrifying. The sensation it evoked in Chen Fei was akin to encountering a monstrous creature while traversing a game map. This was merely a level 3 beast. One could scarcely fathom the aberrations that level 4 or even king-level beasts would embody. No wonder the top 10 evil kings in his previous life could stifle humanity's breath. Each one was more fearsome than the last. A thunderous roar reverberated from above. The first wave of attack from the fallen 3-headed beast was unleashed through the central lion's head, utilizing sound wave intimidation. This skill could instill fear and induce negative states such as sluggishness in beings of equal or lesser strength. Su Kuei and Wang Ji, being the strongest within their 2 teams, were least affected and quickly shouted, Everyone, awaken. Do not be daunted by this lion's roar. Subsequently, Wang Ji commanded his beast companions to deploy a sound wave barrier to negate the sound wave's interference on their allies. However, they had underestimated the fallen three-headed beast. The sound wave attack was merely a preliminary probe. Far more formidable techniques remained unutilized. A violet aura enveloped the fallen three-headed beast. Su Kuei immediately recognized the danger and exclaimed, "This is an amplification skill. The next wave will likely be a formidable strike. Brace your shields, increase your speed." Yet, the ensuing spectacle nearly made Su Kuei's eyes pop out. A second violet halo manifested around the creature. A secondary amplification? What in the world is this creature? How can it be so terrifying? Quickly, unleash skills to interrupt its preparations. Multicolored skills, red, blue, white, and purple, rained down upon the fallen three-headed beast, only to be met with a wind shield that thwarted all their efforts. It left the onlookers aghast. A single wind-based evasion had deflected all their attacks. This indicated that post-amplification, the creature's power had drawn perilously close to that of a level 4 beast general, for it should not have been possible to halt so many skills with mere wind evasion. Retreat. Su Kuei and Wang Ji were unwilling, but besides the fallen three-headed beast, another lurked in the shadows. If they did not flee now, their escape would be uncertain. Yet, the fallen three-headed beast had no intention of granting them that opportunity. Enhanced sound wave intimidation. Enhanced whirlwind execution. Enhanced toxic mist everywhere. Enhanced rain of golden arrows. A series of 4 enhanced lethal strikes descended upon Su Kuei and his companions, leaving them utterly astounded. How outrageous is this? Is its spiritual energy truly so abundant? Unbeknownst to Su Kuei and his companions, the fallen three-headed beast possessed thrice the spiritual energy. Had they realized this from the very first moment they laid eyes on the creature, they would have undoubtedly chosen to flee. Faced with a wide range of toxic substances and a rain of arrows approaching, escape was no longer an option. They could only turn their backs to the enemy. Shield up. With no other recourse, they had to resort to the most desperate means to face the impending assault. Chen Fei recognized that it was not the time for spectatorship and hastily instructed Qi Yu and Xiao Gu to assist. He refrained from speaking further, wishing to observe the results of their recent training. Qi Yu's vertical pupils widened slightly before locking onto the fallen three-headed beast. She first deployed a mirage spell, which, regardless of whether it could interrupt the creature's skill casting, at least served to divert its attention momentarily. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu commanded 1,000 of his little counterparts to unleash the first wave of silver threads upon the beast hovering in the sky. As they approached, the web instantaneously expanded fourfold. These two skills indeed momentarily distracted the fallen three-headed beast. However, regrettably, the creature's strength far exceeded that of Qi Yu. Mirage failed to bite even a fraction of a second. The web was violently torn apart by wind barrier, despite its enlarged form. The process of launching the web greatly diminished its attack power. Coupled with an 8-tier disparity, the web's resilience was insufficient. Both attacks yielded little effect, but did reveal some of the creature's weaknesses. This scene did not escape Su Kuei and his companions' notice. Whoever among the esteemed individuals present can lend me a hand to interrupt that monster-esque skill casting will be generously rewarded. Now is not the time for bravado. The ability to manipulate such a multitude of webs was no ordinary feat. Chen Fei deliberately replied in a hoarse voice. I can buy you at most 1 second. The rest depends on your skill. Su Kuei rejoiced, for a single second was ample time to accomplish many tasks. Thank you. We are from Recon Team 21 and 25. You can find us afterward. Su Kuei left his contact information as a gesture of sincerity. Chen Fei remained silent, turning his gaze to Qi Yu and Xiao Gu. Can you secure that second? Xiao Gu leapt atop Qi Yu's head, thumping his chest. Absolutely. Qi Yu cast a disdainful glance, for had it not been for the critical moment, she would certainly have tossed Xiao Gu aside. Chen Fei pondered for a moment before speaking. Qi Yu, share your vision with me. Being the first time encountering a fusion entity, Chen Fei was quite intrigued. What an odd existence, and what of its soul? Little ones, deploy as many illusionary and soul-related skills as you can. Among the beasts under Xiao Gu's command, there were naturally a few of these 2 categories of eerie skills. However, their numbers were scarce, totaling only 7. This scarcity underscored how rare these types of beasts were. Nonetheless, 7 would suffice. They were merely a feint, intended to create some distraction for the fallen three-headed beast, even if each skill's disruption lasted less than a second. Following this, Qi Yu executed Soul Extraction. Crossing 8 tiers, it was precisely at the limit of Qi Yu's capability. The patterns on Qi Yu's horns began to shimmer. A faint glow enveloped the fallen three-headed beast, forcibly extracting its soul. Unlike typical beasts, the fallen three-headed beast possessed 6 souls, each remarkably weak, lacking the solidity of normal beasts. Chen Fei had not anticipated that by mere happenstance, he would uncover the creature's vulnerability. Yet, it was not surprising. Fusing 6 types of beasts together while forcibly enhancing their attributes would inevitably lead to some damage. To gain is to lose. Without needing further instruction from Chen Fei, after employing soul extraction, Qi Yu utilized soul cutting to strike at the central lion soul of the fallen 3-headed beast. Chen Fei fixed his gaze intently. As the soul blade sliced through the lion's essence, it was met with the violent thrashing of the 6 souls, bound together by their physical forms. The souls were correspondingly restrained. Pull one thread, and the whole body moves. At last, Qi Yu's attack successfully interrupted the fallen 3-headed beast's assault, granting Su Kuei and his companions nearly 2 seconds to retreat. Thank you, esteemed one. We shall take our leave now. By the time the voice reached them, Su Kuei and his companions had already activated their acceleration skills, vanishing from sight. Chen Fei watched them depart, then instructed Qi Yu to return to the Beast Master space to rest while he himself retreated into the shadows. At that moment, he was no match for the fallen 3-headed beast. Lingering any longer would be unwise, leaving only the aimless creature to howl in the air. In the cave, this place had originally belonged to a Tier 3 beast, but was now claimed by Chen Fei. After transforming it into a cozy lair, he lit a fire and scattered some ashes of Tier 4 beasts at the entrance to deter most lower-tier beasts from intruding. Xiao Gu, share your vision. This time, the vision shared by Xiao Gu was quite unique, illuminated in the darkness and continuously traversing. It was not due to the night, but rather because they were underground. The moment the Digger Demon Worm had fled in pieces, Chen Fei had instructed Xiao Gu to send a Night Sniffer to track it. The Night Sniffer was not a combat type, but excelled in scent tracking and possessed night vision, allowing it to navigate swiftly underground. Following its trail, the Night Sniffer eventually located the Digger Demon Worm's severed body, which was curled up, quietly recovering from its injuries. Chen Fei picked up the map of the Baiwa mountain range, divided into 60 regions, each patrolled in shifts by 2 reconnaissance teams. The innermost area was termed the inner zone, the middle zone was the central zone, and the outer zone was the outer zone. Their current position was at the junction of Region 48 and Region 48. Chen Fei took a pen and ruler. Report your position. Xiao Gu contacted the little ones within the Night Sniffer's body and estimated approximately 30 kilometers to our northwest. Chen Fei quickly circled a location on the map. At the junction of Region 36 and Region 36. This indicated that the Digger Demon Worm's severed body was on the edge of the inner zone. Chen Fei was not yet bold enough to venture deeply into this area. His life was paramount. It seemed he could only devise a method to lure it out. Though Chen Fei could not confront the fallen 3-headed beast, he wished to practice against the Digger Demon Worm. The Digger Demon Worm was primarily known for its tenacity. Its skills were not particularly strong. Most importantly, its massive size posed a critical flaw in Chen Fei's eyes, making it an ideal target for Xiao Gu's stealthy strikes. Gurgle. The sound of his stomach growling reminded Chen Fei that he had not eaten for most of the day. He retrieved a processed, fragrant herb rabbit from the sacred space. This rabbit favored various herbs, and over time, its meat absorbed the essence of these herbs, rendering it perfect for roasting. With some salt and pepper, it became an exquisite culinary delight. Qi Yu, Xiao Gu, it's time to eat. Qi Yu was considerably larger than Xiao Gu, but needed little. 2 rabbit legs sufficed. Conversely, Xiao Gu, being an absolute glutton, could devour an entire rabbit without hesitation. Fortunately, the sacred space was ample, and having recently accumulated sufficient spirit stones, Chen Fei had no worries regarding food. Shortly thereafter, he produced 5 2-pound earth spirit fish. These fish lived year-round in underground spiritual springs, their flesh infused with abundant spiritual energy. The meat was tender and rich, an absolute delicacy. The heads and tails could be used for soup. While the bodies were perfect for roasting, the aroma was undeniably enticing. Even Qi Yu, who was already full, could not resist another piece. I want more. I want more. Xiao Gu had already devoured 2 fish, yet still felt unsatisfied. Chen Fei wore a look of helplessness. Dealing with Xiao Gu, who possessed the ability to consume voraciously, was exceedingly challenging. The remaining 2 fish were his. If that ability evolved into something more formidable, like devouring, would he end up depleting his entire stock? Chen Fei was unwilling to agree, prompting Xiao Gu to plead with Qi Yu. Qi Yu, you see you can't finish this, why not give me half? Without even lifting his head, Qi Yu swatted the drooling Xiao Gu away, exclaiming, "Get away, you're disturbing my meal." Xiao Gu was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Do you think I want this? I'm truly still hungry." The smallest of them had the largest appetite. To whom could it appeal for justice? After finishing a bowl of soup, Chen Fei was actually about 8/10 full. Fine, he decided to give the last fish, the Di Ling Yu, to Xiao Gu. However, when he reached out, he found it missing. Just a moment ago, It had been roasting right there. Chen Fei felt a chill run down his spine. An enemy attack. They were on high alert. Qiyu immediately discarded the unfinished fish and moved to Chen Fei's side, while Gu jumped onto Chen Fei's shoulder. The trio was tense, ready to spring into action at any moment. Yet, after a long wait, nothing occurred. Chen Fei, are you being overly dramatic? The young ones outside have reported nothing unusual. Gu remarked, glancing at Chen Fei's tense expression. No, my fish has been stolen. It's evident something has passed by. Chen Fei's words sent a shiver through both Qiyu and Gu. They were merely a meter away from the last roasted fish. And to have noticed nothing was terrifying. Perhaps you should roast another fish to test it? Chen Fei quickly grasped Gu's suggestion to use another fish as bait and see if it would be stolen again. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the plan. He generously sprinkled additional spices and employed the Yin Yuan Ju to conceal himself and the two beasts. Suddenly, the flames flickered and the trio steadied themselves. Sensing an approaching presence, Chen Fei commanded, Qiyu, be ready to act at any moment. Use, soul rend, without holding back. Received. The next moment, shadows stirred near the roasted fish, and a black claw swiftly emerged from the shadow, snatching the fish before retreating. The speed was astonishing, leaving Chen Fei and the two beasts momentarily stunned. Such swiftness was unparalleled. Fortunately, it was only a tier 3 beast. If he wasn't mistaken, it must have been a cat's claw. The Bayou Mountain range rarely hosted feline monstrosities, so encountering one was quite a stroke of luck. Due to its rapid disappearance, Chen Fei only managed to glimpse the words Tier 3, Level 1 before it vanished. However, a beast of Tier 3, Level 1, boasting such speed and shadow manipulation abilities, was likely a rarity. Chen Fei produced several more Di Lingyu, determined to catch it. Chapter 46. The Sixfold Capture of the Cat Demon. This time, Chen Fei elevated the roasting rack, deliberately avoiding the shadows. If the cat demon wished to reach the Di Lingyu, it would have to leave the cover of the shadows. Thus, they were granted an opportunity. Hee, let us see if you fall for it. Gu chuckled like a villain. Chen Fei playfully flicked Gu, saying, don't steal my lines. Qiyu remained silent, pondering how much more childish these two could be. Suddenly, with the swish of a breeze, the fish suspended in the air disappeared once again. The trio was left in utter disbelief. Contrary to expectations, the black cat did not emerge from the shadows, but instead created an opening from above, leaping down before utilizing Earth Escape to vanish. The trio gazed at the ground, entirely oblivious to the activity above. What the hell? A cat demon that can shadow stealth is one thing, but it can also burrow? Chen Fei was incredulous. I truly refuse to believe this. He retrieved another Di Lingyu and instructed Gu to seal the area around the hole with webs, cutting off the cat demon's earth manipulation ability. He then kept a vigilant eye on the shadows, determined not to let it slip away this time. The cat demon did not disappoint. The shadows rippled, prompting the trio to focus intently. In the next moment, a web shot out from the shadows, ensnaring the fish and swiftly dragging it back into the darkness. Chen Fei, Gu, and Qiyu were left in a state of bewilderment. This was beyond comprehension. Collectively, they felt a surge of frustration. What on earth is this? Shadow, assassin, elemental. Its attributes are already exceedingly complex. And now, a cat can release webs? This is utterly absurd. Chen Fei was overwhelmed with a desire to retaliate. Across from the hole, the black cat perched on a tree, relishing the Di Lingyu while observing the chaotic movements of the trio within the hole. It mused, are these three truly unwell? They seem rather pleased despite having their fish stolen. After finishing its meal, the black cat licked its fur, maintaining an air of elegance regardless of how delectable the food was. Chen Fei had resolved to confront this black cat. He would not sleep until he caught it. He resumed roasting fish to entice it once more. On the fourth attempt, while the trio was momentarily distracted, the flames suddenly transformed into a flying creature that snatched the roasted fish and soared away. The trio was astounded. Fire control technique. 2 elemental attributes have emerged. This is remarkable. Chen Fei struggled to fathom what kind of beast possessed such extraordinary attributes. On the 5th attempt, Chen Fei instructed Gu to seal the hole with webs again, eager to see how the cat demon would respond. As expected, the unexpected occurred. The remaining soup morphed into a small snake that clutched the roasted fish and burrowed into the ground. 3 elemental attributes had now appeared. The more the cat demon showcased its abilities, the more astonished Chen Fei became, and his curiosity deepened. On the 6th attempt, Chen Fei stored the soup away, pondering its next move. This time, the black cat appeared in an unimaginable manner. Emerging from the shadows were not just one black cat, but 6, leaving Chen Fei and the two beasts unable to discern which were real. Seizing the opportunity amidst the confusion, the black cat stealthily snatched the roasted fish again. However, this time, Chen Fei finally caught a clear glimpse of the creature. Its fur was pitch black, scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary cat, save for its eyes, purple, with a striking resemblance to a rare breed. Upon seeing those eyes, Chen Fei ceased his internal conflict regarding the cat's attributes. After all, it was a unique creature with unusual traits. What was there to worry about? Forget it, time for rest. In truth, Chen Fei had one final method at his disposal: poison. He could either infuse the roasted fish with Xiao Gu's venom or introduce its eggs. However, he hesitated, considering whether this black cat might possess detoxification skills. What if it escaped after being poisoned? Would it return to steal fish again? Undoubtedly, the cat's superior attributes had piqued Chen Fei's interest. Thus, he refrained from taking drastic measures. As long as the black cat relished roasted fish, he would still have a chance. The following morning, Chen Fei emerged from the cave. Sensing that the mist had thickened, obscuring visibility to about 50 meters. Whether it was due to the morning or something else, he couldn't tell. Let us go meet the Li Dmching. Chen Fei led the two beasts, who were accompanied by a multitude of smaller creatures, straight to Zone 36. The Li Dmching preyed based on scent and sound, a tactic that Su Kuei and his companions had exploited, and one that Chen Fei naturally intended to utilize. His first thought was the scent of blood. Xiao Gu, have them hunt down some beasts, large enough to provide ample blood. Before long, the grassy field was littered with the carcasses of bovine and equine beasts. Blood began to seep into the ground. Whether it would attract the Li Dmching remained uncertain, yet it had already drawn a considerable number of carnivorous YOSHU. Chen Fei observed from a distance, having no intention of driving these beasts away. The presence of movement would more convincingly demonstrate that this was not merely bait. He waited for an entire morning. Although he did not catch sight of the slaughter value continued to rise. Time for a fish roast. While satisfying his hunger, Chen Fei also wished to test the presence of the black cat. Sure enough, after a short while, one fish disappeared. This brought a smile to Chen Fei's face. The black cat had followed him from Area 48 to Area 36, purely to steal a roasted fish, undoubtedly a glutton. As Chen Fei crouched down to ladle soup, he noticed ripples forming in the pot. Finally, it had arrived. With no time to spare on the black cat, he quickly approached the pile of corpses with Xiao Gu and Qiyu. The beasts that had been feasting on the corpses had mostly fled, leaving only a few birds still pecking at the remains. Suddenly, they burst forth, seizing a NIYO corpse and retreating into the ground. It was a level 3, rank 7 creature, unlike the one encountered yesterday. Minutes later, they re-emerged. Qiyu, now is the time. Qiyu had been preparing for this moment. As they appeared, she executed soul extraction. Indeed, the larger physique of the creature lacked the agility of the black cat, granting Qiyu ample time to lock onto it. In an instant, this soul was expelled, and its body grew limp. Following this, soul severing was unleashed, diminishing its spiritual power. Then, soul prison seal was employed to drag its soul into the dark space, buying precious time. As Qiyu released her skills, Xiao Gu had already sprung into action. Thousands of little Xiao Gu utilized silver threads and twine, followed by a barrage of poison. Regardless of its efficacy, Xiao Gu unleashed all 4 of its strongest toxins. Simultaneously, the hundreds of level 3 controlled by Xiao Gu attacked a specific point on the. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The caught off guard was swiftly severed into 2. The distant forests startled some birds. Chen Fei recognized that the fallen 3-headed monster was on its way. Chapter 47. Training Camp? Not going. Perhaps due to the current not being sufficiently formidable, the fallen 3-headed monster had become its protector. Whenever they encountered trouble, it would arrive without delay. Chen Fei's ambition to obliterate the was now too late. However, the objectives of his journey had been achieved. His initial plan was to assess the combat prowess of Qiyu and Xiao Gu, determining if they could handle an underdeveloped. It now appeared feasible. Among creatures of the same rank, they posed little threat to the two beasts. This revelation provided Chen Fei with a clearer understanding of the two beasts and the malevolent creature lurking in the mist. Retreating without any sentimentality, Chen Fei swiftly departed the scene with his 2 companions. However, before leaving, he bestowed a grand gift upon them. Thousands of little Xiao Gu burrowed into the nt of the. Chen Fei believed that with so many little Xiao Gu, at least a few would succeed in parasitizing. Once parasitized, they could continuously employ corpse control, eventually gaining the opportunity to dominate the. If that proved unfeasible, he would simply enhance his proficiency in corpse control. Once successful, he would nurture the, strengthening it until he could reach the mother worm, or even the evil king. This was a crucial aspect of Chen Fei's infiltration plan, which must not falter. As the evil king invaded the human realm, Chen Fei delved into the mist, where the outcome would hinge on who was swifter. After leaving the area, Chen Fei returned directly to the city. The black cat gazed at the towering city walls, deep in thought, licked its paw, and vanished into the shadows. Boss, I want DLing as many as possible. Chen Fei returned to the city. Fearing that his prolonged absence might draw attention, he sought the, priced at 100 mid-grade spirit stones each, quite expensive. Yet, its delectable taste and the modest increase in spiritual energy it offered made it worth the cost. He purchased 300, enough for himself and his 2 beasts, while also reserving some to further entice the black cat. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fei stepped once more into the SHG. There were always some existences that surpassed his understanding, making it imperative to investigate. Compendium of ZHNTNYOSHU. The incredibility of attributes of after much reading, Chen Fei finally comprehended the terrifying rarity of the. Within the compendium of, only 189 types had been recorded from ancient times to the present, and it could take hundreds, if not thousands of years, for one to appear. However, Chen Fei did not find the black cat among these 189 creatures. This implied that the black cat transcended historical records, an undiscovered existence. Its rarity was comparable to that of Qiyu. As for the attributes that ZHNTNZH could possess, they were somewhat exaggerated. Elements were merely the lowest tier. They could also involve soul, illusion, life, mind, and even more profound seals, confinement, time, and space. One passage in the book stated, "Our favored children of heaven and earth, they are either kings or saints, embodying either great goodness or great evil. They can discern human hearts, foresee fortunes and disasters, observe fate, and glimpse heavenly secrets, yet they cannot see through themselves. Though born as sacred beings, they seldom meet a good end." For some reason, upon reading this, Chen Fei recalled the words of the Shadow Emperor, "To gain, one must lose." This is the law of the universe. As for the difficulty of having a good end, Chen Fei was indifferent. Whether he could survive the current ordeal was uncertain. Why concern himself with the future? He would continue to pursue the black cat. Just as Chen Fei prepared to return to his dormitory, he received a letter. "Greetings. Chen Fei, I am the chief instructor and leader for the 100-city competition at Shanghai Academy. I hope you can return to school for a 2-month intensive training course to bolster your strength for the competition at the end of January next year." The 100-city competition? In Chen Fei's memory, this event was among the most prestigious competitions in the Great Xia Kingdom, with 162 cities participating to select talents and allocate city resources. It was said that the champion team would receive free rank creatures and eggs. But what of it? Would the creatures left behind by others rival Qiyu, or the? Rather than exerting effort to compete for a rank pet, it would be wiser to capture the cat demon early and simultaneously reap slaughter values. Without much contemplation, Chen Fei declined the offer and began to monitor the movements of the Shanghai Academy. Chief Instructor Sun Chuang gazed at the 19 students before him, his brow furrowing deeply. One person was missing. Yes, it was that Chen Fei, who had only attended a few classes. Even the daughter of a level 3, rank 7 beast master, Jiang Yi, was present for the training, while Chen Fei seemed rather arrogant. This intensive training had been personally arranged by the city lord, Huang Fumingfei, and Sun Chuang dared not take it lightly. The purpose of these 2 months of training was to understand each student's characteristics and limits, ensuring better adjustments during the competition. Moreover, he had heard that Chen Fei's main pet was merely a level 1 poison Gu, and he had even strayed onto a misguided path in the early stages. Never mind. If he doesn't attend the entire training, he can only be placed on standby. Not only Sun Chuang, but Jiang Yi, Su Kan, and others were also searching for Chen Fei's presence among the crowd. Even Tang Jian was there. Due to his high strength and potential, he had been arranged by Huang Fumingfei to attend Shanghai Academy. At this moment, Chen Fei was absent from school, yet his legend circulated within its halls, stirring the hearts of many. In the church, the high priest convened another meeting. The round table had grown from 5 to 6 members. The newcomer was the war drummer. The high priest rapped his fingers against the table and remarked, "Weaver, with the soul fragments of the Lord, you must be nearing the rank of a royal beast master." The weaver nodded in affirmation. "I should reach it within the next month or 2. Hasten your progress, at least before the grand tournament of the 100 cities, so we can seize a grand opportunity." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes to the high priest, questioning whether this meant they were targeting the participants of the grand tournament. The high priest chuckled brightly. "The grand tournament gathers the geniuses of various cities. Targeting them is far more entertaining than going after Jiang Yi. Isn't it?" The others laughed heartily in agreement, except for the arbiter, who maintained a frosty demeanor. "High priest, why must we always resort to these petty thievery tactics? Can't we take a more direct approach?" The high priest remained silent, rising to retrieve a clean handkerchief from his pocket and proceeded to wipe a painting on the wall. The painting depicted a triangular pattern with a single eye at its center. After finishing, The high priest stood with his hands clasped behind his back and inquired, "Arbiter, may I ask how many years of history humanity possesses?" The Arbiter pondered for a moment. Historically speaking, it has been several million years, I believe. The high priest nodded and continued, "Indeed, several million years of history. Do they not possess some profound heritage? With our current strength, it is undoubtedly akin to striking a stone with an egg. Only on the day the Lord awakens shall we witness our rebirth." Chapter 48, The Double-Eyed Black Cat. At the end of November, calculating the time, Chen Fei has spent another month in the Baiwa mountain range. Currently, his strength has reached that of a senior level 2 Beastmaster, while Xiao Gu and Qiyu both stand at level 3, stage 2. This time, they have not utilized their kill points, relying solely on practical experience and the absorption of spirit stones for their enhancements. Of course, the remaining kill points amount to 354 million. While it seems like a large sum, it is hardly sufficient. Upon reaching Senior Beastmaster, each level gained requires 50,000 kill points, which is quite substantial. After some consideration, Chen Fei decided to gradually cultivate using spirit stones, reserving his kill points for more useful purposes. For instance, enhancing Xiao Gu's aptitude could facilitate a significant leap in level, thus further elevating Xiao Gu's abilities. Heavenly Crystal Bloodline, 5,000 contribution points. Chen Fei's remaining contribution points total 3,200. So gathering a bit from Chun Qingyun should suffice. If not, he can always purchase them with spirit stones. As for kill points, accumulating them over a few days should be quick. "The fish is ready," Chen Fei called out. This announcement was not only directed at Qiyu and Xiao Gu, but also intended for the nearby black cat. After a month of temptation, both sides had grown accustomed to each other's presence. Whenever Chen Fei entered the Baiwa mountain range, the black cat would follow at a distance. After finishing cooking the fish, he would toss a couple of pieces away. Over time, the black cat no longer concealed itself, instead lounging on a nearby tree, nibbling on the roasted fish. Double-eyed black cat, variant. Strength, level 3, stage 1. Attributes, replication, assassin. Aptitude, potential for rank advancement. Unique skill, replication mirror. For targets with strength exceeding its own by 9 ranks or lower, upon physical contact, there is a chance to replicate the next skill. Proficiency, mastery level. Note, each beast can only replicate one skill. Due to strength limitations, it can currently only replicate 6 skills, with a certain success rate. The higher the skill level, the lower the replication success rate. Enhancements to strength, aptitude, and skill proficiency can improve the replication success rate. Skills replicated. 1. Shadow Stealth. Allows the user to merge with shadows for stealth and surprise attacks. Proficiency, mastery level. 2. Fire Control Technique. Can mold flames into any shape for remote manipulation. Proficiency, skilled level. 3. Earth Escape Technique. Note, if the replicated skill is switched, skill proficiency will revert to beginner level. Upon seeing the information about the double-eyed black cat, Chen Fei finally understood why it possessed so many attribute skills. It turned out they were all replicated. In reality, the double-eyed black cat only had one skill, replication mirror. However, do not underestimate this ability. If utilized wisely, it could be a divine technique. As long as the success rate is high enough, it can replicate skills of any attribute, whether elemental, deceptive, or even invincible techniques related to time and space. The double-eyed creature truly is favored by the heavens, embodying the essence of a dream skill with immense growth potential. How about following me? I guarantee you a life of luxury and indulgence. Chen Fei conveyed through his thoughts. This was his first direct communication with the double-eyed black cat, and he feared scaring it away. The double-eyed black cat merely glanced at Chen Fei without responding, then lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Chen Fei, feeling helpless, continued to eat his roasted fish. However, he was not anxious. As long as the double-eyed black cat continued to accompany him, there would still be opportunities. Chen Fei, Xiao Gu suddenly called out. Chen Fei turned to see what was the matter. Gu Qi has successfully tamed the earth-rending demon worm. Wow, that's impressive. Xiao Gu's words made Chen Fei toss aside his roasted fish, as he found no enjoyment in food at that moment. Hurry, share your vision with me. As the vision was shared, they found themselves in a vast basin. This basin was situated in the inner region of the Baiwa mountain range. Due to its low elevation, even without any strange invasions, it remained shrouded in fog. It was relatively humid, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, and many level 4 and level 5 beasts thrived in this environment. The earth-rending demon worm had not ventured into the center of the inner region, remaining on the outskirts instead, and according to Xiao Gu's estimates, it should be in Area 16. Before it stood numerous bizarre entities. In addition to the fallen, 3-headed monster, there were humanoid creatures resembling red lanterns, a humanoid monster wielding a large scythe and bearing a goat's head, and a leopard with 6 heads. Among these, The fallen three-headed monster was surprisingly the weakest. The others all possessed the strength of level 4 beast generals. The most terrifying aspect was that they likely possessed skills and attributes as unpredictable as those of the fallen three-headed monster. If they launched a simultaneous assault, relying solely on Xing Xiaoshan and a few others would be utterly insufficient. Without hesitation, Chen Fei immediately dialed Chen Qingyun's number. "Dad, I have an urgent matter. Quickly gather Minister Cheng Jingjing, Minister Xie, and others. This matter is even more severe than the Chu rebirth incident." More severe than the Chu rebirth incident? Chen Qingyun dared not delay, promptly summoning the ministers. "Chen Fei, everyone is here. Speak your mind." "All right. Now I'll have Minister Cheng's Gu worm share the vision with everyone." As Chen Fei's voice fell, the figures of the fallen three-headed monster and others appeared before them. A total of 10 beasts, each exuding immense power, left the group gasping for breath. Chen Jingjing spoke solemnly. It seems that what was described on the day of Chu rebirth was indeed true. Xie Sun's attention was fixated on the earth-rending demon worm king. Its stature was at least 70 to 80 meters, far more exaggerated than the reports from Su Kuei and Wang Ji's team. Xing Xiaoshan's face twitched several times, a rare expression of anger crossing his features. "That goat-headed monster wielding a scythe is the one who took my left eye. It can manipulate hearts and souls, forcing me to turn against myself. Had it not been for the 9-spin crystal serpent bringing me back, I would have perished." Everyone's expressions turned grim. This was merely the tip of the iceberg within the inner region, yet it was already so terrifying. What kind of horrifying entity would their king be? As they attempted to continue observing, the earth-rending demon worm had already burrowed into the ground, enveloping everything in darkness. Chen Fei's voice resounded once more. "Ministers, based on the description from Chu Rebirth, I sent my beast pet into Area 16, and this is what we discovered. Additionally, I looked into the three-headed monster encountered by Brother Su Kuei. The skill of Shengling Fenghe is exceedingly rare. It allows one to forcibly stitch together multi-headed monsters, thereby enhancing their attributes and generating 2 to 3 times the original spiritual energy. The price, however, is a reduced lifespan and a relatively weak soul." Chen Fei chose not to elaborate further, as this information sufficed. His aim was merely to heighten the vigilance of several ministers, as well as his parents, urging them not to tread the same path as in his previous life. With the call concluded, Cheng Jingjing, Xie Sun, and Xing Xiaoshan fixated their gazes on Chen Qingyun and his wife, causing the couple to feel somewhat uneasy. They quickly urged, "Speak your mind, no need for this demeanor." Xie Sun, resting his arm on Xing Xiaoshan's shoulder, remarked, "Old Chen, how did you raise your son? Teach me." Xing Xiaoshan, displaying a look of envy, added, "Compared to my troublesome boy, Chen Fei is exceptionally talented." This discovery was at least another third-class merit, if not second-class. Cheng Jingjing regarded Chen Fei with newfound respect, acknowledging that he had truly maximized the hatching ability of the Wan Du Gu Wang. With thousands rushing inward, it was only a matter of time before one succeeded. It appeared he was not only suited for the medical department, but also quite fitting for reconnaissance. Upon mentioning this, Xie Sun could not contain his frustration. "I told you long ago to let me have Chen Fei, but you refused." Cheng Jingjing shot him a displeased look. "Why should I give him to you? He himself didn't want to go, I didn't force him." Their argument resumed. But the more they bickered, the more delighted Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue became. Who wouldn't wish for their child to excel? Initially, they considered Chen Fei's contract with the Wan Du Gu to be unremarkable, but now it resonated with the saying, "There are no weakest monsters, only the weakest beast masters." Xing Xiaoshan intervened. "Enough, both of you. We should focus on how to face and prevent what lies ahead." Cheng Jingjing and Xie Sun, having intended merely to lighten the oppressive atmosphere, now fell silent under Xing Xiaoshan's serious tone. Xie Sun casually declared, "What else can we do? We need to recruit more people. We can't possibly rely on just the 5 of us to confront that horde of monsters." Cheng Jingjing scoffed, "A bunch of cowardly souls, all terrified of being swallowed by the mist. Those who were meant to come have long since arrived." When the mist first descended, before the establishment of the 12 battle zones, countless master-level beastmasters perished, including quite a few king-level beastmasters. Many were frightened into hiding, relying on their ancestors' legacy to accumulate wealth and elevate themselves. The number of skilled individuals willing to station themselves in the 12 battle zones dwindled. The group engaged in a discussion regarding this issue, recognizing the necessity of being prepared against the enemy's capabilities. In the days that followed, Chen Fei continued to traverse between the Baiwe mountain range and Baiwe city. Oh no, the fish are gone. All 300 Earth Spirit fish had been consumed within a month. Truly ruthless. With no other option, he resorted to rabbit and chicken meat as substitutes. He and Xiaogu, along with Qi Yu, relished their meal, yet the nearby Xuantong Mo Mao looked utterly disdainful, seemingly only interested in fish. Before long, It vanished from Chen Fei's sight. Is it leaving already? Chen Fei had hoped that his recent feeding would foster some bond with the Zhuan Tong Mo Mao. But it seemed the little creature was merely enticed by the fish. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Oh well, some things cannot be forced. I should focus on enhancing my strength instead. Current kill value balance, 389 million. Just 110,000 more. With a bit of effort, I can accumulate it today. As for contribution points, Chen Fei requested 1,000 points from Chen Xingyun and spent several 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to exchange for the final 800 points. After returning home today, he could allow Xiao Gu to evolve once more. Let us get to work. Today I will attempt to take down a Tier 3, 5-stage monster. This would be the Tier 3, 4-stage dazzling snake, which required caution not only against its venom but also its eye techniques. Once ensnared, one would fall into a dazed state, subsequently dragged into a mirage, indeed a distinct type of monster. However, its innate abilities lay solely in its eyes. While its physical defense was relatively weak, Chen Fei relayed the information about the dazzling snake to Xiao Gu and Qi Yu, then stood aside, refraining from giving commands, allowing the two beasts to act freely. Qi Yu had become quite familiar with various skills, and now it was essential to cultivate a sense of combat sharpness. Chen Fei aimed to minimize his intervention, only calling Qi Yu back to the Beast Master space for rest and recovery in dire situations. This approach would simulate a more authentic wilderness combat environment, enhancing their ferocity while developing a certain combat intuition. Unlike before, Qi Yu did not immediately employ soul separation. This skill was indeed powerful, but it consumed a significant amount of energy. Each use drained 1/5 of Qi Yu's spiritual energy. Its greatest flaw was its lack of endurance. Consequently, Qi Yu altered its combat strategy, opting for Mirror Flower, Water Moon, to pave the way. Qi Yu also possessed an advantage as an ancient existence. While others constructed illusions of catastrophic disasters, mountains of corpses, or heavens collapsing, Qi Yu created an ancient spiritual garden. The 5-colored divine stone flowers therein were insignificant. It also contained dragon saliva grass, which offered a trace of true dragon bloodline, and Shungda bamboo, aiding in breaking through bottlenecks. It sought the Daoheart wood, which belonged to its own path, and had a chance of acquiring the golden cicada shedding its shell skill through the Jin Chani fruit. Additionally, there was the supreme pure water capable of cleansing the body and soul, increasing the probability of evolution. Having experienced this reality, Qi Yu could not only construct the scenery but also simulate the essence and spiritual energy of the plants. Such an alluring spiritual garden would mesmerize anyone who beheld it. Even the dazzling snake, who could wield some illusion techniques, succumbed to its allure. There was no need for prolonged engagement. Even a moment, half a second, would suffice for Xiao Gu to strike. With silver threads entwined, combined with various toxins, it was more than enough for the dazzling snake to succumb. Shortly thereafter, the dazzling snake lay defeated, having employed only its venomous spray throughout the encounter. Its most powerful eye technique remained unused. Chen Fei nodded in appreciation, noting the increasing synergy between Xiao Gu and Qi Yu, as they had become adept at utilizing spiritual energy effectively. In every battle, they adopted the most efficient approach. If a sneak attack was possible, they would avoid direct confrontation, and if toxins could be deployed, they would not hold back. This exemplified the essence of an assassin class. As dusk approached, the light no longer penetrated the mist, and aside from within caves, Chen Fei dared not ignite a fire, knowing it would undoubtedly attract many unknown beings. With his kill value having reached 400,000, there was no need to linger. He would return directly to the city. However, before heading back, Chen Fei paused to observe, finding no trace of the Zhuan Tong Mo Mao. It seemed he truly had no fate with it. After a moment of self-deprecation, Chen Fei prepared to make his way to the city. Yet at that moment, the Zhuan Tong Mo Mao appeared, its mouth clutching a fish larger than its own body. Upon seeing the Zhuan Tong Mo Mao, Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback. It had not left after all. It had merely gone hunting. All his previous discontent vanished in an instant. The Zhuan Tong Mo Mao dropped the fish onto the ground and pointed with its paw. Chen Fei surmised its intent. You want me to roast it? The Zhuan Tong Mo Mao nodded emphatically, a hint of drool at the corner of its mouth, though it quickly wiped it away to maintain its grace. All right, we won't return tonight. Chen Fei dragged the fish to the riverbank to clean it, then prepared to roast it in a hole. He appeared busy, yet his heart was filled with joy. Observing the delectable heavy-pupil black cat feasting, Chen Fei slowly approached, attempting to stroke its soft fur. Unexpectedly, the heavy-pupil black cat raised its head, locking eyes with him, creating an awkward atmosphere. Aside from those significant crises, Chen Fei vowed that his heart had never raced so fast. I am merely reconfirming whether you wish to join this family. The heavy-pupil black cat remained silent. lowering its head to continue gnawing on the fish. Frustrated, Chen Fei scratched the back of his head, feeling utterly helpless. Whether it was Xiao Gu or Qiyu, as long as they were willing to speak and communicate, Chen Fei could address their needs. Yet, the heavy pupil black cat's silence proved to be the most challenging. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, he prepared to return to his position to rest. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. There is a potent purple aura surrounding you, which has been the reason for my attraction. Chen Fei abruptly turned his head. The heavy pupil black cat had finally spoken. However, its words were somewhat perplexing to him. Upon reflection, he considered, heavy pupils are known to perceive fortune, observe luck, and glimpse heavenly secrets. Could it be that the purple aura signifies his own fortune? Upon closer examination, his luck was indeed not too shabby. In an era of despair marked by bizarre invasions, he had managed to discover the holy scripture of slaughter and live again. Such fortune is rare, indeed. The heavy pupil black cat continued, I have observed you for over a month and found your rate of progress utterly astonishing. I require such rapid advancement for my quest for revenge. Hearing this, Chen Fei felt a sense of calm. He was eager to learn the heavy pupil black cat story. Your target for revenge must be related to your past, correct? The heavy pupil black cat licked its paw before continuing. Indeed, I initially had no heavy pupil, merely a common cat demon. With low strength and insufficient talent, I struggled to survive in the human world, let alone in the forest. One day, I was so hungry that even a morsel would suffice. By chance, I stumbled upon a vividly purple fruit adorned with intricate patterns. The aroma was irresistible. I could no longer restrain myself and swallowed it whole. In that moment, my stomach was full, but my body felt as if it would explode, especially my eyes, which went blind, obscured by a gray haze. When I awoke, I found myself in the arms of a human. I could not discern her appearance, but I inhaled a distinct, delightful jasmine scent emanating from her. Each time I caught a whiff of that fragrance, I fell into a deep slumber. Every day thereafter, she had her beast companion use healing skills to mend my wounds. In that moment, I truly believed I had encountered an angel. It must have been fate that led me to her. Once I recovered, I vowed to repay her by becoming her beast companion. The heavy pupil black cat either refrained from speaking or delivered lengthy monologues. Chen Fei could sense that this matter had long been buried within its heart. Although the tale was beautiful, it was likely to conclude in tragedy. After a month or two, my body had fully healed, and even my eyesight showed signs of restoration. When I awoke again, the world before me was transformed. It was brighter and more colorful. Finally, I could see the human's features. She was stunning, the most beautiful person I had ever encountered, with dimples that enhanced her charm. Upon seeing my heavy pupil, she expressed surprise and proceeded to research its nature. Based on my description, she identified a spiritual fruit known as the creation heavy pupil fruit. It was this fruit that granted me my current heavy pupil. When I expressed my desire to form a contract with her, she readily agreed. Thus, we prepared to sign the contract upon returning home. At this point, a glimmer of longing, reluctance, and hatred flickered in the heavy pupil black cat's eyes. On our way back, a shroud of gray mist descended, filled with screams and bloodshed. She led me to evade capture, yet we encountered a monstrous being. It was a humanoid demon beast with 6 pairs of wings. Upon seeing it, she uttered the term, six-winged angel. In that instant, I beheld despair etched across her face. The next moment, the six-winged angel swung a sword at us. She fell into a pool of blood, slowly closing her eyes. No matter how I called out, I could not awaken her. After the bitterness and fury subsided, only endless sorrow remained. Chen Fei was at a loss for comfort, merely stroking its fur to offer solace. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, that six-winged angel you mentioned, did it lack a head? The heavy pupil black cat abruptly lifted its head, astonished. How do you know? Could it be that you also escaped from the mist? Chen Fei managed a bitter smile. Not only do I know, but it also owes me a life. Indeed, it was the headless angel, the 6th evil king, that had targeted Chen Fei in the treacherous realm of Jiuyou. Since we share a common goal for revenge, we should join forces. Chen Fei immediately inscribed a vow array. As long as the heavy pupil black cat forms a contract with me, I will exert my utmost effort to assist it in slaying the headless angel. Vow made. Are you at ease with this? Following his words, Chen Fei inscribed the contract array, awaiting the heavy pupil black cat's agreement. The heavy pupil black cat's pupils flickered. It could perceive fortune and discern human hearts. It felt Chen Fei's sincerity, which was pure and untainted. Sincerity is the ultimate trump card. The heavy pupil black cat chose to form the contract. The contract succeeded. Thus, the heavy pupil black cat became Chen Fei's 3rd beast companion. Do you have a name? Chen Fei recalled the awkwardness of naming Qiyu and decided to be more prudent this time by asking first. Yes, because I am black. She always called me Wu Yun. Wu Yun. Well, that works. Hello, Wu Yun. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chen Fei. I am Qiyu. I am Xiao Gu. Remember to call me Big Brother. Wu Yun, like Qiyu before, shot a disdainful glance at it. Xiao Gu immediately flared up. I don't have fur. Alright. You all underestimate me, huh? It's time to show you my army of 10,000 poison Gu kings. With a single command. Xiao Gu summoned hundreds of third-tier beasts. Not only that, but thousands of hidden second-generation Gu worms also revealed themselves, encircling Chen Fei and the others in layers. Moreover, countless bug eggs in the Holy Scripture space had yet to hatch. Even with the heavy pupil, Wu Yun felt a chill run down its spine, utterly astounded. At that moment, it finally comprehended the true worth of Xiao Gu as a big brother. One bug is worth 1,000 troops. Chapter 51, Xiao Gu evolves again. Upon returning to Baiwa City, Chen Fei rushed to the contribution point exchange area to procure the Tianjing bloodline. The Tianjing bloodline is regarded as one of the most elite bloodlines within the stone system. Whether it be Xing Xiaoshan's 9-transformation crystal serpent or Qi Yu's previous projection of the Tianjing giant dragon, both exhibited remarkable traits and abilities. Now, with Xiao Gu set to devour this bloodline, Chen Fei was filled with anticipation regarding the transformation it would induce. This evolution allows for the selection of 6 categories from 9: poison, devour, Gu, reproduction, dominion over insect clan, strengthening the body, speed, perception, control. There was little to choose. Just like before, he selected the same categories, adding control as well. Xiao Gu consumed the Tianjing Ant King's bloodline. Subsequently, Chen Fei poured in 400,000 points of slaughter value all at once into Xiao Gu. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted. Realizing something was amiss, Chen Fei quickly transferred it into the Holy Scripture space. The commotion this time is no less significant than that caused by the Shiyu. After all, it signifies an evolution from one level of aptitude to another, marking the first leap in the hierarchy of life. Gee, little Gu writhes in agony, as if its very flesh has been deconstructed and then reassembled. This cycle continues, transcending the pain that most physical forms could endure. Both Shiyu and Wu Yun feel a twinge of fear. During this evolutionary process, Chen Fei cannot provide any assistance. Little Gu must rely solely on itself. It is, without doubt, the most fearful of death among those present, unwilling to surrender to such an end. Its fervent desire to live cannot be thwarted by a mere evolution. At last, after the radiance subsides, Little Gu emerges in a new form. While its appearance remains largely unchanged, it has gained a pair of wings. From that moment onward, Little Gu can soar freely. Its body is adorned with crystalline armor reminiscent of the Jiu Zhuan Jing Shi, though the latter's armor glistens like diamonds. While Little Gu's is more somber in hue. Far from perceiving it as unattractive, Chen Fei finds it to be perfect. After all, to become a competent assassin, one should not draw attention by being overly flashy. Rather, such an appearance allows one to traverse the night unnoticed. Qualification enhancement. Evolved from level aptitude to level aptitude. Wandu Gu Wang evolves into Ming Jing Gu Wang. Comparative advantages. 1. All skill effects significantly enhanced. 2. 10 special hatchling Gu evolve into the hatchling mother. The quantity that can be hatched in one day increases from 100 to 1,000, provided there is sufficient energy from devouring spiritual energy and spirit stones. 3. The second-generation insects hatched by the hatchling mother will also possess hatching capabilities, able to hatch 1 insect per day. 4. Due to the fusion of the bloodline of the Tianjing Ant King, it has acquired the Ant King's wings. Attribute changes. New attributes include crystal and flight. 5. Acquired the Tianjing Ant King's crystal skill, gravitational crystal, beginner level. One cannot help but marvel at the sheer potency of Little Gu's evolution this time. Transitioning from dual attributes to 4 attributes signifies its capacity to learn a broader array of skills. The addition of the Ant King's wings is noteworthy. But even more impressive is the acquisition of a new skill. Gravitational crystal, capable of constructing crystals imbued with a gravitational field. Once activated, the gravitational field is immediately released, persisting until the energy within the crystal is depleted, at which point the field dissipates. The crystal can be retracted and recharged for continued use. Note, due to low skill proficiency, the current gravitational multiplier is 2x. Crystal energy duration, 10 seconds. Chen Fei's eyes gleam with excitement. This skill is undeniably formidable. While possessing a gravitational field is not unique, many demon beasts have this ability. The flexibility of this skill is what sets it apart. It can lure enemies into designated areas and then remotely control the crystal to trigger the gravitational field, making it an exceptional ambush skill that will undoubtedly propel Little Gu further in the realm of assassination. In addition to gravitational crystal, Chen Fei intends to have Little Gu learn several more skills from the crystal category. Crystal Shuttle, currently comparable to Shadow Stealth, is an essential escape skill. Moreover, Crystal Shuttle not only allows for individual escape, but can also facilitate the escape of the Beastmaster. It is a must-learn skill. However, it remains uncertain whether Little Gu's comprehension is sufficient to master it. It seems prudent to prepare more Bodhi fruits. Skills such as Crystal Shield, Crystal Manipulation, and Crystal Arrow Rain are relatively common in the Crystal category, easier to learn yet brimming with potential applications. Little Gu flapped its wings in an attempt to take flight, but promptly tumbled down. Undeterred, it continued to try and, after numerous attempts, finally managed to rise shakily into the air. Although its flight was unstable and its trajectory was far from graceful, it had truly taken to the skies. Even Shiyu and Wuyun felt a twinge of envy. Chen Fei, I can fly now, ha ha ha. From now on, I will take you all flying. At that moment, Little Gu felt it had reached the pinnacle of its insect life. Witnessing Little Gu's exuberance, Chen Fei too was caught up in the joy, momentarily casting aside the matters concerning the sixth evil king. As for the flight attribute, Little Gu's Ant King's wings are rather small, insufficient to summon storms like other avian demon beasts or utilize feather-based attack skills. Given this, it would be prudent to learn a skill that accelerates flight speed. Flowing Light Phantom. This skill allows for a secondary acceleration, and the higher the proficiency, the better it can conceal its form. Combined with Chen Fei's Inyuan Ju, its stealth capabilities will be greatly enhanced, allowing Little Gu to approach enemies silently. As it flits about in the air, while Shiyu and Wuyun lick their paws, Chen Fei feels an exhilarating rush of confidence. With 3-level beasts at his command, this configuration surpasses countless others, placing him at the very apex. In his past life, he was unworthy to even serve his current self. Wait, Headless Angel, just give me a bit more time, and we shall see whether you perish or I endure. Knock. Knock. Chen Fei rapped on Chen Qingyun's door. Chen Qingyun shot him a glare. Let me make this clear. I have no contribution points left. Chen Fei chuckled, entirely oblivious to the concept of awkwardness. Am I that kind of person? He had come to see the Lu Er Qingyin Fu. His father's beast companion was simply magnificent. Flattered by his son's praise, Chen Qingyun felt a sense of pride. What father does not wish for his son to admire him? Chen Qingyun summoned the Lu Er Qingyin Fu. Father, what is the most formidable and useful skill in the Soundwave category? Chen Qingyun, having researched this area, responded, skills such as Soundwave Shockwave, Soundblade Storm, and Soundwave Barrier are relatively common in the Soundwave category, which any normal Soundwave demon beast can learn. However, some Soundwave skills are more unique. For instance, Withering Soundwave carries the aura of death within the sound waves, capable of weakening an opponent's vitality. This skill is rather peculiar. As for the more potent skills, Ultrasound can emit sound waves inaudible to humans and even demon beasts when proficiency is sufficiently high, rendering it virtually silent and thus formidable. While Chen Qingyun spoke at length, Chen Fei seized the opportunity to discreetly summon Wuyun, allowing it to touch the Lu Er Qingyin Fu before commencing the skill replication. This was the true purpose of Chen Fei's visit. Chapter 52, Wuyun's Skills. Since possessing such an extraordinary skill as Mirror of Replication, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Wuyun's fire control and earth escape skills are merely basic elemental abilities. While not entirely useless, they are seldom applicable in larger contexts beyond mere escape. Take fire control, for instance. Wuyun lacks a fire element and cannot produce fire. Where would the fire come from? It must be sourced from the surrounding environment. In a volcanic or magma-laden battlefield, this would be acceptable, but in rivers or lakes, it would be quite the disadvantage. Such limitations are too significant. It is entirely feasible to replace these with stronger skills or to compensate for Little Gu and Shiyu's shortcomings. After much contemplation, it became evident that the Soundwave category was the most lacking segment in the current Beast Companion team. Replication successful, acquired sound fragmentation, beginner level. Sound fragmentation compresses sound waves, amalgamating them until a certain amount of energy is amassed, which is then released to attack the enemy's eardrum. The latter effect results in temporary hearing loss, while the more severe outcome can cause permanent damage. Note, currently only at beginner level proficiency. It can only target beings of lower strength. Chen Fei could hardly believe that the sound wave skill Wuyun replicated was this one. Though it is somewhat limited in its focus on eardrums, if utilized effectively, it could surely catch enemies off guard. It is worth keeping. Due to the limitation of copying only a single skill, Chen Fei has set his sights on the Beast Companion of Xiaji Shui. Indeed, it is the healing skill. Generally speaking, assassin-type beasts are entirely unrelated to healing. However, the emergence of Wuyun has compensated for this deficiency. Copy successful, obtain Xing Chun Jiyu, beginner level. Xing Chun Jiyu draws energy from the stars to heal the injured. Consequently, using this skill at night enhances the healing effect by 20. Note, Due to low proficiency, it currently only heals wounds. As proficiency increases, it can also heal the mind, spirit, and soul. This skill aligns with Chen Fei's expectations. Yet the ability to enhance healing effects at night is a delightful surprise. When pursuing a specialized assassination path, the optimal time for a stealth attack is undoubtedly during the night. Thus, following a straightforward approach, Wu Yun's skills underwent a significant transformation. Apart from retaining Shadow Stealth, all other skills were replaced. New additions included Shadow Bind and Sonic Barrier. The latter skill is rather unique, belonging to the support category. Although Qi Yu and Xiao Gu possess formidable skills, they collectively lack a one-hit kill capability. Chen Fei pondered the possibility of learning from the fallen three-headed beast, which could inflict 2 marks on itself. Why not acquire a similar ability? Amplification Seal can condense multiple seals to be imprinted on the target for amplification, triggered when needed. Can enhance the power of the next skill by 10. Note, the amplification effect increases with proficiency. Thus, the skills of the 3 beasts have taken shape, with the remaining task being application and proficiency enhancement. As December draws to a close, the festive season approaches. The streets are adorned with lights, and the number of stalls is steadily increasing. Children, clad in new garments, dart about, filling the air with laughter and joy. In this atmosphere of merriment, people temporarily cast aside the haunting troubles of the mist, savoring the moment. Yet unbeknownst to them, beneath this veneer of joy, turbulent waves are already surging. In the church, 6 glasses of red wine are rarely placed upon the round table. Tonight, they toast to celebrate the weaver's successful ascension to the rank of Royal Beastmaster. After a sip, the high priest continues. There is another piece of good news. The Lord has shown signs of revival. Soon, the first wave of tests will be conducted on humanity. The others are filled with excitement. Praise the Lord. We have awaited this day for far too long. Will my great vengeance soon be avenged? Humanity's day of reckoning has finally arrived. The high priest calms them with a gesture, instructing them to remain composed. It is merely a small test. As for those of us in hiding, we must also take action. The high priest begins to issue commands. Drummer, remember to relay information to every exile. Those under their control have a unified designation, exiles. Watchers, continue to surveil all Royal Beast Masters' families. The more comprehensive the information, the better. Arbiter, after the meeting concludes, you may proceed to the Imperial City, where someone will assist you. Weaver, eliminate those on this list using your energy. Additionally, Scatterer, incorporate this substance into the Gathering Spirit Pill. The object held by the High Priest is an irregular, gray-brown entity. This is the Plague Crystal, which must be ground and added to the Gathering Spirit Pill. Be cautious not to ingest it. Otherwise, you too will become a carrier of the plague. The Scatterer carefully accepts it, retrieving a box from the spatial ring to store it before placing it back within the ring. Thus, I await everyone's good news. After the meeting concludes, the 5 quietly depart, leaving only the high priest within the church. He bows his head before the mural in the church. Lord, all preparations are complete, awaiting your formation plate. The mural trembles, and several tentacles emerge, each grasping a premium spirit stone. Countless arcane patterns are intricately carved upon the spirit stones, each flowing seamlessly into unfamiliar designs for the high priest. Exquisite and breathtaking. A whisper reaches the high priest's ear. The formation plate is divided into 3 categories. I hope you will utilize it well. Furthermore, this malevolent beast has been bestowed upon you, which will greatly aid you. Before the high priest appears a strange beast with a human upper body and a spider-like lower body. This is the Puppet Spider Queen. Possessing elite qualifications and embodying abilities of devouring, puppet, poison, and assassin. It can continuously devour humans or beasts to enhance its power. Most importantly, its puppet techniques can assist in controlling disobedient little ones. The high priest's eyes gleam with excitement. He had never heard of the Puppet Spider Queen before. However, judging by the description, it is undoubtedly formidable. Especially with its rare puppet attribute, it can resolve many of his troubles. Thank you for the divine gift. I shall not fail your expectations. The tentacles slowly retract into the mural, as if they had never appeared. Chapter 53, Annihilation of the Fallen Three-Headed Beast. In the Bayou Mountain Range, Chen Fei crouches atop a tree, surveying the heap of corpses below. His cultivation fluctuates at the advanced level of a Tier 4 Beastmaster. The three-headed beasts are all at Tier 3, Level 4. Before long, Chen Fei senses the entire tree trembling. They are coming. Just as his words leave his lips, the 3 beast companions beside him lift their heads. Suddenly, the earth-splitting magic worm bursts forth from the ground. This one is already at Tier 3, Level 9, exuding a more potent aura than those previously encountered. Soon after, a dark light flashes across Xiao Gu's form, illuminating the 6 gravity crystals buried nearby. With proficiency reaching mastery level, the crystals unleash six-fold gravity. Caught unawares, the earth-splitting magic worm is smashed into the ground. The six-fold gravity significantly slows its movements, yet it is not enough to immobilize it. However, do not forget, there is now more than just Xiao Gu and Qi Yu. Wu Yun has joined the fray. Wu Yun immediately unleashes two skills, the first being a sonic skill, Sound Wave Shatter. The earth-splitting magic worm's vision proves ineffective, as the attack is directed at its eyes. However, targeting its hearing is immensely effective. The mastery level, Sound Wave Shatter, is sufficient to render it instantly deaf. This moment is fleeting, lasting only 3 seconds. The second skill is a support type, Amplification Seal. Prior to the battle commencing, Wu Yun had imprinted seals on Qi Yu, Xiao Gu, and himself. When needed, these amplification seals can be activated. This time, the amplification effect is bestowed upon Xiao Gu. With proficiency reaching mastery level, it enhances Xiao Gu's next strike by 50. Xiao Gu channels the crystal elemental energy within his body, gathering it into a rain of crystal arrows. Each crystal takes the form of a double pyramid, towering 2 meters high. Once wielded by the celestial crystal dragon, Xiao Gu can now utilize this ability as well. However, the crystals Xiao Gu conjures are not as colossal or intimidating as those of the celestial crystal dragon. With a flourish, Xiao Gu unleashes an endless cascade of crystals, raining down upon the earth-splitting magic worm below. Remember, the earth-splitting magic worm is currently ensnared within a six-fold gravity field. As the crystals fall naturally, they exert a downward force, and with the six-fold gravity's influence, the power of the rain of arrows is magnified several times. Previously only threatening the lives of Tier 3, Level 6 beasts, after 2 amplifications, they now pose a direct threat to a Tier 3, Level 9 beast's life. The earth-splitting magic worm senses the impending danger and prepares to utilize its defensive skill. At this moment, Qi Yu intervenes with a Soul Severance, forcefully interrupting the earth-splitting magic worm's skill activation. Qi Yu's timing is impeccably precise. The training over the past 2 months has proven highly effective. The sound of booming impacts resonates as the crystal arrows relentlessly bombard the earth-splitting magic worm and the surrounding earth. Each crystal that falls creates a substantial crater. Even though the Lieta Mo Chong possesses a tough exterior and resilient flesh, it cannot withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the rain of arrows. Sensing impending danger, the Lieta Mo Chong buried in the soil had no choice but to abandon the part visible above ground and flee for its life. By the time all the crystals had fallen, the previously open meadow had transformed into a small pond with a diameter of over 20 meters. The body of the Lieta Mo Chong lay in tatters. Despite its ability to regenerate from severed limbs, it was beyond salvation, utterly dead. This crystal combination technique had evidently become the most formidable skill among the 3 beasts. Observing the completely lifeless Lieta Mo Chong, Chen Fei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he had truly defeated this half Lieta Mo Chong, relying solely on the 3 beasts without assistance from any other Tier 3 beasts. If the minions of the 9th Evil King were this challenging to confront, how formidable must the Evil King himself be? It was unfathomable. Chen Fei understood that his journey of growth was still exceedingly long. Roars of beasts echoed from afar. If he was not mistaken, the fallen 3-headed monster was approaching. A few days prior, he had sensed its unstable aura, indicating that it was on the verge of breaking through to a Tier 4 beast. If Tier 3 beasts were already this difficult to handle, Tier 4 ones would undoubtedly pose an even greater challenge. Glancing at the 3 beasts, he considered that with the addition of Wu Yun, they might stand a chance. Xiao Gu, let your offspring take to the skies. With Xiao Gu's evolution, its descendants received a corresponding enhancement, flapping their wings in a display of opulence. The fallen 3-headed monster, upon seeing the lifeless half of the Lieta Mo Chong, erupted in fury. Its roars, akin to a lion's, conveyed its wrath. Simultaneously, it utilized the echoes of its roars to detect nearby life forms. Although the hidden element technique could conceal one's aura and killing intent, Chen Fei was a tangible existence, unavoidable and soon discovered by the fallen 3-headed monster. Consequently, enhanced skills such as Sonic Terror, Whirlwind Strangulation, Toxic Mist, and Rain of Golden Arrows rained down upon Chen Fei's position, exhibiting an unwavering determination to eliminate him. In the past, Chen Fei would have had only one course of action, to flee. However, the situation had changed. Xiao Gu possessed crystal teleportation, allowing them to shift positions at will whenever the skills were unleashed. In that fleeting moment of relocation, Chen Fei commanded, Xiao Gu, release the gravitational field. The airborne Xiao Gus, undeterred by peril, enveloped themselves in a thick shield of crystals and charged toward the fallen 3-headed monster. Halfway through their flight, Wu Yun granted them a sonic barrier, significantly diminishing the damage from the sonic assaults. Despite swaying precariously, they managed to reach the vicinity of the fallen three-headed monster. Seizing the opportunity to invoke the gravitational field, under the crushing weight of six-fold gravity, the fallen three-headed monster could not ascend and was compelled to descend continuously. The most challenging aspect for flying creatures was, indeed, flight. As long as it was grounded, Chen Fei could devise a way to break its wings. The moment the fallen three-headed monster touched the ground, the energy of the crystals was nearly depleted. Yet, attempting to escape was futile. Wu Yun amplified its skills and unleashed shadow binding. Shadows on the ground coalesced into chains, restraining the fallen three-headed monster and rendering it immobile for a brief period. While they could control its actions, they could not impede the casting of its skills. Moreover, due to the cross-dire battle, this constraint would last at most 2 seconds. However, for Xiao Gu and Qi Yu, that was more than sufficient. Xiao Gu issued a command for the hundreds of Xiao Gus in the sky to simultaneously concentrate and launch a rain of crystal arrows. Without Wu Yun's amplification, the arrow's potency diminished greatly, relying instead on sheer numbers. Meanwhile, Wu Yun enhanced Qi Yu's soul-severing technique, now capable of genuinely harming the fallen three-headed monster. Given that the disparity in strength had decreased from 8 tiers to 5, compounded by the amplification effect, as the soul blade struck, the already weakened spirit of the fallen three-headed monster came to a standstill. Particularly, the lion-headed spirit dimmed, appearing so fragile that it would shatter at the slightest touch. Once the multiple spirits regained their composure, their first instinct was not to employ defensive techniques, but to vie for dominance over the physical form, entirely disregarding the countless crystal arrows raining down from above. Observing this scene, Chen Fei pondered. It was a creature forcibly stitched together from disparate beings. Achieving an intrinsic unity was inherently challenging, and such occurrences were hardly surprising. He could only speculate what the 8th Evil King's fusion skill would manifest, as once its proficiency had improved. Regardless of the future, at least for now, the fallen three-headed monster was firmly within Chen Fei's grasp. Crystal Fall. Fallen three-headed monster exterminated. Chapter 54, Pursuit. Xiao Gu, Qi Yu, Wu Yun, splendid work. The demise of the fallen three-headed monster once again underscored the prowess and potential of the three beasts. Under equal tiers, the current three beasts could undoubtedly contend with the minions of the 10 great evil kings. In a buoyant mood, Chen Fei approached the carcass of the fallen three-headed monster to collect his spoils. Although merely an initial fusion creature, it possessed significant research value. In the hands of a specialist, it could even unveil insights into fusion skills. However, as Chen Fei drew near, he noticed the abdomen of the fallen three-headed monster pulsating, prompting him to hastily retreat several steps and instruct Xiao Gu to erect an additional layer of crystal shield. Before long, Chen Fei witnessed something burst forth from the gaping belly. It was neither a black sticky worm nor any form of evil beast, but rather the moss that Chu Chongshang had once mentioned. At that moment, Chen Fei's scalp prickled. Without a second thought, he bolted away. If a high-level Tier 9 beast master had been devoured, how could he, a mere Tier 4 individual, hope to withstand it? They devoured the carcass of the fallen three-headed monster with alarming speed, seemingly intent on preventing Chen Fei from claiming it for study. The movement of these moss creatures surpassed all expectations. They spread rapidly, enveloping stones and trees, transforming the area into a sea of green little demons crawling in every direction, sending Chen Fei into a state of panic. The speed of their reproduction was astonishing. Bloodthirsty moss, 2nd generation, strength, Tier 4, Stage 2. Attributes: elemental, devouring, life. Demon plant. Potential: prospects for tier advancement. Skills: 1. Bloodthirsty proliferation. Upon contact with the blood of living beings, the moss can rapidly reproduce. The stronger the bloodline, the faster the reproduction rate. Proficiency: mastery level. 2. Moss seed. Can implant moss seeds within a living creature's body. Once the creature perishes, the seeds can sprout, rapidly proliferating using the corpse's blood and spirit energy. Proficiency: mastery level. Note: unlike the 1st generation, the 2nd generation lacks blood sustenance and will soon lose vitality. Without timely nourishment, it will perish within a month, producing several seeds before death, which will then be implanted in a living body for potential revival. As Chen Fei fled, he perused the information on the moss, growing increasingly apprehensive. The conclusion was clear: as long as there was blood, the bloodthirsty moss possessed nearly limitless vitality. From a certain perspective, it could even be more terrifying than the Black Sticky Worm King. It was unimaginable what chaos would ensue if this moss entered a city. Moreover, this was merely the 2nd generation. How monstrous would the 1st generation be? Chen Fei suddenly felt that even without the intervention of the 10 great evil kings, these minions alone could devastate half the continent. Xiao Gu unleashed the toxins. Mushroom No. 1. Colorless number 1. The various toxins released did not hinder the moss in the slightest, nor did it diminish their speed. It seemed that toxins held little efficacy against them. After all, being a demon plant, they did not possess a respiratory system like demon beasts, making it difficult for toxins to affect them. This warranted further research into toxins effective against demon plants. Sonic techniques? It is quite ineffective. They do not require ears. Linghun Boli is aimed at solitary beasts, and against these collective beasts, even exhausting Chiyu is futile. Chiyu has indeed met its match, as its 3 peculiar skills are rendered ineffective at this moment. The skills of Wuyun do not yield significant results either. Even if the fire control spell remains, it is useless without a particularly strong source of fire. Xiaogu, the ice crystal barrier, is merely for observation. Xiaogu swiftly conjured a crystal box and threw it backward. The crystal box enveloped a portion of the moss, and under Xiaogu's command, it disintegrated. While a collective beast is invincible in unity, each individual unit is relatively weak. Together, they possess the strength of a level 4, second-tier entity, yet each unit of moss may not even possess the strength or defense of a level 4 beast. Thus, after the crystal's disintegration, a portion of the trapped moss perished. Had Xiaogu been of the same tier, total annihilation would have been inevitable. However, the crystal box only encompassed a fraction. Unless it could be enlarged to cover all the moss, it would require the prowess of a king-level beastmaster. In light of this, the current 3 beasts have no method to contend with the bloodthirsty moss. Let us flee. 1 individual and 3 beasts utilized Jingti Chuan Shua to return directly to the city. Chen Fei instructed Xiaogu to establish several locations: the dormitory, the crystal ornament in Chun Qingyun's room, and a storage space within the Holy Codex. In times of urgency, they could instantly traverse to these 3 locations. The storage space in the Holy Codex is undoubtedly the safest, yet it possesses a peculiar characteristic. One exits from the same point they entered. If the bloodthirsty moss surrounds this area without leaving, it would spell doom. Upon returning to the dormitory, 1 individual and 3 beasts sat on the ground, gasping heavily. Chen Fei remarked, "That creature is truly insurmountable." Xiaogu expressed its discontent, lamenting that as beings of the same level, they could only retreat. Wuyun and Chiyu felt similarly. Particularly Wuyun. If 1 bloodthirsty moss could not be dealt with, how could they face the headless angel? Chen Fei wiped the sweat from his brow and consoled them. "Do not lose heart. There exists a disparity in strength among you. When confronting beasts of lower aptitude, you can fight above your tier. But against entities of the same level, do you expect to surpass your limits?" Upon hearing this, the 3 beasts began to grasp the situation. Indeed, they are merely tier 3, 4th stage, while the moss is already tier 4, 2nd stage, creating an insurmountable gap in strength. Seeing that their spirits had improved somewhat, Chen Fei continued his analysis. There are no absolutely invincible skills in this world. There exists a cycle of strengths and weaknesses. In fact, elemental skills are more effective against plant-type beasts. A single fire can incinerate them. How could this moss continue to thrive? This moss requires blood for sustenance. If we seal it within another space, it will naturally perish without your intervention. Our current inadequacy stems from the lack of a countering attribute. Furthermore, it is indeed formidable. Yet it still allowed us to escape. The 3 beasts turned their gazes toward Chen Fei, realizing the logic held merit. Should they not be grateful for their escape from the clutches of the tier 4 bloodthirsty moss? They even contemplated a counterattack. It seems that their recent victories over stronger foes had instilled in them a false sense of invincibility. This pursuit by the bloodthirsty moss was not entirely detrimental. Rather, it served as a wake-up call, enabling the 3 beasts to better recognize their strengths and weaknesses and understand that there are always greater beings beyond themselves, fostering a more humble growth in the future. Report: Area 48 is unusually quiet. Large beasts are nowhere to be seen. Report: Team 102 encountered a Tier 4 beast in Area 56. Report: Numerous avian beasts have taken flight in Area 2. Report: Area 44 has detected a strong, pungent odor, suspected to be from a Union stinking skunk startled by higher-level beasts. Sieson scrutinized these reports, his face marred with worry. Chapter 55, The Alarm Sounds. Judging by these reports, it is highly probable that signs of a beast tide are imminent. Sound the alarm. Before long, a series of urgent, piercing, repetitive alarm sounds reverberated. Just after returning to the city, Chen Fei abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the towering city walls. 3 minutes later, another alarm sounded. 2 alarm signals herald the approach of a beast tide. Chen Fei's expression grew increasingly grave as he calculated the time, realizing that the half-yearly beast tide was drawing near. It appears preparations must be stepped up. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fei received a summons and hastily made his way to the treatment room. Zhou Yin stood at the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back. Is everyone assembled? All present. Good. Then I shall be succinct. The two alarm signals are known to signify what is to come. I will now read the directives. First, no one is permitted to leave the city. Second, the medical team is to be divided into two groups, one to remain on standby atop the city walls, while the other produces healing potions and auxiliary potions as reserves. Third, Chen Fei, you possess no other healing methods, so you shall head to the front lines. Understood. Wu Yun has Xingqian Jiyu, but Chen Fei would not disclose this, as he longed to remain on the front lines. In his past life, he could only stay within Chen Qingyun's room, listening to the continuous explosions outside. Yet he was unable to offer any assistance. That sense of helplessness while waiting anxiously was unbearable. This time, he would not miss out again. Nor would he forfeit the opportunity to accumulate slaughter points. As he made his way, the streets became increasingly populated. Everyone hurried about, each individual engrossed in their respective duties. On the city walls, soldiers were stationed every 5 meters instead of every 50, with a group of soldiers in the rest area on standby at all times. The Earth-type beast masters received their orders. Dai Tanshu. It was Xing Shaoshan deploying strategies beyond the city walls. Utilizing Earth-type beasts, a deep trench was excavated, followed by the placement of traps within, and finally covered with a thin layer of soil. This formed the second line of defense. The first line of defense had already been laid with poison circles at the edge of the Baihui mountain range. Additional lines of defense would follow, third and fourth. The more preparations made in the early stages, the greater the assurance in later phases. Chen Fei could not afford to be idle either. Xiaogu. Instruct your offspring not to target high-tier beasts. From now on, focus on exterminating beasts below Tier 3, 4th stage. Once they reach the appropriate quality, the outer and central regions of Baihui Mountain will face minimal opposition at the same tier. Beasts of slightly higher strength may also be eliminated, but it would be a waste of time. Chen Fei sought to amass slaughter points with utmost efficiency. Additionally, release the third-generation insects from the Holy Codex across various regions. Do not confine them solely to Area 48 and 49. Hatching 1,000 heads daily. Over the past month, that amounts to 30,000 second-generation insects. A batch has already been released, leaving another 10,000. This remaining batch will be used to hatch third-generation insects. One second-generation insect can hatch into one third-generation insect, yielding 10,000 third-generation insects daily. Having incubated for a full 10 days, this results in 100,000 third-generation insects. Even though the strength of these third-generation insects is slightly inferior to that of the second generation, possessing only Tier 3, first stage strength, they still amount to 100,000 beasts. This quantity is sufficient to cleanse half of the outer regions and even push into the central area. Presently, Chen Fei released all 100,000 third-generation insects while retaining the 10,000 second-generation insects for continued incubation. Kill the second-tier, 5th stage Hong Jing Sui, slaughter points, 30. Kill the second tier. 9th stage Dun Di Gui, slaughter points, 50. Kill the third tier. 1st stage Gui Huachong, slaughter points, 100. Regardless of whether they are first, second, or third tier beasts, wherever the army of insects goes, crystals are scattered across the ground. Since the bloodthirsty moss thrives on blood, Chen Fei instructed Xiaogu not to leave even the corpses behind. On that day alone, over 40,000 slaughter points were accumulated. Yet, it was still insufficient. Chen Fei felt it was far from enough. He requires more and more, not only to enhance his strength, but also to refine his skill proficiency. However, ever since the army of Guchong invaded the Baihui mountain range several months ago, the slaughter has not ceased. Chen Fei's rate of advancement in strength has been astonishingly rapid, to a degree that is almost frightening. Even with the accumulation of various resources, Tang Jian and Su can have barely reached the intermediate level 1 beast master, and their strength remains quite unstable. This is merely in terms of strength. Many of their beast companion skills are still at the proficient level, unlike Chen Fei, who possesses dozens of skills, each at the mastery level. Even if given another 3 months, Tang Jian and Su Can would struggle to catch up with Chen Fei's current progress. Moreover, in a few days, Chen Fei plans to further enhance the proficiency of his beast companion skills. In the face of a beast tide, the most useful skills are those that enable area attacks. The spiritual skills of Qi Yu are all single target, thus can be disregarded. Dream and illusion skills hold little value in this context, serving only as support without the capacity to kill, so they can also be excluded. Currently, Wu Yun's skills lean towards support, which eliminates him from consideration as well. The only one who meets the criteria is Xiaogu. His crystal and poison skills are both area attack skills, capable of yielding greater effectiveness. The proficiency of the crystal arrow rain has been elevated from mastery to peak level. The advantages of this enhancement include 1. The size of the crystal has increased from 2 meters to 4 meters in height. 2. The number of crystals has risen from 100 to 500, each surrounded by 10 smaller crystals. 3. Each crystal can be imbued with additional attributes, allowing energies of fire, lightning, poison, and other high explosive properties to be infused into the crystals. Note: upon reaching peak level, it can inflict fatal damage on beings with strength within the 5th level. And even those above the 5th level may suffer lethal injuries if no protective skills are employed. Truly, it is a peak level skill. The impact of 4-meter-high crystals plummeting from the sky is absolutely akin to that of explosives. Even 4th level beasts would hesitate to withstand such an onslaught without protective skills. Moreover, toxins can be added, resulting in secondary attacks, which is exceedingly vicious. The proficiency of the Kiss of Death has also been elevated from mastery to peak level. The benefits of this enhancement include: 1. The range of toxic mist has expanded. 2. The number of toxins that can be released has increased from 8 to 12. 3. The ability to condense lethal toxins into seed form, allowing for detonation at will. 4. The capacity to purify 2 types of toxins into super toxins. Note: super toxins lie between lethal and unresolvable toxins. Common healing and detoxification skills cannot neutralize them. The first few advantages offered no significant surprises until the 4th advantage, which nearly made Chen Fei's eyes bulge with astonishment. Super toxins. Such a thing actually exists. Likely, even Xiao Gu's devouring skill would be unable to absorb it. Being situated between 3rd and 4th level toxins, it is beyond terrifying. It is an unparalleled weapon. Truly, it is a peak level skill, demonstrating a mastery level that even 4th level beasts would find hard to possess. The expenditure of those 200,000 slaughter points has proven worthwhile. Chen Fei finally possesses a certain degree of capability to counter the impending beast tide. Chapter 56. The beast tide approaches. That night, as Chen Fei lay down, he felt the bed tremble. Initially faint, the vibrations grew increasingly intense. Soon after, alarm bells rang out. 3 rings signified the true onset of the beast tide. In his previous life, this event occurred during the day, yet this time it transpired at night. What has changed? Chen Fei furrowed his brow. Without time for further contemplation, he rushed to the city wall. Within the Baiwa mountain range, the masterminds gathered together. The scythe goat monster gazed at the city wall, exclaiming that it was a hindrance that needed to be toppled. Wasn't the assault originally scheduled for 2 days later? Why has it commenced early? The lantern monster cackled, suggesting that the Worm King should be asked. The black sticky Worm King turned its gaze, stating that it had observed beings continuously slaughtering the demon beasts of the Baiwa mountain range over the past few days. As of now, thousands of its offspring have perished. If this continues, the demon beasts will be exterminated, and how then can the beast tide be incited? The goat monster's expression turned somewhat amused, speculating on the audacity of whoever was responsible, wondering if it was the one who had slain the 3-headed monsters, escaping so swiftly that even the moss could not keep pace. Enough chatter, let us assign tasks. The speaker was the old tree with face like fruit, their strategist, referred to as the leader by the goat monster. You may command, leader. The Mian Lingue tree used its vines to lift several sheets of paper, which contained information transmitted from Baiwa City. The humans have established 4 defensive lines that could greatly deplete our living forces. Thus, Worm King, send your offspring first. Self-detonation is acceptable, whatever it takes. Just dismantle those poison traps for me. As you wish. From the ranks of demon beasts, a group of 2nd-level demon beasts surged forth. These were mere cannon fodder on the front lines, yet they served a crucial purpose now. They feigned the first wave of attack, actually intended to trigger the initial poison defense line. As purple, green, and red toxic mists began to waft through the air, the soldiers atop the city wall naturally took note, and thus the alarm sounded. Light-type beast masters fired illumination flares. Bang, bang, bang. Countless luminous spheres shot skyward, illuminating the ground in front of the city wall. The toxic mist enveloped the area, yet few corpses were visible, nor were there any demon beasts emerging from the mist, creating an air of mystery. Xing Xiaoshan approached Chen Fei, asking if his beast companion's offspring remained within the Baiwa mountain range. Chen Fei nodded, responding affirmatively, and shared his vision. Vision linked. Xing Xiaoshan beheld the creatures that touched the toxic mist. They were merely a swarm of 2nd-level beasts, causing his face to fall. It appeared that their adversary possessed a strategist who understood to clear the path first. This realization made Xing Xiaoshan more solemn, as this beast tide surpassed previous ones. No longer a mindless assault, but a contest of wits and courage. While Xing Xiaoshan was still in shock, the ground suddenly heaved, as if something was burrowing beneath the soil. The split earth demon worm. This was the first thing that came to Chen Fei's mind. Indeed, in the next moment, A colossal creature leaped from the ground before swiftly burrowing back down, akin to a fish frolicking on the water's surface. Before Xing Xiaoshan could act, it vanished from sight. Then, the second trench defense was triggered, the explosion resonating across the battlefield. The mechanisms buried within the trench were activated. They consisted of a wondrous fruit known as the crystal pomegranate. The exterior of this pomegranate is as hard as that of crystal-type demon beasts, and when pressured, it bursts open. The spikes atop it scatter simultaneously due to the force of the explosion. This is a self-defense mechanism of the crystal pomegranate, now utilized as a weapon by humans, capable of slaying even third-level beasts without any warning, representing a significant area of destructive capability. However, the unfortunate factor is that this split earth demon worm is a fourth-level beast, and it is among the toughest of its kind. It relentlessly tramples the crystal pomegranates, triggering them prematurely. The second defense line has fallen. Both Xing Xiaoshan and Chen Fei have concluded that this beast tide has transformed. It is no longer a simple endeavor to repel the beast tide. It resembles a clash of armies. This state also implies that there will be more casualties. The Mian Lingue tree looked at the dismantled second defense line, laughing heartily. True war has begun. You few, go and select your opponents. With the command of the Mian Lingue tree, the true beast tide surged forth. A horde of second and third level beasts, their eyes filled with fury, charged toward the city wall. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight, a dense mass sweeping in like a black torrent, as if to devour everything in its path. On the ground, a sudden cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by the frantic, chaotic sound of footsteps, reminiscent of facing a tsunami by the sea. Even more terrifying was the dense swarm of venomous insects hovering in the sky, resembling dark clouds looming over a city, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. Xing Xiaoshan and Xie Sun's eyes were filled with gravity. The guards atop the city walls clenched their fists, visibly trembling. The scene was utterly horrifying. If possible, they wished to flee immediately. However, behind them lay Bai Yucheng, home to countless residents. If they abandoned their post, who would stand to protect them? Chen Fei, is this what you refer to as a minor beast tide? Xiao Gu, observing the scene before him, felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. He had believed his army of 100,000 was invincible. To his astonishment, the scene before him utterly shook him. This was not merely 100,000. It could easily be in the hundreds of millions. Yet this was what Chen Fei termed a minor beast tide. Chen Fei shrugged helplessly, insisting that it was indeed just a minor beast tide. Did you not see that the main force of the demon beasts was comprised of level 3 creatures? In a true beast tide, level 3 would merely serve as the foundation. One would witness an emergence of even more level 4 beasts and, potentially, level 5 demon kings. In his previous life, when Chen Fei had matured, it had already been 5 years hence. By that time, humanity had entered its darkest period, and the so-called beast tides were seldom seen. The demon beasts lurking within the mist had nearly decimated the human forces. Only the master-level beast tamers and king-level beast tamers remained to engage in a harrowing struggle. Thus, this beast tide marked Chen Fei's inaugural confrontation of such magnitude. Xiao Gu, prepare the Wu Sei No. 1 poison. The first line of defense had been eliminated, but this army of 100,000 Gu insects could serve as a new line of defense. At that moment, the hidden legion of myriad poisonous Gu revealed themselves, releasing a colorless and odorless toxin. A portion ascended to the skies to target the airborne venomous insects. As those demon beasts stepped out of Bayou Mountain, they fell to the ground in droves, foaming at the mouth and dying on the spot. The insects in the sky also cascaded down, lifeless upon landing. The Mian Lingue tree observed this spectacle, its numerous faces furrowing in unison. Hadn't the first line of toxic mist already been triggered? What was happening? Chapter 57. Is this the true terror of the first generation? It was not only the Mian Lingue tree that wore a puzzled expression. Even Xing Xiaoshan and his companions displayed confusion. They awaited the beast horde to close in, entering the attack range. Yet before they could approach, they perished on their own. The Mian Lingue tree suspected that humanity had an ulterior motive, while Xing Xiaoshan worried they were employing trickery. Both sides were wary of one another. Only Chen Fei understood that the Wu Sei No. 1 poison was taking effect. For now, the Wu Sei No. 1 poison was no longer merely a level 3 toxin. It had ascended to a super toxin. Level 2 beasts were instantly slain, and even some level 3 beasts with lower poison resistance could not endure it. During a beast tide, the demon beasts and venomous insects congregated, resulting in a scene where they fell like dumplings, creating a significant breach. Of course, this was only a portion of the defense. The overall line of defense was extensive. Even a million level 3 insects would be ineffective. The strength of a single individual is ultimately limited. The true battle was yet to unfold. What Chen Fei could do was to instruct Xiao Gu to engage in relentless slaughter. Every beast slain would reduce potential casualties. As the beast horde advanced, the third and fourth lines of defense began to take effect, though the results were minimal, largely obliterated by the. All commanders received the order to unleash aerial techniques. Aerial techniques were merely commands within the army, not exclusive skills. They encompassed but were not limited to explosive fire rain, crystal arrow rain, ice arrow rain, golden blade arrow rain, and similar area of effect skills that rain down elemental arrows from the sky. Ordinary individuals might not train their beasts in such group attack skills, but soldiers must learn. This was the simplest and most effective aerial technique for resisting a beast tide. Xiao Gu joined in as well, integrating into the array of skills. Xiao Gu's abilities would not seem out of place. Xiao Gu issued a command for all the level 3 insects to engage. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. Ordinarily, the sky would be filled with orange fire rain and white ice rain. Fire and ice were more common elements, while others like gold were relatively rare. Yet at this moment, a third distinct hue emerged in the sky. It was not metallic, but rather a sparkling diamond. Ultimately, the frequency of this crystal arrow rain increased, nearly rivaling that of the fire rain. Even Xing Xiaoshan was taken aback. When did crystal-type demon beasts become so commonplace? How was I unaware of this? The Mian Ling Gue tree, the goat monster, and the black sticky insect king shared the same bewilderment. Could humanity possess such depth? It seemed implausible. Was it an illusion? If they had such resources, how could they have been driven to flee a few years prior? Was it possible that humanity had been vigorously breeding crystal-type demon beasts in recent years? The Mian Ling Gue tree furrowed its brow, which remained furrowed. This wave must rely on your support. Otherwise, these level 2 and 3 beasts will suffer greatly. All right. A muffled voice resonated in their ears, and moments later, hundreds of giant emerged from the ground. Each was 30 to 40 meters long, possessing at least level 3, 8th tier strength. They positioned themselves before the beast tide and employed the defensive skill, as solid as a rock. The beasts behind them also activated their defensive skills. Observing this scene, Chen Fei merely smiled faintly. It seems they remain unaware of how that half-buried perished. Xiao Gu, keep the level 3 insects ready to trigger the gravitational field. The aerial techniques are also nearly charged. Release. With a command, fire rain, ice rain, gold rain, poison rain, and crystal rain cascaded down furiously. At that moment, the sky was illuminated. The crystals formed by the level 3 Gu insects were indeed smaller than those conjured by Xiao Gu and fewer in number. However, the sheer quantity of level 3 insects compensated for this. Moreover, the current crystal arrow rain possessed peak-level destructive power. This indicated that each level 3 insect wielded strength beyond their tier. Gravitational field activate. As the crystals descended, the peak-level lethality combined with 6-fold gravity meant that even a level 3, first-tier insect could threaten level 3, 6th-tier beasts, and beyond. The sounds of crashing crystals, shattering ice arrows, exploding fireballs, and the anguished cries of demon beasts melded together. In that moment, Chen Fei felt that the world had become unbearably loud. It had never been this cacophonous before. Aside from the explosions, nothing else could be heard. As countless crystals fell, even the Legion of struggled to maintain their ground. The demon beast horde behind them faced certain annihilation if they were left unprotected, leaving no room for alternatives. A glance across the battlefield revealed blood gradually staining the earth. But this was not the end. Do not forget that the crystals of the level 3 insects could be infused with toxins. This time, the toxin was poison insect No. 1, the second type elevated to super toxin. As the crystals shattered, the toxin erupted forth, showcasing its devastating potency. Under the assault of the toxic mist, yet more demon beasts succumbed. Within the area encompassed by the level 3 insects, the largest breach had been opened, necessitating support from other regions. The Mian Ling Gue tree could never remain idle. You must bear the brunt of this. All right. The next moment, the ground before Chen Fei began to churn. The earth being forcibly heaved upward, and a colossal creature emerged from the soil. It was longer than the second generation, measuring an impressive 70 meters, and exuded an even more formidable and imposing presence. The being is not only adorned with heavy armor, but is also covered in barbs. Li DMCH Ing W Ing, first generation. Strength, level 4, stage 6. Attributes, elemental, tank, poison, life, magnetic. Potential, promising prospects for advancement. Skills 1. Magnetic shield, capable of altering the magnetic field surrounding the Worm King to form a shield, rendering it immune to ordinary elemental and physical attacks. Proficiency, mastery level. 2. Life revival. As long as the core of the Worm King remains intact, it can slowly regenerate even if only a small portion of its flesh remains. Proficiency, mastery level. The higher the proficiency, the faster the recovery rate. Undoubtedly, the first generation possesses formidable potential. If the information regarding the second generation of the Li Dmching had already astonished Chen Fei, then the attributes and abilities of the first generation plunged him into despair. The magnetic attribute is exceedingly rare. The ability to be immune to ordinary elemental and physical damage is almost unbelievable. And the life revival skill, which allows for infinite revival as long as the core is not destroyed, is utterly grotesque and preposterous. Is this the true horror of the first generation? It is utterly formidable. At this moment, Chen Fei is completely convinced of this. Li Dmching potential to obliterate an entire city. With the emergence of it marks the commencement of a conflict involving master-level beast tamers and level 4 beasts. Chapter 58, Reinforcements arrive. Although the aerial techniques are potent, they are not enduring, and such large-scale area attacks require substantial spiritual energy and elemental power. To gather another wave of aerial attacks, a wait of at least 2 to 3 minutes is necessary. At this juncture, the beast tide truly descends upon them. The first to approach are the poisonous insects from the skies. While humans can employ aerial techniques, the swarm of poisonous insects can do the same, unleashing a barrage of toxic mist and venom. A myriad of colors of poisonous mist envelopes the city walls. Xiao Gu consume. In this unavoidable situation, Chen Fei can only instruct Xiao Gu and the third-generation insects to absorb as much as possible. Unfortunately, casualties among humans are inevitable. Not every high-ranking beast tamer possesses the extraordinary combat prowess and poison resistance of Chen Fei, let alone the comparatively weaker intermediate beast tamers. Quick! Drag him into the treatment room. Where are Chen Fei's Gu insects? We need to detoxify immediately. Don't discard the severed arm. I have a way to heal it. At this moment, the healing team begins to spring into action. Suddenly, a roar reverberates through the skies. Luan Feng, disperse this mist with a mighty wind. Cheng Jingjing commands her 9-star wind Luan to flap its wings, gathering the power of the wind, and then employs wind dispersion to blow the toxic mist back towards the beast swarm. In critical moments, it is indeed the master-level beast tamers that save the day. Otherwise, the human side would likely suffer far worse than a few fatalities. Finally, the master-level beast tamers are taking action. Those on the Mian Lingue tree mockingly jeer. If I recall correctly, she is the head of the human healing department. Mist Wind Poison Owl, go meet her. Poison attributes against healing. How intriguing. A bird-like demon beast takes to the skies, swiftly approaching on the wind. A voice of consciousness resonates in Cheng Jingjing's mind. Human, follow me aside. I believe you do not wish to engage in battle here, do you? Cheng Jingjing indeed does not wish to. Fighting here. Even the residual effects of skills could harm her own people. Let us go. Cheng Jingjing follows the 9-star Wind Luan and the Mist Wind Poison Owl to another battlefield. After their disappearance, a goat-like creature wielding a sickle coldly crosses its arms in midair. It knows that someone will come to impede it. I shall handle this. It is an old adversary. Xing Xiaoshan sighs softly. Like Cheng Jingjing, he too heads to another battlefield. A roar of a dragon emerges, causing the morale of the beast companions atop the city walls to wane. The roar belongs to the subdragon type, the blazing inferno dragon, known for its mastery of soundwave skills. 6-eared clear sound bat, sound wave barrier. This grants the defenders an audio barrier. And Chen Qingyun recognizes that it is his turn to fight. Watching Chen Qingyun and the blazing inferno dragon vanish from sight, Chen Fei feels an unbidden surge of worry. However, fortunately, Chen Qingyun does not encounter any mishap amidst the beast tide. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have undoubtedly prepared extensively. As Chen Qingyun departs, a peculiar being, adorned with a red lantern and resembling a humanoid, materializes. Hua Xin Lantern Monster. Strength, Level 4, Stage 5. Attributes, Ghost, Curse, Summoning. Potential, Promising prospects for advancement. Skills 1. Ghost General Summoning. Can summon specters from the underworld for its command. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the summoned entities. Proficiency, Mastery Level. 2. Eternal Night Curse. The cursed individual becomes trapped in a dark prison, unable to hear or see anything. Proficiency, Mastery Level. Current proficiency allows for a curse duration of 1 second. The higher the proficiency, the longer the curse duration. Upon viewing this, Chen Fei's first instinct is one of unease. So bizarre, exceedingly bizarre. He has heard of curse and summoning attributes, but this ghost attribute is entirely unfamiliar to him. This creature undoubtedly does not belong to this continent. With Cheng Jingjing, Chen Qingyun, and Xing Xiaoshan all departed, Xia Zhixue, being primarily supportive, cannot engage in battle. The only remaining individual is Xia's son. Chen Fei promptly sends a message to Xia's son. Minister Xia, be cautious of this monster. It likely possesses ghost and curse attributes. Xia's son pauses slightly upon hearing this, then casts a deep glance at Chen Fei. Thank you. With this information, I shall know how to proceed. Xie also seeks out a different battlefield. Hehe. Now there are no experts left in the city, right? The Venom Gu tree gazes at the towering city walls, unperturbed by the prospect of breaching them. Go forth, 6 demon leopards, Xian tiger skeleton, and green shadow zombie. The 6 demon leopards, a grotesque fusion with 6 heads, boast a qualification still at level 4, stage 5, but their strength is bolstered by multiple times the spiritual energy of other level 4 beasts, making them a formidable challenge. The Xian tiger possesses a trace of the white tiger's bloodline, classified at level 4, and its skeletal form is likely under the control of Venom Gu tree through some secret technique, now imbued with deathly attributes, making it exceedingly troublesome. Finally, the green shadow zombie is a rare specimen of the zombie type. Level 1 purple zombie, level 2 black and white zombie, level 3 green zombie, level 4 hairy zombie, level 5 flying zombie. The green shadow zombie corresponds with level 4 beasts, and its most terrifying trait lies in its insensitivity to pain. Without a master-level beast tamer present, it cannot be dealt with at all. The moment these 3 enter the battlefield, despair engulfs everyone. The heads of each department have already departed. Who will stand against these 3 level 4 beasts? Why does the mist always produce such bizarre entities? Zombies and skeletons. Will we soon see demons and angels as well? Is that the crux of the matter? The true concern is who will stop them? Deng Ying and other soldiers on the verge of reaching master level are poised to act. They are uncertain how long they can endure, but they cannot simply watch as their comrades are slaughtered. Apologies for my tardiness. The voice arrives before the figure does. Chen Fei is momentarily taken aback, feeling an odd familiarity with the voice. In the next instant, a figure appears at Chen Fei's side. Little one, we meet again. Chen Fei turns to regard him in surprise. Principal, what brings you here? After posing this question, Chen Fei feels somewhat foolish. Recently, he had shared the vision of the Venom Gu tree and its monstrous companions with Xing Shaoshan and others. How could they not have made some preparations? Moreover, Tianqing City is relatively close to Baiwest City, with many acquaintances, making it only natural to seek assistance from Tianqing City. Su Shanhai chuckles heartily. Little one, why didn't you come for special training? Never mind, we will talk later. For now, we must get to work. Although he is not a royal beastmaster, he is at least a seasoned master-level beastmaster, more than capable of facing these level 4 beasts. Yes, I am referring to you. The old turtle draped in green fur. Come join me for a battle. Su Shanhai mocked the departing green shadow. In the next moment, another figure appeared atop the city wall, delivering a message from my son, Jinner, asking when we could engage in another match. Chen Fei, upon seeing this kindly uncle with a crew cut, admitted he did not recognize him. I am Tang Jian's father. Oh, Chen Fei recalled slightly, apologetically stating that his son might still not be a match for him. Ha ha ha. Tang Xiyuan laughed heartily. You little rascal, so audacious. We'll talk later. I too shall confront them. Those 6 ugly beasts, follow me. Neither Tang Xiyuan nor Su Shanhai exhibited any reservations toward them. The latest arrival, whom Chen Fei recognized, was none other than Uncle Fu from the Jiang family. Uncle Fu merely nodded at Chen Fei before leading the Xuanhu skeleton away. This restored a temporary balance to the battlefield. Chapter 59, The Saint Gold Be King. Chen Fei felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had timely alerted Xing Shaoshan and others to prepare in advance. Otherwise, this battle would have been arduous. Meanwhile, the Mianling ghost tree trembled with rage. From where did these master-level beast masters emerge? Their existence was not recorded in the data. It crushed the border map in frustration, realizing it was now of little use. Qingta, the bloodthirsty moss, and the black sticky worm king, it is your turn to perform. Those drawn away by Su Shanhai and others were merely the weaker entities among them. Currently, the strongest undoubtedly belonged to the bloodthirsty moss and the black sticky worm king. Their eerie skills and vitality instilled fear even in the Mianling ghost tree. The moment the bloodthirsty moss launched its attack, it swiftly seized the blood on the battlefield. Vast expanses of moss spread rapidly, turning flesh into bone wherever it spread. For the bloodthirsty moss, every battle served as a grand feast. Chen Fei, observing the swiftly spreading moss, felt both trepidation and helplessness. Although he might stand out among his peers, catching up to the older generation was an impossibility in the short term. He understood the necessity of halting the bloodthirsty moss's bloodsucking. Otherwise, it would grow into a creature rivaling the 10 evil kings. Yet, his power was insufficient, leaving him to watch helplessly as the bloodthirsty moss grew increasingly formidable. In addition to the moss, a swarm of flying insects swept down from the sky. Deng Ying hastily commanded the troops to shoot them down. As the flying insects fell, small black specks drifted on the wind toward the city wall. These were the spores of the black sticky worm king. Taking advantage of the chaotic battlefield and the flickering lights, the spores stealthily infiltrated. On my stomach. Get away. Exit my body quickly. A commotion erupted among the crowd, with even numerous demon beasts leaping about. The spores of the Black Sticky Worm King had begun to take effect. People realized that the true terror emerging from the mist was not the monsters with formidable combat abilities, but these silent, swiftly reproducing organisms that invaded the human body. They were the true biological weapons. Xiao Gu, instruct the third-generation worms to use the crystallization skill to seal the Black Sticky Worm spores. Chen Fei, however, was dismayed to find that these spores easily penetrated the crystal box. At that moment, he realized these spores were not from the second-generation Black Sticky Worm King, but from the first generation. Black Sticky Worm King, first generation. Power, level 4, stage 7. Attributes, poison, life, assassin, devour. Potential, likely to advance to an immortal beast. Skills, 1. Spore diffusion. The body can split into countless spores, as long as one spore survives. It will not truly perish. Proficiency, master level. Currently, the dispersed spores possess at least the strength of level 4, stage 3. 2. Life devour. Capable of devouring the life force and spiritual energy of the host, subsequently returning it to the mother body to enhance its power. Proficiency, master level. Upon seeing the information about the first-generation worm, Chen Fei truly grasped its formidable nature. Each tiny spore possessed the strength of a level 4 beast. No wonder Xiao Gu's third-generation worm's crystal box could not contain them. Understanding Xiao Gu's devouring skills made Chen Fei wary of this life-devouring ability, as it implied that as long as the first-generation Black Sticky Worm King did not perish prematurely, it would inevitably become a level 5 Demon King. Moreover, devouring represented an evolved version of devouring, even without the assistance of the slaughter value from the Slaughter Sacred Codex. The advancement speed of the first-generation Black Sticky Worm King remained astonishingly rapid. It was difficult to fathom how much the bloodthirsty moss and the Black Sticky Worm King might grow after this beast tide. What concerned Chen Fei was that the opportunity to obtain the spore crystallization powder had finally arrived. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a buzzing sound emerged, growing closer and more intense. Soon, thousands of bee-like demon beasts appeared. They swiftly approached the spores of the Black Sticky Worm King, and upon contact, the spores transformed into gold. Subsequently, the bee demon touched the gold, and it instantly shimmered like gold, along with the spores dissipating into the ether. Saint Gold Bee King, second generation. Power, level 5, stage 2. Attributes, elemental, wind, gold, light elements coexisting. Flying, assassin. Potential, the first generation has the potential to advance to an immortal beast. Skills, 1. Touchstone to gold. Any being touched has a certain probability of being transmuted into gold. Proficiency, pinnacle level. Currently poses a threat to beings up to level 5, stage 5. 2. Wind healing. A gentle breeze heals the body, restoring injuries and spiritual energy. Proficiency, master level. No wonder it could effortlessly neutralize spore diffusion. The emergence of a level 5 Demon King was indeed remarkable. Just as Chen Fei finished reading the information about the Saint Gold Bee King, he felt a gentle breeze sweep past, invigorating him. Looking around, he noticed that the injuries caused by the Black Sticky Worm King spores had largely halted and were slowly recovering. At that moment, a figure appeared suspended in midair, and Chen Fei looked up to see none other than Jiang Nan. Naturally, with Uncle Fu present, Jiang Nan was well aware of the situation in District 8. It was no surprise that the Saint Gold Bee King had suddenly appeared. Saint Gold is a particularly unique existence among the gold types. Just as poison has its levels, gold possesses its distinctions as well. Level 1 includes ordinary gold and platinum, while level 2 consists of more malleable xianjin or sturdier purple crystal gold. Level 3 encompasses special attributes like dragon scale gold, 5 elements gold, and stellar meteor gold, which can be extracted from other substances. Level 4 represents exotic gold, with each type being a unique existence in the world, unable to be extracted, only fused. For instance, time flow gold, which can influence the passage of time. Or by Luo Qing Jin, which is fluid and agile like water and can swiftly heal injuries. And Saint Gold is classified as level 4 gold, inherently possessing holy light attributes, a nemesis to all evil entities. This is precisely why the Saint Gold Bee King holds such high potential. Jiang Nan and the Saint Gold Bee King stood suspended in midair, pressing down on all beings with an overwhelming presence. To soar into the air is a capability reserved for royal beast masters. Splendid. With a royal beast master present, there is finally a pillar of support. Let us see how these evil creatures can continue to act so brazenly. Chapter 60, The Beast Tide Retreats. The Mianling Ghost Tree, observing Jiang Nan soaring above, felt its multiple faces turn green with rage. How dare they? An additional few master-level beast masters were one thing, But a royal beast master has also arrived? This is excessive. Glancing back, the Mianling ghost tree contemplated whether to awaken the demon kings. Ultimately, it decided to retreat. The Mianling tree issued a series of commands, compelling the goat monster, the black sticky worm king, and others to retreat into the mist. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty moss, still lingering on the front lines, swiftly consumed all the spilled blood before attaching itself to the cracked earth demon worm king and disappearing underground. At that moment, the beast horde finally regained its senses, realizing the presence of Jiang Nan, and began to scatter in all directions. Thus, the beast tide receded due to Jiang Nan's emergence. Subsequently, several master-level beast tamers returned to the city. "Old Xing, are you alright?" Cheng Jingjing exclaimed upon seeing blood streaming from Xing Xiaoshan's left arm, his face ashen. She quickly summoned the Qingmu spirit monkey to heal him. Xing Xiaoshan shook his head. "It's been a year since we last met. I didn't expect that creature's soul path to have advanced. I nearly fell into its trap." Cheng Jingjing turned to the others. "What about you? Is anyone else injured?" Master-level beast tamers represent the pinnacle of human combat strength, each capable of matching hundreds or thousands of high-level beast tamers. Thus their safety is paramount. The others shook their heads, indicating they were unharmed. Only Xie Sun, shaking his arm, cursed, "Damn it. You have no idea how bothersome that lantern monster is. It can summon underworld soldiers to fight, and possesses cursed powers. I nearly perished there." Regardless of whether it was Cheng Jingjing, Qin Qinyun, or others, they all had countermeasures against the enemy. The ghostly powers that Xie Sun referred to, however, cast a shadow of seriousness over those present. To alleviate the heavy atmosphere, Su Shanhai and Uncle Fu each brought forth a corpse, the Xuanhu skeleton and the green shadow zombie. These two, being mere corpses, were controlled by necromantic skills, lacking the combat intelligence and adaptability they had in life. Other entities were not so easily dealt with. Even summoning 4 pets to battle merely achieved a stalemate. This underscores the formidable nature of these wicked beasts. "Well done, we managed to slay 2. This battle can't be deemed a loss." Not at all. The powerful entities within the mist are multiplying, and our living forces are limited. We will inevitably be overwhelmed. This remark plunged the scene into silence once more. Xie Sun scratched his head, feeling like the king of awkwardness. Qin Qinyun did not refute him, supporting Xie Sun's perspective. "Old Xie is right. The beast tide retreated so swiftly due to Jiang Wang's intervention. Otherwise, we would still be engaged in battle. Therefore, in essence, we have lost. We have revealed more of our strength while remaining ignorant of the enemy and the level 5 beasts." After exchanging a few more words, they dispersed, tending to the wounded or clearing the battlefield, ensuring no surviving spores of the black sticky worm king drifted into the city. Deep within the Baiwa Mountains, the goat monster, lantern monster, Mianlingui tree, black sticky worm king, bloodthirsty moss, and cracked earth demon worm king congregated. In truth, these 6 were the core of the level 4 wicked beasts, while others were either stitched together, controlled, or summoned by necromancers. The beasts quietly observed the Mianlingui tree sewing the head back onto one of the 6 demon leopards, enviously commenting, "The stitching skill granted by the king to the boss is truly remarkable. It's a pity we haven't seen the king in ages, otherwise, I would love to borrow it. I wish to have the king help me stitch another control-based creature, as relying solely on soul power allowed that Xing Xiaoshan to escape." Once the Mianlingui tree completed its task, it turned to the others. "Moss, black sticky worm king, how satisfactory are the gains this time? Are they sufficient for your ascension to Demon King?" The bloodthirsty moss sighed. "I'm still lacking a bit. The blood of lower-tier demon beasts suffices. But what I truly need is high-quality blood. If I could absorb the blood of Xing Xiaoshan, Qin Qinyun, and their beast companions, that would be nearly enough." The black sticky worm king concurred. "I too require a bit more vitality, stronger, and of higher quality." The Mianlingui tree contemplated for a moment before speaking. "That royal-level beast tamer likely won't leave so soon. It's improbable they will summon another beast tide. Thus, you should venture to the adjacent battle zone and seize some opportunities. After ascending to Demon King, return here." It became clear that this beast tide was not an actual assault on Baiwa City, but rather a preparation of blood food for the bloodthirsty moss and the black sticky worm king. Both demon beasts and humans could serve as their nourishment. The truth is both cruel and merciless. As for the goat, lantern, and cracked earth, you should also be vigilant. The moment you ascend to Demon King is when the true assault on Baiwa City will commence. Do not keep the king waiting too long. Following the 8th district's initiation of the beast tide, the other 11 districts also unleashed smaller-scale beast tides. However, only the 8th district was thoroughly prepared, resulting in minimal casualties. The 2nd district suffered the most, with over half of its soldiers perishing, including 3 master-level beast tamers. The city was paralyzed, necessitating reinforcements. However, with such a grave situation, How many master-level beast tamers would dare risk their lives to defend the city? I can go, but my daughter is only 6. At least let me accompany her through her childhood. If I don't go, the sky will fall, and a tall person will hold it up. Isn't it more effective to have royal-level beast tamers defend the city? I'll go. After all, I have no attachments. In the eyes of most, defending the city meant dancing on the edge of a knife, risking one's life at any moment. At this moment, it was a contest between selfishness and courage. Adding fuel to the fire was the force lurking behind humanity that had begun to act. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and Zhang Yi were once again targeted for assassination. Zhang Yi managed to escape unscathed, while the other 2 fared less fortunate, sustaining serious injuries once more. Tang Siyuan and Su Shanhai were filled with rage. Su Shanhai slammed his hand on the table. We fight on the front lines to protect the lives of others, yet they stab us in the back, assassinating our descendants. Are they even human? They are worse than beasts. Tang Siyuan also lost his composure. This is a threat, a blatant threat. As long as we dare to assist, they will target our families. A group of deranged individuals. One day, I will burn them to ashes. Even Jiang Nan, usually composed, wore a dark expression. Despite knowing the blatant and heart-wrenching conspiracy, he could not control his inner fury. They could sacrifice their lives for humanity, but they would never tolerate anyone stabbing them in the back. Mobilize all connections and forces for a thorough investigation. Chapter 61, Million Slaughter Value. On that day, the powerful on the front lines united to issue a declaration. The rear of humanity must provide an explanation to us on the front lines. Otherwise, we will collectively strike. If we die together. Why is it permissible for them to target my family while we are not allowed to abandon the front lines? Do we have a responsibility or an obligation to be nailed here? Their stance was unequivocal. Previously, they could remain inactive, avoid trouble, and turn a blind eye. But this time, the strong on the front lines demanded a resolution. If the handling was unsatisfactory, everyone would go their separate ways, living their own lives. As the situation escalated, those who had previously been complacent and indulgent finally recognized the severity of the matter. Without these individuals to continue defending the city, how could they rest easy to cultivate? Thus, they needed to provide an explanation. When all departments ceased their activities solely to conduct a thorough investigation, it would not be so simple to let go. Major cities executed a brutally forceful and bloody cleansing. Anyone who had purchased spirit-gathering pills was detained, regardless of guilt. Anyone who had any contact with the Sours was arrested, regardless of connections. Better to wrongly apprehend than to let anyone escape. In Tianqing City, the most severely infiltrated areas were schools, high-end clubs, and beast tamer clubs. At Shanghai Academy alone, 21 teachers were arrested. This sent chills down the spines of many parents. The school is indeed a place for nurturing the elite of humanity. Yet, even such an institution is not impervious to infiltration. What other sanctuaries remain secure? More terrifying is the fact that among those apprehended, several have tragically been transformed into human puppets. Some have perished, consumed by insects, while others have succumbed to the malevolent forces that shattered their hearts. This rendered the evidence-gathering process exceedingly arduous. It was at this moment that people realized just how perilous their environment had become. An era of pervasive anxiety has truly begun. Within the church, only 4 individuals remain at the round table. The Arbiter and the Weaver have proceeded to the Imperial City. Observer, please provide a situation report. The High Priest's face, bound in tape, revealed no discernible emotion. The Observer organized his words. 80% of the captured individuals were detected by the military, while the remaining 20% were the exiles we intentionally exposed. The remaining elite among humanity can be utilized. Indeed, those dispatched to assassinate Zhang Yi and others are the weaker individuals among the controlled humans. Prior to their abandonment, they serve as smokescreens to lull the authorities into complacency. The High Priest clapped his hands, expressing satisfaction. Remarkably, we still have 20% left, which exceeds my expectations. This thorough investigation has kept the authorities on high alert. When they believe they have apprehended everyone, it will be the moment they lower their guard. At that time, it will undoubtedly be our prime opportunity to strike. The High Priest executed a clever ruse, intending to use this tactic to disperse and infiltrate various locations as needed. By the way, Sewing One, they appear quite interested in you. Find a substitute to throw into the fray. This is simple. Today, Sewing One has disguised herself as a little girl, capable of altering both her facial features and height. With such abilities, it is no wonder she can easily evade relentless pursuit. Excellent. Here's to the success of our grand plan. After the beast tide receded, Chen Fei finally had the opportunity to assess his kill value. Current kill value balance, 9.76 million. Chen Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within them. This is undoubtedly the highest amount of kill value he has ever witnessed. Approaching 1 million. And this is merely from a minor beast tide. Nevertheless, it makes sense. After the transformation of colorless poison number 1 into a super toxin, the number of poisonous creatures he has dispatched certainly numbers in the thousands. Calculating based on 10,000 second-level beasts, that amounts to 2 to 300,000 in kill value. The countless beasts obliterated by Crystal Arrow Rain further contribute to this total. When calculating the 9.76 million, it seems to be less than initially imagined. He understands that the bloodthirsty Moss likely amassed even more than he did. This nearly million kill value has left Chen Fei pondering how best to allocate it. To advance from one level of aptitude to the next requires 1 million kill value. However, all 3 beasts are currently at level 3, and to elevate them to level 4, 10 million kill value is necessary, which is unattainable in the short term. The remaining options involve either power or skill proficiency. Having tasted the formidable benefits of 2 peak-level skills, Chen Fei is deeply intrigued. However, it is impractical to elevate all 3 beasts to level 4 in one go. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. Allocate 400,000 kill value, raising each of the 3 beasts by 2 tiers. Chen Fei, a high-level 6-tier beast master, and the 3 beasts at level 3, tier 6. The remainder can be used to enhance the proficiency of 5 skills. Wu Yun only requires the enhancement of 1 skill, Mirror of Replication. Mirror of Replication's proficiency rises from proficient to peak level. Advantages of enhancement include 1. A 10 increase in replication success rate. 2. 3 additional replication skill slots. The addition of 3 skill slots will significantly enhance Wu Yun's capabilities. Although Chen Fei harbors a deep disdain for the malevolent beasts lurking in the mist, he cannot deny that some of their skills are indeed extraordinary. For instance, the spore dissemination of the Black Sticky Worm King is an exceptional choice for both slaughter and parasitism. However, replicating skills from them is no simple feat, especially given the disparity in strength. Next is Chiyu. There is no hesitation. Soul Severance is essential. This skill is the core of Chiyu's capabilities, with the remaining soul techniques revolving around it. Soul Severance's proficiency rises from proficient to peak level. Advantages of enhancement include 1. Control time increases to 0.51 seconds. 2. This skill can be used against beings up to 9 tiers above one's own, but it incurs corresponding weaknesses. 3. The spiritual energy required for this skill is significantly reduced. There are no restrictions for beings below one's own strength, but for those exceeding it, the skill can only be used 6 times a day. Exceeding this limit will harm one's soul. The control time has increased to 1 second. One should not underestimate this second. In battles between experts, it can often determine the victor. As for the dream and illusion skills, they do not seem necessary at the moment, so they will be retained for now. Looking at Xiao Gu, Chen Fei knows it best. Every skill has been meticulously crafted by him. Initially prepared to acquire kill value, it is now being honed for lethality. However, the acquisition of kill value is fundamental and must not be neglected. It must be even more potent than before. Parasitism's proficiency rises from proficient to peak level. Advantages of enhancement include 1. Can parasitize beings up to 9 tiers above its own strength. The greater the disparity, the lower the success rate. 2. Can spawn 10 additional hatching mothers. The daily hatching capacity increases from 1,000 to 1,200. Chen Fei's eyes instantly lit up. The addition of 10 hatching mothers, each capable of producing an extra 200 second-generation insects, means that 24,000 second-generation insects can be hatched in a single day. While the reproduction speed may not be as astonishing as the bloodthirsty moss, the strength lies in the longevity of the second-generation insects compared to the moss. Chen Fei devises a plan to gather several 100,000 second-generation insects, then allow these second-generation insects to breed third-generation insects. In a single day, tens of thousands of third-generation insects could emerge. The mere thought is already terrifying. If this were to be realized, it would undoubtedly result in a minor insect disaster. Truly, guiding Xiao Gu down the path of quantity is a wise choice. With the remaining 200,000 kill value, Chen Fei hesitates, contemplating whether to prioritize control, escape, or devour. After much deliberation, he finds himself increasingly conflicted. Ultimately, the shortage of kill value remains a pressing issue. If only there were enough to elevate all skills to peak level, then such concerns would be moot. Chen Fei, the minister requests your presence. Zhou Yan's voice interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. All right, I'll be there shortly. He knocked on the office door, and upon entering, he found not only Jiang Nan, but also 8 master-level beastmasters present. The scene felt somewhat unsettling. Before he could speak, Cheng Jingjing took the lead in questioning him with an air of seriousness. Chen Fei, why not come clean? What is the true aptitude of your beast companion? Do not conceal it. Your little maneuvers cannot escape our notice. Chen Fei remained unfazed. After all, he had lived 2 lives. If he could not maintain this level of composure, It would be a disgrace to the reincarnators. Minister, my beast companion is at the level of aptitude. You have seen it before. His tone and expression remained calm, devoid of any ripples, as if he were speaking the absolute truth. The others could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. One might think this little fellow is quite honest. In this world, honest individuals have long been devoured. Indeed, knowing how to conceal oneself is a virtue. Tang Siyuan grumbled, cursing, damn it, I've never won a bet against old Su. Su Shanhai smiled with a hint of mischief and remarked, I have always said that this little rascal only acts when he sees the rabbit. You simply wouldn't believe it. Had it not been for my offering of 3 Bodhi fruits, he would have been too disinterested to step onto the field against your son. What is this all about? Chen Fei was utterly bewildered, confronted by the suddenly radiant smiles of those around him. Why were his own parents providing no hints? Coughing lightly to draw attention, Xie Sun took out a 3rd-generation Gu worm. This particular Gu worm had fallen into a deep slumber, evidently ensnared by some means, preventing Xiao Gu from sensing it. I happened upon this on my way back after dealing with the lantern monster and captured it effortlessly. To be honest, I have never encountered this breed of Gu worm before. However, its resemblance to your Wan Du Gu Wang is striking, and astonishingly, it assists humans in exterminating beast hordes. Naturally, you came to mind. It seems you are the only one who has contracted the Qiandu Gu. To be frank, the Qiandu Gu is not particularly formidable. In fact, it is rather weak, merely a low-tier parasite that few would covet. Yet, I have no idea how it was cultivated by Chen Fei into the Wan Du Gu Wang, acquiring some rather enticing abilities. The moment the 3rd-generation worm appeared, Chen Fei realized Xiao Gu had been exposed. However, this was to be expected, after all. It was entirely normal for 100,000 3rd-generation worms to attract attention during a battle against beasts. All right, I concede. This indeed is my beast companion. The Ming Jinggu Wang, of elite lineage, evolved from the bloodline of the Tianjing Ant King. Chen Fei's acquisition of the Tianjing bloodline was easily verifiable, leaving no room for concealment. The individuals present had already pieced together much of the puzzle, yet when Chen Fei confirmed it himself, a sense of awe washed over them. Xing Xiaoshan sighed. In my day, I exerted considerable effort to endow the Jiuzhuan Xian Shi with a crystal bloodline. At that time, I had already reached the master level. Your prowess is incomparable, far beyond mine. Xing Xiaoshan's voice trailed off as he realized he could not gauge Chen Fei's strength. Chen Fei instantly understood the source of his astonishment and partially withdrew the Yin Yuan Ju, revealing that he had just ascended to the advanced 1st-tier Beastmaster level. This advancement was not as rapid as that of Su Kan and Tang Jian, but it was not excessively slow either. Concealment was possible, but not overly necessary. Posing as an ordinary genius sufficed, allowing him to obtain sufficient privileges and resources. As for showcasing himself as an unparalleled prodigy, there was no need for that. He certainly did not wish to be scrutinized daily like Jiang Yi. Chen Qingyun and Xiaji Shui rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Was he truly already an advanced beastmaster? They had intended to dedicate time to cultivate Chen Fei, only to discover he had independently elevated his strength to that level, with his beast companion also achieving elite lineage after several evolutions. What more could they teach him? Xiao Fei had already surpassed their youthful selves. They decided to let him grow independently. He would approach them if he needed guidance. With his Tianjing bloodline and advanced beastmaster status, it was imperative to nurture his potential, ensuring he was not squandered. Xie Sun patted his chest, rest assured. With such talent and the recent recognition from 2 second-class achievements, Chen Fei has truly become a seedling for our District 8. Once he ascends to a military seedling, he will receive a significant resource allocation, facilitating an earlier elevation to the master-level Beastmaster. This will also alleviate pressure on the front lines. Cheng Jingjing added, let us keep this information to ourselves and refrain from revealing it to the outside world. Moreover, erase any traces of Chen Fei's acquisition of the Tianjing bloodline to prevent him from being exposed to the enemy. We should proceed with caution and focus on development as before. Now it was Su Shanhai's turn to be anxious. But I still wish to send him to participate in the 100 Cities competition. At his age, it would be a tremendous loss to miss this stage. Others rarely interjected, seemingly in agreement with Su Shanhai's sentiment. Chen Fei, however, was oblivious to this perspective. In his previous life, he had been recuperating at this time and had not participated in the 100 Cities competition. Moreover, this was the final iteration of the competition. After this, the urgency of combating the malevolent beasts enshrouded in mist rendered such contests irrelevant. He could not help but inquire, what is so special about the 100 Cities competition? Of course, it is special, Su Shanhai affirmed. On the surface, the 100 Cities competition selects talents and allocates resources, but that is merely the team event. There is a far more significant individual competition, The top 100 first-year students and the top 100 second-year students can enter the Ling Fu secret realm to seize resources. Cheng Jingjing, the young minister, do you think you attained your master-level beastmaster status by mere chance? Xing Shaoshan, the minister, was in the same cohort as your parents, yet his strength far surpasses the norm. What is the source of his prowess? It is precisely the Ling Fu secret realm. Chapter 63. The discovery of a suspicious individual. Ling Fu secret realm? This was something Chen Fei was entirely unaware of. He had never participated in the 100 Cities competition, nor did he know of the existence of the Ling Fu secret realm. Su Shan Hai continued. In previous years, Tianqing City could only be considered average, but this year is different. Among the second-year students, there is Jiang Wang's daughter, Jiang Yi, and Xiao Wang's daughter, Xia Zhujun. Among the first-year students, there are Tang Jian and Su Kan. If we add Chen Fei and his army of Gu worms, I believe the outcome is truly uncertain. Indeed, in the past 2 years, Tianqing City had witnessed the emergence of a group of exceptionally gifted individuals. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishui had only managed to elevate their strength to the advanced Beastmaster level just before the conclusion of their first year. Unlike Tang Jian, Su Kan, and Chen Fei, who had achieved the same within 6 months. Such a pace was enough to overshadow their previous accomplishments, which is why neither Chen Xingyun nor Xia Zhishui chose to dispute the claims. Hearing this, Chen Fei was puzzled. Why can only first-year and second-year students participate? Su Shan Hai explained with a smile. It's quite simple. It all revolves around the Ling Fu secret realm. There are 3 conditions for participation. First, one must be at the advanced Beastmaster level or lower. Second, age must not exceed 20. And third, the number of participants cannot surpass 200. Awakening occurs at 18. And third-year students are already 21. Even if third-year students were arranged to compete, they would not be able to enter the Ling Fu secret realm. After contemplating, Chen Fei inquired again. One last question. What lies within the Ling Fu secret realm? Su Shan Hai shook his head. I cannot answer that question, for I have never entered it. Thus, even at over 60 years of age, I remain stuck at the master-level Beastmaster. With the enhancement of strength, human lifespan correspondingly increases. A master-level Beastmaster typically has a lifespan of about 150 years, while a king-level Beastmaster can live up to 200 years. At this age, Su Shan Hai can still be considered middle-aged. Chen Fei and the others turned their gazes towards Cheng Jingjing and Xing Shaoshan. The two exchanged glances, indicating that one should speak. It's not that we can't say. Cheng Jingjing, who detests procrastination and indecisiveness, continued. The Ling Fu secret realm is vast. When everyone enters, they will be separated, thus each having their own opportunities. I have heard from others that some encountered spirit gardens, some discovered rare materials suitable for beast evolution, while others inadvertently wandered into illusions, only to emerge with enhanced strength. The only commonality is that all eventually behold a grand estate. Many martial arts in circulation were derived from this estate. Additionally, some relatively ordinary pill formulas and rare bloodlines were also obtained from this estate. Some speculate that it might be the abode of an ancient sect or a prominent figure. The specifics remain unclear. With this revelation, Chen Fei's interest was piqued. The allure of rare materials, spirit plants, and martial arts was indeed tempting. If one could discover items conducive to the growth of the 3 beasts, and combine this with the value of slaughter to compensate for any deficiencies, it would indeed shorten the growth cycle of the 3 beasts. Chen Fei admitted he felt a surge of excitement. Su Shanhai patted Chen Fei on the shoulder and said, consider it carefully. If you decide to go, return to school in mid-January and travel to DCH-ing with the others. This position has always belonged to you, and I can even provide you with additional resources. Before arriving in Baiwa City, Su Shanhai merely felt it would be a pity if Chen Fei chose not to go. However, upon learning about Chen Fei's third-generation Gu worm army, his perspective shifted. He was determined to recruit him. Such a Gu worm army could undoubtedly dominate the arena, overwhelming numerous opponents. All right, let us conclude our discussion here. Minister Xing, I would appreciate your assistance in escorting us back. Earlier, Xing Shaoshan had placed crystals in Tianqing City, ensuring that Su Shanhai, Tang Xiyuan, and others could provide timely support. This distance was, in fact, the farthest range currently manageable by the Jiuzhuan crystal snake. As Su Shanhai and the others departed, Chen Fei sought his parents' opinions. Mom, Dad, do you think I should go? Chen Qingyan chuckled softly. It's not a matter of should or shouldn't, only whether you desire to go. Whether you choose to go or not, we will not obstruct you. Your life is your own to govern, and as long as you do not stray into the wrong path, we will support you. Chen Fei nodded vigorously. Although Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishui had not imparted extensive knowledge about beast taming, they had provided him with a nurturing family atmosphere, something he had always cherished deeply. Oh, by the way, Chen Xingyun suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, I have a soul mark for you. Chen Fei looked down to see that the soul mark in Chen Qingyun's hand emanated a familiar aura. Is this from Jiang Nan, the Jiang King? Indeed. In a moment, you will integrate it into your body. Should you encounter danger, Jiang Nan will be able to sense it immediately. Furthermore, this mark can deflect one attack from a royal-level beast tamer. Of course, it will not protect you from those whose power exceeds that of the Jiang King himself. Chen Fei was somewhat surprised. This item was exceedingly valuable, far surpassing those disposable crystal shields. He had not expected Jiang Nan to bestow such a gift upon him. Thank you, Dad. Truly, you are the best. Chen Qingyun nodded slightly. No need for thanks. It is your strength and the talent of your beasts that have caught the Jiang King's eye, prompting him to extend his protection. I will remember. Without needing further instruction, Chen Fei understood his duty. He was aware that his parents had likely made some sacrifices, though they chose not to mention them, since they remained silent. He did not wish to pry further. What he could do was to safeguard them in the future, ensuring their escape from the clutches of the ninth evil king. After the beast tied, the Baiwen Mountains returned to their former tranquility. Yet, this tranquility resembled a monster with its maw agape, waiting for prey to venture forth, only to be devoured whole. Even Chen Fei dared not tread lightly into the central zone, opting instead to navigate the periphery. While he could not enter, the 100,000 third-generation worm army could easily infiltrate. Chen Fei, I have spotted a suspicious individual. Xiao Gu's voice interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. What suspicious individual? Chapter 64, The Eye of Enslavement. Xiao Gu promptly shared the visuals with Chen Fei. Given the ample number of third-generation worms, I have stationed them in all 60 districts. Just now, there were 36 teams patrolling the outskirts, but one individual stealthily released their beast. That beast headed straight towards the central area, even deeper into the inner zone. Strangely, all the monsters it encountered avoided it. Thus, I instructed the third-generation worms to follow it. In the perspective shared by Xiao Gu, Chen Fei beheld a speed-type monster, the swift-winged lizard. This lizard-like creature was not large, slightly bigger than a palm, yet it was exceptionally swift and highly elusive. Remarkably, its belly functioned like a spatial ring, capable of storing a limited amount of items, making it one of the most effective information carriers before the advent of mobile phones. Its downside was that it had sacrificed attack and defense for speed. As mobile phones gained popularity, the swift-winged lizard gradually lost its market appeal. To encounter such a creature today was unexpected. Xiao Gu intercepted it and swiftly rendered it unconscious with poison to prevent it from relaying information to its beast tamer. Having been in Baiwest City for some time, Chen Fei had sought to uncover the traders here but had no leads on where to begin. Now that this opportunity presented itself, he could not afford to let it slip away. Moreover, this swift-winged lizard was merely of second-tier level, a trifling task for Xiao Gu or even the third-generation worms to handle. After capturing the swift-winged lizard, they quickly transported it to Chen Fei's side using the crystal transmission skill. Xiao Gu, let a second-generation worm parasitize it as a precaution. At this point, the parasitism skill had reached peak proficiency. Not to mention a second-tier level creature, even a fainted fourth-tier beast would have a reasonable success rate. Chen Fei then commanded, Weiyun, utilize the Eye of Enslavement. After Weiyun acquired 3 additional skill slots, Chen Fei directed the third-generation worms to seek out suitable monsters in the Baiwen Mountains for skill replication. Indeed, they located one, known as the Calamity Eye Demon. The Calamity Eye Demon was undoubtedly one of the most unwelcome encounters for reconnaissance teams. It resembled neither a fox nor a cat nor a raccoon, possessing 6 tails but only a single eye. Its most terrifying attribute was its skills, which were either psychic or ocular in nature. The ocular arts were intangible to the naked eye, making it nearly impossible to realize when one had fallen victim, rendering them exceedingly perilous. The skill replicated by Wu Yun was Eye of Enslavement. Manipulate the target's consciousness and actions, turning them into your slave. Note, only those with unique eyes can master this skill. Wu Yun, possessing double pupils, had no difficulty learning this skill. Coupled with the application of slaughter value, it was elevated to mastery level. The Eye of Enslavement could not devour the target's energy like Xiao Gu, nor could it directly control the target's body like corpse manipulation. The swift-winged lizard itself would remain unharmed, and its thoughts would not be dominated. Even returned to its master, it would not detect anything amiss. The only difference was that, from that moment on, under Wu Yun's dual gaze, it would harbor no intention of resistance and would be incapable of disclosing any information regarding Chen Fei. Wu Yun, inquire what secrets this creature holds within its belly. At Wu Yun's inquiry, the swift-winged lizard's stomach began to squirm, and it opened its mouth wide, revealing its contents. Perhaps fearing contact with the creature's saliva, the items were encased in a redwood box. Yet, upon extraction, there were several boxes. Chen Fei opened the one closest to him, revealing several blueprints. These blueprints illustrated the 4 defensive lines that would be established during the Beast Tide. However, these blueprints were still incomplete and lacked specific details about each defensive line, likely representing earlier drafts. In an instant, Chen Fei pondered deeply. No wonder this Beast Tide was so peculiar, allowing second-tier monsters to take the lead. They had evidently been aware of the toxic fog defenses. The second box contained information on Chu Chongsheng and his team. Chu Chongsheng was distinctly marked. This individual was greedy, having previously used team members as bait to acquire valuable resources. Chen Fei's heart sank further as he read on, his anger mounting. He had long suspected that the news about the 5-color divine stone flower had been deliberately leaked, and it now appeared that this individual was undoubtedly the source. The third box. Inside, there is not paper or information, but a type of soil known as DZH-NINSH. The metal properties range from levels 1 to 4, and the sand exhibits similar gradation. DZH-NINSH lies between levels 3 and 4. The terrifying aspect of this sand is its ability to ensnare living beings like a swamp. Moreover, it possesses gravitational properties. The combination of increased gravity and the stickiness of a swamp is a veritable nightmare for adversaries. Once fused with a sand attribute beast, if the spiritual energy is sufficient, it can unleash DZH-NINSH endlessly. Although its origins remain a mystery, it is evident that its provenance is far from ordinary. It is not something a mere high-level beastmaster could possess. The most plausible explanation is that it is a gift from the mists. Such a revelation could easily sway him, leading to treachery. After some contemplation, Chen Fei decided to take a small portion. It might prove useful in the future. The last box bore an additional label marked latest news. Inside, there was yet another blueprint, detailing the border defense layout of BIUCHing. In an instant, Chen Fei was drenched in cold sweat. Selling 4 defensive lines was one thing, but now he was even selling the border defense map. This individual must be deranged. No wonder BIUCHing fell like a house of cards, easily toppled by the enemy. It had been thoroughly hollowed out from within. The implications were chilling. Chen Fei took several photographs, secured the blueprint, and returned all 4 boxes to their place, creating the illusion that the JFNX had already encountered those monsters. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei caressed the fluffy head of WYN. WYN, inquire once more, who is its master? Meow. WYN responded, relishing the moment. Meow? Its master is called COGN. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's hand froze, disbelief etched across his face. He slowly turned his head, mechanically repeating, who did you say? COGN. As he confirmed this, it felt as if a missile had struck Chen Fei's mind, rendering him momentarily breathless. COGN. Such a familiar name, such a recognizable figure. In his mind's eye, Chen Fei envisioned a one-armed king-level beast master, with high cheekbones, a pale golden complexion, and hawk-like eyes. This man was none other than his superior after Chen Fei's rise in his past life. Unable to remain seated any longer, he declared, Xiao Gu, share the image of the master of JFNX with me. Within his field of view, he saw a man in his 30s, clad in a black combat suit. Both arms were intact, a stark contrast to Chen Fei's recollection of a one-armed figure. But as Chen Fei scrutinized the man's expression, he fell silent. This slightly younger visage aligned perfectly with the face etched in his memory. In that moment, Chen Fei finally grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder the clandestine entry into the GYUXing was known to the 6th evil king, who even blocked the entrance. No wonder every endeavor in his past life ended in failure. It was because of the existence of such a high-level traitor. This revelation sent a chill through Chen Fei's core, causing his faith to crumble in an instant. Currently, COGN was merely an 8th-level beastmaster, far from achieving king-level status. Yet with the gifts from the mists, he could ascend to that level in a matter of years. Truly terrifying. However, Chen Fei had not discerned any connection between COGN and the incident involving Jing YY. Otherwise, with old grudges and new hatreds combined, he would have sought to eliminate him at once. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei returned the JFNX to the crystal, teleporting it back to the BIU mountain range. Xiao Gu, in about half an hour, release this JFNX. The timing should align perfectly. Chen Fei suppressed his urge to act immediately against COGN. Now that he had identified his target, there was no need to rush. Before long, several ministers gathered once again. Has Chen Fei discovered something new? Old Chen, your son is remarkable, truly a master of underground operations. Every time he calls us over, it's a significant matter. I'm starting to feel apprehensive. Their respect for Chen Fei had grown considerably. Ah, you're here. What is the matter this time? Upon entering, they noticed Chen Fei's unusually grim demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful self. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Chen Fei projected the photographs he had taken. The jovial atmosphere shifted to one of stunned silence. Their expressions mirrored Chen Fei's own. The greatest enemies are not those who rival us, but those who betray their faith. Xie Sun gritted his teeth. Where did these photographs come from? After all, they were his subordinates, and Xie Sun could hardly remain untroubled. Chen Fei shared the visual evidence, precisely capturing the moment when the JF-NX was retrieved by COGN. You are all familiar with the JF-NX. I captured it alive and extracted the contents from its belly, though reluctant to admit it. They knew Chen Fei had no reason to lie. Chen Fei continued, I acted without the JF-NX's knowledge, without alerting COGN. This means we are aware of his actions while he remains oblivious to his exposure. We can monitor him at all times and, if necessary, convey misleading information to him. Killing the infiltrator would only prompt the enemy to send more spies. However, by utilizing this infiltrator, there could be unexpected advantages. Chen Fei was not eager to eliminate him outright. He also wished to lure out other infiltrators. In the vast expanse of BIUCH-ing, it was improbable that COGN was the only traitor. The parasites lurking within the JF-NX became a crucial element. Xing Xiaoshan concurred. This notion has merit and should be adopted. Xie Sun's expression remained dark as he forced out the words, humph. Then let him retain a sliver of life for now, and see what further mischief COGN can conjure. By the way, there's this. Chen Fei presented GY, cradled in his hands. This is GY, which I left here when I attended the BICH-ing Grand Tournament. You can utilize it to share vision at any time. The parasites lurking in the BIU mountain range will heed its command. Chen Fei had no intention of taking the 100,000 third-generation insects with him, as the holy text space had already acquired a considerable influx of new blood. Have you made your decision? Chen Qing inquired seriously. Chen Fei nodded earnestly. I have decided. Not long ago, he had indeed been hesitant. However, following the revelation regarding COGN, clarity had dawned upon him. The future of humanity would inevitably be riddled with infiltration. This was a foregone conclusion. Chen Fei could neither halt nor prevent it. Moreover, these individuals would, like COGN, receive gifts from the mists, obtaining various rare treasures at an accelerated pace. If Chen Fei did not strive for more resources, it would be challenging to compete with them in the future. What he could do now was seize every opportunity to strengthen himself, and subsequently, subdue those who allied with the mists and benefited from its gifts. Chen Qing gently patted his shoulder. Very well, once decided, take action. I will procure additional resources for your safety and have that old fellow SSH and HI keep an eye on you. Taking risks can be beneficial. At present, Chen Fei exuded a sense of stability that was almost unsettling. He lacked the youthful fervor expected of someone his age, appearing more composed than even himself. Xie Sun took GY and deemed it most suitable for the reconnaissance department. Curiously, he asked, how many parasites are currently in the BIU mountain range? Chen Fei did not conceal the truth. 100,000. Scattered throughout the periphery and central areas of the BIU mountain range. Xie Sun, Chen Qing and his wife. Others. 100,000 parasites. Such hatching capability is indeed formidable. No wonder many matters were first discovered by Chen Fei. With so many spies around, it is hardly surprising. In mid-January, at Shanghai Shuiyuan, 4 colossal Jiao landed at the school entrance. Each of these majestic beasts measured around 10 meters in length, rendering the humans beneath them insignificant in comparison. These 4 Jiao served as the flying magical beasts for this year's 100 Cities competition, boasting a speed several times that of a train. 9 first-year students and 10 second-year students had gathered. The team leader was their instructor, Sun Chuang, a first-tier Wang-level beast master, accompanied by 3 master-level teachers, one of whom was my phone. His prowess had evidently reached the 4th tier of master level, a remarkable progression. Sun Chuang clapped his hands. All right, everyone. Let's board the Jiao. Each teacher will take 5 students. Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, Su Kan, Xia Zhujun. You 4 come with me. These individuals seem to have fallen victim to unfortunate circumstances, often being targeted, and as the guardian for this competition, Sun Chuang naturally paid them extra attention. Principal Su, shall we prepare for departure? Sun Chuang patted the neck of the Jiao, signaling it to get ready for takeoff. Wait, Instructor Sun, one person is still missing. Su Shanhai interrupted them. Chen Fei is almost here. His words caused Sun Chuang to narrow his eyes. If memory served correctly, this was the lad who had missed training. Sun Chuang refrained from voicing any objections. After all, Chen Fei had been allocated a spot from the very beginning. He merely wished to see what remarkable qualities this individual, whom Su Shanhai often mentioned, possessed. When Chen Fei finally arrived, it became evident that he exuded a formidable presence, having already reached the first tier of the third level. His speed was commendable, surpassing that of Tang Jian and Su Kan, and even exceeding that of Shangguan Shihua and her peers, which explains Su Shanhai's continual interest in him. Sun Chuang chose not to comment further. Such is the world. It tends to be more forgiving towards those with strength and talent. Upon his arrival, Chen Fei noticed many gazes directed his way. There was no need to mention Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and the others. Even among the second-year students, several turned to observe him. Among them, one gaze stood out distinctly, filled with disdain. Chen Fei's eyes met that gaze. Ah, it's Bai Yang. That explains it. He has always believed himself to have a connection with Jiang Yi. Casting a glance, Chen Fei chose not to dwell on it. 6 months prior, he could only watch Bai Yang's back. Now, he harbored no fear of him. Armed with a plethora of peak-level skills, what could a few Bai Yangs do against him? All right, let us prepare to depart, Su Shanhai declared, stepping onto the Ji Yingjiao himself. As the head of the school, his presence was essential at such a significant event. The Ji Yingjiao unleashed a wind shield, enveloping everyone within, and then soared at remarkable speed towards the imperial city. Chen Fei found himself aboard the Ji Yingjiao piloted by Sun Chuang, surrounded by familiar faces. Chen Fei, you finally showed up. We must have a rematch soon. Tang Jian was eager for a contest. He still vividly recalled the incident involving 16 second-tier beasts that had pressured him. He felt a pressing need to reclaim his honor. Perhaps another time, Chen Fei replied casually, engaging in brief pleasantries with Jiang Yi before settling down. Before long, a message from Xiao Gu reached him. The black sticky worm King's spore crystal powder, crushed by the Saint Gold Bee King, was too scattered. It has finally been organized. I instructed Gu Er and the others to utilize the crystals to transport it into the Holy Scripture space. Subsequently, Chen Fei extracted spore crystal, quality, level 5. Source: the black sticky worm king's first-generation spores leave behind crystalline powder upon death. Millions of spores must perish to yield a crystal the size of a sesame seed. Effect: has a certain probability of enabling the Ming Jinggu Wang to comprehend a special skill. Note: combined with 100,000 slaughter points to make up for deficiencies, there is a certain chance of mutation. After the Chu Chong Sheng incident, Chen Fei had identified this aspect, and, after much time, it finally came to fruition. Xiao Gu, enter the Holy Scripture space and consume it. Simultaneously, Chen Fei transferred 100,000 slaughter points to Xiao Guam. Comprehension successful. New skill acquired. Crystal reconstruction. Crystal reconstruction. The user's body can split into countless crystals, each possessing abilities such as parasitism and consumption. As long as one crystal survives, true death is averted. The split crystals can reassemble, even combining with second-generation and third-generation insects to form a different physical appearance, much like building blocks or Legos. Each individual element remains unchanged, yet their combinations are infinitely varied. Current split size, pea-sized. Proficiency, entry level. Note: the higher the proficiency, the greater the number of crystals that can be split, and the smaller the crystals become. Chen Fei directly allocated slaughter points to elevate the skill to mastery level. Splitting capability, from pea-sized to sesame seed-sized to midge-sized. The midge measures merely around 2 millimeters in length, easily overlooked if not observed closely. If crystal traversal serves as a long-distance teleportation skill, then crystal reconstruction undoubtedly belongs to Xiao Gu as a personal escape technique. Unless faced with a magical beast wielding special abilities or a being far superior in rank to Xiao Gu, complete annihilation of Xiao Gu would be an impossible feat. Armed with this ability, once Xiao Gu's strength parallels that of the Black Sticky Worm King, perhaps they could engage in a direct confrontation. Just as Chen Fei was contemplating Xiao Gu's skills, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up to see a gargantuan entity soaring above them, casting a shadow over the sunlight. Chen Fei followed suit, witnessing a whale-like magical beast spanning hundreds of meters, adorned with 2 pairs of wings, one long and one short. 4-winged whale koan. Strength, level 5. 8th tier. Attributes: devouring, flying, chaos. Qualification: potential to advance in rank. Skills: this creature possessed a strength that rivaled that of the Headless Angel, a sight Chen Fei had never encountered before. However, it refrained from intervening in the matters of the mist. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous ally for humanity. Sun Chuang's voice echoed, "Everyone, remain calm. This is the only known 4-winged whale Kuan on the continent, possessing some bloodline of the Kuanping. It spends its days soaring through the skies, never touching the ground, and prefers peace, occasionally interacting with passing flying beasts. There have been attempts to form a pact with it, but all have been declined. It has stated that its sole purpose in this life is to fly away from this realm. To fly away from this realm, how extraordinarily challenging that is. In ancient times, there were beings capable of achieving such a feat in the present day. It has been over 100,000 years since anyone has heard of any being ascending. During this time, various theories arose, such as the end of magic and the disappearance of spiritual energy, but none were ever substantiated, leading to their eventual dismissal. A deep, resonant sound emanated from its mouth, echoing far and wide, silencing all living things. Then, with a flap of its wings, it vanished before Chen Fei and the others. The Jiying Diao speed was already impressive, yet it could not even catch a glimpse of the four-winged whale coin. The terror was palpable. A day later, the group finally arrived at the Imperial City. Due to airspace restrictions, they could only hitch a ride. The sights and sounds encountered along the way filled everyone with a sense of novelty. The Imperial City, being the heart of the Xia Kingdom, far surpassed Tianqing City in every aspect. Not to mention, magical beasts of levels unseen in Tianqing City could occasionally be spotted here. Sun Chuang led them to check in, draw lots, and then assign accommodations. Tonight, everyone is free to explore. We will gather tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to analyze our opponents in the group matches. The crowd dispersed with excitement. Some sought out culinary delights, while others wandered to vibrant spots to unwind. Chen Fei, however, chose to peruse the magical beast shop, not yet in pursuit of a fourth familiar. As it was still a tad premature, he merely wished to explore whether there existed any rare celestial treasures suitable for the enhancement of the three beasts. Shohangua. Quality, level 4. Capable of augmenting the soul power of any spirit-type demon beast below level 5, thereby enhancing the comprehension of soul-type skills. Sale price, 1. 2 million middle-grade spirit stones. Lingzhen Jishui. Quality, level 5. Can elevate the comprehension of beings such as humans and demon beasts. A single drop of Lingzhen Jishui is equivalent to a 300-year-old Bodhi fruit. Sale price, 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei patted his pocket, having thought that 10 million middle-grade spirit stones was a fortune. However, upon witnessing these rare treasures, he comprehended the depth of his impoverishment. Suddenly, an antique object piqued his interest. Chapter 67. Shall we engage in a bet? This antique was a sculpture, appearing to be quite aged. Chen Fei, there is something amiss with this statue. A consciousness was conveyed to him from the black cloud nestled in his arms, with 2 remaining skill replication slots. Chen Fei instructed it to replicate disguise and quicksand technique. Disguise was intended to conceal its unique eyes, allowing it to appear merely as an ordinary cat demon to prevent others from coveting it. Quicksand technique was designed to merge with the earthly heavy sticky sand, transforming it into an additional trump card. The unique eyes of the black cloud could inherently perceive qi, leading to the discovery of a clue. The statue was a depiction of a 9-tailed sacred fox carved from the starry tree. It could gather a substantial amount of spiritual energy at night, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. Sale price, 1. 5 million middle-grade spirit stones. The starry tree, in the eyes of the black cloud, should exude a deep blue aura. Yet, within this aura, there mingled a hint of purple. The most plausible explanation was that something was concealed within the statue. The starry tree itself was quite rare, its value comparable to a 200-year-old Bodhi fruit. What kind of treasure would warrant such a precious starry tree as a disguise? After examining it from various angles, he could not discern a clear reason. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fei resolved to purchase it. Spirit stones could be earned again, but certain opportunities, once missed, could haunt one for a lifetime. Boss, please wrap this up for me. The proprietor, Liang Bing, upon noticing the statue, immediately exclaimed, "Esteemed guest, you have a discerning eye. This is indeed a fine item newly arrived today. Would you care to browse for more items? I can offer you a discount. I shall take another look." Chen Fei, not in haste to return, found it prudent to peruse further. However, after 2 or 3 rounds of exploration, he discovered nothing of particular desire. Most of his and the 3 beast enhancements relied on slaughter points, and many rare treasures were not urgent necessities. The more scarce materials were those required for evolution. After all, progressing through the ranks consumed millions of slaughter points, and he was uncertain when he might accumulate them. As Chen Fei approached the front desk to settle his bill, he noticed a group encircling the proprietor. "Boss, please sell this item to us. We can offer an additional 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones. My brother's demon beast urgently requires the starry tree to break through for the upcoming Grand City tournament. Since the other party has yet to pay, wouldn't it be better for you to earn a little more?" Liang Bing appeared troubled, realizing that such an action would tarnish his reputation. There is a proper order to things. This customer had first dibs. If you desire it as well, you may negotiate with him. Liang Bing passed the decision to Chen Fei. Chen Fei then understood the situation. They coveted the statue. Shenlin approached Chen Fei, saying, "Hello. Could you part with this statue for us?" We can offer you a fair reward. Chen Fei declined. I'm afraid I cannot. How could he relinquish something that had captured the Black Cloud's attention? A nearby rotund man whispered, Lin Gu, there is no doubt. The treasure mouse has sensed the treasure's aura emanating from this statue. The treasure mouse may be of low combat prowess, but its treasure hunting abilities should not be underestimated. Due to its unique capabilities, it had nearly been hunted to extinction. Shun Lin's possession of a treasure mouse indicated his considerable fortune. He frequently utilized its abilities to seek hidden treasures, subsequently profiting from the difference and accumulating resources to enhance his strength. Thus, even though Shen Lin was merely a first-year student, he already possessed the capabilities of a high-level Tier 3 Beastmaster, surpassing Tang Jian and Su Kan. Can we not negotiate further, or perhaps we can offer you another spirit treasure in exchange? Chen Fei shook his head once more. The more desperate they were for the statue, the more extraordinary it must be. Boss, I will pay. Certainly, I will give you a 2 discount, totaling 1.47 million middle-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei grasped the statue and navigated through the crowd, intending to depart. However, several individuals pursued him. Shen Lin's opening line was, how about a wager? Chen Fei blinked, confused. Shen Lin elucidated, the Imperial City prohibits private battles between beast companions, and violators are expelled from the city. Yet, conflicts between individuals inevitably arise, leading to the custom of wagers. We may engage in combat on the officially established betting platform, or we may agree to life and death matches. Let us be clear, we desire this statue. Chen Fei chuckled. He did not resent such forthrightness, finding it far preferable to underhanded trickery. The Imperial City allowed wagers. But there was no stipulation mandating that one must acquiesce to every challenge, especially considering his status as a high-level Tier 1 Beastmaster compared to Shen Lin's high-level Tier 3. To persuade you, I shall not fight myself. This is my classmate Cheng Yunhe, also a high-level Tier 1 Beastmaster like yourself. He will face you in this wager, and our stake will be the Sunluo grass. Sunluo grass is toxic when used alone. A single drop can kill a Tier 3 beast, and even a low-resistance Tier 4 beast cannot withstand it. However, when combined with other spirit items, it exhibits remarkable healing properties, surpassing even proficient-level healing skills. Its value, excluding the contents of the starry tree, is even higher. Shen Lin leaned in closer, adding quietly, you must understand that the starry tree might hold greater mysteries. What you know, we know as well. Surely, you do not wish to be perpetually coveted? Should you accept this wager, we can swear an oath that regardless of victory or defeat, we shall not divulge this matter to others nor trouble you again. Shen Lin made a valid point. Chen Fei indeed wished to avoid continuous scrutiny. Furthermore, one of the details provided by the Holy Scripture concerning Sunluo grass stated, Sunluo grass can be combined with colorless poison number 1, along with 50,000 slaughter points for fusion enhancement, resulting in an indomitable poison. Note, this indomitable poison specifically targets Tier 4 demon beasts, with greatly diminished effects on Tier 5 demon kings. The already potent colorless poison number 1 had proven immensely effective amidst the beast tide. Should it be elevated to the indomitable poison, its terrifying potency was self-evident. Very well, I accept. Chapter 68. I bet on my victory. The group arrived at the betting arena. There were a total of 10 combat platforms, each bustling with spectators. In addition to the lively atmosphere, one could also place bets. Let us seek a notary. Shen Lin led the way and found a 6th-tier master-level notary, Hua Ming. Oh. Shen Lin has arrived. Hua Ming teased. At that moment, Chen Fei realized that Shen Lin was indeed a frequent patron here. Uncle Hua, I request your services as notary. This is Sunluo grass, and I wish to wager it against the statue of the starry tree. Hua Ming did not decline. No problem. The usual rules apply. A notary fee of 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones from each party. This fee served as a safeguard, should any danger arise during the battle. Hua Ming would promptly intervene to rescue the combatants. Chen Fei readily paid the notary fee. Very well, after the 10th combat platform concludes, you shall be next. Hua Ming had scarcely finished speaking when someone shouted, the betting is open. Cheng Yunhe from the Fox team is up against the cat guy. Odds, Cheng Yunhe 0-1. Xiao Gu 8. The onlookers could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, is Cheng Yunhe really only 0-1 odds? That seems utterly worthless. It is to be expected, as the Fox team is quite the local powerhouse, and Cheng Yunhe is the second in command of the team, with a record of 21 battles and 21 victories. He is indeed invincible among peers. Oh, is Cheng Yunhe truly that formidable? Of course, just wait and see. Chen Fei listened quietly, remaining silent. After gathering the gist of the conversation, he discreetly retrieved a storage bag containing 2 million medium-grade spirit stones from the Holy Scripture space. This storage bag possesses certain spatial attributes. Though it pales in comparison to spatial rings, it is more versatile. Otherwise, 2 million spirit stones would create a small mountain, complicating transactions. I bet on my own victory. A little gamble adds to the thrill. With such high odds, it would be a pity not to participate. The bookmaker paused momentarily, then looked up to ask again, "Are you certain?" "Certain and absolutely sure." Others around him were equally astonished. This truly is a fat sheep. No wonder the Fox team has set its sights on him. One fears he may be the type of fool with deep pockets, eager to wager such a large sum without fully comprehending Cheng Yunha's strength. Perhaps he possesses that strength? A crowd of people murmured among themselves. Yet none held high hopes for Chen Fei. The primary reason remains the reputation and prowess of Cheng Yunha. The arena number 10 is now available. You two may proceed. After Hua Ming's announcement, Chen Fei and Cheng Yunha moved to the safe zones at opposite ends of the arena. Hua Ming added, "This is merely a betting arena, not a life and death stage, so please do not leave the safe zones to avoid being affected by beast skills. The betting can be divided into single beast battles or group beast battles, arranged by mutual agreement." After Hua Ming finished speaking, Cheng Yunha's voice echoed, "Single beast battle, concluding when 3 beasts are defeated. Is that acceptable?" His summoned beasts lack many control skills, rendering group battles disadvantageous. All right, Chen Fei did not object. Cheng Yunha wasted no time and summoned his beast. Mist Phantom. Strength. Level 3, Stage 1. Attributes. Poison, Assassin Mist. Qualification. Potential. Promising for advancement. Skills. Chen Fei observed the Mist Phantom intently, realizing it was a non-corporeal beast. Its entire form was composed of a swirling gray mist, lacking internal organs or blood. Capable of altering its shape at will, it is a rare existence within the demon realm. The audience below erupted in excitement. Here it comes, the Mist Phantom. Cheng Yunha's most frequently summoned beast. Its combat style is peculiar. It envelopes the opponent's beast in a cloud of mist, subsequently launching toxins and shadow arrows in a flurry. Due to its intangible nature, many beasts are incapacitated by poison before they can inflict any damage. I wonder what beast this young man will summon to battle. What is he doing? Instead of immediately summoning his beast, Chen Fei pulled out a chair from the Holy Scripture space and produced a cup of milk tea made from guza tea and Tushan Nyo milk. This milk tea alleviates fatigue for an entire day and provides a slight increase in spiritual energy, making it an essential companion for outings. Chen Fei's demeanor hardly resembled that of a combatant. He appeared more like an audience member watching a performance, regardless of his strength. This individual certainly carries an air of sophistication. One might mistake him for a distinguished figure attending a wager. Should he lose, it would be entertaining to see how he maintains his composure. With a snap of his fingers, a Ghost King duck emerged from the Holy Scripture space. Also at level 3, Stage 1, not exploiting any advantage in realm. The Ghost King duck immediately employed the toxin absorption skill, while others were avoiding the mist. The Ghost King duck charged directly into it. The onlookers were left speechless. Did he just dive in without hesitation? I've seen reckless behavior, but this is unprecedented. It seems the outcome of the first round has already been determined. However, the anticipated swift defeat did not occur. Instead, the Mist Phantom's mist gradually dissipated, revealing the Ghost King duck within. Burp at that moment, it let out a satisfying belch. Being non-corporeal does not mean it lacks weaknesses. The Ghost King duck possesses formidable poison resistance. Even the most potent toxins cannot vanquish it unless they are of the insurmountable variety. The poison of the Mist Phantom is merely a mild irritation to it. The Ghost King duck began consuming the mist voraciously, exhibiting sheer dominance. Reluctantly, Cheng Yunha had no choice but to withdraw the Mist Phantom into his beast space. If this continued, it might lead to trouble. Defeated, the once invincible Mist Phantom has surprisingly lost. The betting audience found it hard to accept that the Mist Phantom was defeated so easily and thoroughly. Even Xin Lin was bewildered, wondering when the Mist Phantom had become so weak. It must be a matter of attribute restraint. At this moment, Cheng Yunha was compelled to reassess Chen Fei, who he initially thought was merely a naive target. Now, it appeared he was a cunning adversary. This was the first time in 21 battles that Cheng Yunha had lost so swiftly in the opening round. From here on, he needed to be serious. With a decisive wave of his hand, a colossal creature appeared before him, a 9-meter-long elephantine beast, adorned with unique lightning patterns on its forehead, ears, and trunk, with arcs of electricity crackling across its body. Thunder Battle Elephant. Strength. Level 3, Stage 1. Attributes. Lightning, Tank, Healing. Qualification. Potential. Promising for advancement. Skills. Wow. Upon seeing the Thunder Battle Elephant's information, even Chen Fei had to acknowledge its might. The lightning attribute is formidable, coupled with both tank and healing capabilities. It could likely overpower an ordinary subdragon. Without hesitation, Chen Fei withdrew the Ghost King duck. While the little creature has strong poison resistance, It stands no chance against the lightning that counters all malevolent entities. All eyes turned to Chen Fei, speculating what beast he would summon next. Would it be capable of standing against the Thunder Battle Elephant, or would he concede outright? Chapter 69, Black Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros. The lightning attribute beast is indeed powerful, but it is not without its counter-attributes. Mind, soul, and dream-related abilities possess peculiar strengths. However, among beasts of the same level, defeating a tanky healing Thunder Battle Elephant is no easy feat. Additionally, there are non-conductive wind and rock elements that could pose a threat. Among the slumbering beasts in the Holy Scripture space, few could contend with the Thunder Battle Elephant, and most exceed level 3, stage 1. I apologize. The creature I am summoning may be somewhat formidable. As Chen Fei's voice fell, a beast larger than the Thunder Battle Elephant emerged, an 11-meter-long rhinoceros beast. Its body was composed of hard rock, with a pair of sharp horns protruding from its head, as if capable of piercing through any obstacle. Its sturdy limbs and high back resembled a small mountain. Black Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros. Strength, level 3, stage 3. Attributes, rock, tank, soundwave. Qualification, potential, promising for advancement. Skills. The Black Obsidian Rock ranks among the third tier of rock attributes. Its hardness and sharpness are mere basics. Its most critical trait is its ability to absorb the energy from enemy attacks for its own use before returning it. The Black Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros is one of the few second-generation parasitic beasts. There are only 6 of them, all possessing exceptionally strong attributes. Even Chen Fei felt a surge of desire, thus nurturing them as part of his second tier. The second-generation Gu worms had invested considerable effort to acquire the Black Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros. In a one-on-one scenario, it would truly be a challenge. Even breaking through the opponent's defenses would be difficult. Ultimately, it was only with the assistance of Qi Yu and Wu Yun that they succeeded. Upon witnessing the prowess of the Black Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros, Shen Lin was utterly dismayed. Uncle Hua, I request a pause. The opponent's beast exceeded level 3 tier 1, leading me to suspect it does not belong to this individual. Hua Ming accepted Shen Lin's request. The suspicion is reasonable, thus the duel is suspended. He then turned to Chen Fei. Young brother, could you enlighten us regarding the origin of this He Yao Ju Shi, so that the duel may proceed fairly? Chen Fei nodded, stating, certainly, this beast is a kin of my pet, controlled by the Control Corps skill. As he spoke, he revealed a third-generation Gu worm in the palm of his hand. Only a newly hatched third-generation Gu worm would possess such low strength of level 3 tier 1. Second-generation worms, at the very least, start from level 3 tier 4. Hua Ming, unable to discern the truth himself, summoned a specialized appraiser who studies the evolution and skills of exotic beasts. Their duty is to resolve such situations. 2 minutes later, the appraiser raised his hand to signify. The appraisal is accurate. This He Yao Ju Shi indeed belongs to the kin of this Gu worm. Hua Ming nodded, indicating his understanding, and waved his hand. The procedure is sound, and the duel shall continue. Both Shen Lin and Sheng Yunhe were taken aback. Wait, is this even possible? A level 3 tier 1 Gu worm controlling a level 3 tier 3 He Yao Ju Shi? How outrageous. The audience below nearly went into a frenzy. This guy is too extravagant. A level 3 tier 3 He Yao Ju Shi is only suitable for serving as kin? If I had a He Yao Ju Shi, I would certainly revere it as an ancestor. This is utterly absurd. Indeed, the world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. Gazing at the colossal He Yao Ju Shi, Sheng Yunhe gritted his teeth. His attributes were once again countered, and his strength was inferior to that of his opponent, making a direct victory exceedingly difficult. Thus, the only remaining strategy was to utilize the arena. Pushing the He Yao Ju Shi off the battle platform would still count as a victory. The Lei Ting Zhanxiang, ready for battle. Its body was enveloped in a thick layer of crimson armor, overlaid with a veneer of thunder. This was the result of simultaneously utilizing defensive and lightning skills. It indicated that Sheng Yunhe's training of the Lei Ting Zhanxiang was quite commendable. More exhilaratingly, the Lei Ting Zhanxiang unleashed Manic Charge in this state. Employing 3 skills concurrently requires not only ample spiritual energy, but also sufficient proficiency and a finely attuned mind. It was unexpected that such a massive form concealed a heart of exquisite finesse. No wonder Sheng Yunhe achieved a perfect record of 21 victories. This singular move alone could vanquish numerous opponents of equal rank. The audience held their breath, wondering if such a powerful simultaneous release of 3 skills could defeat the He Yao Ju Shi or at least pose a threat. Particularly, those who had placed bets were drenched in cold sweat. Alas, the suppression of attributes is not mere talk. As the Lei Ting Zhanxiang charged forth, the He Yao Ju Shi first stomped its foot. Several obsidian stone pillars arose to block the Lei Ting Zhanxiang's advance. Then it utilized a tank-like skill. Immovable as a mountain, the He Yao Ju Shi remained stationary, while rocks surged from the ground, first ensnaring its legs, then rapidly enveloping its entire body, leaving only its mountainous back exposed. To the onlookers, the He Yao Ju she had truly transformed into a mountain, manifesting the skill, immovable as a mountain. With a thunderous boom, dust billowed across the arena. Some spectators craned their necks, while others stood on tiptoe, striving to gain a clearer view. As the dust settled, the situation became clear. All the stone pillars in front of the He Yao Ju she lay shattered, and even the obsidian rocks covering it had crumbled away. However, the He Yao Ju she appeared largely unscathed. Lightning, after all, posed little threat to the He Yao Ju she. It merely needed to withstand the armor and the charge. Furthermore, with a two-tier advantage, it was entirely unfazed. Conversely, the Lei Ting Zhan Xiang swayed unsteadily, akin to a drunken state, having sustained a heavy impact. The He Yao Ju she could not let such a prime opportunity slip by. With a mighty roar, it launched an auditory assault, followed by a fierce charge using its horns. Simultaneously, this charge was infused with the energy it had previously absorbed, yielding a powerful effect of 11 against 2. Under equal qualifications, the additional 2 tiers became a crushing factor. The Lei Ting Zhan Xiang did not collapse outright, but was gradually pushed off the battle platform. Unable to resist, the He Yao Ju she emerged victorious. Hua Ming intervened to halt the He Yao Ju she's assault, simultaneously declaring Chen Fei the victor. The audience below was instantly bewildered. Lost? The invincible Lei Ting Zhan Xiang has actually been defeated. Oh my, this He Yao Ju she is too formidable. What other beast of the same tier could possibly compete? This is practically invincible. Cheng Yunhe's defeat is no surprise. Though filled with reluctance, Cheng Yunhe finally spoke. I concede. The moment those words escaped his lips, it seemed to drain him of all strength. He still had a third pet, of decent qualifications. Yet it was not strong enough to rival the Lei Ting Zhan Xiang. Facing an inevitable defeat, there was no need to make a fool of himself. Those who had placed bets stared at their tickets, utterly despondent. Weren't we promised that Cheng Yunhe would win? What frauds? Chen Fei packed away his chair, suddenly feeling a sense of tedium, akin to bullying a child. After collecting the Senluo grass from Hua Ming, he retrieved the 16 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Truly delightful. Meanwhile, the bookmaker was in dire straits. The total amount of spiritual stones wagered was insufficient to pay Chen Fei, requiring him to dig into his own pocket. It was as though his life was being drained. There was no alternative. He had to pay up, with so many eyes upon him. And given that it was an official gambling arena established by the Imperial City, failing to pay would lead to repercussions the next day. After feeding the Senluo grass to Xiao Gu, Chen Fei prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, Shun Lin clung to him like a stubborn plaster. Wait a moment. I wish to challenge you to another duel. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd turned their attention. More excitement to behold. Since you possess level 3 tier 3 strength, are you brave enough to duel with me? Cheng Yunhe could not defeat Chen Fei, having succumbed to the Control Corp's skill, yet Shen Lin had never experienced defeat. He refused to allow this opportunity to slip away. He wouldn't be able to sleep tonight without reclaiming his honor. Chen Fei, uninterested, found it quite dull. However, Shen Lin produced his own wager. I have long discovered that you are in search of a soul-related spiritual treasure. I possess a piece of Jinhuan iron, which is of equal value to Senluo grass. What say you, shall we wager? Jinhuan iron. Quality, level 4. It has a natural suppressive effect on souls, suitable for crafting treasures that subdue souls. Note, with 100,000 kill points, the Jinhuan effect of Jinhuan iron can enhance the sealing skill of the soul prison. Oh, such a remarkable item exists. Chen Fei regarded Shen Lin with renewed interest. He certainly possessed an abundance of treasures. It would be remiss not to accept such a valuable item. Since he was willing to play the role of a benefactor, let him be. After feigning hesitation, he finally replied, I find it difficult to refuse, so I accept. However, I have one condition. It must be a group beast battle. Chen Fei merely wished to avoid wasting time, hence the stipulation. Yet in Shen Lin's eyes, it suggested that Chen Fei lacked confidence and was unwilling to engage in a one-on-one contest. Thus, this instilled a measure of confidence in Shen Lin. Very well. As you wish. Hua Shu, please serve as our witness. Hua Ming took the spiritual stones with a beaming smile. Of course, of course. Such a favorable opportunity was one he would never refuse. Come, let the betting commence, with odds of 1-1. Having learned from the previous lesson, the bookmaker was cautious this time, wary of setting the odds too high. Who could predict whether Chen Fei had any hidden cards? Should he summon a more outrageous beast, he might find himself indebted beyond measure. I bet on Shen Lin to win. This fellow has no reason to lose. Indeed, 2 beasts of the same tier. A first-year ace from the Imperial City Lingchuan Academy. How could he possibly lose? Is Lingchuan Academy truly that formidable? In the Imperial City, he was only ranked 3rd. Yet he had already surpassed the vast majority of academies. Possessing the formidable strength of a level 3, tier 3, he was indeed impressive. After everyone placed their bets, Chen Fei approached with a gleeful smile. I just made some profit, so I will wager it all now. After all, there is nothing to lose if I fail. He presented a total of 10 bags, amounting to 20 million medium-grade spirit stones, betting on his own victory. This 20 million medium-grade spirit stones represented his entire fortune. The dealer felt a wave of dread. Again, he had an ominous feeling, but he steeled himself to proceed. As others placed their bets, he had no reason to refuse. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. At that moment, Hua Ming's voice rang out. The 8th arena is now available. Gentlemen, please step onto the stage. The rules remain unchanged, and I shall not repeat them. Since it was a battle of beasts, Shenlin did not hold back and summoned 3 beasts. The first was a fragrant fox beast of top-tier qualification. This creature possessed a rare ability related to scent, capable of manipulating odors in the air to induce discomfort in the internal organs of other beasts, and even disrupt their hormonal balance. If it were not for its inherent fragility and supportive nature, it could have easily advanced to the next tier. The second beast was a Yang Yin Jiaolong. Yang Yin Jiaolong strength, level 3, tier 3. Attributes, elemental, flying, sonic. Qualification, potential for advancement. Skills, none listed. This dragon had a trace of true dragon blood, which could only transform into a true dragon after crossing the dragon gate. Even the most ordinary true dragon began at level 1. Its current qualification was comparable to that of a subdragon, yet its potential was slightly superior. The third beast was a Gui Zhouya. Gui Zhouya. Strength, level 3, tier 3. Attributes, curse, flying, assassin. Qualification, potential for advancement. Skills, none listed. A rare cursed beast, notorious for its uncanny abilities. It could immobilize opponents without their awareness or disturb their consciousness, evoking emotions of despair, fear, and pain, even bringing misfortune and nightmares. This particular Gui Zhouya possessed a skill called Silence Curse. With mastery at a proficient level, it could prevent an opponent from unleashing any skills for 1 second. Similar to the Soul Severance of Qi Yu, it was a formidable single-target attack, an absolute assassin's technique. Were it not for the fact that the Gui Zhouya had already recognized its master, Chen Fei would have genuinely considered making it his 4th pet. Now, it is your turn. Confidence stems from strength. Shenlin believed that with his top-tier beast companions, he had surpassed the majority. Chen Fei's black obsidian giant rhinoceros appeared inadequate in comparison. If he had no other beasts, he was destined to be crushed. Such a pair, indeed worthy of being the first-year champion of Ling Chuan Academy. Surely, victory is assured this time. If I lose again, I will drink chilly water while standing on my head. Chen Fei took a sip of milk tea, too lazy to move his chair, confident that he would soon conclude this matter. With a gentle wave, dozens of level 3 beasts appeared before him. A level 3, tier 2, Tianhua beast. A level 3, tier 2, Yungang elephant. A level 3, tier 3, Lungyu beast. A level 3, tier 3, Jingji Meihu. A level 3, tier 4, Yuhuan bird. A level 3, tier 4, Yuxie Xiaolong. The scene fell into sudden silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the adjacent betting arena was influenced, halting their activities, and all were left in a daze. Gazing at the multitude of beasts crowding the arena, even Hua Ming, accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself speechless. This was utterly absurd. Whose pet could control such a multitude of level 3 beasts? Did it really have to be so extravagant? The onlookers finally reacted. Oh my, a total of 49 level 3 beasts. Does he run a beast shop? Initially, I thought the black obsidian giant rhinoceros was already outrageous. Yet I was gravely mistaken. I had believed this person was merely posturing, but he truly possessed the means to do so. This betting pool has just been washed away. Cheng Yunhe stood frozen in place, having always considered himself exceptional, with no peer among his contemporaries aside from Shenlin. However, today, his worldview was shattered. He suddenly felt as if he had been gazing at the sky from a well, believing that even the most gifted in this world could only be like Shenlin. Yet now, a level 1 beast master had obliterated his perception, only to remold it and then shatter it completely. From this day forth, if anyone dared to label him a genius, he would confront them. As for Shenlin, he remained momentarily speechless. His so-called beast battle was merely a contest between his 3 beasts, not a legion of dozens. While it seemed to reflect personal strength, it was nevertheless infuriating. 3 against 49? Some of those beasts were already at level 5. What a farce. Before the battle even commenced, he was overwhelmed by sheer skill. I acknowledge your strength, and I could concede defeat, yet I still refuse to accept this outcome. Can we not engage in a more legitimate match to truly compare our abilities? As the first-year champion of Ling Chuan Academy, when had Shen Lin ever felt so humiliated? He could accept defeat, but not in such a disheartening manner. After a moment of silence, Chen Fei retracted the 49 beasts. As you wish. A buzzing sound filled the air as Shen Lin heard the flapping of wings. Subsequently, a swarm of third-generation Gu Chong surged forth from the sacred space. Countless numbers filled the arena above, creating a dense layer that obscured the view. If the previous 49 level 3 beasts had already taken Shen Lin and the others' breath away, what followed was sheer astonishment. Their worldviews felt utterly overturned. The insect race was known for its prolific breeding, and insect cultivators were often fearsome beings. However, the energy and resources they consumed were beyond the means of ordinary individuals. The emergence of tens of thousands of level 3 Tier 1 Gu Chong truly showcased Chen Fei's might. I knew insect cultivators were formidable, but not to this outrageous extent. Otherwise, everyone would raise insect races. The absurdity was certainly due to this overlord's willingness to invest heavily. Indeed, it must have cost hundreds of millions of medium-grade spirit stones to cultivate to this scale. Just the thought was terrifying. This was the first time I had genuinely witnessed what it meant to be a high-spending player. In a state of numbness, Shen Lin retracted his 3 beasts. It was not that he was unwilling to fight, but rather that it was simply impossible. If those tens of thousands of Gu Chong were of level qualification, perhaps he could contend. The issue was that these Gu Chong were uniformly of level 3, and they were formidable crystalline type Gu Chong. How could he possibly fight against that? I ask you, how could one fight against that? It would have been better to face those 49 beasts earlier. At least he would not have lost so disgracefully. The most chilling realization was that these were merely one of his pets. What of the other 2 beasts? What kind of terrifying entities would they embody? The moment he withdrew his pets signified his concession. Skill was inferior to that of his opponent. There was no room for argument. Shen Lin handed the Zhenhan Tai to Huo Ming and left without looking back, accompanied by Cheng Yunhe and others. The onlookers sighed in lament. It is not that Shen Lin is lacking in strength, but rather that his opponent is too monstrous. Whoever just claimed to stand on their head and drink chilly water, step forward. Yes, indeed. Be quick about it. After receiving the Zhenhan Tai and 40 million medium-grade spirit stones, Chen Fei inquired of the crowd, "Is there anyone else who wishes to engage in a battle? Higher tiers are welcome." The audience, speechless, collectively offered Chen Fei an eye roll. One can draw the souls of enemies into a shadowy, lightless prison. Within this prison, a colossal mountain of souls emerges, pressing down upon the spirits of the foes. The lighter consequence may leave their 3 souls in turmoil, while the severer outcome could scatter their very essence. Proficiency, mastery level. Note, the current proficiency allows for a 1-second confinement. The soul binding effect is effective against demon beasts of level 3, 9th tier, and below. The newly acquired skill, after integrating with the soul binding iron, has not only gained control attributes, but also offensive capabilities. Its might rivals that of the soul cutter. Such an impressive skill deserves elevation to peak level. After extracting 100,000 points of slaughter value, Chen Fei found his remaining balance to be a mere 200,000, which still felt insufficient. The peak level soul binding prison would extend the control duration to 2 seconds and pose a direct threat to beings of level 4, 1st tier. With the increase in strength of the Xingyu tree, it would then be feasible to target even more formidable entities. Moreover, there was the statue of the Xingchen Jishu. Caught up in the entanglements with Shen Lin, Chen Fei almost forgot the most crucial matter. Exercising caution, he brought the statue into the sacred space. Xiao Gu coalesced the crystal blade and gently cut it open without damaging its contents. Xiao Gu first sliced a thin layer but found nothing extraordinary. He continued to cut, and after a considerable time, discovered a small object the size of a marble, adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a fossil sealing the Xingyu. Could it be another sealing item? Utilizing the sacred text for identification, Shi Ruo, sealed state. Quality, level 6. A type of spiritual soil found between heaven and earth, capable of infinite growth upon absorbing sufficient spiritual energy. Spiritual plants cultivated in Shi Ruo can accelerate their growth. Once Shi Ruo expands to a certain extent, it will replenish spiritual energy and enhance its density. Note, requires 100,000 points of slaughter value to unseal. To encounter a level 6 object is indeed rare. The prospect of spiritual soil that can grow infinitely upon absorbing spiritual energy is intriguing. However, it appears to hold limited utility, as only Earth-type demon beasts can assimilate with it. Rubbing his chin, Chen Fei fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the 3rd-generation Gu Chong in the sacred space and the level 3 beast captured from the Bayou Mountains. Regarding the use of slaughter value, Chen Fei intended solely to invest in himself and his 3 beasts. What about these creatures? Elevating their capabilities seems a distant prospect. What if enhancing the spiritual density of the sacred space could expedite their growth? Resolute in his decision, Chen Fei planned to conduct an experiment. First, he would unseal the item, then confine 1 cubic kilometer of space within the sacred space, placing a basin containing Shiruo at its center. Next, he would acquire dozens of Yuanling grass pots to position around it. The sole function of Yuanling grass is to continuously absorb and emit spiritual energy. Although its rate is modest, it is reasonably priced. Additionally, he would procure some 2 Linglong Li and cultivation tanks, as their function is similar to that of Yuanling grass. Finally, he would scatter the wood shavings from the Xingqian Jishu around the area to gather the spiritual energy emitted by the Yuanling grass and 2 Linglong Li. With everything prepared, the results would require time to validate. The endeavors of that night proved remarkably rewarding. Exhausted from his efforts, Chen Fei cradled his 3 beasts and drifted into slumber, unaware that news of a youth commanding dozens of level 3 beasts had begun to circulate outside. The following day, a gathering convened in the conference room. Have you heard? Xin Lin, the first-year top student from Lingchuan, was defeated by an unknown young man. And it was an over-level challenge. Tang Jian recounted the tale vividly, as though he had been present. Sukin interjected, controlling dozens of level 3 beasts? This technique seems oddly familiar. Upon hearing this, Tang Jian paused. It was not merely a sense of familiarity, it was an indelible memory. The crowd turned their gazes toward Chen Fei, who appeared drowsy. He had indeed exhausted himself the previous night. Tang Jian squinted. It couldn't be him, could it? He has only recently advanced to a high-level beast master. Does he possess the capability to capture level 3 beasts? Moreover, it is said that the black obsidian giant rhinoceros is merely a subordinate. Do you think Chen Fei would willingly allow a black obsidian giant rhinoceros to become his subordinate? Sukin nodded in agreement. In that case, it likely isn't Chen Fei. Level beasts are quite rare in Tianqing City. No one would squander such resources. Even with Su Shanhai's support, I only have 2 level beasts. Others have it even harder. Before they could discuss further, Sun Chuang entered with a stack of documents. His dark circles evident from a night without rest. Distribute these. Now, we shall discuss the lottery results. There are a total of 162 cities, but only 320 academies are participating. For instance, in the Imperial City, 3 schools are involved. Unfortunately, our 10th competition zone has drawn Lingchuan Academy. Each competition zone comprises 32 teams, divided into 4 groups, with the top team from each group competing for the overall championship. Our draw was not fortuitous, as we are grouped with Lingchuan Academy. This means we will face them in the 3rd round. Upon hearing Lingchuan Academy, Su Kan and Tang Jian's expressions soured. This cursed fate. They had just been discussing it, and now they were to confront them. The key point is that both are weary of facing Cheng Yunha, let alone Xin Lin. They truly have no confidence. Sun Chuang also rubbed his temples, realizing this was the primary reason for his sleepless night. At this moment, Tang Jian posed an excellent question. Coach, first-year and second-year competitions are surely separate, right? If the first year loses and the second year wins, how will the overall result be determined? That is a pertinent question. Sun Chuang activated the projector, pointing at the screen. The competition is conducted on a point system. The first place in a group earns 8 points, the second place 7 points, and so forth. If the second year secures first place, they gain 8 points. And if the first year comes in 5th, they earn 4 points, resulting in a total of 12 points. Ultimately, the overall outcome is determined by points. Therefore, the focus against Lingchuan Academy should shift to the second-year students. As for the first-year students, it is highly likely you will not be their match, so tactically, you should concede. Instead, study other academies to aim for 2nd or 3rd place in your group, or perhaps even vie for 1st. Tang Jian and the others were reluctant, yet had to concede that Sun Chuang's strategy was indeed the most prudent course of action. Sun Chuang understood their internal struggle would require time to accept. All right, now I will outline the general strength of the opponent and our subsequent deployment. The meeting continued until 2 o'clock in the afternoon before concluding. Afterwards, Sun Chuang took them to familiarize themselves with the competition venue for the following day. Chen Fei was quite surprised to discover that the competition venue for the 10th zone was the very arena he had visited the previous day for the gambling fight. Due to limited space, the arena had been temporarily requisitioned. Now, we need to finalize the lineup for the first years. First, Tang Jian, high level, 2nd tier, primary attacker. Second, Su Kan, high level, 2nd tier, primary attacker. Third, Shangwan Shihua, high level, 1st tier, primary ice type. Fourth, Fong Kersen, intermediate, 9th tier, primary healer and controller. Fifth, Sun Chuang hesitated for a long time regarding the 5th position. He knew little of Chen Fei's capabilities, which remained uncertain. Yet, he was the 4th first year to break through to a high-level beast master, making it a waste to leave such combat power unutilized. The 5th position goes to Chen Fei. High level, first tier. Ultimately, Sun Chuang decided to include Chen Fei in the lineup. The first opponent was relatively weak, providing Sun Chuang an opportune moment to observe Chen Fei. If it proved ineffective, he would promptly replace him in the second match. Now, you all should take the time to harmonize with one another, especially you, Chen Fei. Since you are not familiar with everyone, it is imperative to work on your synergy. Understood, Coach Sun. Chen Fei nodded in acknowledgement, assuring that he would fulfill his responsibilities. In the background, Su Shanhai nodded with satisfaction, having long recognized Sun Chuang's subtle disdain for Chen Fei. However, when it came to significant matters, Sun Chuang remained dependable. Should he make a choice detrimental to the competition, Su Shanhai would undoubtedly intervene. The current arrangement appeared quite reasonable. It would be intriguing to see what surprises this group of youngsters could unveil. Chen Fei, I have yet to see your other beast companions. Why not introduce them? Tang Jian inquired, drawing the curiosity of the other three. Chen Fei lifted the dark cloud in his arms, presenting it as one of his beasts. The four gazed intently, struggling to discern its species, which bore a resemblance to the common cat demon often disregarded by passers-by. Tang Jian scratched his head, suggesting, perhaps you should introduce it yourself. Chen Fei chuckled inwardly, realizing it would be a challenge for them to identify it. With the combination of the dark cloud's disguise technique and the Yin Yuan Ju, even a king-level beast master would be hard-pressed to see through it. Its name is Wu Yun, possessing attributes of shadow, sand, and sound waves. Surely a valuable addition to the team's elemental diversity. The others nodded vigorously. The absence of shadow and sand attributes was perfectly compensated. And what about the other one? The other beast is Qi Yu, but Chen Fei had no intention of letting it take the stage. Although Qi Yu was an ancient mythical beast, its appearance was too recognizable. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge regarding ancient magical creatures would easily identify it. Therefore, he released one of the 6 level 6 magical beasts controlled by the 2nd-generation insect from the Holy Cannon Space. It resembled a monkey, adorned with blue-purple fur, particularly its long, flowing hair atop its head. Its body was enveloped in a layer of thunder armor, embellished with lightning patterns, and combined with its striking blue-purple eyes. It appeared incredibly handsome. Thunder Eye Monkey King. Strength, Level 3, Stage 6. Attributes, Elemental, including thunder and fire elements. Healing, Illusion. Qualification, Potential for advancement. Skills. The Illusion attribute, akin to the Soul attribute, is relatively rare, encompassing physical enlargement, reduction, and a brief transformation into the appearance of other magical beasts. It is a distinctive attribute. However, due to the limited duration of the illusion, it cannot be maintained as long as the disguise technique. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have had Wu Yun replicate it. As for the Thunder Eye Monkey King's strength, it consistently remained at level 3, stage 6. Though Chen Fei concealed it using the Yin Yuan Ju, to outsiders, it appeared to be only at level 3, stage 1. Impressive, Chen Fei. Your Thunder Eye Monkey King possesses remarkable qualifications. Chapter 74. Are you joking with me? They were oblivious to Wu Yun's formidable capabilities. But the Thunder Eye Monkey King was well aware of its own prowess. With dual attributes of lightning and fire, alongside a certain degree of healing ability, and the capacity to amplify its physical form, it was indeed a dream companion. Tang Jian had always refrained from underestimating Chen Fei. The emergence of the Thunder Eye Monkey King only deepened his sense of intrigue regarding Chen Fei's capabilities. If Chen Fei could hold off Qing Yuna, the two of them might be able to confront Shen Lin, possibly leading to a victory. With Chen Fei's strength bolstering their confidence, the group commenced their synergy training. That night, while the others rested, Chen Fei entered the Holy Cannon Space and arrived at the site of the Shi Rang. The scene before him was somewhat unexpected. The previously scant amount of Shi Rang had now transformed into a soil layer over 20 centimeters thick. A quick measurement revealed an area exceeding 30 square meters, even encompassing several Yuan Ling grass plants. Remarkably, the Yuan Ling grass planted in the Shi Rang had grown taller in just 1 day's time. Most astonishingly, one of the Yuan Ling grasses had evolved into Xian Ling grass. The spirit-releasing capability of Xian Ling grass surpassed that of Yuan Ling grass by over 6 times, significantly increasing its value. Such is the wondrous efficacy of Shi Rang. It is truly remarkable. Without hesitation, Chen Fei hurried to the spirit treasure store to procure supplies. He resolved to buy every heavenly material related to spirit release and spirit gathering. Chen Fei aimed to fill the 1 square kilometer space with Shi Rang as swiftly as possible. Then, he would observe the spiritual energy it would yield or any other outcomes. This endeavor continued into the late hours of the night. The following day, he awoke looking quite groggy as Tang Jian forcefully dragged him to the competition venue of the 10th zone. Even though it was only 8 a.m., the place was already packed to capacity. Were it not for the prohibition on flying, Some individuals might even have taken to the skies atop their beast companions to watch. Bayou City, Chen Xingyun, Xia Zhixue, and Xing Xiaoshan were gathered around a large screen, munching on seeds. The screen displayed the live broadcast from the 10th Zone. Greetings. I am the host of the 10th Zone, Sang Zilyang. Now, let us welcome the 32 teams participating in the competition. Not only they, but also Zhou Yin, Yang Xian, and others who shared a closer relationship with Chen Fei were paying keen attention. Cheng Jingjing, don't you usually avoid watching the 100 Cities competition? Why are you so enthusiastic today? Why do you care? Cheng Jingjing retorted, still her fiery self. Am I not allowed to watch my own team? She shot a smug glance at Xie Sun. Xie Sun looked exasperated. Was she really going to gloat endlessly? No way, when Chen Fei returns. I must recruit him into my reconnaissance department. Xing Xiaoshan chuckled, shaking his head. These two seemed incapable of surviving a day without bickering. The competition commenced. Are you two watching? Here they come. The competition stage. In the first match, they faced Yan Huang Academy. Yan Huang Academy's most notable feature was its recruitment of fire-type talents. Fire elementals were among the most common elements. Due to their prevalence, a more complete cultivation and evolution system had emerged, resulting in numerous formidable practitioners. Naturally, with abundance came increased competition. Whenever an extraordinary fire appeared, multiple parties would vie for it. Consequently, among the 15 magical beasts of Yan Huang Academy, only one possessed true extraordinary fire. The others either wielded ground fire or were artificially fused special flames, while the rest had to rely solely on their beast's innate fire. Su Kan, your frost giant dragon is the best choice to counter the fire phoenix with extraordinary fire. You will lead this battle while we provide support. A small team needs someone to specifically command the fight, and that person is Tang Jian. Alright, Su Kan commanded the frost giant dragon to engage. Tang Jian continued, others. Maintain control first, then attack the subdued magical beasts. Chen Fei, your Wu Yun has the ability to control sand. Start by managing the magical beasts on the ground. I will have the Yulin Rock Beast provide you with a shield. The Yulin Rock Beast is Tang Jian's other level beast companion. Yulin Rock is at the same level as the Obsidian Rock, with the latter specializing in absorbing energy for counterattacks. The Yulin Rock, having been petrified post-mortem due to its Qilin lineage, became a unique mineral. In life, it possessed wind attributes, thus retaining these characteristics. When utilizing the rock shield, an additional layer of wind attribute shield would be added to the front, significantly reducing the probability of injury. At this point, Chen Fei softly acknowledged. He then instructed, Wu Yun, first amplify the effect of the quicksand technique. After utilizing the amplification seal, Wu Yun's claws touched the ground. Instantly, the earth began to writhe, as if alive, continuously sinking. Originally, the quicksand technique had been elevated to its peak level. Combined with the effects of the amplification seal, it exploded in power. The quicksand did not merely occupy a small area. Rather, the entire battlefield was transformed into sand, affecting even their own magical beasts. Tang Jian. Sun Chuang. The audience. Tang Jian was utterly exasperated. I instructed you to employ the quicksand technique, not to attack our own. Sun Chuang, being a king-level beastmaster, possessed a keen eye and promptly discerned the anomaly. Could a single skill transform the entire arena into quicksand? Was that even possible for a third-tier beast? Is this some kind of joke? Even a fourth-tier low-level monster might struggle to achieve such a feat. The host also noticed this startling scene and exclaimed, Heavens, what on earth is happening? The entire combat platform had been engulfed in quicksand, indiscriminately affecting both allies and foes. What was the situation here? Chapter 75, The Terrifying Quicksand Technique. Observing the unfolding chaos, Chen Fei realized he had overstepped. He should not have amplified the effects. He hastily commanded Wu Yun to restrain the power, ensuring that their own beasts remained unaffected. As Sun Chuang, the host, and the audience were drawn to the quicksand, they began to assess its attack range and control effects. Except for 4 flying beasts, the remaining 11 were ensnared in the quicksand. The most alarming aspect was that tanks, speedsters, and elemental types alike could not escape its grasp. The pinnacle-level quicksand, in addition to its continuous sinking capability, possessed a stickiness akin to silver threads entwined, and an 8-fold gravitational force. This was clearly beyond the resistance of a third-tier low-level beast. Even a third-tier 7th or 8th level creature would struggle to break free. Thus, a shocking spectacle unfolded. A mere quicksand technique devoured the 11 enemy beasts, disrupting their formation and rhythm entirely. The host quickly shouted, This is exotic sand, heavy adhesive sand. The combination of gravity and adhesive quicksand is utterly terrifying. It is exceedingly difficult to escape at this tier. The host's extensive knowledge plunged both sides into a brief silence. Particularly, the students of Yan Huang Academy wore expressions of utter despair. Was there any point in continuing? With one move annihilating 11 beasts, another would likely lead to total defeat. They might as well concede upon capturing that frost giant dragon. Their morale had already been halved. After all, 4 against 14 was a hopeless scenario. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others stared intently at Chen Fei. Was this the strength of a third-tier first-level beast? They could hardly believe it. In the stands, Shen Lin and Cheng Yunhe twitched at the corners of their mouths. Indeed, once the limelight fell upon Chen Fei, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. This fellow was truly a harbinger of doom. I seriously suspect he might be a reincarnated ancient monster. Otherwise, how could he possess such overwhelming prowess over his peers? The notion of reincarnation felt too far-fetched. The more plausible explanation was that he had the financial means to acquire such formidable resources as heavy adhesive sand, indicating a powerful background. They ultimately attributed their conclusions to financial investment. Yet, considering the value of such exotic sand, it would likely only be available through auction. The competition would be fierce, and without tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones or several 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, acquiring it would be impossible. Its worth far exceeded that of juvenile beasts. Sun Chuang was acutely aware that Tang Jian and his companions lacked sand-type beasts, leaving Chen Fei as the sole possibility. He finally comprehended why Su Shanhai valued Chen Fei so highly. With such capabilities, he could easily dominate many foes. Sun Chuang began to reassess Chen Fei. As long as Chen Fei's displayed strength was sufficiently formidable, what was the harm in his arrogance? Others might be humble, but could humility defeat an opponent? Could it annihilate 11 beasts in a single strike? If he possessed such power, he would undoubtedly be even prouder. The Fire Phoenix, possessing exotic flames, could indeed overpower 3 or 4 beasts of the same tier and was already quite formidable, but it was impossible to trample 14 beasts. The victory for Shanghai Academy was all but predetermined. As for the sophomore competition, victory would come easily. Jiang Yi had yet to take the stage. With just Xiazhu Jun and Bai Yang, the opposing team would be thoroughly overwhelmed. Principal seat. Su Laoda, this year's intake is impressive. Every one of them a promising talent. Indeed, we must have a grand feast tonight. Su Shanhai chuckled heartily. All right, order whatever you wish. A banquet of spirit beasts and spirit plants awaits, and I shall cover the bill. He had originally come from a military background, and several individuals seated beside him were former soldiers he had once commanded. However, Shanghai Academy had historically struggled to advance beyond the group stage, leaving him profoundly frustrated and embarrassed. This year, however, with such a crushing performance, how could he not be elated? At the back, Feng Jian snorted coldly. So you won a single match. Is it worth such jubilation? Feng Jian was the principal of Lingchuan Academy, and he had previously clashed with Su Shanhai. The two had never gotten along. Su Shanhai remained cheerful. In previous years, we couldn't compete with your Lingchuan Academy, and I admit it. But this year is different. Shanghai Academy has no reason to yield to you. His confidence stemmed entirely from Chen Fei. The memory of the 100,000 Gu insect army remained vivid in his mind. Feng Jian grew increasingly irked. Don't think that one heavy adhesive sand can resolve everything. Our Shen Lin is no pushover. Su Shanhai remained unperturbed. Indeed, not a pushover. He just gained a bit of weight, and 2 days ago, he was overmatched. In the realm of verbal sparring, Su Shanhai had never been outdone. Feng Jian's face turned green with rage, unable to retort. After all, who could blame Shen Lin for venturing into the gambling arena? Now, he had unwittingly gained notoriety. Before long, the first round concluded, and the competition transitioned to the round of 16. Shanghai Academy faced Wujiang Academy. Ling Qianshan, Ping Liang, U5 take the stage. Unlike the previous match, Wujiang Academy replaced 2 substitutes to counter Wu Yun's quicksand technique. They reduced the number of land-based beasts and increased flying beasts, exploiting attribute advantages to neutralize the quicksand technique. Like Yin Huang Academy, their 5 members were all high-level beastmasters with a full complement of 15 beasts, while Shanghai Academy maintained 14 beasts. Chen Fei, can your Gu insects still control other beasts as before? Tang Jian inquired instinctively before strategizing. He felt he knew nothing of Chen Fei's capabilities. What other secrets might this fellow be hiding? Chapter 76. Did he contract a demon? Chen Fei did not deny it. Of course, but I don't need to use them just yet, since they wish to utilize flying types to dominate the battlefield. I have a means to bring them down. The others looked over. You have a plan? Of course. Chen Fei waved his hand lightly, and a dozen third-generation Gu insects appeared. Just then, the referee announced, the match officially begins. Go, little ones. Under the concealment of the Yin Yuan Ju, the third-generation Gu insects swiftly approached the enemy's flying beasts. During their approach, a few were spotted by the opposing flying beasts. But Tang Jian's Yulin Yin beast had already provided them with a shield, and its crystal shield was sufficient to withstand a few strikes. This time window was ample for the third-generation Gu insects to accomplish much. The first task was to swiftly release ultratoxins. Chen Fei did not instruct them to unleash the lethal toxin directly. Otherwise, the Beastmasters would likely perish without a second chance. After releasing the toxins, the third-generation Gu insects simultaneously produced the gravity crystals they had prepared in advance, subsequently creating a gravitational field. The pinnacle-level gravitational field could reach 8-fold gravity. If one had not trained in such an environment, the only outcome would resemble that of the fallen three-headed monster, crashing to the ground. Once the flying beasts fell, they would lose their inherent advantages, and coupled with the interference of the toxins, Tang Jian and the others would simply need to pummel the grounded opponents. The outcome was evident. Shanghai Academy triumphed. In the audience, many began to take notice of this team. What is the origin of Shanghai Academy? Their skills are so domineering. They effortlessly brought all the flying beasts crashing to the ground. How ruthless. I didn't even grasp what had transpired before the match concluded. It was undoubtedly a crushing victory. With a sharp intake of breath, Shen Lin and Cheng Yunhe were taken aback. The lethality displayed by a mere dozen Gu worms was astonishing. What terror must have been unleashed by the tens of thousands they had previously witnessed? If not for their own eyes, who could have imagined such a formidable horde of Gu worms? Tang Jian and his companions stood in stunned silence, numbly gazing at Chen Fei. It was as if he had not merely struck them down, but had decisively ground them into the earth. I feel as though you alone could suffice in this contest. Furthermore, your Gu worms must have reached a remarkable level, correct? Chen Fei neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. Yet Tang Jian and the others had already come to their conclusions. This implies that this fellow now possesses 3 head-level beast companions. Tang Jian, with a pained expression, rubbed his temples. I initially thought to challenge you, but it seems I have vastly overestimated my own capabilities. He understood that Chen Fei's most terrifying BC strategy had yet to be unleashed, and once it was, the scene would surely be horrifying. Suddenly, Tang Jian's eyes widened. Could the one who bested Shen Lin be none other than Chen Fei? He had initially dismissed this possibility. However, as Chen Fei continued to reveal his prowess, Tang Jian increasingly felt that the likelihood of this being true was substantial. In the rest area of Shanghai Academy, Sun Chuang regarded Chen Fei with newfound respect. He had thought that Tang Jian and Su Qin were the strongest contenders of this cohort, yet it appeared that the true powerhouse was indeed Chen Fei. His command of the Gu worms was nothing short of exquisite, an ability that even he, in his youth, would have struggled to match. The moment the third generation of Gu worms emerged, Jiang Yi's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Fei. She had only granted him a single Gue Wang heart. Yet he had managed to elevate the qualifications of the Gu worms to an impressive level. It was worth noting that when she first observed them, they were but level 1 beasts, and now they had ascended to level 3. This remarkable skill left even her feeling inadequate. Bai Yang's attitude towards Chen Fei transitioned from hostility to trepidation. Had Chen Fei still been at the beast control level displayed during the previous inter-school exchange competition, Bai Yang would not have deemed him worthy of consideration. However, the current situation was drastically different. The higher Chen Fei's talent soared, the more reluctant Bai Yang became to allow him near Jiang Yi. To secure victory, Jiang Yi finally took to the stage in this match. Chen Fei turned his attention towards her, curious to see how the daughter of the Jiang Wang would perform. To his surprise, Jiang Yi summoned merely 2 beast companions, both possessing qualifications at level 3. Notably, these 2 beasts had already reached level 3, 9th tier. The first beast she summoned was a vibrant soul beast, akin to that of Jiang Wang's. With Jiang Wang present, Jiang Yi could avoid many pitfalls. If Jiang Wang's vibrant soul beast also resided at level 3, 9th tier, it might not necessarily be inferior to the one currently summoned. This was due to its soul chain skill, which had reached peak proficiency. Of course, this was the only skill at peak level. The others remained at mastery level. In terms of proficiency, Chen Fei was unrivaled. The second beast was a rare, humanoid demon, entirely crimson in hue. It boasted demonic horns, a tail resembling a scythe, and a pair of fleshy wings sprouting from its back. Its visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a human female, inherently exuding an aura of allure. The Crimson Demon possessed the following attributes: Strength, level 3, 9th tier. Elemental, Demon, Summoning. Qualification, potential for advancement in level. Skills, 1. Demon Summoning. Can summon formidable entities from the demon realm through sacrifice. Proficiency, peak level. Note, can sacrifice spiritual energy, lifespan, life force, and rare resources. The more valuable the sacrificial offering, the more fearsome the summoned entity. Given the current strength and proficiency, the maximum demon that can be summoned is level 4, 5th tier, and its duration is exceedingly brief. 2. Dark Invasion. Condenses demonic attributes to create a dark domain. thereby depriving the five senses or even life itself. Proficiency, mastery level. Note: proficiency can deprive sight, hearing, and smell. Each use lasts for 3 seconds. Chen Fei could hardly fathom that Jiang Yi had indeed contracted a demon. Chapter 77. We surrender. Demons have never been benevolent beings. They are typically beyond the control of ordinary individuals. More often than not, they are bound to those of malevolent disposition, their nature aligning closely with that of demons. How could Jiang Yi, a person resonating with righteous energy, choose to contract a demon? What could she possibly be thinking? This world is quite turned upside down. The contrast is overwhelmingly striking. The Crimson Demon sacrificed half of its spiritual energy, subsequently summoning a level 4, second-tier skeleton demon of the necromantic, devouring, and elemental types. This skeletal demon, resembling a minotaur, towered over 4 meters, wielding a massive skeletal axe. It simply stood in place, cloaked in black flames that seemed poised to incinerate everything around it. The presence it exuded was not one of scorching heat, but rather an unending chill. This was the cold fire of evil spirits, a form of otherworldly flame with the ability to freeze entire landscapes. However, those ensnared by its icy grasp were not merely frozen, they were burned alive. Such a duality of ice and fire rendered it nearly impossible to defend against. Coupled with the overwhelming strength of a level 4, second-tier entity, this skeletal demon was currently in an invincible state. The peak-level soul chain skill served as a supportive mechanism, firmly controlling the opposing beast companions, resulting in everything the skeletal demon touched being transformed into ice sculptures. The previous match had been a crushing victory for the first-year students, while this one spelled despair for the second years. Encountering an anomaly such as Chen Fei was one thing, but now facing Jiang Yi as well was another. The students of Wujiang Academy were left with expressions of despair. It wasn't that they lacked strength, but rather that their opponents were simply outrageous. With a powerful victory secured, they prepared for the quarterfinals, where they would face Lingchuan Academy. Feng Jianan smugly crossed his legs. Su Shanhai, it seems your team has reached its limit. Allow us to bring it to an end. Although Chen Fei is formidable, Shen Lin is no pushover. The silencing curse of the ghostly cursed crow could certainly catch the opponent off guard. As for the power Jiang Yi had displayed, Feng Jianan did not regard it as a threat. Summoning a super-tier demon is indeed impressive, but the second-year students of Lingchuan Academy were not without their own strengths. Su Shanhai had grown weary of engaging in verbal spats with the opponent, finding it childish. The truth would soon be revealed. On the other side, Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others wore grave expressions. They had long been aware of Lingchuan Academy's formidable reputation, and this match was their first major obstacle. Whether they could continue onward depended on this battle. Observing their demeanor, Sun Chuang unexpectedly softened his typically stern expression, offering words of comfort. Don't worry, just do your best. Besides, there are still the second-year students. The purpose of participating in the competition is not solely to acquire resources. More importantly, it is about exchanging ideas with peers of the same age. Only through interaction with others can one gauge their own strengths and weaknesses, thus striving for self-improvement. Everyone pondered this. Indeed, it was not the time to surrender. Regardless of the outcome, one could only know by confronting the challenge. These experiences would ultimately contribute to their growth. With renewed determination, Tang Jian and his companions stepped onto the competition stage, their spirits soaring to new heights. However, what awaited them was Shen Lin's unexpected declaration. We surrender. Tang Jian. Sun Chuang. The audience. What is going on? Did I hear that correctly? Lingchuan Academy has voluntarily surrendered? Is there some hidden agenda here? I suspect there is, for while Shanghai Academy has a few capable individuals, it hardly seems sufficient to warrant a direct surrender from Lingchuan Academy. Surrendering before the match even begins? How dreadfully dull. The fighting spirit that Tang Jian and Su Kan had painstakingly built up now dissipated entirely with Shen Lin's words. Even now, they remained perplexed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Suddenly, Tang Jian caught sight of Chen Fei's indifferent expression. Wait a moment. Could it be that this fellow had prior knowledge? If this person indeed vanquished Shen Lin, everything would fall into place. But is that truly possible? Shen Lin's capitulation took everyone by surprise. Undoubtedly, the most infuriated individual was Feng Jianan. He violently slammed his chair, intending to point an accusatory finger at Shen Lin, but the crowd was too dense, compelling him to suppress his fury. Shen Lin, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? To yield before the battle even begins is uncharacteristic of you. I demand an explanation. Shen Lin, Cheng Yunhe, and the others wore grim expressions. They too yearned for a fair fight, yet their capacity for resistance was utterly non-existent. Shen Lin clasped his hands towards Chen Fei. Esteemed one, do not conceal your prowess any longer. Showcase your true strength to our principal, lest we face scorn. Everyone diverted their gaze towards the direction Shen Lin gestured, discovering the youth cradling a cat. His appearance was gentle and refined, yet his eyes were as dark as an abyss. If memory serves, he was the student who had obliterated 11 beast companions with a single SHSH. Indeed, it was he. Chen Fei had not anticipated that the Shen Lin frequently mentioned by Sun Chuang and Tang Jian was the very one known as the bringer of fortune. His exhaustion from the previous days had rendered him oblivious to the details. Chen Fei found himself coveting Shen Lin's possession. However, with so many witnesses present, direct extortion was ill-advised, so he opted for an alternative approach. Last time, you departed too hastily. I scarcely glimpsed your ghostly curse crow. Could you summon it forth for me to examine? Shen Lin's instinctive response was to suspect the fellow's ulterior motives. Yet, upon reflection, given Chen Fei's superior strength, he likely had no need to covet the ghostly curse crow. Thus, Shen Lin inquired again, if I permit you to examine it, will you acquiesce to my request? Chen Fei nodded vigorously. Indeed. The onlookers were bewildered by their exchange, finding such riddles utterly vexing. It was not until the next moment when 49 Tier 3 beasts manifested upon the competition stage that they grasped the entire situation. Chapter 78. Is Chen Fei unwell? Tier 3, Level 3, YIZH. Tier 3, Level 4, BNGF, ING LM. Tier 3, Level 5, LED NPPCH. A total of 49 beasts. Heavens, could this be the individual who had recently defeated Shen Lin? It must be him. Who else could summon such a multitude of Tier 3 beasts at once? No wonder Shen Lin conceded. It was entirely reasonable. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others stared blankly at the figure ahead. In the audience, Jiang Yi, Bai Yang, and others were equally stunned. Those memories long buried were now resurfacing. Once, someone had compelled Tang Jian to concede using 16 Tier 2 beasts. This time, he was awestruck by the presence of 49 Tier 3 beasts. The students of Shanghai Academy watching the live stream erupted. Here it comes. It's Chen Fei's Beast C strategy. It feels so familiar. This fellow was even more terrifying than before. The sheer number coupled with such formidable strength rendered Shen Lin's refusal utterly futile. Feng Jianan finally comprehended Shen Lin's uncharacteristic behavior. He had indeed been defeated by Shanghai Academy. How foolish he had been to believe Shen Lin could triumph over them. Recalling his earlier boastful claims nearly choked him. At that moment, Su Shanhai added a cutting remark. My apologies, Principal Feng, but it seems Shanghai Academy has the upper hand. Laughter erupted among the other principals, darkening Feng Jianan's countenance to a charcoal hue. His face then shifted from black to pale. Oh no, the principal has turned pale. Quickly, take him to the infirmary. Even Sun Chuang could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Chen Fei had hidden such a powerful trump card? 49 Tier 3 beasts were bound to wreak havoc in the first-year contest. Truly, one must not judge based solely on appearances. In Chen Fei's heart, his standing at this moment was second only to Jiang Yi. As for Chen Fei, he was wickedly cradling the ghostly curse crow, murmuring to himself incessantly. This spectacle sent a chill down Shen Lin's spine, as he sensed that Chen Fei was about to do something peculiar to his beast companion. What odd proclivity did this individual possess? What skills could the cloud replicate? Miao Despair Curse, which ensnares individuals in hopelessness, thereby impairing their combat capabilities. Let us consider another option. A curse that affects mood is not weak. It can be employed in numerous contexts, especially when interrogating foes. Since Qi Yu already possessed soul interrogation, there was no need to acquire it again. Miao, how about Phantom Vision Curse? Phantom Vision Curse forces the target to perceive terrifying illusions, plunging them into madness and fear. Its principle is akin to that of illusion-type beasts. Let us explore further. Miao, this one is Silence Curse. Chen Fei's eyes sparkled, and he grinned maliciously. This is it. This is the one. Copy it over and replace Shadow Binding. Shadow Binding is a peculiar control ability, yet it has significant limitations. A light-averse skill proves ineffective in the absence of shadows, regardless of proficiency. Moreover, it merely restrains the target's physical form, allowing them to still utilize their skills. In contrast, Silence Curse directly silences the opponent's abilities, making it far more domineering and direct. Upon completing this task, Chen Fei departed, leaving the ghostly curse crow, feathers scattered, in a state of daze. Master, I am no longer pure. I have been touched all over by the cat. Hearing the crow's complaint, Shen Lin was left with goosebumps. This Chen Fei undoubtedly harbors peculiar inclinations. It seems that all geniuses possess a hint of madness. After Chen Fei's exit, it was time for the second-year battle. The second-year students of Lingchuan Academy were indeed formidable, pushing Bai Yang and Xia Zhujun to their limits. Yet, they still failed to draw forth Jiang Yi's third beast. In this round, Jiang Yi sacrificed several mid-grade spirit stones and all the spiritual energy of the Scarlet Demon, summoning a level 4, Tier 4 Blood-Eyed Demon Lord. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord bore 36 blood-red eyes, with a single eye on its face and eerie whirls of patterns. Its appearance was unsettling, yet its strength surpassed that of the Bone Demon. When all 36 eyes simultaneously turned, they activated the Illusion Domain. Due to its overwhelming strength, it enveloped all of the opponent's beast companions in one fell swoop. The terror was palpable. Ling Chuan Academy's defeat began from this very moment. Tang Jian and Su Can could not help but express their envy. What an incredibly powerful Scarlet Demon. It can summon an over-tier 4 Demon Lord. Senior Jiang Yi truly deserves the title of first in the second year. She is extraordinary. One can hardly imagine ordinary Tier 1 or Tier 2 Beast Masters posing a challenge to her. Chen Fei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the summoning abilities of the Scarlet Demon were indeed unanswerable. No wonder even demons could be contracted by Jiang Yi. At that moment, Su Can lowered his voice. I heard from my grandfather that Senior Jiang Yi suppressed her strength to enter the Spirit Palace secret realm. Otherwise, she would have long since broken through to become a Master Beast Master. A collective gasp echoed around them. Even Chen Fei felt a shiver of astonishment. This was the talent Jiang Yi ought to possess, had she not been targeted in her past life. She would undoubtedly have become a formidable king-level beast master in the future. As Jiang Yi approached, Chen Fei smiled and spoke. Senior, that Scarlet Demon is incredibly impressive. May I observe it up close? Jiang Yi. This fellow is certainly not right. Chapter 79, Facing the Insect Cultivator. Jiang Yi recalled everything Chen Fei had done to the ghostly cursed crow and felt a sense of caution. What are your intentions? Without a valid reason, you shall not proceed. Her sentiments mirrored those of Shen Lin, and it was prudent to remain cautious. Observing the other party's careful demeanor, Chen Fei scratched his head, pondering whether Jiang Yi had discerned his intentions. Senior, it is my first encounter with a demon. Is it not merely curiosity? Chen Fei nodded emphatically. If you are curious, you should visit the largest Beast Master Exchange Center in Dicheng. You are bound to encounter one there. Jiang Yi dismissed him outright, resolutely forbidding Chen Fei from approaching. After being rebuffed, Chen Fei returned to his seat, glancing at Tang Jian and Su Can beside him. Before he could finish his thought, Tang Jian and Su Can interrupted. Not possible. No way. Don't even think about it. Chen Fei exclaimed. I haven't even finished my sentence. The top 4 contenders in the competition had been established, ushering in a precious respite. Even if humans do not require sustenance, the beasts could not withstand such an outpouring of skills. The vast majority of beast masters had depleted their spiritual energy and required time for recovery. Sun Chuang seized this opportunity to address the group. You have all worked hard. Reaching this stage is no small feat. Previous cohorts of the Shanghai Academy have faltered here. However, with your presence, I believe we can journey further. He proceeded to discuss the semi-final opponent, Enshunling Academy. From Sun Chuang's account, Chen Fei and his companions learned of Enshunling Academy's origins. It is located in the southwestern part of Dixia, close to the primordial forest. The terrain is intricate, with canyons and cliffs lurking everywhere, where a careless step could lead one to the abyss. Their learning conditions are undeniably harsh. Yet it is precisely this adversity that has endowed them with an extraordinary resilience and affinity for nature. Consequently, many students of this academy possess numerous wood-type demon beasts and even demon plants. While demon plants are not without contracts, their numbers are relatively sparse. In contrast to demon beasts, the speed limitations of demon plants are glaringly apparent. However, this does not imply weakness. Lacking speed, they compensate with control and defense. Take, for instance, the first-year chief, the Spirit-Eating Willow. It possesses countless branches capable of forming shields, simultaneously executing attacks, and control. Furthermore, its branches can absorb spiritual energy. If ensnared and unable to escape promptly, one might find themselves compelled to retract their beasts due to energy depletion. Even with a sluggish movement speed, it remains a formidable presence. Apart from the chief, there is a peculiar figure who perpetually dons a cloak and sunglasses. He is a genuine insect cultivator, unlike Chen Fei, who has but a single Gu worm. This individual commands a trifecta of insect species. In terms of sheer numbers, it would be challenging to ascertain who holds the advantage. This encapsulates the general situation of Enshunling Academy. Whether in the first or second year, a fierce battle awaits. By the time of the semifinals, no weak competitors remain. Victory leads to the top 2 in the region, culminating in the final championship match. The first place contends for ranks 1 to 10, while the second place vies for ranks 11 to 20. The match between Shanghai Academy and Enshunling Academy commenced. With the referee's signal, both sides summoned their respective beasts. Duan Mujie removed his sunglasses, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I hear you are also an insect cultivator. Shall we have a little duel? No objections. Chen Fei readily agreed. It was a rare chance to encounter a genuine insect cultivator, and he was eager to gauge the other's prowess. However, before that, he summoned 49 third-tier beasts to assist Tang Jian against the spirit-eating willow. Duan Mujia laughed. Brother, you underestimate me. Your beasts may control through parasitism, but mine can do the same. He unleashed a batch of third-tier beasts, totaling 60, surpassing Chen Fei's numbers, albeit with relatively weaker capabilities. Most were at the third-tier, third stage, while Chen Fei had several at the third-tier, fifth stage. One side boasts quality, while the other has quantity. In a genuine confrontation, the difference may not be substantial. Thus, both opted to retract their respective third-tier beasts, recognizing that their strengths were closely matched, rendering further exertion unnecessary. As the two displayed their skills, the atmosphere surged with intensity. Wow, an insect cultivator capable of growth truly seems like a cheat. But how many can genuinely thrive? If one is not a wealthy benefactor, this field is not for them. It is a rarity to witness a duel between insect cultivators, and today offered a valuable opportunity for insight. Since the Control Corps' third-tier beast swarm was ineffective, it was time for a direct insect battle. Two types of small insects began to emerge from Duan Mujia. One was a black crawling insect, the black frost spider, with the swarm strength at third tier, first stage, suggesting the mother insect was at least third tier, third stage. They primarily employed webs for control and support. The other was a brown flying insect, resembling dried leaves, allowing it to better conceal itself within the forest. Dried leaf cicada, second generation insect. Strength, third tier, first stage. Attributes, elemental, poison, mental, assassin. Qualification, potential for advancement. This insect not only can parasitically control, but also siphon life force, thereby generating the energy it requires. Its development trajectory bears some resemblance to Xiao Gu's. The final type was rather peculiar. This one deviated from the previous two, being a large individual insect, each measuring over 2 meters tall. It bore a resemblance to a rhinoceros beetle, but possessed 3 horns and radiated a luster akin to bronze. Its thick armor signified its durability and formidable nature. Due to its size, its numbers were correspondingly limited. Duan Mujia could summon only 20 of these. Bronze armor beetle, second generation insect. Strength, third tier, first stage. Attributes, elemental, tank, life, healing. Qualification, potential for advancement. The tank type also boasted life and healing attributes, making it an epitome of absolute defensive capability. Duan Mujia's cultivation path was unmistakably clear. Tank insects, control insects, and attack insects, forming a relatively complete system. This versatile system could adapt to any situation. Soon, 20 bronze armor beetles stood at the forefront, with thousands of black frost spiders behind them and thousands of dried leaf cicadas soaring in the air. This formation resembled a well-orchestrated military strategy. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others were momentarily taken aback by the sight. The sky was filled with a swarm of insects, evoking a sense of claustrophobia. Chen Fei, this one is on you. We shall handle the others. Aside from Chen Fei, who was extraordinarily capable, the others were reluctant to confront Duan Mujia. Leave it to me. Just hold your ground. Initially, they had presumed Duan Mujia's insects were numerous and powerful, but upon witnessing such an array, Chen Fei found his interest waning. The 3 types of insects combined totaled just over 10,000, which was not particularly daunting. Their strength hovered around the third tier, first stage. And in terms of skill proficiency, they were even weaker. Lacking peak-level skills, most were at an adept level, with perhaps 1 or 2 at the proficient level. However, even Zhang Yi's beasts possessed only a couple of peak-level skills. How could a first-year Duan Mujia possibly have more? Not everyone possesses the advantages of Chen Fei. With a decisive wave of his hand, thousands of third-generation Gu worms surged forth. Their first act was to divide into 3 ranks. The first rank erected crystalline shields. The second rank prepared crystal arrow rain for a fierce strike, while the third rank remained on standby for support. Naturally, Duan Mujia would not allow Chen Fei to have his way. He first unleashed a wave of toxic mist as a probe. The result? An ineffective attack. The toxic mist was insufficient to deter the third-generation insects. Du NMG did not expect this tactic to succeed, considering they were all from the insect race, and their resistance to toxins was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, webs of silk swirled around, attempting to bring down the airborne third-generation Gu worms. To Du NMG's astonishment, the opponent employed the same method, and their webs could suddenly expand. Wasn't that utterly absurd? The Heishuang spider failed to seize the opportunity, while the dried leaf cicada was slightly affected. At this juncture, Du NMG ceased to smile. Control and toxins proved ineffective. Penetrating the opponent's crystalline shield to implant a parasite seemed quite unrealistic. This was becoming troublesome. Perhaps it was time to try this technique? The dried leaf cicada's hidden skill, Tremor Wave, harnessed formidable mental strength to create an invisible shockwave. This mental shockwave could bypass physical shields and unleash devastating blows. Hush, at last, it proved effective. Witnessing the first row of third-generation Gu worms shatter, Du-NMG clenched his fist in triumph, his brows dancing with delight. It seemed your crystalline Gu worms could not withstand my strike. Chen Fei remained composed. Your tactic is indeed impressive. This was his first encounter with such a skill, leaving him momentarily without a countermeasure. He even contemplated having Wu Yun replicate it to reap the benefits. Hearing Chen Fei's praise, Du-NMG felt quite pleased. However, Chen Fei's tone shifted. Yet, inflicting harm upon them may not be so easy. Du-NMG raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the opponent had a method to counter this? In the next moment, he watched in disbelief as the shattered Gu worms began to reassemble. Indeed, after being struck by the shockwave, the third-generation Gu worms could not withstand it, their physical forms disintegrating. Yet, disintegration did not equate to death. The crystalline reassembly, skill obtained from the Hanyang Worm King, played a pivotal role. Witnessing this scene, Du-NMG felt as though his eyes might fall from their sockets. Such an ability existed? This was utterly shameless. This meant the Tremor Wave attack remained ineffective. Not only he, but even the esteemed beast masters present were taken aback by this skill. They recognized that such a skill signified immense vitality, heralding infinite possibilities. In this moment, Chen Fei's status in Sun Chuang's mind rose another notch. As for Su Shanhai, he perceived even more. The Hanyang Worm King, which only appeared in the 8th district, instilled considerable apprehension in those who were aware of it. Its bizarre spore abilities were nearly impossible to defend against. Apart from Xing Xiaoshan's 9-transmutation crystal serpent, no one could withstand it. The fact that a mere 4th-level beast compelled the Jiang Wang to reveal itself spoke volumes. Moreover, Xiao Gu's crystalline reassembly skill evoked a sense of familiarity in Su Shanhai. Should Chen Fei be nurtured to grow more swiftly, he would undoubtedly become the greatest weapon against the Hanyang Worm King. In Su Shanhai's mind, Chen Fei required superior cultivation. Contemplating this, he picked up his phone and left the audience area. On the battlefield, Du-NMG could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor, especially as the crystalline arrow rain of the third-generation Gu worms was about to unleash. The sky was filled with densely packed crystalline arrows, instilling a sense of despair. Not just Du-NMG, but even the others from Anshan Ridge Academy felt their scalps tingle, their eyes wide as saucers. Goodness, let destruction reign. As the crystalline arrows rained down in large swathes, Du-NMG hastily commanded 20 bronze beetles to activate their shields for defense. Simultaneously, various healing skills were frantically cast upon himself. The devouring spirit willow was no different. It ceased to concern itself with Tang Jian and the others' beasts and instead used its shield to protect its companions. Even so, they could not withstand the peak-level crystalline arrows. The resounding crashes echoed, and dust billowed across the arena, only settling after a considerable time. When the situation was finally revealed, everyone was taken aback. Du-NMG recalled 8 of the 20 bronze beetles, while the rest lay in a heap of shattered remains. Du-NMG nearly wept. Damn. Cultivating a single bronze beetle costs nearly 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. This one assault obliterated tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones for him, causing even his breaths to ache. As for the branches of the devouring spirit willow, very few remained. They had all been shattered. It was a clear heavy injury, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Although the beasts protected by the devouring spirit willow suffered no significant harm, they exhibited signs of trembling. This was due to the fact that half of the crystalline arrows still floated ominously in the sky. It was merely a competition. Chen Fei had no intention of going all out, only deploying half of his might. Tang Jian and Su Can exchanged glances, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Another move to subdue the enemy. What on earth had Chen Fei experienced over the past 6 months? Could the frontline foster such rapid growth? It was not so. My cousin, who returned from the frontline, was not much stronger than I. The key lies in the individual. The frontline allows others to better hone themselves. But for Chen Fei, it was a veritable treasure trove of resources. Shanghai Academy, victory. After the deluge of crystalline arrows, Anshan Ridge Academy conceded defeat. With their main forces decimated, there was no reason to continue. Soon, it was time for the second-year battle. This match proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. The first seed of Anshan Ridge Academy's second year summoned a formidable ice crystal tyrant turtle. Turtle-type demon beasts are inherently defensive among their tier. They rank as one of the most formidable defenders. This particular tyrant turtle possessed an ice crystal bloodline, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. Even the 4th-level demon summoned by the Scarlet Demon could not breach the Ice Crystal Tyrant Turtle's defenses. Such tank-like fortitude was utterly disheartening. Zhang Yi found herself at a loss. Her peers fared even worse. However, the opponent's heavy defense diminished their offensive power, making it unrealistic to swiftly subdue Shanghai Academy. Thus, a fierce battle ensued. Yet, the scales of victory consistently tilted in favor of Anshan Ridge Academy's absolute defense. Zhang Yi desired victory, yet could not afford to drag things out. Come forth, Xianhe. At last, she summoned her third companion. Externally, it resembled a typical crane-type demon beast. Yet this crane's plumage was far more exquisite, particularly its wings, which shimmered with iridescence. The long, flowing red feathers atop its head exuded an air of ethereal grace. Yinshao Xianhe. Strength, Level 3, Stage 9. Attributes, Elemental, Confinement, Sonic, Flight. Potential, promising prospects for ascension to an immortal beast. Skills, 1. Energy Confinement. Temporarily restricts the energy of skills released by the target. Unreleased skills remain sealed and cannot be activated. Proficiency, Pinnacle Level. Note, proficiency applies only to elemental, sonic, and mental skills. It cannot confine soul, spatial, time, or reincarnation skills. Currently, the highest proficiency can only confine skills of level 4. Stage 5 or lower for up to 2 seconds. 2. Perception Confinement. Blocks the target's ability to perceive surrounding matters and can sever the consciousness exchange between the beast and its master. Proficiency, Mastery Level. Note, currently, proficiency can only confine for 3 seconds. 3. Xian He Qingyin. The special call of the Xian He contains healing power, soothing emotions, and alleviating pain. Proficiency, Mastery Level. Note, this is a group healing technique. Its physical healing effects are moderate, but its psychological healing effects are exceptional. It was indeed a confinement type. At first glance, Chen Fei was captivated by these words. Under the sealing category lies the confinement category. Sealing encompasses the locking of heaven and earth, time and space reincarnation, belonging to the first tier alongside spatial attributes. Confinement, albeit slightly weaker, can restrain certain aspects of time and space, but with greater limitations, categorizing it as the second tier. Even so, confinement remains an attribute that is unattainable for ordinary individuals. Zhang Yi's ability to forge a contract with the Yunxiao Xianhe must surely be attributed to the prowess of the Jiang Wang. The sound of someone swallowing caught Tang Jian's attention, and upon glancing in that direction, he discovered it was Chen Fei, who was incessantly gulping. His gaze was fixated on the Yunxiao Xianhe, and considering Chen Fei's peculiar tendencies, Tang Jian felt a shiver run down his spine. This fellow was undoubtedly eyeing Jiang Xuejia's Yunxiao Xianhe, was he not? Indeed, Chen Fei had his sights set on the confinement skills, each of which held immense potential. The energy confinement skill not only restrained energy, but also prohibited the use of skills, an extraordinarily formidable ability. Perception confinement, particularly effective against the Lieta Majuan, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. It could even inhibit the communication between beast tamers and their beasts, making it an exceptional capability for assassinating beast tamers. Should Wu Yun manage to replicate even one of these skills, it would elevate him to new heights. At that moment, Chen Fei was drawn to the battle, which had escalated to a fervent climax. Chapter 82. The terrifying Dragon Academy. Jiang Yi patiently awaited the opportune moment, biding her time until the opposing formation exhibited a flaw, at which point she commanded the Yunxiao Xianhe to employ energy confinement, targeting none other than the Tianjing Bagui. The sudden confinement rendered the Tianjing Bagui incapable of harnessing spiritual energy, causing its protective Tianjing shield and tanking skills to vanish without a trace. In that instant, it stood frozen in place, providing the Shanghai Academy with a golden opportunity. If they could not overcome the Tianjing Bagui, they would shift their focus to other beasts. With the absence of the Tianjing Bagui's protection, they could advance with relentless force. Ultimately, Shanghai Academy was left with 5 beasts, while Anshanling Academy had but a solitary Tianjing Bagui remaining. A 5-to-1 scenario meant that they could gradually wear it down. Shanghai Academy emerged victorious, advancing to the top 2. Excellent work, Su Shanhai exclaimed, unleashing the pent-up frustrations of recent years. Advancing to the top 2 signified a place among the top 20 in the Baiqing Grand Tournament, which left Su Shanhai exhilarated. Brothers, let us indulge in a fine feast tonight, and I shall treat you to some monkey wine. The eyes of the others sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it has been years since I savored monkey wine, a true delicacy. The monkey wine, brewed by the Yuhua Yanmon tribe, was often traded with humans for rare treasures. Only those unafraid of molten lava ventured deep to harvest the core fire lotus, the primary ingredient for this exquisite wine. The fruit itself bore a burning sensation, resulting in a potent brew that not only increased spiritual energy, but also enhanced fire resistance, rendering it a rare gem. After boasting about their achievements, Su Shanhai arrived at the Shanghai Academy's lounge and addressed his comrades. You all performed admirably. Tonight, we shall feast together. The afternoon will see the first battle for the top position in our region, so do not feel overwhelmed. Just do your best. For we have already secured a place in the top 20. Su Shanhai felt content with their accomplishments. For a small city like Tianqing to reach this stage was no small feat, however. The path ahead remained daunting. Jiang Yi, though the daughter of Jiang Wang, had a father who was merely a second-tier king-level beast tamer. Such competitions were rife with formidable king-level beast tamers, many of whom had parents who were also king-level tamers, thus starting with an advantage. The resources they provided would undoubtedly exceed those of Jiang Wang. Even more formidable were the aristocratic families. Could Jiang Wang's singular accumulation rival the legacies of numerous generations? While not impossible, it was incredibly challenging. Consequently, during the regional top 2 battle, Shanghai Academy faced the formidable Dragon Academy, a team that had previously secured a spot among the top 10. The sole criterion for admission to this prestigious institution was the possession of a dragon-type beast, be it a Jiaolong, a subdragon, or a true dragon. As the first battle for the region commenced, Dragon Academy revealed its full strength, presenting 2 immensely powerful dragons before Chen Fei. One was a level 4 Chaos Purple Dragon, a tier 3 subdragon species, boasting the rare Chaos attribute, allowing it to master skills from the 10 elemental categories: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice. The vast array of skills stemming from these elements left Tang Jian, Su Kan, and others in despair. The other was a tier 3 True Dragon, the Flying Heavy Dragon. Adorned in silvery gray scales, its horns shimmered with a metallic gleam, exuding an air of nobility and authority. This dragon possessed minimal attributes aside from wind, rain, and metal, with its most remarkable trait being gravity. From birth, it was destined to master the rules of gravitational power, capable of manipulating the gravity of any object or being within its domain. Faced with the Flying Heavy Dragon, even Chen Fei found himself at a loss. Wu Yun's quicksand technique and Xiao Gu's gravity crystal were rendered ineffective. Even the crystal arrows descending from the sky posed no threat. The flying third-generation Gu insects were bound by forces beyond their control, unable to take flight. As for utilizing poison, the effect was minimal, especially with the Chaos Purple Dragon present, which could disperse toxic mists with wind or purify toxins with light. Xiao Gu's usual abilities were countered. The situation was quite dire. The only potential counter was Qi Yu, yet Chen Fei hesitated to reveal it and chose to forfeit. Having already secured a position in the top 20, a loss would draw no reproach, and in fact, it would be deemed expected. If Chen Fei could defeat Dragon Academy, it would raise too many eyebrows, drawing unwanted attention. As for the second-year competition, Shanghai Academy could not secure a victory either. While Jiang Yi was indeed powerful, Xia Zhujun and Bai Yang fell short, and the remaining 2 teammates were even less capable. However, Dragon Academy's strength was remarkably balanced, with each member at least matching Xia Zhujun's level, and 2 who could contend with Jiang Yi. Under such circumstances, even Jiang Yi found herself unable to turn the tide. Ultimately, Dragon Academy claimed the group's first position, while Shanghai Academy secured the second. They were set to enter the championship battle the following day. For Shanghai Academy, the outcome of tomorrow mattered little. Regardless of victory or defeat, they had achieved a place among the top 20. For Chen Fei, his purpose was merely to broaden his horizons and gauge the prowess of other prodigies. After all, his true concern lay solely with the Lingfu secret realm. Cheers! Cheers! Chen Fei could not miss the celebration banquet hosted by Su Shanhai. Midway through the feast, Su Shanhai unexpectedly summoned Chen Fei outside. Chapter 83. The human race war god Su Shanhai handed Chen Fei a spatial ring, recalling his earlier promise that upon participating in the competition, he would personally provide a batch of resources. You must have given this to me because of Shanghai Academy's achievements, right? Chen Fei teased lightly. Su Shanhai puffed up his cheeks in mock indignation. How could I, Su Shanhai, be that kind of person? But speaking of which, have you been hiding your true capabilities? Chen Fei mimicked his tone. How could that be? You saw it yourself. My beasts were completely countered by those 2 dragons. Thinking of those 2-level beasts, Su Shanhai felt a wave of helplessness. Other seed academies might struggle against them, let alone his own team. Forget it, let us not dwell on that for now. Allow me to introduce you to someone. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Chen Fei, with long silver hair and clad in a green robe. The man exuded an air of elegance, his sharp gaze softened by a hint of kindness, embodying a sense of returning to simplicity. Let me introduce you. This is my superior, Tuo Baji Yuan. Do you recognize him? Chen Fei stood bewildered before the man. How could he not recognize him? In the eerie dawn of invasion, a singular, unparalleled monarch-level beastmaster, the possessor of a spatial-type demon beast, emerged to save two major battlefronts. This is merely the present. In the future, Tuobaji Yuan will also stand as one of the main forces resisting the advance of the 10 malevolent kings. He is also the human war god who perished alongside the third malevolent king. Although it is said to be mutual destruction, it is primarily due to the fact that the third malevolent king also wields spatial abilities. Tuobaji Yuan and he fought from the Yuling continent to another realm, after which both man and beast vanished from the Yuling continent, never to return. Had Tuobaji Yuan still been present, the 10 malevolent kings would not have found it so simple to continue their onslaught. The legend of Tuobaji Yuan. Chen Fei had only heard from others. He never anticipated encountering the real person today. Moreover, this so-called war god, appearing so cultured and refined, was indeed quite astonishing. For a moment, the intoxication of the monkey wine diminished significantly. As for the boss, I shall merely say he knows him. In the eyes of others, Su Shanhai always exuded an aura of authority. Yet, in the presence of Tuobaji Yuan, he seemed to transform into a naive little soldier. You were indeed correct. Subsequently, Tuobaji Yuan turned to Chen Fei. Little Su has informed me that your talent is not inferior to that of Jiangnan's daughter. Yet without the guidance of a monarch-level beastmaster, it is truly a pity. However, that is merely his belief. Based on the prowess you exhibited in the 100 Cities competition, you fall considerably short, even compared to Jiangnan's daughter. Su Shanhai hastily interjected. Chen Fei. At this moment, do not hold back. You entered the competition seeking resources, and now the boss can assist you. You speak too freely. Tuobaji Yuan chuckled in reprimand. Su Shanhai awkwardly chuckled twice and refrained from further comments. Chen Fei did not respond immediately, instead weighing the pros and cons. With the Slaughter's sacred tome in his possession, the resources of a monarch-level beastmaster were merely icing on the cake. Was it worth revealing his entire self in pursuit of Tuobaji Yuan's recognition? As Chen Fei hesitated, Tuobaji Yuan discerned something. Little Su. It appears this lad does not harbor much trust towards us. Very well, since you are disinterested in this matter, let us leave it at that. However, since our encounter is fateful, allow me to gift you something. As Tuobaji Yuan's words fell, he vanished, leaving behind a small, square box floating in midair. Spatial barrier, one-time use. When faced with an insurmountable danger, shatter this item to create a spatial barrier that can thwart the majority of 5th-level, 5th-tier beings' attacks, excluding spatial, temporal, and sealing systems. Chen Fei, alas, you have missed a grand opportunity. In truth, the boss had long seen through that the Lei Tong Yuan Wang was merely a puppet controlled by the Guchong. Additionally, your cat demon is no ordinary creature, possessing the rare trait of dual pupils. He simply wished to observe your third pet to ascertain your true potential. Yet, you remained silent, offering nothing, thus rendering the encounter dull. Su Shanhai was incensed, wishing he could transform iron into steel. Tuobaji Yuan had always been a solitary figure, without offspring or disciples. If Chen Fei had been favored by him, it would have been a splendid affair. Alas, it now seemed to be a lost cause. Chen Fei remained silent, enveloped in quietude. Was it a pity? Perhaps, but not significantly so. Had it not been for the Slaughter's sacred tome, he would have exerted every effort to contend for it. It is what it is, let us drink. Su Shanhai was quite disheartened. He knew that without indulging in a few hearty gulps of monkey wine, comfort was unattainable. Thank you, Principal. Although this matter did not come to fruition, I appreciate your goodwill, Chen Fei acknowledged. It was at this moment that Chen Fei comprehended why Su Shanhai, merely a master-level beastmaster, could safeguard vast wealth. It turned out that such a formidable figure stood behind him. Who would dare to act against him? In the ensuing 100 Cities competition, everyone's focus shifted to the championship contest. Various grades of demon beasts made frequent appearances. Captivation, demon beast possession, skill fusion, mirror rebounds, puppet control, an array of abilities dazzled the eyes. The intensity of this grand battle, with so many hidden cards, surpassed that of the competition zone. Ultimately, the first place was secured by the Taiching Academy of the Imperial City, while the second place was an unexpected contender, the Fan Mountain Academy from a secondary city. Their demon beasts were quite unusual, with attributes such as darkness, demon, necromancy, and even zombies. Chen Fei even spotted one with ghostly attributes. Curiously, this academy seemed to embody every dark attribute of demon beasts. The third place was claimed by the Dragon Academy. Meanwhile, Shanghai Academy ranked 16th, setting a historical record. The benefits gained included the opportunity for each individual to select a beast egg of their grade. The teams ranked 4th to 10th selected juvenile beasts of their grade, along with a collection of precious materials. The top 3 received additional rewards, the nature of which Chen Fei remained unaware. Upon arriving at the Beast Egg Cultivation Center in the Imperial City, Chen Fei observed a plethora of grade beast eggs, numbering 4 to 5,000. Even the beast eggs were in abundance, with hundreds present. In Tianqing City, even grade beast eggs were exceedingly rare, yet here they were plentiful. The disparity between first and second-tier cities was indeed formidable. Each individual possessed but a single opportunity for selection, and once registered, no alterations could be made. Chen Fei made a beeline for the assassin-type beast eggs. Chapter 84. The individual competition begins. Chen Fei hastened towards the assassin-type beast eggs, as those of other types were of no use to him, being unable to form a contract. After perusing for some time, he found the restrictions on the beast eggs too stringent, with most overlapping with the abilities of his 3 beasts. Naturally, the superior beast eggs were likely long since snatched up. Ultimately, Chen Fei chose an egg containing a chaotic-type beast. Although it would not serve him, it could be gifted to his parents. The existence of a chaotic type surely possessed greater potential than their current beasts. With this affair concluded, the individual competition was formally ushered in. However, the individual competition was not publicly announced nor broadcasted live, leaving Chen Fei oblivious to its existence. Moreover, the individual competition was no mere arena contest. The venue was an artificial secret realm. The conditions for participating in this individual competition mandated that participants must be under 20 years of age and possess strength exceeding that of an advanced beastmaster. All participants were required to collect spatial tokens from me. Should you encounter unavoidable peril, remember to shatter this token, as it can teleport you out. Special note: resources may be seized from one another, yet maliciously killing is prohibited. The influential figures behind these talented youths do not wish for them to engage in mutual slaughter over trivial gains. Their future lies in combating the mists, not perishing at the hands of their own kind. Lastly, the rules of the competition were quite simple. Regardless of whom you encounter within, you may either flee or expel them from the secret realm, just that straightforward. When the secret realm dwindles to 100 individuals, those 100 will be declared victors. Indeed, it is simple and brutal, entirely simulating a wilderness survival environment. The only difference is that killing is expressly forbidden. Now, first-year and second-year students shall enter separate secret realms. The second-year students possess considerably greater strength, making it likely that few first-year students would remain if mingled together. Thus, they must be separated. You 3, ensure your safety. Opportunities do not outweigh life. Should any situation arise, exit at once. Only Chen Fei, Tang Jian, and Su Qin from the first-year class of Shanghai Academy participated. Others lacked the requisite strength, rendering their efforts futile. Su Shanghai reiterated, Chen Fei, if you encounter either of those 2, remember to lend a hand. Understood, Principal. Chen Fei replied affirmatively. As all individuals entered the secret realm, the large screen outside displayed the numbers. First year, 966. Second year, 2680. Additionally, numerous 5th-level bees equipped with cameras flew inside, tracking each individual and providing real-time feedback on the situation. Upon entering, Chen Fei's first action was to summon Xiao Gu and Wu Yun, then survey his surroundings. Upon casting a glance, one finds oneself ensconced within a dense forest, accompanied by the distant howls of mythical beasts. The absence of fellow companions suggests a dispersion among the group. With a gentle flick of the wrist, thousands of third-generation Gu insects take flight. In such an environment, these insects serve as the eyes of Xiao Gu, surveying the surroundings. Some ascend into the sky, while others scatter in various directions. However, at the moment of their ascent, Chen Fei hears the unmistakable sound of flapping wings, followed by the sudden appearance of a flock of blood-feathered birds, descending upon the third-generation Gu insects. These blood-feathered birds are particularly fond of insectoid creatures, and the considerable number of third-generation Gu insects draws them in. Unexpectedly, the first group of mythical beasts encountered here is a formidable Tier 4, Level 3 group, a challenge that many would struggle to confront. It is no wonder that tales of peril lurk within the secret realm. While the mandate forbids killing humans, it does not prohibit the slaying of mythical beasts. Xiao Gu, clear the area. Initially, the blood-feathered birds believed they had found an easy meal, only to encounter a formidable opponent, swiftly meeting their demise. Over 100 of them were annihilated. Subsequently, Chen Fei advanced, sparing no creature, be it mythical beast, spirit plant, or human. Chen Fei, 2 kilometers to the northeast, there is a person. Then let us proceed. After half an hour in this realm, he finally stumbled upon another human. Utilizing the Yin Yuan Ju, he stealthily approached, discovering that the individual was engaged in a fierce battle with a Tier 5 iron-armored bear, which was fiercely guarding a plant known as Gui Jiamu Dan. This succulent spirit plant holds significant value for tank-type and defensive mythical beasts. Seizing the opportunity amidst their struggle, Chen Fei commanded Wu Yun to employ shadow stealth, to quietly approach Gui Jiamu Dan, plucking it from the ground before making a swift exit. Theft was second nature to Wu Yun. After acquiring Gui Jiamu Dan, Chen Fei swiftly stored it within the Shi Rang space, where second-generation Gu insects and Qi Yu would assist in its cultivation. Presently, he was under the scrutiny of others and could not afford to leave this secret realm. The iron-armored bear soon realized that Gui Jiamu Dan was missing, its eyes turning crimson with fury. It struck the ground with tremendous force, causing fissures to form, a testament to its immense power. Originally, Qian Feng's trio had faced a challenging task in subduing the iron-armored bear, but now, confronted with its wrath, his countenance turned pale. Damn it! Which cursed little thief stole it? Let me catch you. Chen Fei perched upon a tree, snacking leisurely while watching the spectacle, planning to intervene once the battle reached its climax. 5 minutes later, Qian Feng finally managed to cripple the iron-armored bear. Though Gui Jiamu Dan was lost, he intended to claim the bear's heart and other valuable parts as compensation. He quickly departed, wary of the thief who had pilfered Gui Jiamu Dan lurking nearby. It seemed Qian Feng was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have simply fled from the iron-armored bear instead of attempting to loot its remains. Despite Chen Fei's inaction, another figure approached silently, launching a surprise attack. Qian Feng's trio, already weary from battle, was ill-prepared for the ambush from Mu Xiang and stood no chance. In desperation, they shattered their tokens to escape, while Mu Xiang seized the chance to claim the iron-armored bear's spoils. Robbery. You are surrounded. Hand over your treasures from the secret realm. Mu Xiang turned swiftly, confronted by a sight that would be etched in his memory forever. Behind one individual stood over 100 tier 3 beasts, accompanied by a swarm of countless Gu insects. Chapter 85. Deploying Evil Beasts. Outside, a crowd gazed in astonishment at the formidable army behind Chen Fei, their jaws agape. I always thought 49 beasts was his limit. Yet he has concealed even more? Good heavens, anyone encountering these hundreds of tier 3 beasts would surely weep. This is absurd. Has he become addicted to spending? Su Shanhai, upon witnessing the tier 3 beasts, wore an expression of realization. Incredible. This little fellow is exceptionally adept at hiding his true strength. No one has truly compelled him to reveal his cards. It appears that the 100 tier 3 beasts may not even constitute his trump card. This realization was indeed accurate. The 49 tier 3 beasts? That was when Xiao Gu had just attained tier 1 status. Now, Xiao Gu stands at tier 7, effortlessly commanding over 100 tier 5 or lower mythical beasts. Within the sacred space, there even exists a collection of tier 8 and tier 9 beasts, merely kept in reserve, should Chen Fei desire it. He could even venture into the second-year competition. Within the secret realm, Mu Xiang stood frozen before the scene unfolding. Damn, this wretched luck. Right after entering, I encounter a wealthy overlord. Chen Fei's reputation for opulence had long since spread among the first-year students. Mu Xiang forced a bitter smile. Great one, let us negotiate. I shall surrender my spoils to you, and in return, you shall spare my life. What say you? Chen Fei crossed his arms, smiling. That depends on the value of your spoils. He was prepared to play the role of a bandit. Opening his spatial ring, Mu Xiang retrieved a box containing a piece of purple frost jade. Though quite common, this jade harbored a measure of frost energy. Unless this jade were to age further and transform into purple frost jade marrow, it would be worth at least 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. You've been in here for half an hour and managed to acquire this worthless trinket? Mu Xiang, hearing this, felt even more disheartened. Great one. Not everyone possesses your financial prowess. Chen Fei's interest waned instantly. Very well, take it back. Now, will you leave with my assistance, or on your own? Mu Xiang surrendered. I'll leave on my own, no need to trouble the Great One. With that, he shattered his token and departed. Chen Fei turned his gaze to the near-defeated iron-armored bear. Let us claim it. After all, it was a tier 5 beast. It would be advantageous to capture it. Subsequently, Wu Yun cast a healing spell. Thus, the onlookers outside beheld a terrifying sight. A lively iron-armored bear had joined Chen Fei's army of tier 3 beasts. Good heavens! Is it truly that simple for him to control a mythical beast? Now I understand where his army of tier 3 beasts originates. He doesn't need to purchase them. He simply collects them. This implies that the secret realm has, in fact, become his paradise. While it may not be entirely accurate to call it a paradise, it undoubtedly allows Chen Fei to accumulate a substantial amount of combat value. As he continues his rampage, the number of opponents rapidly dwindles. 921, 845, 633. As the numbers fell to 600, the city lord of the Imperial City issued orders to shrink the artificial secret realm, facilitating encounters. Furthermore, they deployed evil beasts. These evil beasts had been captured from various battle zones and were subjected to secondary utilization after thorough research. Not everyone possesses Chen Fei's audacity to venture to the front lines shortly after the semester begins. The vast majority of first-year students remain sheltered flowers, and it is time for them to witness bloodshed. Among the first-year students, aside from Chen Fei, the strongest only reaches Tier 4. The evil beasts released were meticulously selected, with strengths ranging from Tier 5 to Tier 7. This compels them to fight with all their might. Should they underestimate their foes, they risk losing not only their opportunity in the Lingfu secret realm, but possibly their lives as well. Hua Feng from Nanchong Academy caught sight of a fruit radiating red light, undoubtedly a spirit fruit. He instructed his beast companion to remain vigilant before commencing the harvest. However, upon merely touching the red fruit, he was instantly transported out of the secret realm. Hua Feng was left bewildered. Is it over so soon? Have the top 100 already emerged? Those around him shook their heads, explaining, not quite. There are still 569 individuals. We detected a threat and helped you shatter your token to transport you out. How could there be danger? I was merely about to harvest a spirit fruit. What threat could there be? Hua Feng's disbelief was palpable, feeling as if he had missed an immense opportunity. Anticipating his skepticism, someone had saved the scene. In the scene, as Hua Feng was teleported out, numerous rigid tentacles abruptly sprang up from the ground. Much like a bear trap, they would swiftly close upon contact with a crucial point. Had Hua Feng not been teleported, he would have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. Soon after, a colossal creature reminiscent of a starfish, resembling a sea pancake, emerged from beneath the earth. These tentacles were indeed those of the starfish, adorned with suckers on the underside and numerous sharp spikes on the front, resembling razor-sharp blades on either side. One could say that its entire body was essentially a weapon. Hua Feng discerned clearly that the red fruit was not a true spirit fruit, but rather the monster's tongue, employed to lure its prey. Unbeknownst to him, he stood atop the very maw of the beast. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat began to bead upon his forehead, leaving him at a loss for any retorts. To be alive was already a blessing. The beast he encountered was one of the malevolent creatures of the 3rd District, hunting the Sha Wangxing. Meanwhile, Shangguan Hongyu from the Shushan Academy faced a Zhuguei, one of the malevolent beasts from the 6th District. It could transform into a bamboo grove and launch fierce attacks when anyone intruded. Its bamboo was no ordinary bamboo, but rather an exotic variety, capable of elongating and shortening. As hard as metal, yet as soft as silk. Thousands of bamboo stalks could simultaneously serve as weapons, rendering it truly terrifying. Even with Shangguan Hongyu possessing a tank-type demon beast, he could not withstand such an onslaught, and ultimately had no choice but to shatter his token. Thus, one either detected the signs and fled at the first opportunity, or was forced out of the secret realm by the malevolent beasts, resulting in a significant reduction in numbers. Only a scant few could confront the malevolent beasts directly. This stark reality provided those who had never seen battle with their first visceral understanding of the terror posed by the malevolent beasts, revealing their almost negligible capacity for resistance. On another front, Chen Fei was gathering a batch of Xianling grass when he suddenly felt the ground tremble and quickly leapt onto a tree with remarkable speed. The next moment, a humanoid creature with 4 arms and 4 legs emerged from the very spot where Chen Fei had just stood. This creature had a flat, fan-like head, reminiscent of the brain of a leech, and its entire body was covered in a viscous substance, appearing quite bizarre. Simultaneously, it wielded a chain in each of its 4 hands, yet the ends of the chains were nowhere to be seen. See Lian Guishou. Strength, Level 3, Stage 6. Attributes, Elemental, Soul, Poison, Life. Qualification, Potential for advancement and qualification. Skills, 1. Dark Chain. Those ensnared by the chain are plunged into an endless darkness, deprived of sight and hearing. Proficiency, Mastery Level. 2. Soul Chain. Those caught by the chain will have their souls frozen, followed by being scorched, experiencing the duality of ice and fire upon their very essence. Proficiency, Mastery Level. 3. Venomous Chain. Those ensnared will have the spikes on the chain inject venom, causing them to sprout blood lotuses that drain their life force until death. Proficiency, Mastery Level. The Xi Lian Guishou possessed 1 skill per chain, each more sinister than the last. Moreover, the creature's slime was not without utility. It made its body as slippery as an eel, easily freeing itself from the physical restraints of other beastly foes. It could even act as a restorative agent, enabling severed limbs to regenerate swiftly. After all, its entire offensive capability lay within those 4 chains, making them indispensable. For anyone else to confront the Xi Lian Guishou would be akin to a nightmare. It preferred to attack from afar, utilizing its chains for stealthy assaults. Yet now, it was facing Chen Fei. Come on, everyone. If you dare to ambush me, let me show you the joy of a good old-fashioned beatdown. The onlookers outside the secret realm could hardly contain their amusement at Chen Fei's words. Each encounter with Chen Fei seemed to bring a sudden shift in tone. While others were scrambling to escape, he instead sought to take down his adversary with flair. Gazing at the over 100 level 3 beasts and the multitude of goo worms that had suddenly surrounded him, even the bloodthirsty Xi Lian Guosho momentarily froze in shock. Its once formidable chains now drooped limply to the ground, exuding an aura of disbelief. Chen Fei, it insults you, claiming you are not human but a pervert who bullies beasts, translated Xiao Gu. Chen Fei, veins bulging with indignation, retorted. You are the one who is not human. Your family is the real perverts. What of it if I bully you? Come at me. Strike me if you can. Go ahead, unleash your fury. I won't hold back tonight. The spectators outside the secret realm erupted in laughter. Ha ha. This big shot is going to make me die of laughter. Those who were just teleported here made me believe the malevolent beasts were invincible. It was only when the chains of the Xi Lian Guosho slackened that I realized they could indeed feel fear. I now understand that all fear stems from insufficient firepower and strength. Just look at Chen Fei. He crushes them effortlessly. Even the military bigwigs outside were left in a state of bemusement. They had intended to teach these newcomers a lesson. Yet it appeared that Chen Fei had successfully altered the dynamics. In the eyes of these newcomers, why engage in one-on-one combat when they could simply gang up? When dealing with these malevolent beasts, should they not adhere to principles of righteousness and morality? After thoroughly thrashing the Xi Lian Guosho, Chen Fei proceeded to have a second-generation worm parasitize it. After all, it was a peak-level skill, effective in every scenario. The onlookers were nearly left speechless. Is it really that powerful? Even a level 3, stage 6 malevolent beast can be parasitized? We worship this big shot. He is becoming increasingly invincible with this lineup. Whoever encounters him will surely weep. Indeed, Shen Lin was already in tears. No matter who he faced, even if he was outmatched, he could at least run. But when confronted by the perverse Chen Fei, there was truly nowhere to flee. Oh, what a coincidence, Shen classmate. Very coincidental. One was jubilant, while the other wore a mournful expression. Chen Fei draped an arm over Shen Lin's shoulder. Don't be so downcast. I'm not here to fight you. I've been searching for you for quite some time. Shen Lin turned his head away. What do you want with me? A sense of foreboding lingered in the air. You have a treasure-seeking mouse, don't you? How about we collaborate? You find the treasures, and I'll clear the path. In terms of combat, Chen Fei feared no one among the first-year students. However, in the realm of treasure hunting, he was outclassed by the treasure-seeking mouse. Since they had entered the secret realm, they might as well seek out some valuable items. It didn't seem like a bad idea. Shen Lin felt a spark of enthusiasm. Although he could search for treasures alone, the presence of malevolent beasts posed an unpredictable threat. However, with Chen Fei providing escort, even the malevolent beasts would have to tread carefully. How do we divide it? Shen Lin inquired. Chen Fei gestured. You see, you are only responsible for seeking treasures. I will handle all the fighting, so my consumption is the greatest. Thus, a distribution of 1 to me and 9 to you is entirely reasonable. Shen Lin protested. What do you mean you handle the fighting? Clearly, it is over 100 level 3 beasts charging into battle. What does that have to do with you? Of course, these were merely Shen Lin's internal complaints. Without the ability to seek treasures, high combat prowess was of little use, so a 50-50 split would suffice. Shen Lin did not wish to take advantage of Chen Fei, yet he also did not want to suffer a loss. Chen Fei shook his head. No, that's not how it works. You see, your fate currently lies in my hands, doesn't it? Once we leave the secret realm, your treasure-seeking mouse may not be of much use anymore. Shen Lin's expression darkened. This was a blatant threat. He had no choice but to concede. How about a split of 4 to you and 6 to me? That should be acceptable. 2 to 8. Shen Lin stiffened his neck. Chen Fei, there is no such transaction. Of course, negotiations are essential in business. Ultimately, Shen Lin was thoroughly defeated and settled for a 3 to 7 split. With the presence of the treasure-seeking mouse, the plundering capabilities have significantly improved. The two individuals have completely cleared half of the mountain, entirely forgetting their original objective. The city lord of the imperial city, veins bulging, exclaimed, What manner of beings are these? I summoned you for a competition, not to fleece my resources. Goodness, are you addicted to this? He commanded, Bring forth a level 3, 8th rank evil beast. I wish to see what further abilities these two possess. Chapter 87, The Four-Winged Celestial Moth Beast. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking mouse ahead became agitated. Chen Fei inquired, What is wrong with it? Shen Lin explained, Whenever it exhibits such excitement, it signifies the emergence of a rare treasure. The last time it behaved like this was due to the starry tree statue in your possession. Oh, Chen Fei mused. The last time was a level 6 spirit soil. Could there be such a remarkable item again? With this thought, his interest was piqued. Let us proceed and discover what it is. The two swiftly approached and soon arrived at an inconspicuous cave entrance, well hidden and nearly undetectable. Upon reporting to the city lord, the staff said, "My lord, this is one of the locations of the secret realm's spiritual energy supply device, discovered by these two little fellows." The city lord's expression darkened. "What are you waiting for? Release the evil beast." Yes. Just as Chen Fei and his companion were about to explore inside, they sensed rustling from the nearby dense forest, as if something was swiftly approaching. "Retreat!" Chen Fei shouted, quickly dispersing. In the next moment, a peculiar creature appeared. It was a humanoid evil beast. Its eyes deep and cold, with two antennae and two pairs of moth-like wings. Its body was covered in yellow pollen-like substances and some pustules that evoked discomfort. Four-winged celestial moth beast. Strength, level 3, 8th rank. Attributes, elemental, assistive, poisonous, flight. Qualification, potential for promotion. Skills. At the sight of the four-winged celestial moth beast, Chen Fei felt a sense of familiarity. It was none other than the kin of the headless angel of evil. To encounter it in such a setting was unexpected. Very well, let us collect some interest. Chen Fei's fighting spirit surged. However, Shen Lin beside him trembled, saying, "Chen Fei, I'll support you from the rear." With that, he vanished from sight. Chen Fei paid no mind to Shen Lin's departure. It was better that he was out of the way. At that moment, the four-winged celestial moth beast flapped its wings, dispersing the yellow dust around it. Chen Fei, having dealt with such creatures before, knew the dust induced sleep. He quickly instructed Xiao Gu to cast a crystal shield around him while ordering the wind-type beast to blow the dust away. Xiao Gu summoned the third-generation insects. The third generation of Gu insects indeed held a numerical advantage, yet the four-winged celestial moth beast was not to be underestimated. Pustules on its body suddenly opened, releasing numerous small moths. These small moths were akin to Xiao Gu's third-generation insects, possessing a fragment of their original power. Wuyun. This is the kin of the headless angel. You know what to do, right? Upon hearing this, Wuyun's eyes glimmered with hatred. Meow annihilate. Not yet. Wait until I summon the half-entity of the Jade Ruler. Your silent skill will complement it. Meow understood. The half-entity summoning does not require the entire body of the beast to be summoned, but allows a portal to appear in the beast's space, enabling it to observe the outside situation. Chen Fei awaited an opportunity, one that would allow him to evade the surveillance while facilitating an attack. The third generation of Gu insects swiftly adhered to the small moths. While their individual strength was lacking, their sheer numbers were an advantage. 5 third-generation insects against one small moth was manageable. If that was insufficient, then 10, 20. Within the sacred cannon space, there were already over 100,000 troops. He subsequently employed the same tactic, using gravity to seal the air above and quicksand technique to confine the ground. However, the four-winged celestial moth beast cleverly swapped places with one of the small moths, skillfully evading both layers of confinement. This was the unique assistive skill of the four-winged celestial moth beast, body transfer. Body transfer can imprint on descendants with the same bloodline. Upon activating the imprint, the body can be exchanged with that of the descendant. Proficiency, mastery level. Note, this skill is exclusive to the insect race and cannot be learned by other races. The maximum transfer distance at current proficiency is 1 kilometer, after which the imprint must be reapplied. This skill is a remarkable escape technique. Its limitations, however, prevent it from being a divine skill. One requires descendants of the insect race, and the transfer distance is too short. If it had a transfer distance of 10 or 20 kilometers, capturing the four-winged celestial moth beast would be nearly impossible. Even so, it remained quite troublesome. In such a sudden transfer, even the Jade Ruler could not see the four-winged celestial moth beast, let alone launch an attack. Chen Fei needed to create an opportunity. Observing the capability of the four-winged celestial moth beast from the outside, the onlookers gasped in awe. Good heavens, this ability is utterly monstrous. Instantly exchanging bodies. Who can withstand that? Look, not only is Chen Fei encountering this creature, but also He Lei from the Dragon Academy and Nangong Xingchen from the Taiching Academy. He Lei was indeed a beast master of the Flying Heavy Dragon, while Nangong Xingchen was the first-year head of the Taiching Academy, currently recognized as the top first-year student. He Lei, along with Zhang Yi and other royal beast masters, typically only possessed 1 or 2 level beasts. In contrast, Nangong Xingchen commanded 2 level beasts, outclassing everyone in potential. He Lei faced a four-winged celestial moth beast of level 3, 6th rank, while Nangong Xingchen encountered one of level 3, 7th rank. Chen Fei, however, faced a level 3, 8th rank. Others, viewing from a distance, found it difficult to discern the strength of these four-winged celestial moth beasts. But the city lord of the imperial city was well aware. With arms crossed, he observed the unfolding drama, eager to see who would triumph over their respective adversaries. Chapter 88. The Discomfited Nangong Xingqian. The three battles erupted swiftly. Helei's flying heavy dragon proved its mettle. Its gravity alteration applied pressure not only to the body but also to the soul, regardless of how the four-winged celestial moth beast exchanged its body. As long as the soul imprint remained, the flying heavy dragon could alter its gravity, restricting its flight. In this regard, it surpassed both quicksand technique and gravity crystal. However, this did not imply that he could easily dominate the four-winged celestial moth beast. Although it could not fly, it still retained the ability to transfer its body and command countless descendants. Even if Helei had two additional beasts aiding him, it was not an easy task to subdue it. As for Nangong Xingqian, the battle was even more intense. His two-level beasts were the Crimson Spirit Crow and the Thunder Purple Unicorn. The Crimson Spirit Crow possessed the bloodline of the Golden Crow, and while its burning sky red flame had not reached the level of the divine fire of the Golden Crow, it ranked 18th among exotic flames. Although it could not incinerate all things, it was difficult to find a natural enemy. The Thunder Purple Unicorn, with its Qilin bloodline, could traverse the clouds. It wielded the Nine Heavens Purple Thunder, which was stronger than ordinary lightning. Should it progress further, it would become the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, a form of the Heavenly Punishment Thunder. Thus, the formidable nature of the Nine Heavens Purple Thunder became apparent. The burning sky red flame and the Nine Heavens Purple Thunder effectively countered demonic entities, providing substantial suppression against the four-winged celestial moth beast. Its toxic pollen attack was incinerated entirely by the burning sky red flame, and even the small moths were reduced to ashes upon nearing it. The Nine Heavens Purple Thunder relentlessly pursued the four-winged celestial moth beast, forcing it to utilize body transfer multiple times. Onlookers could not help but exclaim, as expected of Nangong Xingqian, his two-level beasts are incredibly formidable. Helei is managing to hold his own, but Nangong Xingqian is relentlessly pursuing the opponent. What a spectacle! However, it seems that Qiliang Xinya and Leitang Zelin are unable to swiftly subdue this formidable creature. The primary challenge lies in the elusive body transfer technique. Just when everyone assumed that Nangong Xingqian could easily dominate his opponent, the situation took an unexpected turn. With a piercing cry, the four-winged moth beast unleashed its might. Subsequently, a swarm of small moths recklessly darted towards Nangong Xingqian, embodying the strategy of capturing the leader first. The four-winged moth beast, demonstrating considerable intelligence, evaded lightning strikes while directing the smaller moths to assault the beast tamer. Should the beast tamer perish, the assaults from the two beasts would naturally dissipate. Nangong Xingqian had anticipated such an eventuality, reinforcing his defenses with not only the fiery shield of Qiliang Xinya, but also the formidable Jiuli Demon Turtle. This turtle, akin to Qiyu, possessed an ancient bloodline, albeit Jiuli's lineage is significantly diluted due to generations of breeding. Nevertheless, it awakened the racial secret technique, Jiuli Shield, which manifests a visible grayish phantom of the demon turtle, capable of repelling the majority of elemental, physical, and psychic assaults. Its defensive prowess surpasses that of the obsidian giant rhinoceroses, immovable as a mountain. It was precisely this confidence that allowed Nangong Xingqian to permit Qiliang Xinya and Leitang Zelin to distance themselves from him. Yet, this very assurance led to a covert setback. The small moths did not attack aimlessly. Instead, they approached Nangong Xingqian, detonating just before being engulfed by flames. A mere one or two self-detonations would not breach the Jiuli Shield. However, when thousands of moths detonated simultaneously, the resultant explosion was devastating. A tremendous roar echoed, stirring the hearts of onlookers. After all, this was the first-ranked individual of the first grade. He could not simply perish in such a manner. The simultaneous self-detonation was indeed the most fearsome tactic of the insect race. In contrast to self-detonation, crystalline projectiles, toxic mists, and parasitic entities appeared weak. The fact that Nangong Xingqian had not been teleported away suggested he was not in immediate peril. As the smoke dissipated, the spectators beheld the scene. The Jiuli Demon Turtle appeared weakened, with visible cracks on its shell, yet Nangong Xingqian was nowhere to be seen. Only when the Jiuli Demon Turtle shifted did they discover Nangong Xingqian crouched in a pit, gasping for breath. His garments were tattered, blood flowing from his arm, and his lips stained with unclean blood. Had he not acted swiftly at the last moment, urging the Jiuli Demon Turtle to burrow a hole, he might have already succumbed. Following this encounter with the four-winged moth beast, Nangong Xingqian became increasingly cautious, reluctant to allow the other two beasts to stray too far. Though he had previously slain beasts above the third tier, he had not anticipated the formidable nature of the four-winged moth beast. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to overcome this adversary. The four-winged moth beast struggled to approach the now wary Nangong Xingqian, leading to a fierce standoff. If even someone as powerful as Nangong Xingqian found himself in such dire straits, How formidable was this creature? If I were to enter, I would not know how I might perish. I pondered who could possibly contend with such a terrifying evil beast, especially when both He Lei and Nangong Xingchen could not. And then there was the esteemed Chen Fei. Most gazes turned towards Chen Fei's battle scene, eager to see if he could manage what He Lei and Nangong Xingchen could not. Chapter 89. Using another's methods against them. When both quicksand technique and gravity crystal proved ineffective against the four-winged moth beast, Chen Fei unleashed over 100 third-tier beasts to pursue it while he simultaneously fought and retreated. This strategy left Chen Fei without any beastly guardians. Once again, the onlookers felt their hearts race as they witnessed the four-winged moth beast adopting a similar battle strategy. Thousands of small moths surged forward, detonating as they approached Chen Fei. Another self-detonation. These creatures were indeed ruthless. Was Chen Fei unharmed? He must be relentless. This was a life-or-death struggle, not merely a competition. When faced with evil beasts, it was either you or me. A compassionate heart would only lead to one's demise. Chen Fei had not been teleported away. Did that mean he was unharmed? As they awaited the smoke to clear, a second explosion echoed through the scene. Confusion spread among the spectators. What had triggered this second blast? They widened their eyes, eager to discern the unfolding circumstances. When the smoke finally cleared, they beheld a four-winged moth beast kneeling on the ground, its two antennae severed, one wing remaining, and its body in tatters, nearly lifeless. What had transpired? Had I missed an exhilarating moment? Did anyone witness how Chen Fei accomplished this? It was truly impressive. Fortunately, another camera had captured the event. It was revealed that Chen Fei had deliberately dispatched the third-tier beasts, feigning a vulnerability by appearing without beastly protection. Just before the moths detonated, he utilized crystal transit to relocate to another position, precisely behind the four-winged moth beast. The beast, witnessing what it thought was Chen Fei's demise, slowed its pace, curious about the aftermath. This moment provided an opportunity for Wu Yun and Qiyu, simultaneously employing crystal transfer. The camera resumed, capturing Chen Fei's image just in time for Qiyu to take action. Everything was meticulously calculated, waiting for the four-winged moth beast to take the bait. Wu Yun's silencing curse was the initial strike, preventing the four-winged moth beast from utilizing body transfer. Following that, the quicksand technique immobilized the creature. Soon after, Qiyu unleashed soul severance, forcefully expelling the soul of the four-winged moth beast. Spirit prison was subsequently cast. After these two moves, Qiyu retreated, allowing the camera to catch Chen Fei once more. The four-winged moth beast was held firm for several seconds by Qiyu, providing ample time for Chen Fei to act. Several third-tier 6th and 7th-tier parasitic beasts were dispatched by Chen Fei, surrounding the four-winged moth beast. Their rank made them expendable upon self-detonation. Feeling insufficient, Chen Fei added 1,000 third-generation Gu insects to the fray. The audience witnessed Chen Fei raise his middle finger toward the four-winged moth beast, declaring, "In response to your actions, I shall return the favor." With a command given, the beasts and Gu insects surrounding the four-winged moth beast detonated. This was the entirety of the process that led to the second explosion heard by the outside world. Following this, Wu Yun delivered the final blow to the four-winged moth beast, utterly obliterating its form. Excitement erupted among the spectators. So impressive. Chen Fei is extraordinary. Ha ha ha, using their own tactics against them. While you moths can self-detonate, so too can Chen Fei's Gu insects. Only the insect race, with its multitude of offspring, would dare to employ such self-detonation. Indeed, should you compel Qiliang Shinya to self-detonate, it would be devastating. Thus, those with the means to invest should nurture insects. Not to mention, this self-detonation is invincible. As they engaged in fervent discussion, the military leaders felt a pang of frustration. The narrative was veering increasingly off course. Self-detonation is a last resort, not a tactic to be employed in every battle. The lord of the imperial city, observing the demise of the four-winged moth beast, fell into silence. His perception was far superior to that of the average individual. While the four-winged moth beast remained still, he discerned that Chen Fei had employed other methods, though the evidence had been artfully concealed. Yet, while Nangong Xingchen failed to conquer the third-tier 7th-level four-winged moth beast, Chen Fei had decisively vanquished the third-tier 8th-level beast. This disparity spoke volumes. Indeed, this little creature may possess even more hidden abilities. As anticipated, Xiao Su did not deceive me. This being is even more adept at concealment than I had imagined. Indeed, the lord of the imperial city is none other than the war god of the human race, Tuoba Ziyuan. He has been closely monitoring the 100 Cities competition and is well aware of Chen Fei's situation, particularly after receiving a call from Su Shanhai, which piqued his interest in Chen Fei. Today's four-winged Tiani beast was deliberately orchestrated as a trial and test, conveniently involving Nangong Xingchen, Hele, and Chen Fei. The outcome was evident. Chen Fei's combat performance was remarkably seasoned, making him the most unpredictable contender. According to Tuoba Ziyuan's observations, Chen Fei's beast taming abilities likely encompass peak-level skills. However, he is merely a first-year student, having awakened only 8 months ago. This innate talent and potential astonished and affirmed Tuoba Ziyuan. He is indeed worthy of cultivation. Just as Tuoba Ziyuan was deep in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by an aide. Lord Tuoba, Chen Fei has entered the spirit energy device cave. Tuoba Ziyuan glanced over and replied nonchalantly, let him proceed. And intercept the visuals within, do not broadcast them externally. After all, there is a level 4, first-tier guardian beast inside. If Chen Fei can acquire the spirit energy device under such circumstances, then so be it. After a moment's consideration, Tuoba Ziyuan added, also, publicly declare that the 4-winged Tianyi beast encountered by Chen Fei is merely a level 3, 6th tier. Should this information be disseminated, I will personally hold responsible those at fault. Within the secret realm, Chen Fei instructed the 3rd-generation Gu worms to scout ahead before gradually delving deeper into the cavern. Along the way, nothing particularly remarkable was encountered until he discovered an underground pond at the end. The water within was no ordinary liquid. It was the Earth's spirit crystal dew. Rich in spirit energy, capable of accelerating the cultivation speed of water-type demon beasts and offering a chance to enhance their qualities. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial detail was that a resplendent crystal, akin to a shooting star, hovered above the pond. Innate spirit crystal. Quality, level 5. By nurturing with spirit stones, spirit herbs, and other spiritual items, it can yield tenfold spirit energy in return. For instance, nurturing a mid-grade spirit stone will yield the energy equivalent of a high-grade spirit stone after 24 hours. Note, regardless of the nurtured spiritual item, only spirit energy is returned. When nurtured to a certain extent, it can evolve into a level 6 innate spirit source, yielding a 100-fold return. Chen Fei's mouth watered at the sight of such a treasure. This innate spirit crystal, combined with Shirong, was indeed a perfect match. Truly, the treasure-hunting mouse is capable of uncovering such extraordinary items. Wu Yun acts swiftly. We cannot leave empty-handed now that we are here. However, before Wu Yun could make a move, a peculiar creature emerged from the pond. Its body resembled that of an elegant woman, yet was distinctly different. Atop its head was a structure akin to that of a monk's hat jellyfish, with a transparent sac filled with pale blue liquid. The sac was adorned with delicate patterns and blue-white stripes, exuding an air of opulence. Its main body resembled that of a mermaid, devoid of scales, flanked by several tentacles resembling jellyfish, with long tendrils covered in purple spines. Spiny water spirit. Strength, level 4, first tier. Attributes, elemental, poison, nature, support. Qualification, potential for promotion. Skills. Chapter 90, learning from Xiao Su. Skills. 1. Vacuum extraction. Able to extract air from within a certain range, creating a vacuum state. Proficiency, mastery level. Note, cannot be learned by non-elemental beings. Current proficiency allows for extraction of a 10 by 10 by 10 space. 2. Anti-gravity. Able to reverse gravity within a certain range, rendering enemies unable to adapt to the current state, thus allowing for an attack. Proficiency, mastery level. Note, cannot be learned by non-elemental beings. Current proficiency can alter the gravity of a 10 by 10 by 10 space. Upon witnessing the abilities of the spiny water spirit, Chen Fei was somewhat taken aback. The mere chance encounter with a demon beast possessing such formidable strength, along with the nature attribute, was astonishing. Those endowed with this attribute are favored by the heavens, capable not only of manipulating common elements of nature such as water, earth, wood, stone, air, and gravity, but also of altering and creating them. Vacuum extraction and anti-gravity are indeed variants of nature-based skills. However, such variations are exceedingly terrifying. Imagine, in the midst of battle, suddenly having the air around you extracted, leaving you breathless. What despair that would entail. Realizing this, Chen Fei quickly stepped back, instructing Xiao Gu to be ready to utilize crystal shuttling. He had no desire to perish in such a manner. That would be too unjust. Moreover, Chen Fei noticed that since entering the cavern, the king bees had not followed. It seemed there was something within that could not be captured. Nevertheless, this also presented Chen Fei with an opportunity. At least here, he need not conceal his strength. He summoned Qi Yu as well. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ziyuan, unable to see Chen Fei's predicament, felt no undue concern. After all, Chen Fei was protected by the spatial barrier he had provided. Even if he were to falter against the spiny water spirit, his safety was assured. Should he truly employ the spatial barrier, Tuoba Ziyuan could rush over to assist, observing whether the spiny water spirit could expose all of Chen Fei's hidden cards. While Tuoba Ziyuan was contemplating his strategy, the spiny water spirit had already launched an attack on Chen Fei. Its tentacles rose, causing Chen Fei and his three beasts to suddenly lose their center of gravity, uncontrollably flipping in midair. The sense of security derived from the earth vanished in that instant. Anti-gravity was indeed exceedingly abnormal. Following this was vacuum extraction. The complete extraction of air enveloped Chen Fei and his companions in a suffocating sensation, rendering them powerless. Fortunately, in the next moment, the one man and three beasts utilized crystal shuttling to escape. Otherwise, the experience would have been unbearable. Having experienced it once, Chen Fei had no desire to endure it a second time. It was far too terrifying. Qiyu, maximum power 4, soul separation. The spiny water spirit was indeed invincible to a certain extent. However, this invincibility did not extend to the soul, which is the weakness of nearly all beings. The peak level, soul separation, could be employed even against higher level foes. Even if it temporarily weakened Qiyu, Chen Fei was determined to obtain the innate spirit crystal, as it held significant importance for the subsequent development of Shirong. Just as the spiny water spirit's soul was expelled, a voice resonated through the artificial secret realm. The first 100 spots have been confirmed and will be teleported in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Chen Fei inwardly lamented the urgency of the situation. Time was insufficient. This was not the end. In the next moment, all 100 individuals were transported to the plaza. Chen Fei immediately checked the Holy Scripture space, then sighed in relief, patting his chest. Fortunately, I have secured the innate spirit crystal. The voice of the organizers announced. The individual competition has concluded. The top 100 participants from the first and second years are to assemble here in 2 days. Upon returning to the Shanghai Academy team, Su Shanhai and Sun Chuang began counting heads. Only 2 first-year students made it through, Chen Fei and Tang Jian. Su Can fell short by a narrow margin. Had he managed to hold on for just 2 more minutes, he would have had a chance. The second-year qualifiers included Jiang Yi and Bai Yang. Xia Zhujun, like Su Can, was not lacking in strength, but merely fell short of luck. In light of this, Su Shanhai was quite pleased. Excellent. It is commendable that Shanghai Academy has 4 individuals qualifying. This is already a significant improvement. In previous years, there were only 1 or 2 participants, or even none. Sun Chuang added. All right, you 4 should rest well over the next 2 days. Tomorrow I will brief you on the precautions for entering the Lingfu secret realm. As for the others, they packed their belongings and prepared to return to TNGQ NGCHing. The grand tournament had officially concluded, leaving some elated and others disheartened. However, Chen Fei was utterly indifferent to the affairs of others. Upon entering his room, he activated the SHNDN space, the artificial secret realm. As the participants were teleported away, the staff soon noticed a decline in the concentration of spiritual energy. The most likely explanation was that the innate spiritual crystals had been taken. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Tuoba Ziyuan merely nodded and vanished from sight. The staff had grown accustomed to this, aware that he utilized space traversal to directly enter the secret realm. When Tuoba Ziyuan arrived at the cavern, the sight before him nearly caused his eyes to bulge. The innate spiritual crystals were undoubtedly missing, a fact he had anticipated. Yet, what was truly absent went beyond just the innate spiritual crystals. The area appeared as though it had been thoroughly excavated. The pool of earth spirit crystal dew had been entirely removed. Even the precious sea or ing water spirit had vanished without a trace. After a long pause, Tuoba Ziyuan sighed. Has this deplorable habit of plundering been learned from Xiaosu? In the SHNDN space, Chen Fei had confined another area, which contained the innate spiritual crystals, earth spirit crystal dew, and the sea or ing water spirit. With no time to ponder, Chen Fei directly extracted this space using the SHNDN, taking as much as he could. Fortunately, everything he desired was successfully retrieved. However, he had not anticipated that the sea or ing water spirit would also be caught in the extraction. Now, he was hesitant to place the sea or ing water spirit directly into the X or ing space, fearing that any damage it might inflict would render his efforts futile. Observing the sea or ing water spirit baring its teeth at him from afar, Chen Fei felt a headache coming on. How should he handle this situation? After some contemplation, Chen Fei summoned the 3 beasts, ready for a fierce battle. He then opened the space containing the sea or ing water spirit. As expected, the sea or ing water spirit immediately unleashed rain of water arrows upon them. The water arrows from a level 4 beast were quite painful, capable of penetrating even Xiao Gu's crystalline shield. However, this was the SHNDN space. Everything within it was under Chen Fei's control. He erected an additional spatial barrier between the sea or ing water spirit and themselves, rendering its attacks ineffective against Chen Fei and his companions. Conversely, The skills of the three beasts could inflict damage upon the Sea-Ing water spirit. Thus, it became a one-sided affair of assault. The Sea-Ing water spirit, infuriated, flailed its tentacles in frustration. Xiao Gu resumed his role as translator. Chen Fei, it says you could be even more shameless. Chen Fei chuckled. Of course. Shamelessness is one of my few virtues. Upon hearing Xiao Gu's response, the Sea-Ing water spirit nearly fainted with rage, opting instead to collapse onto the ground, surrendering to whatever fate awaited it. Seeing the Sea-Ing water spirit in this state amused Chen Fei, who then communicated with it through his consciousness. I will not harm you, nor will I confine you. If you wish to leave, I can return you to the artificial secret realm, where there are crystalline resources left by Xiao Gu, allowing you to traverse back at any time. However, the Earth Spirit Crystal Dew and innate spiritual crystals cannot be returned to you. The Sea-Ing water spirit lifted its head, its gaze revealing a flicker of interest. Chen Fei continued, of course, you may also choose to remain in this space, which would essentially be a change of residence. Follow me, and I will show you the X-Ing Pure Land, and you may decide afterward. While Chen Fei could not influence the outside world, he could shape the X-Ing space at will. Whether he wished to transform it into a paradise or a pure land posed no issue. The Sea-Ing water spirit contemplated for a moment, realizing it was at the mercy of others, unable to win in a fight or escape. It decided to explore this new place. Upon stepping into the X-Ing space, the sight that met its eyes left it awestruck. The density of spiritual energy here was nearly equivalent to that of the artificial secret realm. At that moment, the X-Ing had expanded to the size of a football field, gradually replenishing and altering the spiritual energy density. The current density was about 15 times that of the outside world. Chen Fei had also utilized a portion of the X-Ing area to cultivate spiritual plants and flowers. Moreover, many spiritual plants had undergone evolution due to the X-Ing's nurturing. He had even excavated a pond specifically for nurturing Ing dragon carp. What astonished the Sea-Ing water spirit was not merely the rare resources, but the diverse array of demon beasts residing within this space. Different species of demon beasts coexisted peacefully here, something even the artificial secret realm could not achieve. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fei replaced the water in the pond with Earth Spirit Crystal Dew and positioned the innate spiritual crystals above. Even more astonishingly, he produced 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones to feed the innate spiritual crystals. Consequently, by this time tomorrow, they would yield 1 million high-grade spiritual stones worth of spiritual energy. It was unimaginable how far the X-Ing could progress under such circumstances. The only certainty was that with the inclusion of the innate spiritual crystals, the X-Ing was visibly expanding at an impressive rate. Even the Sea-Ing water spirit recognized the potential of this place. Although it was merely in its infancy, the future promised limitless possibilities, with potential far exceeding that of the artificial secret realm. It was no wonder Chen Fei dared to refer to it as the X-Ing Pure Land. Once settled, Chen Fei turned to the Sea-Ing water spirit. So if you wish to leave, I can send you back at any time. To his surprise, the Sea-Ing water spirit leaped directly into the Earth Spirit Crystal Dew, surfacing only after a few bubbles. You have taken away my shelter and expect me to leave? Not a chance. This Earth Spirit Crystal Dew belongs to me. Wherever it goes, I shall follow. Chen Fei chuckled heartily, choosing not to respond, as this was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. The Sea-Ing water spirit, a rare natural attribute creature, brought joy even in its inability to form a pact. Should it ever choose to contract with his mother in the future, it would be a welcome addition to their safety. Yet, they needed to reach the rank of a royal beastmaster to contract a 5th beast, and the road ahead remained long. The Sea-Ing water spirit officially settled into the X-Ing space, but it was improbable that it would do so without incurring some cost. WYN, replicate skills. It managed to replicate a total of 11 times, depleting WYN's spiritual energy before acquiring the vacuum extraction skill, subsequently replacing sound shatter. This skill targeted the enemy's auditory senses, but its limitations were somewhat significant compared to the dominance and terror of vacuum extraction. As for the slaughter value, the vast army of 100,000 third-generation insects in the Bu Mountains continued their efforts to accumulate it. After extracting over 200,000 slaughter points for WYN, both vacuum extraction and silence curse were elevated to their peak levels. The duration of silence increased to 3 seconds, while the range of vacuum extraction expanded to 20 meters, with the extraction time reduced to just 2 seconds. Thus, these 2 peak-level techniques would become WYN's new trump cards. However, the slaughter value had once again dwindled to nothing. It was quite the challenge. At the familiar round table, the high priest, the sower, and others reconvened. With the grand tournament concluded, the time had come for these prodigies to enter the Lingfu secret realm, which also represented the best opportunity for them. The following day, apart from Chen Fei and his 3 companions, Sun Chuang remained behind, while Su Shanhai and the others boarded the returning Jyingd Odt NGQ NGCHing. Before departing, Su Shanhai entrusted them with a storage ring containing some spiritual stones and provisions sufficient for those staying behind. Sun Chuang also began to provide insights to the 4. I have had the fortune of entering the Lingfu secret realm once. The resources within are indeed incredibly abundant. However, you must understand that opportunity and peril coexist. It is a closed space free from external disturbances, which means that spatial tokens will be rendered ineffective. You may only enter and exit through the entrance. Any dangers encountered during this time will require you to face them alone, as there will be no assistance from the outside. In previous years, some prodigies have perished within, so it remains paramount to ensure one's safety. Subsequently, Sun Chuang shared his knowledge, encompassing the various illusory zones, trial areas, and spiritual herb plantations within the secret realms. However, the entry points differ for each individual, and even Sun Chuang is only privy to a portion of this information. That said, let us leave it at that. You may arrange your remaining time as you wish, but do not indulge too recklessly and ensure you prepare ample means of self-preservation. After dispersing, Jiang Yi and Bai Yang departed separately. Tang Jian turned to Chen Fei and inquired, "Do you have any plans?" Chen Fei shrugged, indicating he had none. "Shall we explore the Lingbao shop together?" For some reason, Tang Jian's suggestion immediately conjured thoughts of Shen Lin in Chen Fei's mind. It must be said that their treasure-hunting mouse is quite effective. First, there was Shi Rang, then Ling Jing, both being premium spiritual items. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, there stood none other than Shen Lin. Chen Fei was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed true that thoughts manifest as reality. "What brings you here?" Shen Lin presented an assortment of snacks. "Of course. I have come specifically to seek your esteemed collaboration." "Collaboration?" Chen Fei questioned, slightly perplexed. Shen Lin, not one to beat around the bush, clarified. "I propose a partnership akin to that within the artificial secret realm. I will send out the treasure-hunting mouse to seek out rare resources, while you will handle the combat. After all, we will face not only guardian beasts but also contend with the second-year students vying for the same treasures." Shen Lin's words rang true. Within the Lingfu secret realm, a closed space where outsiders cannot intervene, there exist no rules. Consequently, first-year students often find themselves at a disadvantage, leading them to pursue collaboration each year. Chen Fei contemplated for a moment. Cooperation is certainly agreeable, but the challenge lies in our separation within the secret realm. Locating one another may prove difficult. That is indeed the case, Shen Lin affirmed. However, in the next moment, he summoned his Xianghu beast. "But do not forget, my Xianghu beast is of the scent-based variety. As long as you carry my specially crafted fragrance pouch, it can sense your presence within a 10-mile radius." Chen Fei had overlooked the existence of this auxiliary creature of Shen Lin's, which now appeared to be quite advantageous. Chen Fei's mind opened up further. "I almost forgot about the marvelous utility of the Gu Chong." He produced 2 Gu Chongs, both of which were second-generation specimens personally hatched by Xiao Gu. This genetic proximity ensures a heightened sensing ability. He handed one to Shen Lin and one to Tang Jian, instructing, "Keep hold of these Gu Chongs. As long as you are not too far from me and there are no other interferences, we should be able to sense one another." Shen Lin's eyes brightened. "This is splendid. I feared that interference might compromise our sense. With the addition of the Gu Chong, we have a dual layer of assurance." They then consumed their snacks while discussing further details. "By the way, Shen Lin, you are familiar with the Imperial City, where might one quickly amass Lingshi?" Chen Fei's inquiry came as no surprise to Shen Lin, as the eccentric Gu Chongs he maintained required substantial financial investment. Indeed, Chen Fei was in need of Lingshi, both for acquiring rare resources and for the Shi Rang space, which was akin to a massive money-devouring beast. Yet, the current investments promised great returns in the future. The most conventional avenue would be the gambling arena, provided one has someone to bet against. Chen Fei shook his head, dismissing this option. "Is there no alternative?" Shen Lin hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge further information. "Speak plainly, do not be so cryptic." "Very well, I shall be candid." Shen Lin opened his phone interface. "Take a look for yourself, the largest ore shop in the Imperial City. It gathered ores from across the nation. These were uncertain ores, not easily opened. Some contained ancient beast eggs, others were rare resources, some were antiquities, and some were mere remains. Naturally, some yielded nothing upon being split open. Thus, a betting activity known as gambling stones emerged. One spends a certain amount of Lingshi to gain the right to mine, and whatever is unearthed belongs to the buyer. This shop boasts the best reputation in the Imperial City for gambling stones, and there have been no reports of artificial ores. Some unscrupulous establishments extract the contents of spiritual ores beforehand, passing them off as genuine, only to restore the outer appearance through dubious means. Such ores are called artificial ores. Therefore, the gambling stone industry is fraught with uncertainty. Chen Fei expressed confusion. But don't you have the treasure-hunting mouse? Logically, it should lead you to valuable finds. Shenlin sighed with a wry smile. I have tried that before, to no avail. The treasure-hunting mouse can locate rare resources within a few miles of wild terrain. But each spiritual ore here possesses potential value. It merely salivates in front of each one, making it difficult to ascertain the best. If that were not the case, Shenlin would have already seized the opportunity. Chen Fei pondered. If the treasure-hunting mouse was ineffective, he wondered if Wu Yun would suffice. Let us go take a look. Perhaps there will be something worthwhile. The trio, being action-oriented, hastened to the gambling stone venue, only to find it utterly packed. This place is always bustling, Shenlin remarked. Chen Fei and Tang Jian were unfazed. Gambling is indeed an addictive pursuit. Once one uncovers a valuable item, the anticipation for the next and the next leads to deeper immersion. Chen Fei refrained from immediately participating, instead holding Wu Yun, taking a leisurely stroll to observe. Manager Zhao Yu stood atop the platform, calling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a total of 680 spiritual ores arriving today. First come, first served. Moreover, these 10 prized spiritual ores remain untouched. I wonder if today someone can enlighten us." Prized spiritual ores. Chen Fei glanced at Shenlin, who pointed to the towering ores behind Zhao Yu, explaining, "Those 10 large spiritual ores, each exuding a potent spiritual aura, are priced at 10 million premium lingshur. Their exorbitant cost deters the vast majority. Furthermore, their stability is notoriously poor. There have been instances where someone unearthed a top-tier beast egg from within. 10 million premium lingshur cannot secure a top-tier beast, yielding massive profits. Of course, some have merely extracted a few Xianling grasses, incurring significant losses. Thus, most individuals shy away from such large spiritual ores." Both men understood. Gambling stones thrived on their inherent unpredictability. Meow among those large stones, several emanate purple energy. Before Chen Fei could inquire, Wu Yun spoke first. It seemed these prized spiritual ores indeed held something of value. However, 10 million premium lingshur, or 1 billion medium-grade lingshur, is no small sum. At present, Chen Fei could hardly produce such a quantity. It would be prudent to start with smaller ores. Meow, this stone predominantly exhibits blue energy, with only a hint of purple. Guided by Wu Yun, Chen Fei's attention was drawn to a deformed ore. Although small and irregularly shaped, it appeared to hold little promise. As those who had examined it had already shaken their heads in dismay. The asking price was 2 million medium-grade lingshur. Due to its unappealing appearance, the price was significantly lower than that of other spiritual ores. Chen Fei did not rush to purchase, but instead checked if the Holy Scripture could discern any information. The outcome was evident. It could not. The rock layers obstructed any revealing information. Observing Chen Fei's unwavering gaze upon the ore, Shenlin curiously asked, "Surely you do not intend to buy this?" "Listen to me," he cautioned. "Its appearance is far too poor. Even if it contains something, it is unlikely to be substantial." Chen Fei, undeterred, countered, "Rare resources are not measured by size, but by quality. Quantity without quality is ultimately futile." After speaking, Chen Fei picked up the mineral while instructing Tang Jian to lift the adjacent one as well. Although smaller in size, it possessed a symmetrical shape and a striking hue. Priced at 1.6 million middle-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei intended to use this piece merely as a decoy. It was unrealistic to expect all minerals to yield valuable treasures. The shopkeeper would certainly cease selling to him otherwise. As the two approached the stone-cutting area with their minerals, the crowd parted to make way. "Oh look, it's the rookie, choosing the 2 ugliest spirit ores. What do you know? Just look at their demeanor. They're obviously students without much money, here to take a gamble." No, you misunderstand. This individual is a popular contender in this year's Bai Cheng Grand Competition, an impressive insect cultivator and a wealthy player. "Oh, an insect cultivator. How interesting. But surely, those 2 spirit ores aren't enough for a big shot like you? You should acquire a few more." The onlookers at the gambling stone venue were not necessarily there to bet. Sometimes, simply watching others cut stones provided entertainment, akin to unboxing mystery boxes, where the contents remained a delightful mystery, satisfying the human curiosity for exploration. After considerable effort, Chen Fei finally made his way through the crowd, declaring, "I wish to cut these 2 spirit ores." The cutter assessed the stones and, factoring in labor costs, quoted a total of 3.7 million middle-grade spirit stones, requiring payment up front before proceeding. Without hesitation, Chen Fei produced the spirit stones, his eyes unwavering. After all, this money had been won in the gambling arena. This only solidified his reputation as a wealthy player in the eyes of the spectators. "Let's cut the smaller one first." Following Chen Fei's command, The cutter instructed his beast, the blade ghost mantis, to commence. Utilizing its blade-like arms, the mantis swiftly sliced through the mineral's rocky exterior. Once the outer layer was removed, a jade-like substance emerged. The blade ghost mantis continued until the layer was entirely cleared, revealing a core the size of a walnut. The cutter handed this to Chen Fei for him to open. Others leaned in closer or stood on tiptoes, eager to see the contents within. As Chen Fei gently opened it, a bead-like object appeared, shimmering with a translucent blue-white glow. The crowd collectively shook their heads, recognizing it as a moonlight pearl, containing faint elemental light with limited utility. This is worth only a few 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones at best. What a loss. Still too young and inexperienced to grasp the essence of stone gambling. Shen Lin and Tang Jian shared a sense of disappointment. Such a promising exterior yielded such lackluster contents. Indeed, without cutting, one could never know what lay hidden within. Let's cut the second piece. The crowd regarded the misshapen spirit or with skepticism, but Chen Fei remained optimistic, sensing that the real spectacle was about to unfold. The blade ghost mantis began by removing the outer layer again, only to discover that part of it had turned jade-like, while the other portion was merely ordinary rock. It swiftly severed through the rocky layer and continued to carve into the jade material. This time, however, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As the jade substance was cut halfway, the crowd felt an electrifying presence. With the attribute of lightning, this item appeared to be extraordinary. This young man has good fortune. He struck gold with the second piece. I had my doubts about this mineral, but it seems I was mistaken. As the final cut was made, the true nature of the contents was unveiled. It was a charred piece of wood, appearing blackened and riddled with patterns resembling lightning strikes. Everyone was momentarily stunned. They had anticipated a lightning attribute treasure, only to find a mere lightning-struck branch. I said it. Such a misshapen stone would yield nothing of value. He has suffered losses on both counts. It seems this young man's luck is not so great. The tide of opinion shifted rapidly. Chen Fei, examining the branch, recalled that the purple energy mentioned by Wu Yun must be significant. Suddenly, he noticed a deeply concealed sprout emerging from a crack in the wood. The information regarding this piece of withered wood materialized before him. Jutian Wudao Lu, Nirvana stage. Attributes: elemental, life, yin-yang, auxiliary. Qualification: potential for ascension to a celestial plant. Remark: this Lu encountered a lightning tribulation, unable to endure, preserving its vitality within this withered wood. After countless years, it has sprouted anew, having faced a lightning tribulation. Did this not signify a being on the verge of ascension? Unfortunately, it had faltered and must start anew. If nurtured properly, could it not return to its former glory? Contemplating this, Chen Fei stored the withered wood within his Shirong space. After all, it was worth 2 million middle-grade spirit stones. He could keep it as a decorative piece. The onlookers expressed admiration for Chen Fei's optimism. Yes, young man, do not be disheartened. Consider it a lesson learned through expenditure. Will you continue? As they say, fortune often follows adversity. Perhaps your next cut will yield a treasure. Chen Fei chuckled. Indeed, I shall continue. Unless I unearth a remarkable treasure today, I shall not return. Manager Zhao Yu, noticing the lively atmosphere, refrained from disrupting it. Instead, he sent over refreshments for Chen Fei and his companions, encouraging them to enjoy and continue cutting stones. He particularly relished such lavish spenders at the gambling stone venue. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Fei had already tasted some success and was even more eager. Meow, this one emits a faint orange-red glow. An orange-red glow? Wu Yun, how many colors can you perceive in the aura, and what do they signify? Wu Yun was uncertain, as it could only rely on its own observations. Meow, the auras I can see seem to be divided into gray, green, blue, orange-red, and purple. Gray auras I've only seen on ordinary people without the talent for beast mastery. Purple, however, belongs to those of the highest potential. Currently, only you and Tuoba Ziyuan can see purple auras. Others like Jiang Yi and Nangong Xingchen only possess orange-red auras. According to Wu Yun's classification, the first spirit or that had been cut was green, resulting in the rather average moonlight pearl. As for the withered wood, its potential was minimal, yet. Being left by a level 9 tier 5 entity, it belonged to the blue aura category. The newly sprouted shoot, however, represented the rebirth of Jutian Wudao Lu, brimming with limitless potential, worthy of the purple aura. Meow, by the way, there is also a black aura, which I have only seen on headless angels. I am unsure of its meaning. Wu Yun did not know, and Chen Fei certainly could not fathom it, leaving him to explore further in the future. You mentioned this oval spirit or has an orange-red aura, so let us secure it. Chen Fei then instructed Tang Jian and Shun Lin to each casually carry a piece, with him footing the bill. This interplay of reality and illusion would more effectively mask their intentions. Tang Jian carried a green aura spirit ore, which yielded a Zixia stone, capable of absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth before transforming into a spiritual liquid for cultivation. However, the conversion rate was exceedingly slow, making direct use of spirit stones for cultivation far more practical. Shunlin's blue aura spirit ore produced a tier of the merman, useful for healing and other applications. Valued at approximately 3 million middle-grade spirit stones, yielding a slight profit. Yet, in the eyes of the spectators, thus far, the 4 pieces were still deemed losses, drawing little attention. Please cut this one for me as well. The crowd observed as Chen Fei approached with an oval-shaped spirit ore that resembled an egg. However, typically, spirit ores resembling eggs did not yield egg-like treasures. This piece was priced at 3.2 million middle-grade spirit stones, indicating the young man's considerable wealth. Could one not be wealthy, having just cut 5 pieces? What if this one yielded nothing of value? His losses would be substantial. Chen Fei chuckled inwardly, convinced that loss was impossible. The Jiutian Wudao Lu alone was worth a beast egg. He was bound to profit. As the blade ghost mantis began to peel away the outer layer, the orange-red aura spirit ore began to reveal its true nature. As the cutting progressed, a rich, fiery essence surged forth. The incident attracted the attention of all the owners at the Gambling Stone venue. Zhao Yu hurried over and commanded, "Seal off the space of the Gambling Stone venue. Do not allow this flame to escape." Subsequently, summoned the Mo Yin Hualong. Powerful flames possess a certain level of sentience. Without appropriate means of control, it is all too easy for them to flee, a scenario that no one wishes to witness. The Mo Yin Hualong and the Xin Bing Feng serve as the 5th-level guardian beasts of the Gambling Stone venue, capable of suppressing any flames or ice crystals that may emerge. The knife demon mantis also became exceedingly cautious, wielding his blade with increasing delicacy, fearful of being scorched by the flames. Before the final cuts could be made, the green flame incinerated the jade-like substance entirely and ascended into the air, prepared to depart. However, the proprietor had already enacted spatial confinement, making escape far from simple. Soon after, the Mo Yin Hualong captured the flame. Yet, this flame was unwilling to be subdued, gathering a substantial amount of fire elements from the air before erupting violently. In an instant, turquoise flames engulfed the entire Gambling Stone venue, incinerating tables and chairs to ashes. Only the crowd and the spiritual ore remained unharmed beneath the protective barrier of the Mo Yin Hualong. Nevertheless, the sweltering heat caused everyone to sweat profusely, retreating repeatedly. The emergence of this new flame, capable of stalemating a 5th-level beast for such an extended period, attests to its formidable nature. Fortunately, as a nascent flame, it had not yet matured. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The massive flames gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a blue flame seed, which the Mo Yin Hualong contained within its claws. Zhao Yu's voice resonated. "Congratulations to this esteemed customer for uncovering a superior item. If I am not mistaken, this flame should be Di Huang Qinghua, forged from the remains of the Di Huang Huiqilan. It ranks between 3rd and 4th levels, beneath the beast flames and above the extraordinary flames. Of course, should it receive nourishment from other flames, there exists the potential for it to evolve into an extraordinary flame." Zhao Yu had not erred. The description aligned closely with that found in the Holy Codex of Slaughter. The onlookers were astounded. It is indeed Di Huang Qinghua. This item is remarkable. Extraordinary flames are valued equivalently to high-level beast companions. The beast fire, positioned between the 3rd and 4th levels, is worth a minimum of 6 to 7 million upper-grade spiritual stones. From 3.2 million middle-grade spiritual stones to 7 million upper-grade spiritual stones. That is a direct increase of over 20 times. This individual is not only a wealthy patron, but also a fortuitous one. The majority of the crowd cast envious glances. 5 spiritual ores yielded a superior item. The sensation was exhilarating. What was once a loss was entirely regained in this moment. Zhao Yu's voice echoed once more. "Young sir, our Qianlong Lingquang store sincerely offers to acquire this flame seed for 8 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Alternatively, you may choose to store it at our Qianlong Merchant Association headquarters for auction alongside tomorrow's goods. Of course, you may also opt to keep it for yourself." The Qianlong Merchant Association is one of the largest commercial entities nationwide, surpassing the Chongqing Merchant Association in Jiangnan. While Di Huang Qinghua is indeed impressive, it is an exclusive treasure of fire-type demon beasts, which Chen Fei currently has no use for. Moreover, nurturing beast fire into extraordinary fire is no simple task. For Chen Fei, it would be more trouble than it is worth. Without much hesitation, Chen Fei replied, "Then I will exchange it for 8 million upper-grade spiritual stones." With 8 million upper-grade spiritual stones, Chen Fei would possess ample capital to continue mining. Zhao Yu was elated. Wonderful. Young sir, your decisiveness is commendable. I shall immediately dispatch someone to prepare the spiritual stones. At the auction house, this Di Huang Qing might fetch tens of millions in upper-grade spiritual stones, much to Zhao Yu's delight. However, he heard Chen Fei wave his hand. No rush, manager. I wish to continue examining stones. The funds for the subsequent stone examinations can be deducted from the total. Zhao Yu was even more pleased. Of course, that is not a problem. Please proceed. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Jian and Shen Lin drew closer. Chen Fei, know when to stop. These 8 million upper-grade spiritual stones will be sufficient for quite a while. Indeed, gambling stones often leads to losses. A moment of victory does not guarantee perpetual success. Chen Fei understood their goodwill and patted their shoulders. Rest assured, I am well aware of my circumstances. When have you ever seen me take risks without certainty? He deliberately winked at them. Shen Lin instantly comprehended. You mean? Before he could finish, Tang Jian covered his mouth. Chen Fei signaled for silence. No need to alarm anyone. Keep it to yourselves. Shen Lin nodded emphatically, his eyes still filled with astonishment. All right, let us continue examining stones. This time, Chen Fei bypassed the small spiritual ores, having nearly exhausted the good finds. His gaze shifted towards the medium-sized spiritual ores, each exceeding a meter in height. Priced between 1 million and 2 million upper-grade spiritual stones, an expense that most could not afford. Without the Di Huang Qinghua and its 8 million upper-grade spiritual stones, Chen Fei would not have dared to set his sights here. How intriguing. It seems this big shot is aiming for medium-sized spiritual ores. I am eager to see what excellent items these medium-sized spiritual ores might yield. Chen Fei ambled along with Wu Yun. So, Wu Yun, are there any more superior items? Wu Yun nodded. Meow, there are several orange-red auras and a faint purple aura. Excellent. Another purple aura. That is certainly promising. Instead of approaching the spiritual or directly, Chen Fei circled around, taking his time before arriving beside this particular ore, intending to lift it alongside another nearby one. Just then, a coarse voice interrupted. Hold on. I have my eye on this spiritual ore as well. Chapter 96. The Spiritual or Gambling Duel. The crowd turned to see a slightly plump man in his 30s, adorned in expensive attire, exuding an air of extravagance. However, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, clearly a sign of excess. It was none other than Yuan Kong from the Yuan family. Who would have imagined he would show up today? This man is a true big shot. Chen Fei and Tang Jian edged closer to Shen Lin. What is his background? The astonishment in Shen Lin's eyes had not fully faded when it resurfaced. He is the young master of the Lu Sha Merchant Association, which is naturally in competition with the Qianlong Merchant Association. Thus, both sides often send people to disrupt each other's gambling stone venues. Who would have thought Yuan Kong would personally make an appearance today? Yuan Kang's intentions were straightforward, to seize the superior items from this store, leaving the remaining spiritual ores worthless. The opposing party would be forced to bring in a new batch of goods, or else they might have to shut down for a few days. Upon seeing Yuan Kong, Zhao Yu's expression darkened, yet he could do nothing to expel him. He was merely the manager, not the owner of the Qianlong Merchant Association. Young sir, would you be willing to let me have this spiritual ore? Upon arriving, Yuan Kong immediately set his sights on the spiritual ore beneath Chen Fei's feet. If it were any other spiritual ore, Chen Fei would not mind yielding it. But this one, imbued with a faint purple aura, was unlikely to be relinquished, even if it was not as valuable as the Jiutian Wu Dao Lu. I'm afraid not. Chen Fei hoisted the spiritual ore and prepared to proceed with the stone examination. Yuan Kong was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for someone to speak to him in such a manner. He incredulously asked, "Do you not know who I am?" Chen Fei shook his head. "I am here to gamble on stones. Your identity holds no interest for me." Yuan Kong clicked his tongue. How amusing. Truly amusing. I encounter something fresh the moment I step out today. Since we are both enthusiasts of gambling stones, I shall not abuse my power. Zhao Yu. What should be done when two individuals set their sights on the same stone? Zhao Yu had originally intended to ignore Yuan Kong, but as he was called out, he had no choice but to step forward. In the realm of stone gambling, there exists a certain code of conduct. When two individuals simultaneously express an interest in a particular stone and neither is willing to concede, they may engage in a contest to determine the rightful owner. A look of exasperation crossed Chen Fei's face, pondering how gambling had infiltrated every corner of the imperial city. Nonetheless, public brawls were prohibited, making contests the most viable solution. Unlike previous encounters, this stone gambling event would primarily revolve around spirit minerals. Each participant was to select 3 spirit minerals of the same grade. The one who garnered the greatest total from their stones would emerge victorious, and the yields from the 3 selected spirit minerals would ultimately belong to the winner. How about it? Do you dare to engage in a gamble with me? Yuan Kong inquired with a cheerful smile directed at Chen Fei. He genuinely hoped that his opponent would accept, for few dared to challenge him in such a manner. With a resigned sigh, Chen Fei realized he could not evade this confrontation any longer. Since avoidance was no longer an option, he decided to embrace the challenge. Let us gamble. Yuan Kong clapped his hands in excitement. Wonderful. It seems I came here on the right day. It has been over half a year since I last engaged in a contest. Zhao Yu, I would like you to serve as a witness for this match. Zhao Yu reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. This contest will utilize medium-grade spirit minerals as the stakes. You shall have 10 minutes to select your spirit minerals. After 10 minutes, no further changes may be made. The contest begins now. As Zhao Yu's words echoed, a creature resembling a rock-furred guinea pig leaped from Yuan Kong's embrace. The creature, small and adorned with rock-like dorsal fins, was as anticipated. It possessed attributes of both the rock and magnetic elements. It boasted a unique ability, magnetic probe, allowing it to transmit magnetic signals to the Earth and, from the feedback, ascertain the general location of rare treasures. This same ability could now be employed to probe the spirit minerals, relaying information about their form, size, and characteristics, thereby aiding the Beastmaster in their judgment. Thus, the knowledge of the Beastmaster was a critical aspect of the process. The appearance of this rock-furred guinea pig was Yuan Kong's first in the Qianlong spirit mineral shop, meaning there were no restrictions against it. Upon recognizing the creature's capabilities, Chen Fei chose not to dwell on it further. Its powers were commendable, placing it above average in the stone gambling arena. Yet it paled in comparison to the treasure-seeking mouse and was far inferior to Wu Yun. The two quickly selected their 3 spirit minerals and had them transported to the cutting table. Shall you go first, or shall I? Yuan Kong continued to beam with delight. You seem quite confident, so you may go first. Chen Fei, wary that starting first might intimidate his opponent, let Yuan Kong take the lead. A crowd of onlookers gathered, eager to witness the spectacle, as they found spirit mineral contests far more captivating than beast battles. Only the blade demon mantis was busily engaged, living a life of toil. The first spirit mineral soon revealed its secrets. It was a pet egg. Judging by the shape, energy, and quantity feedback from the rock-furred guinea pig, Yuan Kong quickly identified it. Not just one egg, but a clutch, 5-level, 5 pet eggs of the star-eating rock-armored beast, valued at 6 million high-quality spirit stones. As Zhao Yu announced its worth, gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. As expected of Yuan Kong, a brilliant start. At this rate, each subsequent find may be even more impressive. I wonder if that young man can withstand the pressure. As the crowd's attention shifted to the second spirit mineral, its form began to emerge. Before it was fully revealed, a chilling aura swept across the spirit mineral arena. Some attendees tightened their garments, still feeling the cold, and soon began to shiver. Zhao Yu promptly instructed. This is an ice crystal spirit object. Take appropriate measures. First it was beast fire, and now ice crystals. Today's stone gambling event is quite lively. Then, a pink ice crystal burst forth from the jade-like object, akin to the Earth Emperor's azure flame, choosing to pierce the air. Unfortunately, its fate mirrored that of the Earth Emperor's azure flame. Zhao Yu could not identify the ice crystal and summoned the spirit mineral shop's treasure research master, Kong Simiao. This object is quite unusual. If I am not mistaken, it should be the remains of a cold soul ice shark from the ocean, which has gradually transformed into an ice crystal through years of evolution. For some unknown reason, this ice crystal ended up on land, existing in a uniquely frigid environment, which allowed it to absorb the icy energies of its surroundings and slowly take on its present form. Kong Simiao's revelation elicited gasps from the crowd. An existence so close to anomalous ice means it is worth at least 10 million high-quality spirit stones. Incredible. 2 consecutive finds of such high value. This truly showcases Yuan Kong's prowess. What might the third reveal? The crowd eagerly turned their attention to the third mineral, and upon its unveiling, they discovered 2 ivory tusks. The tusks were intricately adorned with dense, swirling patterns and emitted a faint blue glow. Kong Simiao rushed over, nearly pressing himself against the display, his excitement palpable, akin to a connoisseur catching a whiff of a rare vintage. Remarkable. These are the tusks of the ancient level 5 beast, the cloud-winged mammoth. They possess significant historical and research value. Moreover, before its demise, it infused its energy and insights into these tusks, serving as a legacy of its lineage. Thus, the one who acquires these tusks can potentially teach their beast some of the skills the cloud-winged mammoth possessed in life. Not to mention, these tusks are subject to a transformative technique. Otherwise, how could they have shrunk from 4 or 5 meters to less than 1 meter? Of course, only those with compatible attributes can learn from them. Otherwise, it would be a waste. The skills of an ancient level 5 beast are indeed rare, comparable in rarity to the previously mentioned pink ice crystal. The final bid for the tusks reached 12 million high-quality spirit stones. Yuan Kong's 3 spirit minerals yielded a total of 28 million high-quality spirit stones. Incredible! An investment of 4 million high-quality spirit stones has returned 28 million. What an easy profit! While it was indeed lucrative, it must be noted that not everyone possessed such capability. Now, all eyes turned to Chen Fei, questioning whether he could surpass Yuan Kong's total. Given that Yuan Kong had succeeded 3 times, it seemed a daunting task for Chen Fei, who lacked such experience. All the pressure now rested squarely on Chen Fei's shoulders. No one had faith in him. Even Xun Lin and Tang Jian felt anxious for him. While they were aware that Chen Fei possessed his own means, they were left in the dark about the extent of his advantages. Let us see what you have. Only Chen Fei had faith in himself. No, it would be more accurate to say he had faith in Wu Yun. As Yuan Kong's spirit minerals were being fully revealed, spiritual energy began to surge forth. In contrast, Chen Fei's spirit minerals were still encased in a thin layer of jade, hardly a whisper of spiritual energy emanating from them. The likelihood was that they were worthless. Xun Lin anxiously tugged at his hair, whispering, "Didn't Chen Fei say he had a plan? What is happening now?" Tang Jian shook his head in resignation. "I do not know. My acquaintance with Chen Fei has been brief. All I know is that he is quite cunning and enjoys keeping his cards close to his chest. So you mean to say he still has a hidden card? We will find out soon enough." The jade casing was finally cut away. Unlike previous encounters, where participants unveiled pet eggs or rare treasures, Chen Fei directly revealed a top-grade spirit stone. This spirit stone bore no remarkable patterns, unlike those associated with formations or legacies. Yuan Kong erupted in laughter. "How amusing. A spirit mineral valued at 1 million high-quality spirit stones, and you somehow managed to unearth a mere top-grade spirit stone. This must be some sort of consolation prize, right?" "Huh." The others exchanged glances, bemused, as such spirit minerals were indeed exceedingly rare, and yet Chen Fei had stumbled upon one. It was akin to receiving a consolation prize when one had seemingly achieved nothing. The young man's luck seems extraordinarily poor. How could he encounter such a misfortune? Even if he were to unveil something else, it would certainly be preferable to this. Alas, the precious spiritual ore has been wasted, with only 2 pieces remaining. It appears rather challenging for him to triumph over Yuan Kong. Chen Fei scratched his head, contemplating the orange-red spiritual ore possessed by Wu Yun. It should not be so simple. He firmly believed in Wu Yun, suspecting it might conceal profound mysteries. With this thought in mind, Chen Fei shattered the exquisite spiritual stone to see if anything else might emerge. Regrettably, after searching tirelessly, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Could it be that Wu Yun truly misjudged the situation? Chapter 98. Please ask Kong Lao for another appraisal. The absence of anything within the exquisite spiritual stone plunged Chen Fei into a state of self-doubt. Others observing his demeanor might assume his confidence had been shattered, expressing their pity with a few tsks. Even Tang Jian and Xun Lin were at a loss as to how to offer comfort. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Chen Fei's mind. "Chen Fei, I sense the presence of the insect clan. Are you certain?" Chen Fei's previously disheartened thoughts sprang back to life. "Indeed. Among us insect clan, there exists a unique scent, though I have never encountered this particular aroma before." With Xiao Gu's affirmation, Chen Fei promptly set about his task. He began to examine the larger pieces of the spiritual ore's exterior, instructing the knife demon mantis to slice through them again if necessary. In Yuan Kang's eyes, Chen Fei's efforts appeared to be mere struggles, rendering the situation rather dull for him. He preferred a worthy opponent, relishing the thrill of competition rather than an overwhelming victory. Do not waste time. Those little nodules are unlikely to yield anything of value. Bored, Yuan Kong wished to conclude matters swiftly. Just then, Chen Fei exclaimed, "I finally found it." The others turned to follow his gaze and discovered that he was holding a piece of amber no larger than a pistachio. Upon seeing the amber, Kong Simiao immediately rushed over, intrigued by such curiosities. He held up the amber, scrutinizing it against the light. Inside, there were 3 insect-like creatures, each only the size of a common mosquito but resembling dragonflies. Their bodies were composed of ice crystals, exhibiting a translucent light blue hue. Soon, Kong Simiao's astonished voice echoed, "This is an ancient 3-transformation frost demon Gu." The crowd looked on in confusion, having never heard that name before. "Kong Lao, what is so remarkable about this 3-transformation frost demon Gu?" "Oh, there is much to discuss." Kong Simiao organized his thoughts before elaborating. The term 3-transformation is not merely for its allure. It signifies that these beings possess the ability to undergo 3 metamorphoses. Their transformation conditions are considerably less demanding than evolution. Moreover, during the 3rd transformation, they can reach at least level 4. The 3 Gu insects within this amber are already at level 4, meaning they have at least one more opportunity for metamorphosis. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Thus, these 3 goo insects possess the potential to elevate to level 5. Wow, that makes them far more precious than a level 5 beast egg. Indeed, beast eggs must first hatch. Without hatching, they are worthless. At this moment, Yuan Kong interjected. Have you considered one crucial factor? These goo insects have likely been trapped within the amber for tens of thousands of years. Can they still be alive? The crowd fell silent, contemplating. Indeed, amber does not form in just a day or two. Those 3 transformation frost demons may very well be long dead. No, they are still alive, Chen Fei asserted confidently. The crowd turned to him, eager to hear his explanation. Chen Fei received the amber that Kong Si Miao had passed to him and stated, "It is widely known that amber typically forms from the resin of coniferous plants, solidified over many years underground. Generally, living organisms do not exist within amber. However, there are exceptions, such as when beings are intentionally sealed within or when they crawl in and seal themselves. Even so, it is exceedingly rare for any life form to survive the passage of time, akin to the rarity of a Chi-Yu." Chen Fei continued, "Besides the 3 transformation characteristic, the frost demon Gu possesses another trait. When confronted with a natural enemy, they will choose to seal themselves, suppressing their presence and life. Hence, it is likely that the 3 transformation frost demons willingly entered the amber. If so, they may still have a chance of survival." Kong Si Miao, who had dedicated much of his life to research, was uncertain about many aspects due to the long passage of time. He humbly inquired, "If that is the case, how can we awaken them?" Chen Fei chuckled lightly. "It is simple." He then turned to Yuan Kong. "May I borrow the pink ice crystal?" Yuan Kong waved his hand dismissively. "Feel free." He too was curious to see what Chen Fei could conjure. Chen Fei merely brought the amber close to the pink ice crystal and remained still. 1 minute passed, and the goo insects within the amber began to stir. Chen Fei seized the moment to explain, "The 3 transformation frost demons thrive in icy conditions, and those special ice crystals are exceptionally appealing to them. Once they have sealed themselves, the only way to attract them back is through the ice crystals. Therefore, I would appreciate it if Manager Zhao could assist in capturing them." Of course. Zhao Yu agreed readily. Shortly thereafter, 2 3 transformation frost demons emerged from the amber and flew directly towards the pink ice crystal. However, before they could reach it, they were captured and confined within a crystal box. Chen Fei let out a silent sigh of relief. This was a favorable outcome. "Now please, Kong Lao, provide another appraisal. What is the value of a level 4, 2-stage wild 3 transformation frost demon Gu?" Chapter 99. I shall open a store with spiritual ore. In response to Chen Fei's inquiry, Kong Si Miao meticulously organized his thoughts. A Gu insect of level 4, 2-stage, is undoubtedly more valuable than an unhatched beast egg. Furthermore, given that these 3 transformation frost demons retain 1 more metamorphosis opportunity, they surpass many level 4 beasts. Thus, each Gu insect is worth at least 3.5 million top-tier spiritual stones. Adding to this the research value of the deceased Gu insect, the appraisal is 8 million top-tier spiritual stones. Chen Fei's endeavor had indeed been a roller coaster of ups and downs. Fortunately, his perseverance paid off. Otherwise, he would have missed this amber. Who would have guessed it was not nestled within a jade artifact, but rather hidden within the rock's surface? This meant that for the first spiritual ore, Chen Fei had gained an advantage. Intriguingly, Yuan Kong retrieved a chair carved from dragon bones from his spatial ring and sat down, stroking the head of a guinea pig, eagerly observing Chen Fei's other 2 spiritual ores. The second one was not as convoluted. It quickly yielded a gourd filled with the essence of a true phoenix's rebirth liquid. The essence left behind during the rebirth of a water attribute phoenix is undeniably a vital spiritual item for level 5 avian beasts. The final appraisal reached 9 million top-tier spiritual stones. Thus far, Chen Fei had outperformed Yuan Kong by 1 million top-tier spiritual stones. All that remained was to see the value of the last spiritual ore. This particular piece was the most striking among the medium-sized spiritual ores, exhibiting a vibrant orange-red aura. As the knife demon mantis sliced through it, a wave of oppressive energy erupted, causing the onlookers to stagger back, nearly unsettling Yuan Kong in his seat. Even the Mo Yin fire dragon and Xin Bing Feng could not ascend into the air, forced to land on the ground as they sensed a suppression from their bloodlines. What kind of formidable beast could exert such a level of pressure? Wow, what is this? In my lifetime, I have never felt such an intense murderous aura. The malevolent energy seemed almost tangible. Look, the knife demon mantis has yet to make a move, and the layer of jade-like material is slowly being torn apart. Before anyone could react, 2 beastly fangs shot forth, releasing an overwhelming aura of malevolence, utterly terrifying. This is the fangs of the ancient Jialei Jian Hu. The astonished voice of Kong Si Miao reverberated throughout the scene. Following this revelation, the jaws of all present nearly dropped to the ground. struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. For the GLA Jianqi, who is no ordinary beast, it embodies an extraordinary level of power. The lightning it commands is not mere electricity, but the genuine thunder of divine retribution, with even the weakest being on par with the nine heavens' divine thunder. At this moment, the two fangs hovered in the air, coalescing into a faint ethereal image of the GLA Jianqi Hu. This apparition faced the dark cloud in Chen Fei's embrace, seemingly transcending time and space, engaging in a silent exchange with the cloud. The cloud stood resolute, unperturbed. In its eyes, the Jianqi Hu was merely an ephemeral presence, posing little threat. However, the GLA Jianqi Hu let out a fearsome roar, channeling all its malevolent energy towards the dark cloud, even affecting Chen Fei, who staggered back, his complexion paling. The dark cloud, incensed, had no fear. It had dared to confront even a headless celestial angel, let alone an inanimate object. Utilizing the purple energy from its heavy pupils, it retaliated fiercely. Instantly, the apparition dimmed slightly. Fortunately, it was merely an inanimate object. Otherwise, even the dark cloud's heavy pupils might not have sufficed. With a roar directed towards the heavens, the apparition gradually faded, leaving only the two fangs suspended before the dark cloud. Such a display typically signifies acknowledgement. It seems that the little brother's feline demon is quite extraordinary. Kong Si Miao was the first to regain his composure, being the eldest present, accustomed to grand spectacles. He did not delve into the secrets of the dark cloud, but instead exclaimed loudly, "The fangs of the GLA Jianqi, who can be utilized for the evolution of feline and tiger-like beasts." Being a rare level beast itself, it possesses significant potential for development. Initially, it would be valued at no less than 20 million high-grade spirit stones. But since it has just recognized its master, subsequent users would encounter complications, leading to a drop in price. Even so, it is still worth 15 million high-grade spirit stones. Zhao Yu chimed in, following Kong Si Miao's lead, since Elder Kong has made a bid. Then this young brother's 3 spirit mines amount to a total of 32 million high-grade spirit stones. This young brother is victorious. The crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Wow, Yuan Kong has become so formidable, yet he ultimately lost. Indeed, gambling on stones is the most unpredictable endeavor. One can only say that this young brother's luck is extraordinarily exceptional. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, Yuan Kong clapped his hands. Excellent, excellent. Today is quite entertaining. Few can make me, Yuan Kong, lose. Young brother, you are indeed a remarkable figure. Since this is a wager, these 3 items and the spirit mine belong to you. Yuan Kong did not rage at his loss, but instead regarded Chen Fei with admiration. Becoming the young master of the Lusha Chamber of Commerce is no small feat, and a black cat recognized by the GLA Jianqi, who is certainly not an ordinary creature. As the owner of the black cat, how could Chen Fei appear so simple on the surface? Such individuals are best befriended. Who would wish to create enemies? That would be a pursuit of folly. Yuan Kong then continued. After all, my initial capital was merely 4 million high-grade spirit stones. Yet I have managed to acquire all these mid-level spirit mines without any loss, not a single loss. It dawned on the crowd that Yuan Kang's initial intent had been to stir trouble. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome remained unchanged. Who would still seek mid-level spirit mines now? That would be sheer foolishness. After all, the good items are already in Chen Fei's possession, rendering this batch of mid-level spirit mines virtually worthless. Yuan Kang's words were akin to a dagger to the heart. Zhao Yu's expression shifted dramatically, veering between darkness and uncertainty, but predominantly reflecting helplessness, as both these individuals were truly monstrous. Yuan Kong, in high spirits, began to gather his belongings to depart, only to hear Chen Fei addressing Zhao Yu. Manager Zhao, aside from the Jianqi Hu's fangs, I will be leaving the other 5 items as collateral in your establishment. The spirit stones converted from them, I intend to use for acquiring a town spirit mine. Even Yuan Kong was momentarily halted in his tracks upon hearing Chen Fei's declaration. I wish to acquire a town spirit mine. This proclamation caused everyone to turn sharply towards Chen Fei, astonished by his audacity. How bold! How magnificent! How intriguing! The previously departing Yuan Kong returned, retrieving his dragon bone chair to continue observing. Such a riveting scene was not to be missed. Even manager Zhao Yu was taken aback by Chen Fei's bold assertions. It was unexpected that after so long, someone finally sought to engage with the town's spirit mine. Zhao Yu called out loudly, "Bring forth the 10 town spirit mines for Mr. Chen to select." The previous 5 items were valued at 45 million high-grade spirit stones. And with what remains, the total reaches 50 million high-grade spirit stones. This means Mr. Chen can acquire 5 town spirit mines. Zhao Yu's manner of addressing Chen Fei had transformed repeatedly, now directly referring to him as Mr. Chen. This was a recognition of his prowess in gambling on stones. as well as his financial capability. Wow, acquiring 5. That equates to a 50% chance. Surely, obtaining 1 or 2 excellent items is entirely feasible. Indeed, there is a significant probability of witnessing a precious spirit treasure. Could this be the day to witness a miracle? Although they were not miners themselves, the crowd could not help but rub their hands together, as if they were the true protagonists of the day. Everyone was drawn to the town's spirit mines. Forgetting that Chen Fei still possessed an unopened stone, the pale purple spirit mine. In light of this, Chen Fei directly stored it within the sacred text space. The Jiutian Wu Dao Lu had only charred remnants left, remaining undetected, but the spirit mine was another matter entirely. Best to wait until he had some leisure to open it slowly. Dark Cloud, which of the purple aura mines did you refer to? The Dark Cloud glanced around, and then lifted a small paw. Meow, the 2nd, 6th, and 9th mines. Just 3? Chen Fei had anticipated there would be several. It appeared that 50 million high-grade spirit stones were indeed overestimated. In that case, I shall open 4 mines, with the remaining 10 million high-grade spirit stones. I will retrieve the San Zhuanshuang Yao Gu. The Tung Yun Meng Ma belongs to the tank-type beasts, which does not serve much purpose for Chen Fei's assassin type. The level of the rock-type beast egg is not even comparable to the Hei Yao Jushi. As for the pink ice crystal and Nirvana liquid, they are likely of little use. Only the potential of the San Zhuanshuang Yao Gu piqued Chen Fei's interest. However, he did not intend to form a contract, merely considering it as a backup or for second-tier training, given its considerable overlap with Xiao Gu's abilities. Having made his decision, Chen Fei began to feign hesitation, pacing before the 10 spirit mines. Let us begin with this one. This one, imbued with orange-red energy, is a fine starting point. Zhao Yu responded, very well. We shall proceed as Mr. Chen suggests, and start with this town's spirit mine. Please summon the Dao Gui Mantis King. The material of the town's spirit mine is exceptionally hard, and given the abilities of the Dao Gui Mantis, it can only be gradually polished rather than directly cut open. Thus, the evolved form of the Dao Gui Mantis was summoned. The Dao Gui Mantis King appeared more fierce and majestic, with its antennae and pincers resembling a crown, exuding nobility. Under its sharp claws, the surface of the town's spirit mine yielded as easily as tofu. Soon, a segment of wood was revealed. Kong Si Miao recognized it with a mere glance. This is Xian Hun Mu, known for nurturing and enhancing the soul, offering numerous benefits. More importantly, if handled correctly, it can amplify the power of soul-related skills for soul-type beasts. Of course, it is merely a fragment, not a complete Xian Hun tree, making it a consumable item. It is only effective for low-level spirit-type demon beasts. For a 5th-level demon king, its utility is minimal. Otherwise, its value would be significantly higher. It can be considered a decent spiritual treasure, valued at 6 million high-grade spirit stones. Others could not help but express regret inwardly. The first spiritual mine incurred a loss of 4 million high-grade spirit stones. This is typical. Although it is termed a cornerstone spiritual mine, it merely indicates a higher probability of quality by 1 or 2%. Do not underestimate this 1 or 2%, as it signifies a higher potential. It remains uncertain whether the young man will continue or cut his losses. For others, Chen Fei has suffered a loss. However, for Chen Fei, this piece of Xianhan wood is far more potent than the Di Huang Qinghua or the pink ice crystal. The jade itself lacks the ability for a decisive strike. If this piece of Xianhan wood is utilized in the Zhenhuan Xiolong, it will undoubtedly enhance its suppressive power immensely. With this thought, Chen Fei felt quite elated and promptly stored it in the Xingdian space. Subsequently, it was time for the true cornerstone spiritual mine of purple energy. Thus, proceeding in order, they began with the second spiritual mine. As the knife Demon Mantis King sliced through, the anticipated surge of spiritual energy did not manifest. In front of all onlookers, it astonishingly revealed a top-tier spirit stone, one that bore no carving on its surface. Not only Chen Fei, but even the others were somewhat exasperated. For a cornerstone spiritual mine to yield a top-tier spirit stone was quite disheartening. Was there a possibility that, similar to the last time, it contained something like amber? Unlikely, as the knife Demon Mantis King sliced it very thinly, revealing no flaws. Chen Fei refused to believe that the purple energy spiritual mine could be so simply reduced to a mere top-tier spirit stone. It was only when he picked up the top-tier spirit stone that its extraordinary nature became apparent. It contained intricate array patterns, though these patterns were semi-transparent, nearly imperceptible. Had he not been so close, he would not have detected them at all. Furthermore, it seemed that a special technique had been employed to engrave the array patterns within the spirit stone, as if they were inherently part of it, utterly marvelous. He found himself ensconced in a peculiar environment. He could sense lethal intent from multiple directions. No matter which way Chen Fei turned, that murderous aura remained fixed upon him, as if there were no blind spots. Upon attempting to take a step, he discovered a vast expanse of poisonous mist surging towards him, laden with numerous hidden weapons. Before Chen Fei could fully comprehend the situation, his consciousness was thrust back into reality. Clearly, he had not evaded the attack. He had already perished once within this extraordinary environment. At this moment, information regarding the top-tier spirit stone appeared before Chen Fei. Shifan Maifeng, Array Stone. An array stone inscribed by a master of formations, available for future generations to study array techniques. By simply infusing spiritual energy, one can activate the special array environment within. It possesses no real lethality, serving only for comprehension. This array stone contains multiple proficiency levels of the Shifan Maifeng array. Entry-level array, a killing formation composed of 6 directions, up and down, east and west, south and north, enclosing the enemy within a sealed space, gradually weakening their power to take their life. Proficient level array, expands to 36 directions of Tiangang. Mastery level array, expands to 72 directions of Dishan. Pinnacle level array, expands to 108 directions of Xingxiu. Flawless level array, 360 degrees without blind spots. Note, this is an assassination array and is available for learning. It can also be combined with the abilities of summoned beasts. Upon seeing the information regarding this array stone, Chen Fei could not help but gasp in astonishment.